Severe confirmed with a solemn nod. The merchants who dare to trade there, despite all the dangers, they always get rich. You know why? Because these creatures buy food from everywhere in the galaxy. They have no restrictions, no allergies, no incompatibilities. The Tridarians said they watched one of these beings eat a meal that contained ingredients from 5 different death worlds, including 3 items classified as toxic to 90% of known species. Severe's excitement grew as he continued, his voice rising with each revelation. Food from other death worlds they imported as delicacies. Meat from predators that would tear most of us apart. Leaves from plants that secrete deadly neurotoxins. Even mushrooms that grow in radioactive soil. Spices that would dissolve our tongues. They sprinkle it on their food for flavor. And they don't just survive it, Amo. They relish it. They enjoy it. What would be our poison would be the feast. His voice reached a crescendo, drawing curious glances from nearby tables. This death world could make a merchant rich with anything they had in stock. No need to check compatibility charts, no worries about poisoning your customers. They'll eat it all and ask for seconds. That's incredible. Amos started to exclaim, but Severe cut him off with a raised hand, his expression suddenly grave. But here's where the story turns dark, my friend. Severe's voice dropped low again, forcing Amo to lean in close enough that Severe could smell the lingering phosphorescent residue from his soup. Some merchants got greedy. They thought if these beings are so resilient, so different, imagine what they'd be worth on the slave markets. The bar seemed to grow quieter as the very air was listening to the tale. One merchant, a Galaxian named Roar, he managed it. After dozens of successful trades, he'd gained their trust. The natives had stopped seeing him as a threat. That was his mistake. No, their mistake. He stunned one of them during a routine trade, loaded it onto his ship like cargo. Severe's voice faltered slightly, the memory of the story sending chills through his yellow skin. He thought he was safe when he reached his home world, light years away from that death world. He thought distance meant security. Severe leaned back, his antennae drooping with the weight of what came next. The Death Welders came for him. Not with a diplomatic protest, not with trade sanctions. They came with warships. They violated 4 separate sovereignty treaties, ignored many more ceasefire demands, and when the Galaxian Defense Force tried to stop them, he shook his head slowly. They pushed through like the fleet was made of paper. But Amo began. They took him back. Severe interrupted, his voice now barely a whisper. Dragged Roar back to the death world. The rumors say he was put in one of their prisons, subjected to that crushing gravity every moment of every day. They say he lasted 3 years before his body simply gave up. His bones had been compressed, his organs rearranged by the constant pressure. When he died, he was half his original height. Amo's entire body trembled, his feathers standing on end like a frightened pet. No species would risk war for a single individual like that. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make political sense. It doesn't... But even as he spoke, Amo's body language betrayed his words. He had pulled his arms close to his body, his feathers flat against his skin in a defensive posture that his species adopted when faced with apex predators. The silence that followed Severe's story lingered for a short while. Amo sat frozen, his large blue eyes blinking rapidly. How? Amo's voice cracked slightly, and he cleared his throat before continuing. How is this death world called? I need to know the name, Severe. I need to make sure I never, ever go there by mistake. Can you imagine? What if I took a cargo run and didn't check the destination properly? What if I ended up there? Severe savored this moment, this genuine reaction of fear and fascination. This is why he liked to drink and tell stories, for that look of complete absorption, that moment when fiction became reality in the listener's mind. He opened his mouth, ready to admit that the Tradarians had never actually told him the name, that he didn't know if the place was real, that it was just another detail lost in the retelling of tales between drunk merchants, when a voice from behind him spoke up. "That's Earth." Both Severe and Amo turned sharply toward the voice. Standing beside their booth was a being with soft pinkish skin, dressed in simple clothes that looked like they'd been purchased from any common fabricator. Plain synthetic fiber pants and a shirt with some incomprehensible alien script across the chest. The being was bipedal, roughly Severe's height, with a patch of brown fur on top of his head and small, forward-facing eyes that seemed amused. "I apologize for overhearing your conversation," the being continued, pulling up a chair from a nearby empty table and sitting down without invitation. "But I just couldn't stay quiet when I heard you two talking about Earth. That's my home. I live there." Severe felt his antennae become tense with irritation. Here was another storyteller, another merchant of tall tales trying to insert himself into Severe's moment. He examined the being more closely, soft-looking, no visible natural weapons, no armor plating, no evidence of the supreme adaptation needed to survive on a death world. This creature looked like it would struggle to survive on a garden world, let alone a planet that could freeze Mercury. "You're from this death world?" Severe asked, not bothering to hide his skepticism. "You're claiming to be from the planet in my story." "Well, we don't call it a death world," the being said with what appeared to be a smile, an expression that revealed small white teeth that didn't look capable of tearing through anything tougher than processed protein paste. "We just call it Earth, and yeah, everything you said is pretty accurate, though you've got some numbers a bit off. Our gravity is actually about 1.9 times Federation standard, not quite twice. And my people, we're called humans." "You're a human?" Amo gasped, his entire body quivering. "A real human from the death world called Earth? The same one from the story?" Severe wanted to groan. Of course, Amo would immediately believe this stranger. The Trozier would believe anything if it was presented with enough confidence. This was probably some con artist who had overheard enough merchant tales to piece together a convincing story. "That's right," the supposed human said, extending his hand toward Amo in what seemed to be a greeting gesture. "Name's Michael Davis. I'm here on a trade run, actually, bringing some Earth delicacies to sell at the station market." "This is amazing," Amo exclaimed, eagerly grasping Michael's hand with his own feathered appendage, seemingly unbothered by the direct contact with an alleged death worlder. "Severe, can you believe it? A real human?" "No," Severe said flatly. "I can't believe it, because it's obviously not true." He turned to Michael, his black eyes narrowing. "I've been trading stories in bars like this for 30 cycles. Do you know how many beings I've met who claimed to be from mythical worlds, who insisted they were survivors of the void worlds, or descendants of the first travelers, or—" He gestured dismissively at Michael. "Humans from the famous death world, Earth." Michael shrugged, seeming unbothered by severe skepticism. "I can't blame you for being doubtful. Earth does sound pretty unbelievable when you describe it like that, though I have to say, your story made it sound more dramatic than it actually is. We don't really think of ourselves as living on a death world. It's just home." "Of course it is," Severe said sarcastically. "And I suppose you're going to tell us that you eat neurotoxins for breakfast and wrestle with high gravity for fun." "Well, I did have coffee this morning," Michael said thoughtfully. Caffeine is technically a neurotoxin, and I go to the gym regularly, which I guess is voluntary subjecting myself to physical stress under Earth gravity, so yeah. Amo made a small squeaking sound that Severe had learned indicated extreme excitement.
Oh, you really do eat toxins?
This is ridiculous, Severe muttered. Then a thought struck him. If this Michael wanted to play games, Severe could play too. And even better, he could use Amo's gullible nature to his advantage. All right then, human. If you're really from Earth, you should have no problem proving it. Sure, Michael said easily. What do you have in mind? Severe's mind raced through possibilities. He needed something that would call his faker's bluff while also entertaining himself, and perhaps earning a few credits in the process. Amo, my friend, you believe this human's claims, don't you?
Absolutely,
Amo chirped without hesitation. Then you won't mind placing a small wager on it, Severe suggested, his tone casual, just to make things interesting.
Well,
Amo hesitated, his feathers ruffling uncertainly. Come on, Severe pressed. If you really believe he's human, what's the risk? I'll even give you excellent odds, 3-1 in your favor. Michael leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. You're trying to take advantage of your friend's trusting nature? I'm trying to expose a fraud, Severe countered. Unless, of course, you're afraid of being revealed. What's the test? Michael asked, his expression unreadable. Severe grabbed a menu from the table, flipping to the beverages section. His eyes scanned the list until he found what he was looking for, the section marked with multiple warning symbols. The drinks are required signed waivers and medical clearance for most species. If you're truly from a death world where beings can consume anything, Severe said, sliding the menu across the table, then you should have no problem drinking everything in the restricted section, all of them, together. Michael picked up the menu, his eyes moving down the list. Coffee, beer, Orion flower juice, and he paused. Luminous algae extract? You want me to drink all of these at once? Too much for the mighty human, Severe taunted. Michael's expression shifted to one of mild disgust. It's not that I can't handle them. Coffee and beer are standard Earth drinks. The flower juice is basically just nectar with some mild alkaloids. We have similar things on Earth, and bioluminescent organisms aren't inherently toxic, just weird. But mixing them all together? He shuddered slightly. That's gonna taste absolutely terrible. Excuses already. Severe leaned forward, sensing weakness. That's what I thought. You're just another... Also, Michael interrupted. I don't usually drink coffee at night. The caffeine makes it hard to sleep, and I've got an early morning tomorrow. Severe almost laughed out loud. This was too perfect. The supposed Death Worlder was worried about his sleep schedule. So, you're chickening out, admitting you can't do it. I didn't say that, Michael protested. I'm just saying it's not ideal. How about this? Severe proposed, feeling more confident by the second. This was obviously just another storyteller, someone who enjoyed the attention of claiming to be something extraordinary. I'll pay for all the drinks, and I'll add my own credits to the wager. 50 credits says you can't finish all 4 drinks. 100. Amo suddenly chimed in, his voice filled with conviction. 100 credits says he can do it. Severe turned to stare at his friend. Amo, you don't have to... I believe him, Amo said firmly, his blue eyes blazing with determination. He's a human. He can do it. Michael looked between them, then sighed. You know what? Fine. Maybe it won't taste that bad. I've had worse at college parties. He paused, then added, though I'm not sure what the exchange rate is between credits and dollars, so I hope I'm not agreeing to anything too expensive. Severe could barely contain his glee as he waved over the bartender, a 6-armed deltroid whose multiple eyes widened in alarm when Severe pointed to the restricted section of the menu. You want all of these? The bartender asked, his translator crackling with disbelief. For consumption. Together. The bartender's eyes swiveled to focus on Michael. Sir, I'm required to inform you that these beverages contain compounds that are toxic to 93% of known species. Consuming them in combination has never been tested and could result in immediate organ failure, neurological damage, or death. He knows, Severe said smugly. He claims to be human. The bartender's entire body went rigid. Human? From Earth? Several of his arms started moving in what looked like religious gestures. Sir, I'll need you to sign a waiver. The establishment cannot be held responsible for any damage resulting from consuming Death Worlder beverages. Death Worlder beverages? Michael asked, looking amused. Is that really a category? Page 45 of the menu, the bartender said, producing a digital pad seemingly from nowhere. Please read and sign all sections of the waiver. As Michael read through the waiver, making occasional sounds of amusement, may cause temporal displacement. Really? Severe counted his credits mentally. When this fake human backed out of seeing the legal documentation or collapsed after his first sip, Severe would not only win the bet, but also have a great story about exposing a fraud. The bartender returned with 4 containers, each glowing, steaming, or emanating unusual colors. The coffee was black as space itself, an oily sheen that reflected rainbow patterns. The beer fizzled violently, releasing small sparks of electricity with each bubble that burst. The Orion flower juice was a violent purple that seemed to shift to pink when viewed from different angles, and the luminous algae extract literally glowed with a toxic green light, casting eerie shadows on the table. Your drinks, sir, the bartender said, taking several steps back after placing them on the table. Should I alert medical? That won't be necessary, Michael said, picking up the coffee first. He sniffed it, wrinkled his nose, then took a large gulp. Severe watched, waiting for the reaction, the gagging, the convulsions, something. Instead, Michael just made a face like he had bitten into something sour. Okay, that's strong, Michael said, setting down the cup. Like, really strong. Someone quadruple concentrated this. It's like espresso made with espresso instead of water. He picked up the beer next. This is going to make the combination even worse. He drank the beer in several long pulls, pausing once to suppress a belch. Excuse me. The carbonation is intense, and there's something else. Capsaicin? Did someone make spicy beer to market that you sell Earth's food? He shook his head. That's just wrong. The Orion flower juice went down next, and this time Michael did shudder. Oh, that's floral, intensely floral. Like someone liquefied an entire garden and added sugar, coating my entire mouth with this weird numbing sensation. Finally, he picked up the glowing algae extract. And this is going to make everything worse, he muttered, then downed it in one go. His face went through a series of expressions: surprise, disgust, confusion, and finally resignation. That, Michael said slowly, was one of the worst combinations of flavors I've ever experienced. He stuck out his tongue and scraped it with his teeth. The aftertaste is haunting. It's like my mouth can't decide which horrible flavor to focus on, so it's cycling through all of them. But you drank them, Amos said triumphantly. All of them. Severe stared at Michael, who, apart from looking mildly disgusted, seemed completely unaffected. No trembling, no sweating, no signs of organ failure. Around them, other bar patrons had gathered, watching in amazement. That's impossible, Severe said flatly. The flower juice alone should have paralyzed your nervous system. Nah, it's just making my tongue feel funny, Michael said, working his jaw. Kind of like when you eat too much pineapple, you know. The enzymes start breaking down the proteins in your mouth. Double or nothing, Severe said suddenly. This had to be some kind of trick. Maybe Michael had taken some kind of universal antitoxin before coming to the bar. If you're really from a high-gravity death world, you won't mind demonstrating your strength. How? Michael asked. Gravity chamber, Severe said. This establishment has one in the VIP area. They use it for exercise, physical therapy, that kind of thing. If you're really from Earth, you should be able to handle double the standard gravity easily. Michael stood up, swaying slightly. Okay, the drinks are hitting me a little bit, he admitted. Not the toxins, just that was a lot of liquid, and I think the caffeine and alcohol are arguing with each other in my bloodstream. But sure, let's do the gravity thing. Double standard gravity would actually feel like home. It's a bet then, Amos said excitedly, pulling out his credit chip. Another 100 credits. Amo, stop, Severe said, though he was already calculating his own wager.
You're going to lose everything.
I don't think so, Amo replied with unusual confidence. The VIP section of the bar was separated by a crystalline barrier with security fields. Severe's merchant credentials got them through, and soon they stood before a circular chamber with transparent walls about 3 meters in diameter. The attendant, a spindly insectoid being, asked when Severe explained what they wanted.
Sir, the chamber can reach 6 times standard gravity. That's enough to crush most beings instantly.
We just need double,
Severe said quickly. Actually, Michael said, studying the control panel. What's 6 times standard in Earth gravity?
That would be,
The attendant compounded eyes glittered as he calculated.
approximately 3 times Earth gravity, if the Federation database is accurate.
I could probably handle that for a little while, Michael said thoughtfully. I mean, I'm in decent shape, work out regularly. Fighter pilots and astronauts train at 3 Gs.
You're insane,
Severe said.
Even if you are human, that would kill you.
Not kill, Michael corrected, but it wouldn't be comfortable. Let's start with double standard and see how it feels. He stepped into the chamber, rolling his shoulders and stretching his neck. All right, ready when you are. Severe's hand hesitated over the control panel. If this being really was human and something happened, but no, that was impossible. This was just an elaborate con. He activated the chamber. The change was immediate. Michael's posture shifted slightly, his knees bending a bit more, but otherwise he seemed unaffected. Oh, it's actually nice, he said, his voice coming through the chamber's communication system. This is about the same as Earth's gravity. Feels like nothing at all.
Increase it,
Severe said to the attendant.
2.5 times standard.
The gravity field intensified. Michael's expression became more focused, but he started doing squats. Now we're at about Earth normal, maybe a little over. This is my everyday gravity. Amo was practically vibrating with excitement.
He's doing exercises in gravity that would crush us. 3 times standard,
Severe ordered, his voice cracking slightly. Michael had to brace himself as the gravity increased. Okay, now it's getting heavy. I can feel it in my joints. He took a few careful steps, then did a slow push-up. Yeah, definitely feeling that.
4 times,
Severe whispered.
Sir, I must protest.
The attendant began.
Do it!
The gravity increased again. This time, Michael dropped to one knee, breathing heavily. Okay, this is rough. About double Earth gravity. Everything feels twice as heavy as it should. He slowly stood up, his face reddening with effort. I can stand, but I wouldn't want to stay like this for long.
5 times,
Severe said, ignoring the gasp from the groaning crowd of onlookers.
Sir, I cannot.
I'll sign a waiver, Michael called out from the chamber. I'm curious too. The attendant reluctantly adjusted the controls. Michael immediately dropped to his hands and knees, his arms shaking with effort of holding himself up. Okay, this is approaching my limit, he gasped. Everything weighs almost, I'd say 3 times what I'm used to. My blood feels heavy. My organs are being pulled down. I can maybe do this for a few minutes before something gives.
Turn it off,
Amo said suddenly.
Turn it off! He proved his point!
Severe nodded to the attendant, who quickly powered down the chamber. Michael collapsed onto his back as the gravity returned to normal, breathing heavily, but laughing. That was fun, he said, slowly sitting up. Well, I'm going to be sore tomorrow. Probably should have stretched more first. Severe stared at the human because there was no denying it now. This was definitely a human from Earth, with a mixture of awe and disbelief. Everything he had told as a story, all the merchant tales he had thought were exaggerations, they were real. More than real. The truth was even more impressive than the stories he liked to tell.
You're really from Earth,
he said. Told you, Michael said, accepting Amo's help to stand. He swayed slightly, then steadied himself. Though, between the drinks and the gravity, I might need to sit down a bit. Back at their booth, with Michael sipping water to dilute the truly awful combination of beverages still coating his mouth, Severe found himself in an unusual position, owing credits on a lost bet. So, he he said, pulling out his credit chip. "I suppose I owe you." "Keep it," Michael said, waving him off. "I don't even know what the exchange rate is, and honestly, watching your face when I started doing push-ups in triple gravity was payment enough. But the bet was made to take advantage of your friend," Michael said, his tone becoming more serious. "You knew Amo would believe anything, and you used that to try to make credits off his trusting nature. But I am a human, and you lost." Severe felt his antennae droop with an unfamiliar emotion. Shame. He looked at Amo, who was still staring at Michael with undisguised wonder, apparently unbothered by the fact that he could have lost a significant amount of credits. "Are you angry?" Severe asked Michael. "Not angry," the human replied. "Just disappointed. Amo seems like a genuinely nice being. He doesn't deserve to be taken advantage of just because he sees the best in people or in stories." He stood up, stretching his back with a series of concerning popping sounds. "Anyway, I should get going. Early morning tomorrow. I need to sleep off whatever was in that flower juice. My tongue is still numb." As Michael walked away, Severe turned to Amo. I apologize," he said, the words feeling strange in his mouth. "It's okay," Amo said brightly. "I knew you didn't believe your own story, or that he was really a human." "You knew?" "Of course. You do it every time we meet. But I don't mind, because your stories are entertaining, and sometimes they turn out to be true." Amo's feathers ruffled with pleasure. "Like today. We met a real human." Severe stared at his friend, reevaluating everything he thought he knew about the Trozier. Then, making a decision that surprised even himself, he called the bartender over. "Everything my friend has consumed tonight, put it on my account." "But Michael said," Amo began. "Michael's not here to hold me accountable anymore," Severe said. "This is me choosing to do the right thing." As Amo expressed his gratitude with a series of happy chirps, Severe found his mind wandering to thoughts of his small trading vessel currently docked at the station with a hold full of various foodstuffs from across the galaxy. Foods that he had been struggling to sell because of incompatibility with most species' biochemistry. But humans could eat anything. They actively sought out variety, thrived on the exotic and unusual. A death world that wasn't really a death world, just a place where the most impressive species in the galaxy had evolved to consume, survive, and be happy eating absolutely everything. "Amo," he said suddenly, "how would you like to go into business together?" "Business?" "Trading. With Earth. I have a ship full of food no one else can eat, and now I know about a whole planet of beings who would probably pay premium prices for exotic delicacies. Plus," he added with a slight smile, "I think they need someone there who won't try to kidnap the locals." Amo's eyes lit up. "We're going to Earth? The death world?" "We're going to Earth," Severe confirmed. "Though I don't think we should call it a death world to their faces. They seem to just think of it as a normal planet." As they shook on their new partnership, Severe's smooth hand grasping Amo's feathered one, Severe reflected on how one chance encounter had changed his perspective entirely. The stories were real, the legends were true, and those humans really existed. Severe couldn't wait to see it for himself. And this time, when he returned with stories, they would all be true.
The Intergalactic Academy of Universal Knowledge was a marvel of architecture and intellect, nestled on the surface of Zerathion Prime, a planet known for its gravity-defying mountains and shimmering auroras that danced across its skies. The Academy was the pinnacle of education, attracting the brightest minds from across the galaxy: humans, Zoltar, Thrixians, and dozens of other advanced species. Among these brilliant students was Xylar, a member of the Zoltar race, known for their unparalleled intelligence and technological prowess. The Zoltar thrived on logic, precision, and an innate ability to solve complex equations that would leave most other species baffled. Yet, despite this extraordinary aptitude, Xylar was grappling with something that seemed absurdly simple to others. It was the third week of the Advanced Intergalactic Mathematics course, a mandatory subject for all first-year students. The lecture halls were vast, with transparent walls that provided a breathtaking view of Zerathion's 3 suns orbiting in perfect harmony. Xylar, like every other student, sat in an anti-gravity chair, their 4 slender fingers nervously tapping on the holographic console in front of them. On the screen, a problem glowed in bright iridescent characters. Solve for x, 5x plus 0 equals 15. To most students, especially the humans, this was laughably simple. But for Xylar, the equation might as well have been written in an undecipherable ancient dialect. The stumbling block wasn't the arithmetic, it was the zero. The very concept of nothing was alien to the Zoltar mindset. Their entire culture was built around the idea that existence was constant. Even when something seemed absent, it was merely transformed into another state of being. The notion of nothingness was not only illogical, but fundamentally incomprehensible to them. Xylar stared at the problem, their elongated pupils narrowing in frustration. Around them, their classmates were finishing the task effortlessly. Emma, a human girl with a reputation for being both brilliant and quirky, leaned back in her chair, her holographic screen already blank, signaling she had completed the task. A faint smile played on her lips as she watched the struggling Zoltar. "Time's up!" The instructor, a stern-looking Thrixian with bioluminescent scales, announced. Their voice echoed across the hall. As the students submitted their answers, Xylar hesitated, their fingers hovering above the screen. With a deep sigh, they pressed the button to submit a blank response. It wasn't the first time, and it likely wouldn't be the last. When, after the lecture, Xylar trudged down the polished corridors of the academy. Their movements were slower than usual, their shoulders hunched in a way that betrayed their frustration. As they passed groups of students discussing the lesson, Xylar caught snippets of conversations. The humans seemed particularly pleased with themselves. They always, for Xylar, this only deepened the sting of failure. Back in their private quarters, Xylar activated the holographic projection system, replaying the day's lecture. The instructor's explanation of zero echoed through the room, but it was as though the words bounced off an invisible barrier in Xylar's mind. Zero, the instructor had said, is the representation of nothingness, a placeholder that allows us to perform operations and measure absence. Xylar's frustration bubbled over. They slammed a fist onto the console, causing the projection to flicker. "It doesn't make sense," they muttered to themselves, their voice tinged with exasperation. "How can there be nothing? Even in a vacuum, there's still energy, still particles. Nothing cannot exist." Their thoughts spiraled as they tried to reconcile the concept with their own worldview. To the Zoltar, every equation, every scientific principle was rooted in the idea that the universe was always full of something. The idea that zero could hold such significance in mathematics felt not just counterintuitive, but almost sacrilegious. The following day, during the instructor's office hours, Xylar mustered the courage to seek help. The Thrixian professor listened patiently as Xylar explained their difficulties, their words tumbling out in a mix of embarrassment and frustration. The professor, though sympathetic, offered little solace. "Xylar," they said, their voice calm and measured, "you're not the first Zoltar student to struggle with this. Your species has a unique way of understanding the universe, but here, in this academy, you must adapt. Mathematics is a universal language, and zero is one of its foundational principles. Perhaps a different perspective would help." The professor's suggestion led to Xylar being assigned a peer tutor, Emma. When Xylar received the notification, their initial reaction was disbelief. A human? Surely there were other Zoltar students, or at least Thrixians, who could provide guidance. But the academy's system was firm. and refusing the help of a tutor would reflect poorly on Xylar's record. Later that evening, Xylar found themselves seated across from Emma in one of the Academy's communal study rooms. The human greeted them with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. "So," she began, her voice light but confident, "you're the Zoltar who's been struggling with Zero." Xylar bristled at her tone. "It's not a struggle," they retorted, their voice sharper than intended. "It's a difference in perspective." Emma didn't seem offended. Instead, she leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand. "Fair enough, let's call it that. But if you're open to it, I think I can help. Zero isn't just about nothingness, it's about potential." Her words caught Xylar off guard. "Potential?" they echoed, their tone skeptical. Emma grinned. "Yup. Think of it as a bridge. Zero connects things. It's what allows us to move between states, measure gaps, and create balance. It's not the absence of existence, it's a tool." Xylar stared at her, their skepticism warring with a flicker of curiosity. For the first time, they felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this human had something valuable to teach them after all. Emma sat across from Xylar in the softly glowing study room, her holographic tablet casting faint blue light onto her face. The human girl had an energy about her that Xylar found both irritating and strangely reassuring. Her quick smile and relaxed posture were in stark contrast to Xylar's tense demeanor. Xylar sat rigidly, their elongated fingers clasped tightly together, unwilling to admit that they were skeptical about this entire arrangement. The very idea of learning from a human felt, if not humiliating, at least deeply uncomfortable. "Okay, Xylar," Emma began, her tone casual but focused. "Let's start by clearing the air. Zero isn't some big, mysterious thing. It's just a concept. Something we made up to make sense of things that aren't there. But it's useful. Actually, it's more than useful. It's brilliant." Xylar's eyes narrowed slightly. The Zoltar species prided themselves on their logical approach to the universe, and they disliked the implication that their failure to understand something so simple was their own fault. Still, something in Emma's voice piqued their curiosity, and they gestured for her to continue. Emma leaned back, spinning her tablet in her hands like it was a toy. "Imagine this. You have a basket. You take an apple out of it. Now, what's left in the basket?" "Space," Xylar replied immediately. "A void where the apple once was. The basket is still there, and so is the space inside it. Nothing has truly disappeared." Emma grinned, clearly amused. "Exactly. That's how you see it. But humans, and a lot of other species, take it one step further. Instead of saying there's space or a void, we just call it zero. It's like shorthand. It lets us do all kinds of useful things, like keep track of things that are missing or measure how far apart things are. You see?" Xylar frowned, their brow furrowing in thought. The explanation wasn't entirely convincing, but it was clear Emma wasn't mocking them. If anything, she seemed genuinely excited to share her perspective. Reluctantly, Xylar nodded. "Go on." Taking this as a small victory, Emma began to sketch something on her tablet. She swiped her hand, and a holographic projection of a simple number line appeared between them. Xylar tilted their head, studying the floating image. Numbers stretched out in both directions, negative on one side, positive on the other, with zeros sitting directly in the center. "This is how we humans think about numbers," Emma explained. "Zero isn't just a place where nothing happens. It's the center of everything. It's the starting point, the balance. Without it, we couldn't figure out where anything begins or ends." Xylar studied the number line, their eyes tracing the way it extended infinitely in both directions. "But why does it matter?" they asked, their voice tinged with frustration. "If zero is just a placeholder, why do you humans make such a big deal out of it?" Emma tapped her chin thoughtfully. "That's a fair question. But here's the thing. It's not just about placeholders. Zero lets us solve problems we couldn't even think about otherwise. Like this. Imagine you owe someone money. You're in debt. How do you measure how far you are from paying it off? Xylar blinked. Debt was a foreign concept to the Zoltar, who operated on a system of mutual exchange rather than currency. Still, they followed Emma's logic. I suppose you would measure the difference between what you owe and what you have? Exactly, Emma's eyes lit up with excitement. And zero is what happens when you've paid it all back. It's the balance point between having something and owing something. Without zero, we wouldn't be able to understand things like debt, symmetry, or even time. Time? Xylar repeated, their tone skeptical. What does time have to do with this? Emma leaned forward, her voice dropping slightly as if she were about to share a secret. Think about it. Every timeline has a starting point, right? For humans, we call it year zero, when everything began. It's not just a number, it's a marker, a way to keep track of everything that comes before and after. Without zero, we'd be lost in time. Xylar didn't respond immediately. They stared at the number line, their mind racing to connect the dots. The idea of using zero as a reference point, as a way to measure and organize reality, was both alien and strangely compelling. For the first time, they began to see why humans valued it so much. Emma seemed to sense the shift in Xylar's demeanor. She smiled softly and leaned back in her chair. Look, I know this isn't easy for you. Your people see the universe in a way that's totally different from ours. But that doesn't mean zero is wrong. It just means it's something new. And new things can be scary, right? Xylar nodded slowly, their usual confidence replaced by a cautious curiosity. Perhaps, but it still feels unnecessary. Why use zero when other concepts could serve the same purpose? Emma shrugged, her expression thoughtful. Maybe they could. But sometimes the simplest ideas are the most powerful. Zero might seem small, but it opens up a universe of possibilities. Without it, we wouldn't have calculus, computers, or even space travel. That last point caught Xylar's attention. Space travel? They asked, their voice sharp with interest. How does zero relate to space travel? Emma grinned, clearly pleased to have piqued their curiosity. Well, think about navigation. Every ship has a starting point, right? And when you're traveling between stars, you need to calculate distances, trajectories, and speeds. Zero is what helps us figure out where we are and where we're going. It's the anchor that keeps us from getting lost. Xylar considered this, their minds spinning with new possibilities. For the first time, they began to see zero not as an abstract human idea, but as a practical tool, something that could enhance their understanding of the universe. It was a humbling realization, but also an exhilarating one. As their study session continued, Xylar found themselves asking more questions, their initial skepticism giving way to genuine interest. Emma answered each one with patience and enthusiasm, her explanations weaving together logic, history, and human ingenuity. By the time their session ended, Xylar felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps zero wasn't so incomprehensible after all. Perhaps it was the key to unlocking a new way of thinking. As they left the study room, Xylar glanced at Emma and said, "Thank you. I think I understand a little better now." Emma's smile was warm and genuine. "Anytime, Xylar. We're just getting started." For the first time in weeks, Xylar felt a sense of possibility. The road ahead was still daunting, but with Emma's help, they were beginning to see that it was also full of potential. The interstellar competition hall was abuzz with activity. The towering crystalline walls refracted light in a kaleidoscope of colors, creating a mesmerizing display that rivaled the brilliance of the minds gathered within. Students from across the galaxy sat in their designated seats, their attention fixed on the floating holographic displays that projected the day's final challenge. Among them was Xylar, seated near the center of the hall, their normally confident posture stiff with tension. The Advanced Intergalactic Mathematics Championship was a revered event, one that tested not only the intellect of its participants, but their ability to adapt to unfamiliar concepts. For the Zoltar, whose species prided itself on precision and mastery, this competition was a point of honor. Xylar had entered the championship expecting to dominate, as was expected of someone from their race. Yet, here they were, struggling against something that no other Zoltar had ever encountered. A mathematical challenge rooted in the human concept of zero. As the proctor, an imposing Thrixian with scales that shimmered like molten gold, stepped forward to explain the final problem, Xylar felt their pulse quicken. The alien proctor's voice reverberated through the hall. "Participants, you will now be presented with the ultimate equation. This task is designed to test your ability to solve for variables within a framework of universal mathematics. Remember, precision and understanding are key." The holographic displays lit up with a new problem. Solve for x. 3x plus 7 equals 7x plus 0. At first glance, the equation seemed simple, but Xylar's mind immediately stumbled over the presence of 0. Despite the weeks of tutoring with Emma, the concept still felt foreign, like a word from a language they couldn't quite speak fluently. Xylar's gaze flicked toward Emma, who sat in the audience with the other tutors. Her expression was calm and encouraging, her hands folded neatly in her lap. She met Xylar's eyes and gave a subtle nod as if to say, "You've got this." Xylar took a deep breath and focused on the equation. The numbers hovered in front of them, glowing faintly against the transparent backdrop of the display. Their fingers hovered over the controls of their tablet, but they hesitated. Every instinct told them to skip over the 0, to find a way around it. But Emma's voice echoed in their mind. 0 isn't an obstacle, it's a tool. Use it. Summoning their courage, Xylar began to work through the equation, step by step. They started by isolating the variables, subtracting terms from both sides to simplify the problem. As they moved through the calculations, the 0 loomed before them like a chasm they couldn't cross. Their hand faltered, and doubt crept in. Across the hall, Emma leaned forward in her seat, her heart pounding. She could see the hesitation in Xylar's movements, the way their shoulders tensed as they stared at the equation. She knew how much this moment meant to them, not just as a competitor, but as someone trying to break free from the constraints of their cultural understanding. Silently, she willed them to push forward. Xylar clenched their jaw, forcing themselves to focus. They remembered Emma's explanations, the example she had given them. 0 wasn't nothing, it was balance, a point of transition. Slowly, they began to see the problem differently. Instead of fearing the 0, they embraced it, using it to guide their calculations. With each step, their confidence grew. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Xylar reached the solution. X equals 0. They stared at the answer, their heart hammering in their chest. For a moment, they doubted themselves, wondering if they had made a mistake. But the logic was sound, the calculations clear. They had done it. Tentatively, they pressed the button to submit their answer. The room was silent as the proctor reviewed the results. The tension was palpable, every participant holding their breath as they waited for the announcement. Xylar's hands trembled slightly, their usually calm demeanor cracking under the weight of the moment. Finally, the proctor's voice rang out. "Correct," the single word echoed through the hall, followed by a wave of applause. Xylar's vision blurred as relief washed over them. They had done it. They had solved the problem using a concept that had once seemed impossible to comprehend. As the applause continued, Xylar glanced toward Emma. She was on her feet, clapping enthusiastically, her smile wide and proud. The competition concluded with Xylar receiving special recognition for their performance. As they stood on the stage, holding the crystalline award given to finalists, they felt a mixture of pride and humility. This victory wasn't just theirs, it was a testament to the power of learning and the strength of collaboration between species. Without Emma's guidance, they might never have reached this point. After the ceremony, Xylar approached Emma in the crowd. "Thank you," they said, their voice steady but soft. "I couldn't have done this without you." Emma smiled, her eyes warm with genuine affection. "You could have. You just needed a little push." Xylar shook their head. "No, it was more than that. You helped me see the universe differently. 0 isn't just a number, it's a new way of thinking, and that's something I'll never forget. The two walked out of the hall together, the vibrant lights of Zerathian Prime reflecting off the crystalline structures around them. For Xylar, the world felt different now. It was as though a veil had been lifted, revealing possibilities they had never considered before. The journey wasn't over. There was still much to learn. But for the first time, Xylar felt ready to face the challenges ahead. As they parted ways, Emma called out, "Hey, Xylar?" They turned, curious. "Yes," Emma grinned. "Don't forget, 0 isn't the end. It's the beginning." Xylar smiled, the weight of those words settling into their mind. "I'll remember." And with that, they walked into the glowing twilight of Zerathion Prime, ready to embrace whatever came next. The days following the mathematics competition brought a subtle yet significant shift in Xylar's life. The hallways of the Intergalactic Academy of Universal Knowledge, once filled with indifferent glances or whispered speculations about the struggling Zoltar, now echoed with words of respect. Xylar had become something of a symbol, not just for their race, but for the entire academy. They were the student who had faced a seemingly insurmountable challenge and emerged victorious, not through arrogance or inherent brilliance, but through humility and the willingness to learn. For Xylar, however, the real change wasn't external, it was internal. The concept of 0, once an incomprehensible void, had become a powerful tool in their intellectual arsenal. It wasn't just about solving equations anymore, it was about seeing the universe through a new lens. 0 wasn't merely a number, it was a philosophy, a balance point that resonated across the fabric of reality. The realization had unlocked a curiosity in Xylar that they hadn't experienced before, and they found themselves revisiting problems they had once dismissed as unsolvable. One such problem was a long-standing puzzle in Zoltar science: the unification equation. It was a theoretical model meant to bridge the gap between the physical and metaphysical planes of existence, a holy grail of Zoltar intellectual pursuit. Generations of their species had worked on it, adding layers of complexity, but no one had been able to crack it. Xylar, now armed with a fresh perspective, felt a spark of determination. Perhaps the missing piece wasn't more complexity, but simplicity. Late one evening, Xylar sat in the Academy's quiet study hall, the vast space illuminated by the soft glow of holographic orbs floating overhead. Their console was littered with notes, equations, and diagrams, each one a fragment of the elusive unification equation. Emma had wandered by earlier, offering her usual cheerful encouragement before leaving Xylar to their work. Though Xylar appreciated her support, they knew this was a challenge they had to tackle alone. As they studied the equation, Xylar's mind kept returning to the principle Emma had emphasized during their tutoring sessions: 0 as a bridge, not an absence. They began to experiment, simplifying sections of the equation and introducing 0 as a balancing point. It was a painstaking process, requiring not only mathematical skill but the willingness to let go of deeply ingrained assumptions. Hours passed, and the study hall grew quieter as other students retired for the night. Xylar, however, remained immersed in their work, their long fingers dancing over the console as they tested one hypothesis after another. At times, frustration bubbled to the surface, but instead of giving in to despair, they paused, took deep breaths, and reminded themselves of the lessons they had learned. Failure wasn't the end. It was a step toward understanding. Finally, as the first light of Zerathion's 3 suns began to filter through the crystalline walls, Xylar's console emitted a soft chime. The equation on the screen had resolved, its once disjointed elements converging into a harmonious whole. Xylar stared at it in disbelief, their heart pounding. Could it be true? Had they really solved the unification equation? Their initial instinct was to doubt the result, but the logic held. 0 had been the key, a missing piece that had brought balance to the equation. A wave of exhilaration washed over Xylar, followed by a profound sense of humility. This wasn't just their achievement, it was the culmination of centuries of effort by their ancestors, combined with the insights they had gained from Emma and her human perspective. The news of Xylar's breakthrough spread quickly. By midday, the Academy's main hall was filled with students, faculty, and even visiting dignitaries from across the galaxy. The unification equation had been a topic of debate and speculation for so long that its resolution felt almost mythical. Xylar stood on the stage, their usually reserved demeanor replaced by a quiet confidence. They explained their process, emphasizing not only the mathematical steps, but the philosophical shift that had made it possible. As they spoke, Xylar's gaze found Emma in the crowd. She was beaming, her pride evident. Though she didn't seek the spotlight, Xylar made sure to credit her contributions. This achievement, they said, their voice steady but filled with emotion, would not have been possible without the guidance of a human who showed me that understanding isn't about clinging to what we know. It's about opening ourselves to new possibilities. Now, the crowd erupted into applause, and for the first time, Xylar felt truly at home among the diverse community of the Academy. They had not only bridged a gap in mathematics, but also in understanding between species. It was a moment of connection, a reminder that collaboration could transcend even the most ingrained differences. In the days that followed, Xylar's work was celebrated across the galaxy. Their solution to the unification equation sparked a wave of new research, with scientists and philosophers from every corner of the universe exploring its implications. For the Zoltar, it was a source of immense pride, but it was also a humbling reminder that even their advanced knowledge could be enriched by the perspectives of others. As for Xylar, they continued to grow, both as a scholar and as an individual. Their friendship with Emma deepened, built on mutual respect and a shared curiosity about the universe. Together, they tackled new challenges, each one a testament to the power of collaboration and the endless possibilities that arose when minds from different worlds came together. One evening, as they sat on a balcony overlooking the Academy's shimmering gardens, Emma turned to Xylar and said, "Do you ever think about how much has changed since we first met?" Xylar nodded, a faint smile playing on their lips. "All the time. If someone had told me that a human would change the way I see the universe, I would have dismissed it as absurd. But now, I can't imagine going back to the way things were." Emma grinned, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "So, does this mean you finally admit that humans aren't as primitive as you thought?" Xylar chuckled, a sound that was rare but genuine. "I'll admit this much. Humans have a way of surprising even the most stubborn Zoltar." The two friends laughed, the sound carrying into the night. Above them, the stars shone brightly, a reminder of the vastness of the universe and the infinite possibilities it held for those willing to explore it together. The Academy's gardens were alive with the vibrant hum of life, a blend of alien flora glowing softly in the evening light. Xylar walked slowly along one of the crystalline paths, their hands clasped behind their back. The past few weeks had been transformative, not just for them but for the entire Academy. Their breakthrough with the unification equation had sparked a wave of inspiration among students and faculty alike, transcending the cultural and intellectual boundaries that had once seemed insurmountable. Yet, despite the accolades and attention, Xylar found themselves drawn to quiet reflection. They had always been proud of their Zoltar heritage, their species' reputation for intellectual supremacy, but the journey of understanding Zero had reshaped their perspective. For the first time, Xylar saw knowledge not as a fixed construct, but as an ever-expanding horizon, shaped by the contributions of many. As they reached the edge of the gardens, Xylar paused to gaze at the Academy's central spire, its crystalline surface reflecting the light of Zerathion's 3 suns. This place, once just another academic institution, now felt like home. It wasn't the grandeur of the architecture or the prestige of the Academy that brought this sense of belonging. It was the people. Emma's face came to mind, her mischievous grin and unshakable determination. She had been a catalyst for Xylar's transformation, and they owed her more than they could ever express. The sound of footsteps drew Xylar's attention. Turning, they saw Emma approaching, her usual relaxed demeanor tempered by a quiet intensity. She carried a small tablet under her arm, and her hair glowed faintly in the reflected light of the garden's bioluminescent plants. Xylar couldn't help but smile at the sight of her. Emma had become more than a tutor or a friend. She was a partner in discovery, someone who had opened doors Xylar hadn't even known existed. "Thought I'd find you here," Emma said as she came to stand beside Xylar. She held up the tablet, a playful smile tugging at her lips. "I've got something for you." Curious, Xylar accepted the tablet and activated the display. A series of equations filled the screen, accompanied by detailed annotations. At first glance, it seemed to be another complex mathematical problem, but as Xylar studied it, their expression shifted. This wasn't just a problem. It was a proposal. Xylar began, their voice trailing off as they absorbed the implications. "A joint project," Emma finished. She leaned against a nearby crystalline pillar, her arms crossed. I've been thinking about how your solution to the unification equation could be applied to practical systems. What if we used it to design a new model for interstellar navigation? Something that doesn't just rely on traditional coordinates, but Xylar's mind raced. The idea was ambitious, even audacious, but it was also brilliant. Traditional navigation systems were rooted in fixed coordinates, often struggling with the vast and dynamic nature of the universe. A system that embraced zero as a balancing point, as a means of recalibrating and adapting in real time, could overcome those limitations. "This could change everything," Xylar said softly, their voice tinged with awe. They looked at Emma, their admiration for her growing even deeper. "You never stop surprising me." Emma shrugged, though her smile betrayed her pride. "That's what humans do, right? Surprise people." The two spent hours discussing the project, their ideas flowing freely as they built on each other's insights. For Xylar, it was a reminder of how far they had come. The rigid certainty of their early days at the Academy had given way to a fluid, collaborative approach to problem solving. They no longer saw knowledge as something to be guarded or hoarded, but as a gift to be shared. As the night deepened, the conversation shifted to more personal matters. Xylar found themselves reflecting on their journey, the challenges they had faced, and the lessons they had learned. "You know," they said, their tone thoughtful, "when I first arrived here, I thought I had all the answers. I thought being Zoltar meant I didn't need to learn from anyone else, but now I see how wrong I was. You've taught me that strength isn't just about what you know, it's about what you're willing to learn." Emma's expression softened, and she placed a hand on Xylar's shoulder. "And you've taught me that even the smartest people can grow. The important thing is being open to it. I think that's what makes this place special. It's not about where you're from or what you already know. It's about what we can discover together." Their words hung in the air, a quiet affirmation of the bond they had forged. For Xylar, it was a moment of clarity, a realization that their time at the Academy was about more than personal achievement. It was about contributing to something greater, about building bridges between species and perspectives. In the weeks that followed, Xylar and Emma's project gained traction. With the support of the Academy, they began developing prototypes for the new navigation system, collaborating with experts from a dozen different species. The work was challenging, but it was also exhilarating, a constant reminder of the possibilities that arose when minds from different worlds came together. The final test of their system took place aboard the Stellar Horizon, one of the Academy's most advanced research vessels. As Xylar and Emma stood side by side on the ship's bridge, watching the navigation display light up with their calculations, they felt a shared sense of accomplishment. The system worked seamlessly. As the crew erupted into applause, Xylar turned to Emma, their expression a mixture of pride and gratitude. "We did it," they said, their voice steady but filled with emotion. Emma grinned, her eyes shining. "We sure did." The success of their project marked a new chapter, not just for Xylar and Emma, but for the Academy and the wider galaxy. Their work became a symbol of what could be achieved through collaboration, a testament to the power of shared knowledge and mutual respect. In the years that followed, Xylar continued to grow as a scholar and a leader, their contributions leaving an indelible mark on the Academy. And though their paths occasionally diverged, their friendship with Emma remained a constant, a reminder of the journey they had shared. Standing on the Academy's observation deck one evening, Xylar gazed out at the endless expanse of stars. For the first time, they truly understood the beauty of the universe. Not just as a collection of celestial bodies, but as a tapestry of connections, each one shaped by the countless perspectives that made it whole. And at the center of it all, like a quiet, unassuming anchor, was zero, a simple concept that had unlocked infinite possibilities.
The massive windows of Unity Point Space Station showed the endless dark of space, dotted with countless stars. Inside the Grand Council chamber, Ambassador James Walker stood tall, his gray suit neat and simple compared to the colorful robes of the alien representatives around him. "We will not accept these terms," he said quietly. His words carried across the chamber, causing several alien representatives to shift uncomfortably in their seats. The council head, a tall blue-skinned being called Representative Smith, leaned forward. "Ambassador Walker, surely you understand our concerns. Humanity's rate of advancement is unprecedented. The council must ensure stability." Walker looked around the circular chamber. 12 alien species watched him with different types of eyes, some large and black, others compound and reflective, a few glowing with inner light. He had spent 3 years in this chamber, trying to make them understand. Today would be different. 3 years ago, Walker began, "We came to you with proof that the drift, the dead zone at the edge of our galaxy, was expanding. We showed you our research on how to stop it. You ignored us." A ripple of muttering spread through the chamber. The drift was a sore topic. 2 years ago, Walker continued, "We offered to share our gravity manipulation technology with all council species. You refused, saying it would upset the balance of power. That technology could have prevented the mining accident that killed thousands on Proxima Beta last month." Several representatives looked down at their desks. The mining disaster was still fresh in everyone's minds. 1 year ago, we warned you about the star in Sector 7 showing signs of instability. You dismissed our findings. 3 months ago, that star went supernova. 2 colony worlds had to be evacuated with barely enough time. Walker paused, letting his words sink in. He could see the council's security drones hovering near the ceiling, their sensors focused on him. The air felt heavy with tension. "And now," he said, his voice growing firmer, "you demand that we limit our AI research. You insist we slow down our expansion. You want us to share all our technology, but accept your restrictions on how we can use our own innovations." Representative Smith raised a hand. "Ambassador, please understand. The Council has maintained peace for 3,000 years by carefully managing technological advancement. Your species has achieved in 2 centuries what others took millennia to develop. It creates instability." Walker smiled, but there was no humor in it. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small metal disc, his council membership badge. The simple action caused several security drones to drift closer. "No," he said, placing the badge on the podium before him. "What creates instability is fear of progress. What causes suffering is the suppression of solutions to save face. What kills people is the arrogance of assuming that slow must mean wise." The chamber had gone completely silent. Even the usual background hum of environmental systems seemed muted. Humanity reached for the stars because we dreamed of a better future. We developed our technology to solve problems, not to gather power. We offered to share everything we learned, asked only for the freedom to keep learning. Walker stepped back from the podium. "But you don't want partners. You want subjects. Representative Smith stood up quickly. Ambassador Walker, this is most irregular. Perhaps we should take a recess and... We're done here, Walker said simply. He turned and walked toward the chamber's massive doors. Behind him, voices began to rise in alarm. Ambassador, you can't just... This is unprecedented. The protocols clearly state. Walker didn't look back. The doors slid open before him, revealing the startled faces of his staff waiting outside. As the doors began to close behind him, he heard Representative Smith's voice rise above the growing chaos. Do they not understand what they're doing? They can't just walk away from the council. The doors sealed shut with a soft hiss, cutting off the noise. Walker looked at his staff and nodded once. Send the signal, he said quietly. Initiate Protocol Omega. Humanity is going its own way. Above them, through the station's transparent dome, the first human ships could be seen breaking formation, their engines flaring bright against the darkness of space as they turned away from Unity Point. The galaxy was about to learn that sometimes the most powerful action was simply walking away. The council chamber erupted into chaos the moment the doors closed behind Ambassador Walker. Representative Smith stood at his podium, watching his carefully managed galactic order crumble before his eyes. Order. I demand order, he shouted, but his voice was lost in the storm of arguments that filled the chamber. The bird-like council member from the trading world screeched, Our markets will collapse. Humans handle 40% of all galactic trade. Their defense fleets protect 3 major trade routes, rumbled the rock-skinned member from the Mining Confederation. Who will guard our ships now? Smith watched the massive display screens around the chamber as they showed hundreds of human ships activating their engines. The vast fleet moved with perfect coordination, each ship knowing its place. No panic, no rush, no confusion. This was planned. They can't do this, whispered his assistant Tom, who stood beside him. No species has ever left the council. There aren't even any rules for it. Smith's fingers tightened on the podium. That's exactly what makes this so dangerous. They're not breaking rules. They're ignoring them completely. The chamber's AI announced with its calm voice. Alert. Human trading systems are going offline. Stock markets across 57 worlds showing significant drops. The representatives turned to their data screens in horror. Numbers flashed red across every display. The galactic economy had been so tightly bound to human innovation and trade that their withdrawal was like pulling a foundation stone from a tower. Look, shouted someone, pointing at the massive windows. The human diplomatic vessel, sleek and silver, detached from Unity Point's docking bay. Its movement was smooth, deliberate. Around it, other human ships formed a protective escort. No weapons were active, no threats were made. They simply left. Get me Earth's government on the line, Smith ordered. The chamber's AI responded after a moment. Unable to connect. All diplomatic channels with Earth have been suspended. The rock-skinned representative slammed his crystal-like fist on his desk. We should stop them. The council fleet would be wiped out, interrupted the military advisor, speaking for the first time. All heads turned to the scared veteran who rarely participated in discussions. Human ships have technology we've never seen. Half our advanced weapons are human-made. We'd be starting a fight we couldn't win. Smith watched another screen showing reports flooding in from across the galaxy. Human research centers were shutting down. Their peacekeeping forces were withdrawing from joint operations. Their engineers were leaving vital infrastructure projects. They're not just leaving, he realized aloud. They're taking their whole civilization with them. Everything they built, everything they maintain, everyone who works for them. The trading world's representative fluttered in distress. The new medical facilities on my world, they're staffed entirely by human doctors. Who will run them now? Similar cries began to rise from other representatives as they received reports from their homeworlds. Projects halted, systems failing, markets crashing. centuries of progress beginning to unravel in hours. Smith's assistant looked up from his data pad, face pale. "Sir, we're getting word that some of the younger council races are questioning their membership. They're saying if humans can leave." "Get me any human official," Smith ordered. "Anyone at all." Still no response on any channel, the AI reported. "However, I am receiving an automated message from Earth. Play it." A simple text message appeared on the main screen. "Humanity thanks the Galactic Council for 3 centuries of cooperation. We will now pursue our own path. Our borders remain open to peaceful trade and scientific exchange with individual species under new treaties to be negotiated directly. Farewell." Smith sank into his chair as the council chamber descended further into panic around him. Through the windows, he watched the last human ships vanish into fold space, leaving only stars behind. "What have we done?" he whispered to himself. "What have we done?" Admiral Thompson stood in Earth Defense Command's main control room, watching the massive wall of screens before him. Each screen showed human ships breaking away from different parts of Council space, all moving with perfect precision. "Operation Walkaway is proceeding exactly as planned," his second in command, Captain Rogers, reported. "All ships report green status. No Council interference detected." Thompson nodded slowly. 5 years of secret preparation were paying off. Every ship knew its role. Every crew understood their part. Humanity had hoped they would never need this plan, but they had made sure they were ready. "What's the status of the Mars shipyards?" Thompson asked. "Already switched to independent power," Rogers replied. "The new fusion cores are online. Production continues at full capacity." Another officer spoke up from her station. "Sir, we're getting reports from our colonies. All 37 worlds have activated their shield systems. Our borders are secure." Thompson allowed himself a small smile. The Council had never known about the planetary shields. They had never known about a lot of things. Humanity had learned long ago to keep their best technology hidden. On the main screen, a map showed human space glowing bright blue against the darkness. It wasn't the largest territory in the galaxy, but it was the most efficiently used. Every world connected by instant transport gates. Every resource carefully managed. Every citizen protected by technology the Council had never imagined. "Message from Earth Government," an AI voice announced. "The President is ready to address the people." The screen switched to show the President standing at her desk in the Oval Office. Her face was calm as she looked into the camera. "Citizens of Earth and all human worlds," she began. "Today we have left the Galactic Council. This decision was not made lightly, but it was made with absolute certainty." Thompson watched the speech continue, knowing similar scenes were playing out across human space. They had practiced this too, keeping people calm, explaining the reasons, showing that everything was under control. "Sir," Rogers said quietly, "we're picking up increased Council fleet activity at their border stations." "Let them watch," Thompson replied. "They'll soon learn that their sensors can't penetrate our space anymore." Another little surprise we kept to ourselves. The control room hummed with activity as reports continued to flow in. Trade ships docking safely at human ports. Research stations switching to secure networks. Defense platforms moving into final positions. "Admiral," a young officer called out, "we're getting requests from some of the younger Council races. They want to maintain trade relations outside of Council control." Thompson nodded. They had expected this. Some of the newer species had always been more friendly to humans, more open to new ideas. They would be good partners in the new age that was coming. "Message from Ambassador Walker," Rogers announced. "He's aboard his ship and heading home. His exact words are, 'It felt damn good to walk away.'" A quiet chuckle ran through the control room. Everyone there understood that feeling. For too long, humanity had watched the Council hold back progress. For too long, they had seen solutions ignored and help rejected. Now they were free to move forward at their own pace. "Sir," another officer reported, All human citizens have been accounted for. The evacuation of Council space is complete. No one left behind. Thompson looked at the screens again, at the streams of data showing everything going according to plan. Humanity had learned something important in their centuries among the stars. Sometimes the strongest position was being ready to walk away. Send word to all commands, he ordered. Phase 1 is complete. Begin Phase 2. We build our future our way. Around him, the control room crew worked with quiet efficiency, each person knowing that they were part of something historic. Humanity wasn't just leaving the Council, they were proving they had outgrown it. And somewhere out in Council space, old powers were about to learn just how much they had depended on the species they had tried to hold back. 1 week after humanity's departure, the trading world of Blue Haven felt the first real shock. The massive transport gates that had moved ships across their system suddenly shut down. No warning, no explanation. They just stopped working. What do you mean we can't fix them? Demanded Governor Root to his technical team. His blue feathers bristled with anger. These gates are essential to our economy. The lead technician spread his forearms helplessly. The gates are human technology. They added something to the power cores that we never understood. Without their engineers. On the mining world of Stone Deep, similar problems were emerging. The automated drilling machines, created by human engineers, began to slow down. Their self-repair systems, once perfect, started to fail. The rock chief of Stone Deep stared at the production numbers on his crystal display. They dropped lower each day. His people had forgotten how to mine without these machines. They had grown too dependent on human innovation. In the council chamber on Unity Point, Representative Smith read report after report of similar problems. How did we not see this coming? He asked the empty room. His assistant Tom entered with more bad news. Sir, the Trade Federation of New Worlds has just announced they're leaving the council. They've already signed independent treaties with Earth. Smith's head snapped up. They can't do that. The council laws mean nothing to them now, Tom finished quietly. They say humanity has shown there's another way. Across council space, the pattern repeated. Systems failed, trade slowed, and younger species began to question the old order. On the frontier world of Green Rise, a council peacekeeping fleet demanded entry to the system. They wanted to show that the council still held power. They weren't expecting what happened next. Sir, reported the fleet captain, our weapons won't activate. The targeting systems are locked. The council admiral stared at his own useless controls. They had never known that their best weapons, sold to them by human corporations, had hidden safeguards. Now those weapons simply refused to work against human allies. In the great libraries of the ancient races, scholars made a disturbing discovery. They found that humans had quietly copied every book, every record, every piece of knowledge the council had collected over thousands of years. But the humans had also added to that knowledge, filling in gaps, correcting errors, advancing ideas that the council had abandoned. They didn't just take their own knowledge, one scholar realized. They improved ours, and now they're gone. The council's emergency meeting was interrupted by news from the galactic core. The Star Stabilization Project, abandoned by human scientists, was showing signs of failure. The council's best minds couldn't understand the half-finished work, couldn't continue what the humans had begun. We need them back, admitted the science minister. Our civilization has built itself around their innovations, their solutions, their work. Without them. But Earth's response to all messages remained the same. We welcome diplomatic and trade relations with individual species, outside council control. All other messages will be archived without response. Some council members suggested using force. They quickly discovered that their maps of human space were now useless. Their best sensors couldn't penetrate whatever shield humans had placed around their territory. Their fastest ships couldn't follow human vessels through the strange new jump points they used. They were always ready, Smith said, watching another report of council authority crumbling. They knew this day might come, and they prepared for years. While we tried to control them, they were quietly making sure we couldn't. The galaxy was learning an important lesson. Trying to hold back human progress was like trying to hold back the tide. In the end, the water always finds its way forward. 2 months after humanity's departure, the first pirate attack hit the Silk Star trade route. 3 cargo ships disappeared without a trace. The Council fleet, once proud and strong, took 3 days to respond. This route was protected by human patrols. The merchant captain told his frightened crew, their ships could be anywhere in the sector in minutes, but now, more attacks followed. The pirates had discovered that many defensive systems no longer worked properly. Security networks that humans had maintained now had holes. Emergency beacons sometimes failed to activate. In the council chamber, Representative Smith faced angry delegates. "First our technology fails," shouted the trade minister. "Now our ships vanish. Who will protect our merchants?" "The council fleet," Smith began. "Is spread too thin," interrupted another delegate. "And half their ships don't work right since the human technicians left." Outside the chamber windows, Unity Point Station itself showed signs of decay. The smooth artificial gravity sometimes flickered. The air recyclers made strange noises, small things growing worse each day. On the industrial world of Factory Prime, production lines started shutting down. The automated systems that had run perfectly for decades now showed their age. Without human maintenance crews, without their regular upgrades, the machines were failing. "We've forgotten how to build things the old way," admitted the factory chief to his board. "We became too dependent on their technology, their methods." But the biggest shock came from the direction of human space. Ships trying to spy on human worlds discovered something unusual. They couldn't get close. Their instruments stopped working. Their navigation systems failed. Some ships disappeared completely. "It's like hitting a wall that isn't there," reported one scout captain. "We know their worlds are there, but we can't reach them." The council's best scientists studied the problem. They discovered that humans had created something impossible, a barrier in space itself. No energy readings, no visible signs, but nothing could pass through without human permission. "They're not just hiding," one scientist realized. "They're operating on a level of physics we don't understand." More young species began breaking away from the council. The newcomer worlds, barely a century in space, announced their independence. The Rising Stars Federation followed a day later. Each group signed new treaties with Earth. "How are they communicating with human space?" Smith demanded. "We can't even find a way to send them messages." "It seems," his assistant Tom explained, "that Earth gave their friends special communication devices before they left. They planned for everything." The Council's attempts to show strength backfired. When they sent ships to pressure a breakaway world, those ships found their weapons systems locked. When they tried to impose trade sanctions, they discovered that human-designed banking systems no longer processed their commands. In desperation, some council members tried to reverse engineer human technology. They failed. What looked simple on the surface contained principles they couldn't grasp. Even successful copies didn't work quite right, missing some hidden element that humans had never revealed. "We thought we were letting them develop under our control," Smith said during a private meeting. "But they were so far ahead of us, we couldn't even see it." Reports kept coming. Pirates growing bolder, trade routes becoming dangerous, colonial worlds struggling without human support. The Council's power, built over thousands of years, was crumbling in months. The final insult came when the Council discovered that several of their most secret research projects had been compromised. Not by spies or theft, but because key parts of the work had been quietly done by human scientists. Without them, years of progress became useless. "They didn't need to fight us," Tom observed, watching another angry delegation storm out of the council chamber. "They just had to walk away and let us see how much we needed them." The galaxy was learning that real power wasn't about control. It was about competence, and humanity had proven they had plenty of that. 3 months after humanity's departure, the Council made its biggest mistake. They decided to show their strength with a military operation against Earth. Representative Smith watched from Unity Point as the largest fleet in Council history gathered. 10,000 ships, reported Admiral Vale, his scaled skin gleaming under the station lights. The combined might of all remaining Council races. Earth will have to listen now. Smith wasn't so sure. Something about this felt wrong. Have we considered that humanity might have expected this? They're just one species. Vale dismissed the concern. No matter how advanced, they can't stand against the United Council. The massive fleet made an impressive sight as it moved into formation. Ships of every Council race joined together, stretching out into space like a metal cloud. Their mission: force humanity back under Council control. They never reached human space. Halfway to Earth, every ship in the fleet suddenly stopped. Their engines died. Their weapons went dark. Their communications fell silent. 10,000 ships hung helpless in space. Then a single human ship appeared, just one regular-sized patrol vessel. Its message was simple: the Council fleet has entered restricted space. Their systems have been temporarily disabled. They have 1 hour to turn back before their life support shuts down too. Admiral Vale raged from his flagship. Impossible. How can they control our ships? We checked everything for human technology. The answer came from an unexpected source. A young engineer spoke up from her console. Sir, they didn't need to add anything. They designed most of our engines in the first place. They built the base technology that everything else runs on. They just never told us about the off switch. The mighty Council fleet had no choice. They turned back. Their pride hurt more than their ships, but the lesson wasn't over. When they returned to Council space, they found things had changed. The younger races had taken advantage of their absence. Half the remaining Council members had declared independence while the fleet was away. In an emergency Council session, the truth finally sank in. We never controlled them. Smith said to the quiet chamber. We never even understood them. Humanity gave us what they wanted us to have, showed us what they wanted us to see, and kept their real power hidden. Reports from across the galaxy painted a clear picture. Human space was thriving. Their worlds were protected by technology the Council couldn't understand. Their ships used drive systems that left Council vessels looking primitive. Their colonies were expanding, their trade was growing, and their former allies were benefiting from new technologies humans had kept in reserve. Message from Earth, announced the chamber's eye. On the main screen, Ambassador Walker appeared. He looked exactly as he had the day he walked out, calm and composed. The Council's attempt to enter human space has been noted, he said simply. We trust this demonstration has made our position clear. We remain open to establishing new diplomatic relations as equals, not subjects. The choice is yours. The screen went dark, leaving the Council members in stunned silence. They could have destroyed our fleet, Tom whispered to Smith. They could have let our life support fail. They could have taken control of every piece of their technology in Council space and shut us down completely. Smith nodded slowly. But they didn't, because this wasn't about proving they could beat us. It was about proving they didn't need us at all. In the following days, the Council learned of other things humans had kept hidden. Medical technologies that could have saved millions, clean energy systems that would have ended resource wars, faster than light drives that made their best ships look slow. All this time, Smith said, looking out at the stars, we thought we were being generous by letting humanity develop under our guidance. We never realized we were the ones being left behind. The Council had finally understood. They hadn't been dealing with a young, rising species. They had been trying to control a giant that had simply been too polite to show its full strength. 6 months after humanity's departure, the Grand Council chamber looked very different. Where once 12 species had ruled the galaxy, now only 5 remained. The others had either declared independence or signed direct treaties with Earth. Representative Smith stood at his podium. But this time he wasn't leading the session. Instead, he was preparing to welcome a guest. Ambassador Walker has agreed to hear our proposal, he told the remaining council members. Remember, we're not in a position to make demands anymore. The chamber doors opened and Walker entered. He looked exactly the same as the day he had walked out, but now he moved with an even quieter confidence. Behind him came representatives from 20 former council worlds, all of them now independent allies of Earth. Welcome back to Unity Point, Smith said, though I suspect it's we who should be requesting welcome from you now. Walker smiled slightly. The station's systems have been running below optimal efficiency. Our engineers could restore them, if you'd like. Everyone knew this was more than just talk about station maintenance. It was about the future of galactic civilization itself. We have a proposal, Smith said. The Council admits its errors. We acknowledge humanity's right to develop freely. We request a new beginning, not as rulers and subjects, but as equals. Walker listened quietly as Smith outlined the new structure. No more central control, no more restricted technology, no more artificial limits on progress. Instead, a forum for cooperation, with each species free to develop at its own pace. Interesting, Walker said when Smith finished. But why should humanity return at all? We're doing quite well on our own. The answer came from an unexpected source. The youngest remaining council member, barely a century in space, spoke up. Because you understand something we're only now learning, she said. Real strength isn't in controlling others. It's in helping them grow. Walker turned to her, genuinely interested. Go on. You could have crashed our economies completely. You could have shut down all our human-made technology. You could have left us helpless. But you didn't. You just showed us we had a choice. A murmur of agreement ran through the chamber. Even the oldest council races were nodding. And now, she continued, we're choosing to build something new. Not because you forced us, but because you showed us a better way. Walker looked around the chamber, at faces both familiar and new. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out something that made Smith catch his breath. A council membership badge. But this badge was different. Instead of the old council seal, it showed a new symbol. A galaxy with all its stars shining equally bright. Earth has discussed your proposal, Walker said. We agree on one condition. Everything we've kept hidden, all our advanced technology, all our scientific knowledge, we share it. Not just with the Council, but with every species ready to use it responsibly. That would change everything, Smith whispered. That's the point, Walker replied. The galaxy shouldn't be about holding anyone back. It should be about lifting everyone up. One by one, the council members stepped forward to exchange their old badges for new ones. As they did, screens around the chamber lit up with data. Humanity sharing its first batch of hidden breakthroughs. There's so much here, Tom said, scanning the files. Medical cures, clean energy, faster ships, better defenses. You had solutions for almost everything. We did, Walker agreed. We were just waiting for the galaxy to be ready to use them wisely. Smith looked out the chamber windows at the stars. Already, human ships were arriving to help upgrade Unity Point systems. In spite of everything, they had never stopped wanting to help. Welcome home, he said to Walker. Or perhaps we should say, welcome to the future. The galaxy was entering a new age. Not one of control and fear, but of cooperation and growth. And it had all started because one species had been brave enough to simply walk away.
Pay attention. The news events you'll read here are real, they made headlines, they're documented, but the reasons they happened, the characters behind the scenes, the operations, the explanations, that's pure fiction. Real news, fictional backstory, that's what you're getting. Or is it? July 13th had come and gone. The Bedminster incident was over. A temporal loop had collapsed. Cheese had been involved in ways nobody could fully explain. Brian Kaepernick had walked away thinking he'd solved a local crime. EATU, the Environmental Anti-Terror Unit, knew better. 3 weeks later, the team regrouped. There were loose threads. Project Bluebird was still active. The Council of 10A remained silent. And somewhere in the desert, recovered technology was being moved through channels that shouldn't exist. It was mid-August when Wanda's encrypted signal reached Brian's phone. No voice this time, just coordinates and a single word. Phoenix, Tesla Tech Convention. 2 days. Be there. Brian booked a flight without knowing why. He never questioned the anonymous calls anymore. They were always right, always led somewhere that mattered, even if he didn't understand why until afterward. The Phoenix Convention Center was massive. Thousands of people moving between exhibits, energy weapons, free energy systems, anti-gravity, propulsion, all the fring technology that mainstream science wouldn't touch. Brian walked through the doors, completely unaware that he was already positioned in the crowds around him. Grey somewhere in the periphery, a Russian blue long-hair cat slipping between clusters of people like he'd always been there. Watching resource flows, nobody noticed him. Grey had perfected invisibility, Wanda monitoring every digital feed from her storm drain 3 states away, her angler fish teeth gleaming under the glow of her 20 monitors, her 14 keyboards clicking silently. Her bioluminescent lure drifted as she watched. Real-time surveillance of everything Brian couldn't see. Henrietta meditating on the balance of her 2 souls, the calico cat keeping the 4-pointed star centered. Her dual nature made her unpredictable, useful. Luna, silent and invisible, the tuxedo shapeshifter's hypnotic eyes, waiting for the moment she needed to project into someone's mind. She could become anything. Right now, she was just another attendee, unnoticed. And in the shadows, moving with absolute purpose, the mouse hunted for aged Manchego, while everything else fell into place around him. Thunder was in the middle of the crowd, a compact, muscled orange tabby weaving between people's legs. Someone picked him up. He purred, delirious with attention. Children gathered around to pet him, the perfect distraction. Nobody looked past the adorable cat being fawned over to notice what was actually happening around him. Thunder's reckless genius was already 3 moves ahead, his presence creating the exact chaos that EATU needed. Major Sport was back at EATU headquarters, the St. Bernard and Irish setter mix making the calls that would matter, his command center humming with activity. Captain Talons circled overhead outside the convention center, the bald eagle adjusting his balance on a single leg, his eyes sharp for anything that didn't belong. War wounds didn't stop him from flying. Mizzy observed from a distance, the tuxedo cat matriarch orchestrating scenarios nobody would realize had been set up days ago. Her warmth was strategic. Her influence was absolute. The convention had started. The operation was already in motion. Brian had no idea. In the middle of the crowd, thunder purred loud enough to draw more children. An older woman knelt down, scratching behind his ears. He loved every second of it, genuine joy mixed with operational precision. His tail flicked once, twice, a specific pattern. 3 blocks away, on a rooftop with clear sightlines to the convention center, Captain Talons saw it. He dipped 1 wing in acknowledgement. "Thunder's in position, Captain Talons." Sharp voice crackled through the encrypted frequency that only EATU could access. "Distraction is active." Gray's voice came back, smooth as silk, completely unbothered. "Good. Brian just passed the energy weapons exhibit. He's looking for something specific. He doesn't know what yet." In her storm drain nest, Wanda's lure pulsed as she watched 17 camera feeds simultaneously. She typed without looking, her angler fish fins moving across keyboards with practiced precision. "I've got 3 separate surveillance teams in the crowd, not ours. Someone's watching the convention. Someone's watching Brian." A pause. Then Mizzy's warm voice, the tuxedo cat matriarch speaking from somewhere inside the convention center. "Let them watch. They're supposed to be here. They just don't know we know yet." Brian moved through the Tesla tech displays with the casual interest of Sumyon, who didn't understand half of what he was looking at. Scalar wave technology, 0-point energy systems, consciousness transfer protocols. The convention was a fever dream of fringe science and true believers. He had no idea why Wanda wanted him here. The encrypted message had been clear. show up, observe, report back. Nothing more specific than that. Gray's voice crackled again, this time directed at someone else. Henrietta, you're getting close to the target display. How's the balance holding? In a corner of the convention center, Henrietta stood, motionless, in front of a large exhibit about quantum entanglement and dimensional frequency. To any observer, she was just another attendee reading the placard. What they didn't see was her internal struggle. Two souls fighting for dominance. The four-pointed star meditation, the only thing keeping her centered. Her response came back through the secure channel, clipped and precise. Holding, but barely. Someone needs to trigger the distraction soon or I'm going to get frustrated and accidentally fix something we don't want fixed. Mizzy's warm laugh filtered through. That's exactly why you're perfect for this, Henrietta. Your threat keeps everyone nervous. Brian paused at another display. Something about free energy and anti-gravity. He was getting tired of walking. He was about to sit down when his phone vibrated silently in his pocket. A message from Wanda. 3 words. North corner. Thumb drive. He didn't question it. He never did. Brian changed direction, moving toward the north corner of the convention center, where a smaller, less crowded exhibit about Project Bluebird was set up. The display was sophisticated. Classified documents, redacted fields, photographs of recovered materials. All of it technically fictional. All of it technically real. Behind the display counter stood a man in a grey suit. He was waiting. He had something. Thunder felt it before anyone else did. The shift in tension. The moment when the operation needed to move from observation to action. He was still in the crowd, still being petted by children, still purring like a motorboat. But his tail twitched. Once, twice, 3 times. Captain Talon saw it from the rooftop. Go, he said, simply. Thunder took a breath. Then he did what he was built to do. He screeched, a long, piercing yowl that cut through the ambient noise of the convention like a knife. Not a cat sound. An alarm. A warning. Every head in the convention center turned toward him. Then he moved. The zoomies hit him like lightning. His compact, muscled body exploded into motion. He bolted across the floor, knocking over a small display table, scattering papers everywhere, sending attendees scrambling out of his way. He wasn't attacking. He wasn't hunting. He was pure chaos in motion, a furry tornado moving at maximum velocity toward the exit. The crowd followed him with their eyes. Children laughed. Adults moved aside. Security personnel started moving toward the disruption. Everyone who was watching Thunder. Everyone who was watching the orange tabby cat who was absolutely losing his mind. Which was exactly the point. At the north corner display, the man in the grey suit never took his eyes off Brian. He held out the thumb drive. Small, unmarked, heavy, with information that wasn't supposed to exist. Brian reached for it. That's when Mizzy made her move. She was standing 3 feet away from the display, pretending to read another exhibit. As the man handed the thumb drive to Brian, she adjusted her position. A single movement, a shift in weight. She knocked Brian's elbow. It wasn't violent, it wasn't obvious, it was just enough. Brian's hand jerked at the wrong moment. The thumb drive fell. The man in the grey suit cursed under his breath. Thunder's chaos was reaching maximum intensity now. He had knocked over 3 more displays. He was running in circles. He was the most distracting thing happening in the entire convention center. But not for long. Gray watched from his invisible position. He saw the thumb drive hit the ground. He saw the man in the grey suit start to bend down. He made a decision. Gray moved, just slightly, into the path of the reaching man. A subtle block. Accidental looking, but precise. The man bumped into Gray instead of reaching for the drive. Henrietta watched all of this from her position near the quantum entanglement display. Her 2 souls were vibrating with tension. The frustration was building. The power was starting to activate. She breathed through it. 4-pointed star. Balance. Control. But she could feel it. The cosmic correction waiting to happen. Luna had already shifted position. She wasn't a person anymore. She was just another attendee. Invisible. Unremarkable. But she was close enough to the fallen thumb drive. She waited. Thunder's chaos was starting to wind down. He was tiring. The zoomies were reaching their peak. He bolted toward the exit, and the crowd followed him with their attention, their laughter, their phones recording the video of the crazed cat. In that moment, the split second, when every eye was on Thunder and his beautiful, reckless destruction, Luna moved. She bent down, she picked up the thumb drive. She slipped it into her pocket. No one saw her, no one was looking at her, they were all watching Thunder. By the time Thunder hit the exit and disappeared into the parking lot, the operation was complete. The thumb drive was in Eat U's possession. Captain Talons watched from the rooftop. "Package secured," he said simply. In her storm drain nest, Wanda's lure pulsed with satisfaction. "I've got the surveillance feeds. 3 teams trying to figure out what just happened. One of them is already calling it in. We have maybe 5 minutes before they realize the drive is gone." Mizzy's voice came through, calm and warm as always. "Excellent. Everyone extract. Slow and natural. Nobody runs, nobody hurries." Gray was already moving away from the display, slipping between clusters of people, becoming invisible again. Henrietta breathed. 4-pointed star. The frustration settled. The power receded. She was balanced again. Luna was walking toward the exit, the thumb drive heavy in her pocket, completely unremarkable, completely unnoticed. Brian stood there, confused, still reaching for something that wasn't there anymore. The man in the grey suit was gone. Thunder was already in the parking lot, his crazy energy finally spent, rolling on the asphalt like he'd just had the time of his life. The convention continued around them. Thousands of people discussing fringe science and impossible technology, completely unaware that something had just been taken from right under their noses. And Brian, still confused about what had just happened, still holding his empty hand out, had no idea that he'd just been part of an Eat You operation, that his presence at the convention was the reason the man in the grey suit had even shown up, that his innocent detective work had been the cover story for something much larger. He looked at his phone. Another message from Wanda. 2 words. Mission complete. Brian pocketed his phone and started walking toward the exit, still completely oblivious. The operation was done. The first thread of the larger puzzle was in Eat You's hands. And somewhere in the darkness of her storm drain nest, surrounded by her 20 monitors and 14 keyboards, Wanda was already analyzing what was on that thumb drive. Project Bluebird files, recovered materials documentation, and something else. Something that connected to UFO technology, something that connected to the assassination attempt in Bedminster, something that suggested the temporal anomalies weren't accidents. They were being caused, deliberately, and someone needed to figure out who was doing it before the next one happened. Precision. His tail flicked once, twice, a specific pattern. 3 blocks away, on a rooftop with clear sight lines to the convention center, Captain Talon saw it. He dipped one wing in acknowledgement. "Thunder's in position." Captain Talon's sharp voice crackled through the encrypted frequency that only Eat You could access. "Distraction is active." Gray's voice came back, smooth as silk. Brian stopped at a display marked Recovered Materials Analysis, UAP Technology Applications. The placard was professionally printed, the kind that suggested institutional backing rather than enthusiastic amateur research. Behind the display stood a woman in a blue blazer with a lanyard that identified her only as presenter. She was talking to 2 men who looked like they'd rather be anywhere else. Brian pulled out his notepad. Old habit. He wrote down the display number and the name of the presenting organization, the Institute for Advanced Propulsion Studies, a name that sounded legitimate enough to be suspicious. The woman in the blue blazer noticed him noticing. She smiled the kind of smile that meant she'd been waiting for exactly this kind of visitor. "Are you familiar with the Arizona incident?" she asked. Brian looked up from his notepad. "Which one?" She tilted her head slightly. "The V-shaped sighting. March 1997, thousands of witnesses. Official explanation was military flares." She paused. "You don't believe that explanation, do you?" Brian looked at her carefully. He'd been asked this question before, by journalists, by conspiracy theorists, by people who wanted him to validate something they already believed. "I believe in evidence," he said. She reached under the display table and produced a folder, thick, worn at the edges. The kind of folder that had been handled many times by many hands. "Then you'll find this interesting." Gray was watching from 3 displays away. His Cheshire eyes tracked the folder, the woman, the 2 men who still looked uncomfortable. He'd seen her before, not in person, not in any database Wanda had access to, but in the pattern of how things moved, how information surfaced, how people who had things to share found their way into proximity with people who needed to receive that information. She was a courier, not Eat You, not Project Bluebird, something else entirely. His voice came through low on the encrypted channel. Wanda, Blue Blazer, North Display, presenting to Brian right now. Run her. In her storm drain nest, Wanda's fins moved across 3 keyboards simultaneously. Her lure pulsed as data streamed across monitors. Running. Give me 30 seconds. Henrietta had repositioned herself near the free energy display, close enough to observe without being obvious. Her dual souls were humming with something she couldn't quite name. Not frustration, not yet, but awareness. The sense that something was about to happen that nobody had planned for. She breathed through it. 4-pointed star, balance, control. Luna was closer. The tuxedo shapeshifter had become invisible again, projecting stillness into the minds of anyone who might look in her direction. She was 3 feet from Brian, close enough to project a thought into his mind if she needed to. She waited. Brian opened the folder. Inside were photographs. Not digital prints, actual photographs developed on film, the kind that couldn't be edited with software. They showed something large, something angular, something that didn't match any aircraft in any public database Brian had ever studied. The V-shape was unmistakable. But these photographs weren't taken in Arizona in 1997. The timestamp on the back of each one read differently. Different location, different year, different facility. Brian looked up at the woman. Where did these come from? She smiled again. That's the question, isn't it? Wanda's voice came through the channel, sharp and immediate. She's not in any database I can access, and I can access everything, which means she's been deliberately scrubbed. Someone with serious resources removed her from every system she should appear in. Social security, driver's license, tax records, medical history, all gone. She technically doesn't exist. Gray's response was measured, unhurried. How long ago was she scrubbed? Based on the gaps in the data pattern, approximately 18 months, right around the time the congressional UFO testimony became public. A pause. She's a whistleblower, Mizzy said, her warm voice carrying certainty. Someone who knew what was coming and got erased before she could testify. Captain Talon's sharp voice cut in from the rooftop. Or someone who was placed here deliberately to give Brian exactly what they want him to have. Silence on the channel. Everyone considering both possibilities simultaneously. Gray made a decision. He began moving toward the display, not quickly, not directly, just shifting his trajectory in the fluid, invisible way that brought him closer without announcing the intention. Brian was still looking at the photographs. His detective instincts were firing on all cylinders. These were real. Whatever they showed, the photographs themselves were authentic. He could tell by the grain, the composition, the way light had behaved on actual film. I need more context, he said. The woman reached into the folder again and produced a single page. Printed text, classified headers with the classification stripped out, blank spaces where the markings had been redacted before printing. Brian read it quickly. His expression didn't change. A good detective never showed what he was thinking when something hit important. But his hand tightened slightly on the folder. Luna felt it. From her invisible position 3 feet away, she read the micro-expression, the slight tension in his jaw. She projected a gentle thought into his mind. Not a command, not a manipulation. Just a question that seemed to come from his own thinking. Is this what you were sent here to find? Brian blinked, looked around briefly as if the question had come from somewhere external, then returned his attention to the woman. How do I know this is authentic? She reached into her blazer pocket and produced a thumb drive, different from the one Gray had taken from the contractors. Smaller, red, with a symbol etched into it that Brian had seen before. The same symbol that had been on the mustard jar in Bedminster. His breath caught, just slightly, but Luna felt it. She transmitted quietly on the Eat You channel. Nothing verbal, just the impression of urgency. The sense that the operation had just shifted into different territory. Gray saw it immediately. He was close enough now to observe Brian's reaction. His Cheshire eyes narrowed. The woman held out the red thumb drive. "Take it," she said simply. "You were sent here to find it, you know that." Brian looked at the drive, at the symbol, at the woman who didn't exist in any database. He took it. The moment his hand closed around it, three things happened simultaneously. The surveillance team that Wanda had been monitoring on her feed started moving. All three teams, converging on the north display from different directions. The mouse emerged from behind a display about 0-point energy systems, a small piece of aged manchego tucked under one arm. He looked at the red thumb drive in Brian's hand. His whiskers twitched. His ears went back slightly. He made a gesture. Two fingers pointed at the drive, then a sharp cutting motion across his throat. Warning, that drive is a problem. Nobody saw him except Gray. And Gray, for the first time in a very long time, didn't know what to do with a signal. Then Henrietta's frustration peaked. She'd been holding it. 4-pointed star, meditation, balance. But 3 surveillance, TM's converging, a mouse giving, whinnying signals, a woman who don't exist handing Brian a drive with a temporal anomaly symbol on it. It was too much input, too many variables. The dual souls inside her fractured their balance for exactly 1 second. 1 second was enough. The lights in the convention center flickered. Every electronic display in a 20-foot radius around the north display glitched simultaneously. The surveillance team stopped moving as their communication devices experienced a half-second of complete signal loss. Then everything returned to normal. Henrietta breathed, 4-pointed star, back in balance. But in that half-second of electronic chaos, the woman in the blue blazer had moved. She was gone, disappeared into the crowd as if she'd never existed, which, according to Wanda's databases, she hadn't. Brian stood there holding the red thumb drive. The folder of photographs was still in his other hand. The display in front of him was empty. Wanda's voice came through, her fins typing rapid sequences across keyboards. "She's gone. I've lost her on every feed. Every camera in the convention center just had a half-second gap in coverage. The surveillance teams are reorienting. They know something happened, they don't know what." Gray was already moving away from the north display, his invisible presence drifting toward the exit with perfect, unhurried grace. "We need to extract Brian." Mizzy's warm voice came through immediately. "Already handled." Brian's phone vibrated. A message from the anonymous number he'd learned never to ignore. "Exit through the east doors. Don't run. Blue food. Truck outside. Order coffee. Wait." Brian pocketed the red thumb drive, tucked the folder under his arm, started walking toward the east exit, with the casual movement of someone who'd seen enough for one afternoon and was ready for coffee. He had no idea that he was carrying 2 separate pieces of intelligence, that 3 different organizations were willing to do significant damage to obtain. He had no idea that the woman who'd given him the folder didn't exist. He had no idea that a small grey mouse had warned the team about the red thumb drive, using military hand signals from behind a 0-point energy display. He just wanted coffee. Captain Talons watched from the rooftop as Brian emerged through the east doors and moved toward the blue food truck, parked at the edge of the convention center lot. His single leg adjusted as he shifted position on the rooftop edge, his wings spreading slightly for balance. Brian's out, he's secure. Thunder emerged from between 2 parked cars in the lot, his orange fur dusty, from the parking lot asphalt looking like he'd just survived something dramatic. He fell into step 20 feet behind Brian, completely casual, occasionally stopping to investigate things on the ground, the way cats do when they're pretending they weren't just running at maximum velocity. Mizzy appeared at the food truck ahead of Brian, ordering something with the warm confidence of someone who belonged exactly where they were. She didn't look at him when he arrived. She didn't acknowledge him. But she was there, watching the lot, watching the east exit, making sure the surveillance teams that were still reorienting inside the convention center didn't follow him out. Gray materialized near the food truck from a direction that made no logical sense, given where he'd been standing 60 seconds earlier. He was examining something on a display rack next to the truck, completely absorbed, completely invisible despite being in plain sight. Luna was somewhere. Nobody knew exactly where. She was either invisible Or she was the woman at the far end of the lot who hadn't been there a moment ago. It was impossible to tell. Brian ordered coffee, plain, black, the way he always ordered it. The barista handed it over, and Brian stood there in the Phoenix afternoon heat, holding the red thumb drive in one pocket and a folder of impossible photographs under his arm, waiting for instructions that would come when they were ready. Wanda's voice came through his phone. She'd switched to audio, the human mimicking voice she used for direct communication. Smooth, professional, no hint of anglerfish. Sit tight. We're analysing what you were given. Don't look at the drive yet. Don't open the folder again. Just drink your coffee. Brian looked at his coffee, then at the sky, then back at his coffee. Sure, he said, to nobody visible. 3 states away, in her storm drain nest, Wanda's 14 keyboards were running parallel analyses on the data Gray had uploaded from the contractor's drive and cross-referencing it against the symbol Brian had described before he'd pocketed the red driver. The symbol was a match. Arizona 1997, Bedminster temporal loop, the recovered materials documentation from the contractor's drive, and 3 facility coordinates she'd never seen before, all connected by the same symbol, all connected to something that had started long before Bedminster, long before any of them had been watching. Her lure pulsed slowly in the dim light of her underground nest. Major Sport, she said, switching to the command channel. We have a problem. At EU headquarters, Major Sport raised his shaggy head from the command desk, his 1,000-yard stare focused. His voice came back slow and deliberate. Report. The thumb drive from the contractors, the folder Brian received, the red drive with the symbol. All 3 are pieces of the same intelligence package. Someone wanted us to have all 3. Someone positioned them at this convention specifically for our team to retrieve. A pause. Which means someone knows we exist, Major Sport said. Wanda's lure pulsed once. Yes. Outside the Phoenix Convention Center, Brian drank his coffee and watched the afternoon traffic, completely unaware that in the span of one Tesla Tech convention, everything EU thought they understood about their own operational security had just changed. Someone knew about them, someone had been watching them, and someone had just handed them exactly what they needed to find out why. The blue food truck's coffee was terrible. Brian had noted this immediately, but drank it anyway because the anonymous voice on his phone had told him to wait, and he had learned that waiting with bad coffee was better than moving without direction. His phone vibrated again. Not a message this time. A call. The human mimicking voice he'd come to recognize as his anonymous handler came through calm and professional. The folder. 3rd photograph from the back. Look at the bottom right corner. Brian set his coffee on the truck's counter ledge and opened the folder with one hand. He counted back from the last photograph. 3rd from the back. He tilted it toward the afternoon light. Bottom right corner. A small stamp mark he'd missed before. Partially obscured by the photograph's edge, but visible if you knew to look. A serial number, 6 digits, and below it 2 letters. B7. What does B7 mean? Brian asked. It means the facility in those photographs is still active, the voice said. It means what was recovered there hasn't been moved, and it means someone inside that facility sent these photographs out through channels that should have been impossible to access. Brian looked at the photograph more carefully. The V shape was unmistakable, but now he was looking at the background, not the craft, the facility around it. Concrete walls, reinforced Keeling struts, a floor that was too clean, too precise, the kind of floor that suggested controlled environment rather than military hangar. Where is this facility? A pause that lasted exactly long enough to be deliberate. That's what the red drive will tell you, but not yet. Brian pocketed the photographs, picked up his terrible coffee, looked at the parking lot with the practiced disinterest of someone who was very interested in everything. 20 feet away, Thunder was investigating a discarded sandwich wrapper with the focused intensity of a cat who had definitively not just caused maximum chaos inside a convention center. His orange tail flicked once, twice. Brian watched the cat absently. Something about it nagged at him, the same orange cat from the laundromat in Atlantic City. He was almost certain. Same build, same markings, same tail pattern. He filed it away. Detectives filed things away. They didn't act on coincidence until coincidence became pattern. On the rooftop, Captain Talons adjusted his position. The afternoon thermals were shifting as the sun moved. His single leg gripped the rooftop edge with the practiced certainty of something that had learned to balance through sheer determination. His eyes tracked 3 separate points in the parking lot simultaneously. The surveillance teams were emerging from the convention center now. 2 men through the east exit, a woman through the north entrance who circled toward the lot with the specific purposeless-looking movement of someone with very specific purpose. Captain Talons transmitted quietly. 3 surveillance elements in the lot. The east pair is heading toward the food truck. They've made Brian. Gray's voice came back immediately. How long? 90 seconds before they're close enough to be a problem. Mizzy was already moving. She'd finished whatever she'd ordered at the food truck and was now walking toward Brian with the warm, natural confidence of someone who'd just spotted a friend. Brian, she said, with exactly the right amount of surprised pleasure that comes from running into someone you know. Brian turned. He didn't recognize her. Of course he didn't. She was a cat, a tuxedo cat who happened to be standing in a Phoenix parking lot apparently greeting him by name, which should have been alarming but somehow wasn't. Because Mizzy had projected nothing threatening into the moment, she didn't need Luna's abilities. She just arranged the emotional temperature of an interaction until it felt like what she wanted it to feel like. She was warmth given operational purpose. Sorry, Brian said. I think you might have the wrong convention badge. Mizzy said smoothly, nodding at the lanyard around his neck that he'd forgotten he was wearing. His name was on it. Brian Kaepernick, investigative consultant. I read your work on the Bedminster incident. Brian blinked. He hadn't published anything about the Bedminster incident. The Bedminster incident was classified. The Bedminster incident had officially not happened according to 3 separate federal agencies. I'm not sure what you're referring to, he said, carefully. Mizzy smiled, the kind of smile that made people feel seen. Walk with me, she said simply. Brian walked with her, because that smile said he should, and his detective instinct said she knew something, and both of those things pointed in the same direction. Behind them, the 2 surveillance men from the east exit reached the food truck, looked around, saw nothing of interest. A parking lot, a food truck, a few convention attendees, no sign of the person they'd been tracking. Mizzy had timed the movement perfectly. Gray watched from his invisible position near a parked Tesla, the irony of which he appreciated privately, and confirmed the surveillance elements had lost visual on Brian. Clear, he said on the channel. In a storm drain nest, Wanda was running 3 parallel operations simultaneously. The contractor's thumb drive was yielding data faster than she'd expected. The recovered materials documentation was extensive. Serial numbers, facility designations, technology classifications that matched no public database anywhere in the world. But more interesting than what was on the drive was what the drive was designed to do. Her fins moved across the keyboard quickly, pulling up the drive's underlying architecture. It wasn't just storage, it was a beacon, something embedded in the drive's firmware that would have activated the moment it connected to an internet-enabled device, a signal that would transmit the connecting device's location, identity, and network credentials to an external server. The contractors had been about to walk into a trap. Someone had placed that drive at the Tesla Tech Convention specifically to compromise whoever picked it up, which meant either the contractors were the target, or whoever stopped the contractors from taking it was the target. Wanda's lure pulsed slowly as she considered that. Gray had taken the drive. Gray's paw had touched the device, but Gray had never connected it to anything. He'd passed it to Luna, who had passed it to Wanda, through channels that didn't touch the internet. The beacon had never activated, which meant whoever set the trap didn't know if it had worked yet, which meant they were still watching, still waiting to see if their bait had been taken. Gray, Wanda said. I heard, Gray replied. The red drive Brian has, same question. I need to know if it's also a beacon before he connects it to anything. Agreed. One more thing, Wanda said. Her lure pulsed twice. The symbol on the red drive, I've cross-referenced it against everything I have access to. It appears in exactly 3 places. The mustard jar from Bedminster, the contractor's drive, and a recovered UAP materials manifest from 1997 that was filed 6 weeks after the Arizona sighting. A pause on the channel. Someone's been running the same operation for almost 30 years, Mizzy said. The warm certainty in her voice had shifted slightly. Not fear, Mizzy didn't do fear, but the particular quality of warmth that comes from understanding that the stakes are higher than previously calculated. Major Sport needs to know, Captain Talon said from his rooftop. Major Sport already knows. Sport's voice came through on the command channel, the deliberate weight of it settling over everyone. I've been listening since Wanda found the beacon architecture. Here's what we're going to do. Nobody interrupted. When Major Sport spoke in that tone, nobody interrupted. Brian keeps the red drive. He doesn't connect it to anything. He carries it, because whoever placed it wants to know where he goes next, and we want them to follow him somewhere of our choosing. Gray's smooth voice came back. You want to use Brian as bait. Brian has been bait since Bedminster, Sport said simply. The difference now is we're choosing the trap instead of stumbling into theirs. Brian walked with Mizzy through the convention centre's outer courtyard, a space between the main building and the parking structure that was half-shaded and mostly empty. She was talking about the Tesla Tech presentations with genuine warmth, pointing out which exhibits had been worth attending and which had been enthusiastic misdirection. Brian was listening with half his attention. The other half was processing the photographs in the folder under his arm, the red drive in his pocket, and the nagging familiarity of the orange cat that had materialized 3 feet away and was currently investigating a potted cactus with suspicious thoroughness. Same cat. He was almost certain now. You follow conventions? He asked Mizzy, keeping his tone conversational. I follow interesting problems, she said. The Arizona sighting is an interesting problem. The fact that official explanations have never accounted for the physical evidence is an interesting problem. The fact that 3 separate recovered materials facilities exist in locations that don't appear on any public record is a very interesting problem. Brian stopped walking. How do you know about the facilities? Mizzy looked at him with the warm directness of someone who had decided to be honest about exactly as much as was useful. The same way you know about them, she said. Someone wanted us both to know. Brian looked at her for a long moment. Tuxedo cat, standing in a Phoenix courtyard, discussing recovered UAP facilities with the casual confidence of someone who gave briefings to senior officials. His detective instincts were running fast and hot. Too many coincidences. Too many things landing exactly where they needed to land. Who are you? He asked. Mizzy smiled, the kind of smile that answered nothing and everything simultaneously. Someone who's been watching the same problem you have, from a different angle. She reached into her jacket and produced a card. Plain white, no name, no organization, just a frequency, a radio frequency written in precise, handwritten numbers. When you're ready to use the red drive, she said, tune to that frequency first. You'll get instructions. She handed him the card. Their fingers didn't touch. She was a cat. Brian was a human. The logistics were what they were. But the card changed hands cleanly, and Brian pocketed it without questioning the mechanics. He was getting better at not questioning the mechanics. The woman inside, Brian said. Blue blazer. She gave me the photographs and the drive. Who was she? Mizzy's warm expression shifted slightly. Something moved behind her eyes that wasn't quite readable. She was someone who ran out of time a long time ago, Mizzy said. But she kept the information safe until it could reach the right person. She turned and walked back toward the convention center with the easy natural movement of someone who had accomplished exactly what they came to accomplish. Brian watched her go. Thunder abandoned the cactus investigation and materialized at Brian's feet, looking up at him with the specific expression cats use when they've decided a human is adequately entertaining. Brian looked down at the cat. Don't suppose you know what's going on, he said. Thunder purred, loudly, deliriously. The purr of a cat who knew exactly what was going on and found the entire situation magnificent. Brian sighed and pulled out his terrible food truck coffee. Captain Talons had been watching the courtyard interaction from the rooftop. His sharp eyes had tracked every movement, every exchange, every micro-expression. His voice came through the channel, steady and measured. Mizzy gave him the frequency card. Good, Sport said. He's asking the right questions, Captain Talons continued. He's starting to notice the pattern. He's always noticed the pattern. Mizzy said, her voice coming through now from inside the convention center where she'd already repositioned. He just doesn't know what the pattern means yet. That's exactly where we need him. Wanda cut in from her storm drain nest. The frequency on that card, it routes through 17 relay stations before it reaches our secure channel. Anyone trying to monitor that frequency will hear white noise and spend approximately 6 weeks trying to decrypt something that isn't there. And Brian? Gray asked. Brian will hear exactly what we need him to hear at exactly the right moment, Wanda said. I've already configured the endpoint. In the courtyard, Brian finished his coffee. He looked at the card Mizzy had given him, at the folder under his arm, at the red thumb drive he could feel in his pocket even through the fabric. 3 items, 3 threads. His detective brain was already building the architecture. The photographs connected to Arizona 1997, the red drive connected to the symbol from Bedminster, the frequency card connected to whatever came next. Someone had built a breadcrumb trail, someone had wanted him here, at this convention, receiving these specific items in this specific order. His phone vibrated. The anonymous number. Time to go. Flight leaves in 3 hours. Don't lose the drive. Don't use the drive. Just carry it. Brian looked around the courtyard one more time. The orange cat had disappeared. The tuxedo cat was gone. The convention center hummed with activity behind the glass walls. He started walking toward the parking structure. His rental car was on level 3. His flight back to Atlantic City left at 7. He had a red thumb drive, a folder of impossible photographs, a radio frequency written on a plain white card, and absolutely no idea that he was carrying the most significant collection of recovered materials intelligence that had changed hands outside of a classified government facility in 27 years. He was also being followed by Gray, who was being monitored by Wanda, who was coordinating with Captain Talons, who was watching the parking structure entrance, who had already confirmed that 2 of the 3 surveillance elements were heading toward the same structure from different directions. The 3rd surveillance element was unaccounted for. That was the problem. Wanda was running every camera feed she had access to. Convention center, parking structure, street level, traffic cameras for a 6-block radius. And she couldn't find the 3rd element anywhere, which meant either they'd left, or they were somewhere she couldn't see. In 20 years of running total information dominance over the Eastern digital infrastructure, there were very few places Wanda couldn't see. Her lure dimmed slightly as she considered the implications. Gray, she said quietly, the 3rd surveillance element is gone from my feeds. Gone how? Gone like the woman in the blue blazer, Wanda said. Gone like they were never there. A pause on the channel. The mouse emerged from behind a concrete pillar on level 2 of the parking structure. How he'd gotten there ahead of Brian was a mystery that EU had long seen Stovov Trig to solve, and stood very still next to a silver sedan. His whiskers twitched, his ears rotated, his dark eyes tracked something the cameras couldn't see. Then he made a gesture. Clear, precise, military hand signal for enemy contact. He was pointing up, level 3. Brian's car was on level 3. Gray was already moving. Gray moved through the parking structure with the fluid invisibility that was his greatest operational asset. Level 1 to level 2 in 30 seconds, using the stairwell access that maintenance workers used and nobody else ever noticed. His Russian blue fur caught no light worth mentioning. His footsteps made no sound worth recording. The mouse watched him pass from behind the concrete pillar. His dark eyes tracked Gray's movement with the specific attention of something that had survived impossible situations by paying absolute attention to everything. He held up 2 fingers, then pointed to the northwest corner of level 3. Then he held up 1 finger. Single contact. Northwest corner. Gray absorbed the information without breaking stride. Captain Talons had shifted position on the rooftop of the parking structure, moving to the northwest edge where the thermal vents from the structure below created reliable updrafts. His single leg adjusted. His wings spread fractionally for balance. His eyes were already on the northwest corner of level 3 through the open concrete facade. A figure, standing between 2 vehicles, positioned with the specific stillness of someone who was very good at waiting and very practiced at not being seen. Not good enough. Single contact, Captain Talons confirmed. Male, approximately 6 feet, dark jacket. He has line of sight to Brian's rental vehicle. He's been there long enough that his feet have shifted position twice. Armed? Sport asked from headquarters. Can't confirm from this angle. Assume yes, Sport said simply. Wanda was pulling every fragment of data she could find. The parking structure's own camera system, she'd been in it since they arrived in Phoenix, showed nothing in the northwest corner of level 3, which meant either the camera had been physically redirected before they arrived, or someone had fed a false loop into the system. Someone with skills that approached her own. Her lure pulsed with something that wasn't quite respect and wasn't quite irritation, a combination that didn't have a clean name. Camera on level 3 northwest has been compromised, she said. Someone fed it a clean loop. Professionally done. I'm looking at empty parking spaces that may or may not actually be empty. Can you break the loop? Gray asked, his voice perfectly calm as he reached the level 2 stairwell door. Already breaking it, Wanda said. Give me 90 seconds. Brian was in the elevator. He didn't like parking structure elevators. They were the kind of enclosed space that made a detective's instincts fire without giving them anything specific to fire at. But his rental car was on level 3, and the stairwell door he tried on level 1 had been locked from the outside, which he'd noted as mildly unusual and filed away. He watched the floor numbers change. 1, 2, 3. The doors opened. The parking structure's level 3 was half empty, afternoon light cutting through the concrete facade in long diagonal strips. His rental car was visible from the elevator. Silver sedan, 3rd row, northwest corner. Brian stepped out and started walking toward it. His phone vibrated. Not a message, just a single vibration that meant something specific on the anonymous channel. He'd learned the codes without being taught them. 1 vibration meant stop. 2 meant proceed. 3 meant run. 1 vibration. Brian stopped. He was in the middle of the driving lane, exposed, which his instincts didn't love. He stepped sideways toward the nearest vehicle and leaned against it with the casual posture of someone checking their phone. He checked his phone. Nothing on screen. But his hand found the red drive in his pocket and he held it there, not knowing why, just knowing that his instincts and the single vibration agreed on something. Gray came through the stairwell door on level 3, with the specific kind of silence that isn't absence of sound, but rather presence of intention. He was between Brian and the northwest corner before Brian had finished checking his phone, moving along the row of vehicles with his Russian blue form pressed low, invisible between wheel wells and undercarriages. He could see the figure now. Dark jacket, standing between a white pickup and a concrete pillar, watching Brian's rental car. Not watching Brian, watching the car, which meant they weren't there for Brian. They were there for something in the car. Gray processed this in the time it took to take 2 steps. Someone had gotten to the rental car before them. Someone had placed something in it, or taken something from it, or both. The figure in the dark jacket was waiting to confirm the operation had been completed successfully. Gray transmitted quietly. This isn't a threat to Brian. This is a search of his vehicle. Someone's already been in the car. Wanda's response was immediate. I'm through the camera loop, switching to live feed now. A pause. The car's been accessed. Driver's side door was opened approximately 40 minutes ago. Someone was inside for 6 minutes. What were they looking for? Mizzy asked. Given what Brian's carrying, Gray said, they were looking for the red drive. But Brian's had the drive on his person since the convention floor. They found an empty car, and they've been waiting ever since to see if he left it behind. Which means they don't know he has it on him, Captain Talon said from the rooftop. Which means they've been watching him but not closely enough, Sport said. A beat. That's interesting. The mouse appeared from beneath a vehicle 3 spaces from Brian's rental car. He'd covered the distance from the concrete pillar on level 2 to his current position in a time frame that defied reasonable explanation and that nobody on the team questioned anymore. He held very still, watching the figure in the dark jacket. Then he made a gesture. Both hands, specific military signal that the team had learned to read the way musicians read sheet music. Stand down. Let them leave. Follow at distance. Gray absorbed the signal. He stopped moving, pressed himself against the wheel well of a black SUV and became part of the shadows there. Brian was still leaning against a vehicle 3 rows from his rental car, apparently absorbed in his phone. actually watching everything through his peripheral vision, the way a good detective learns to watch when they don't want to be seen watching. He'd noticed the figure in the dark jacket 40 seconds ago. He hadn't moved, he hadn't transmitted anything, he'd just waited, because Brian Kaepernick was not as oblivious as everyone, including himself, assumed. He was a black ops agent who believed he was a private detective, and whatever layer of his training operated below his conscious awareness was operating right now, keeping him still, keeping him quiet, keeping him exactly where the situation needed him to be. The figure in the dark jacket waited another 30 seconds, then made a decision. They moved away from the northwest corner toward the east ramp that led to the exit. Not running, not hurrying. The practiced movement of someone trained to leave a space as invisibly as they entered it. Gray tracked them from the shadows. The mouse tracked them from beneath vehicles. Captain Talons tracked them from the rooftop. None of them followed. The mouse had been clear. Distant surveillance only. Wanda had already shifted her camera access to the street-level feed surrounding the parking structure. She pick it up the fear to mohin the street. Dark jacket. Moving west on foot. Unhurried. She followed them through 14 cameras across 6 blocks before they entered a vehicle parked on a side street. Nondescript sedan, Arizona plates, the plates were registered to a rental company. She ran the rental records. The reservation was in a name that didn't exist. Credit card that had been active for 30 days and would be cancelled within 48 hours. A ghost identity, professional and temporary. "I've got their vehicle," she said. "I'll track it as far as my feeds allow." "It'll go somewhere unremarkable," Gray said, emerging from the shadows between vehicles now that the figure was gone. "Somewhere clean. They're professionals." "Everyone's professionals lately," Wanda said, and there was something in her voice that was as close to unsettled as she ever allowed herself to sound. Brian pushed off from the vehicle he'd been leaning against and walked to his rental car. He checked it, without appearing to check it, ran his hand along the door frame, looked at the seat position, noted the slight angle of the rearview mirror that was 2 degrees off from where he'd left it. He got in, adjusted the mirror, started the engine. His phone vibrated twice. "Proceed." He pulled out of the parking structure and headed toward the airport, the red drive in his pocket and the folder of photographs on the passenger seat, completely unaware of how many eyes were still on him. Or mostly unaware. Major Sport was standing at the window in EAT-U headquarters when all the information came through, not because he needed to stand at the window to receive it, but because the window gave him something to look at, while he thought and thinking was what the situation currently required. Someone knew about Brian, not in the vague way that intelligence agencies sometimes accumulated information about private investigators who happened to work adjacent to classified events. Specifically knew about him, had searched his rental car for the red drive specifically, had placed surveillance at the Tesla Tech convention specifically, which opened a question that Sport had been turning over since Wanda first identified the beacon architecture in the contractor's drive. Were they compromised? He turned it over carefully. EAT-U operated in total secrecy. Their communications were encrypted through channels that Wanda personally maintained. Their identities were protected by the same invisibility that protected them operationally. Nobody looked for animals. Nobody thought to look for a network of cats and a fish and a dog and an eagle and a mouse running black operations from storm drains and rooftops and parking structures, except someone apparently had. Or someone had found Brian first and worked backward. That was the more likely scenario. Brian's work was not entirely invisible. He filed reports, he had clients, he produced results that occasionally surfaced in the world in ways that left traces. The Bedminster incident had left traces. Someone who'd been watching Bedminster closely enough had followed those traces to Brian, and Brian led back to them. Not directly, not yet, but the vector existed. Sport made a decision. "We need to move Brian off the board temporarily," he said. The channel was quiet for a moment. Mizzy spoke first. "He's in the middle of the operation." "He's in the middle of their operation," Sport said. "The red drive is bait. We already established that. They're using him to carry it somewhere they want it to go. I want to choose where it goes instead of letting them choose." "You said that before," Gray said. "The trap instead of theirs." "Yes, and now I know what the trap is. The drive has a beacon. They want to know where Brian takes it. They want to follow the beacon to whatever facility or contact or location he connects it to. They believe he's working for someone and they want to find out who. A pause. They're trying to find us, Wanda said. Yes, the word settled over, the Chanel like a stone settling into deep water. Captain Talon spoke from his rooftop position, his voice carrying the particular weight of a veteran who has assessed danger before. Then we give them what they want. We let the beacon lead them somewhere, just not somewhere real. Sport's voice came back with the slow, deliberate satisfaction of a commander whose team had just caught up with his thinking. Exactly. Brian's flight back to Atlantic City had a layover in Dallas. He sat in the terminal at Phoenix Sky Harbor with bad airport coffee that was marginally better than the food truck coffee, the red drive in his jacket pocket and the folder of photographs in his carry-on. His phone showed no new messages from the anonymous number. He used the silence to think, which was what detectives did with silence. They thought. The woman in the blue blazer who didn't exist had given him photographs and a drive. The tuxedo cat who knew his name had given him a radio frequency. The anonymous voice on his phone had told him to carry the drive but not use it. The parking structure surveillance had been looking for the drive in his car. 3 separate parties at the same convention, all interested in the same object, all moving around him as if he were the center of something without anyone explaining what the something was. He'd been the center of things before without knowing it. He was starting to recognize the feeling, the slight sense that the world was arranged around him in ways he hadn't arranged it himself. His first thought in those situations was always, who arranged it? His second thought was always, why me? He was on his second thought when his phone vibrated, not the anonymous number, a different number, one he didn't recognize. He answered, Mr. Kaepernick. The voice was male, precise, the kind of voice that had given many briefings to many people in many rooms where things were classified. You have something that doesn't belong to you. Brian sipped his coffee. I have a lot of things, he said. You'll need to be more specific. The drive, the voice said. Red, small. You received it from a woman who no longer has the authority to distribute it. What woman? Brian said. A pause. The voice recalibrated. Mr. Kaepernick, what you're carrying is a matter of national security. I need you to understand that. I understand a lot of things, Brian said. Understanding things doesn't tell me who I'm talking to. Someone who can make your current situation significantly more complicated, the voice said, or significantly simpler, depending on what you do in the next 24 hours. Brian looked at the departures board. His flight to Dallas was boarding in 40 minutes. I'm listening, he said. There's a location, the voice said. A facility you'll find referenced in the materials you were given. I need you to go there. I need you to bring the drive. And I need you to do it before anyone else decides you're more useful to them as a problem than as an asset. Brian set down his coffee. That sounds like a threat. It's a description of your situation, the voice said. The threat is from other parties, not from me. And what do you get out of this? The drive returned to proper custody, the voice said, and your continued good health, which I assure you is not guaranteed by your current trajectory. Brian looked at the terminal around him. Families with children, business travelers, a man asleep across 3 seats with a jacket over his face. Normal airport afternoon. I'll think about it, Brian said. Don't think too long, the voice said. The call ended. Brian sat with his coffee and his thoughts for a long moment. Then his phone vibrated. Anonymous number. We heard, don't call back, don't agree to anything. Board your flight, we'll talk when you land. Brian boarded his flight. He put the red drive in his carry-on and the photographs in the seat pocket in front of him, and somewhere over New Mexico at 37,000 feet, he fell asleep and dreamed about cheese, which was unusual because he didn't particularly like cheese, and which nobody would ever know was the mouse's fault for moving through the cabin on his way to the galley, where he'd identified a promising wedge of aged Gouda in the first-class service cart. The mouse moved through the aircraft with the specific ease of something that had bypassed significantly more sophisticated security than a commercial airline. He secured the Gouda. He found a comfortable position in the overhead bin above seat 24C. He settled in. The flight continued westward, and somewhere below, the desert stretched out in all directions. And in 3 facilities whose coordinates were encoded on a red thumb drive in a carry-on bag, in the overhead bin of a commercial aircraft, something waited that had been waiting for a very long time. something that connected Arizona 1997 to Bedminster, to a Tesla Tech convention in Phoenix, something that connected a temporal loop involving cheese to recovered UAP materials to a beacon architecture designed to find whoever was protecting the information, something that had been patient for 27 years and was prepared to be patient for considerably longer. The aircraft crossed into Texas airspace. The mouse finished his Gouda. Brian slept. Eat-You watched. Atlantic City at midnight looked like a city that had given up pretending to be respectable and decided to lean into the chaos instead. Lights that were too bright for the hour, streets that were too busy for the time, the specific energy of a place that never fully committed to either sleeping or waking. Brian's cab from the airport cut through the edge of the boardwalk district and turned inland toward his office on Meridian Avenue. He had the red drive in his jacket pocket, the folder of photographs in his bag, and a headache that had started somewhere over Texas and hadn't committed to leaving. His phone had been quiet since the anonymous number told him to board the flight. No messages during the layover in Dallas. Nothing during the second leg. The silence had the particular quality of silence that means something is being decided by people who aren't you. He paid the cab and stood outside his office building for a moment in the Atlantic City midnight air, which smelled like ocean and poor decisions and something faintly chemical that probably had an explanation he didn't want to know. His office was on the 4th floor. The elevator worked approximately 60% of the time. Tonight it worked, which he noted as either good luck or a bad sign, depending on how the rest of the night went. He unlocked his office door. The light was already on. Brian stood in the doorway for a moment, assessing. Nothing visibly displaced, nothing obviously wrong. His desk was where he'd left it. His ancient typewriter was where he'd left it. His plant was slightly more dead than he'd left it, which was the plant's own contribution to the situation. Luna was sitting on his desk. The tuxedo shapeshifter was perfectly still, her hypnotic eyes catching the desk lamplight in a way that made them appear to glow from within. She looked at him with the patient certainty of someone who had been waiting exactly as long as was necessary, and not a moment longer. A thought materialized in Brian's mind, not his own, projected with the gentle precision he was starting to associate with a presence he couldn't quite name. Sit down, there's a lot to cover. Brian sat down, because the thought say to, and because his feet hurt, and because the Atlantic City midnight air had done nothing for his headache, and sitting seemed like the most reasonable response to finding a cat on his desk, who could apparently put thoughts in his head. He was getting better at accepting the mechanics. Luna's eyes held his. Another thought arrived, more complex than the first, carrying texture and image alongside the words. The man who called you at the airport. He works for the same organization that placed the beacon in the contractor's drive. He's not government. He's the organization that the government has been trying to find for 11 years. He wanted you to bring the drive to a facility location because the facility location would tell him where the drive had been. The drive was never meant to go to the facility. The drive was meant to lead him to whoever received it. Brian absorbed this. His detective brain organized it into architecture. So the drive itself is worthless, he said. Luna blinked once. The information on the drive is real. The facility coordinates are real. The recovered materials documentation is real. But the beacon was the actual payload. The information was just packaging to make the drive worth carrying. And they want to know who I work for. Brian said. A beat. Luna's eyes didn't waver. They already know you work for someone. They don't know who. They've been trying to find out since Bedminster. Brian looked at the red drive on his desk. He'd placed it there without thinking about it, the automatic gesture of someone emptying their pockets after a long day. Who do I work for? He asked. The question wasn't entirely rhetorical. He'd been asking it in one form or another since the first anonymous call had arrived on his phone 3 years ago. He'd assembled pieces of the answer the way a detective assembles pieces of anything, slowly, carefully, with the understanding that the picture only becomes clear when enough pieces are in place. Luna's eyes held his for a long moment. Then she looked away. The communication closed. Not because she didn't know the answer, because it wasn't time for that answer yet. Brian understood. He'd been a detective long enough to know that timing was part of information. The right answer at the wrong time was still the wrong answer. He picked up the red drive. All right, he said to the empty office, to Luna. to whoever was listening through whatever channels they were listening through. Tell me what to do with it. Wanda had been running scenarios since the aircraft crossed into New Jersey airspace. Her 14 keyboards hadn't stopped moving. Her 20 monitors displayed overlapping data streams. The beacon architecture of the red drive, the voice analysis she'd run on the airport call, the facility coordinates from the photographs, the symbol cross-reference that connected everything back to 1997. She'd been in the phone network that carried the airport call. She'd recorded every millisecond of it. The voice had been processed through 2 layers of modulation, which told her the caller knew their calls could be intercepted and had invested in making interception difficult. Difficult was not the same as impossible. She stripped the first modulation layer in 40 minutes. The second took longer. 3 hours of dedicated processing across 7 of her parallel systems. What she found underneath wasn't a voice, it was a signature. The specific pattern of breath and cadence and subvocal frequency that persists through even professional voice modulation because it comes from physiology rather than electronics. She ran the signature against every database she had access to. No match in government databases, no match in corporate records, no match in any of the standard intelligence community repositories she'd built access to over years of patient infrastructure work. She expanded the search. Academic databases, medical records, the specific kind of biometric archive that exists only because institutions collect data reflexively without always understanding what they're collecting. A partial match, 73% confidence, not enough to be certain, enough to be interesting. The partial match pointed to a research institution that had officially ceased operations in 2009, the Institute for Advanced Materials Recovery, a name so bureaucratic and forgettable that it had been designed to be forgettable. She dug into the institute's history. Founded 1994, federally funded through channels that ran through 3 separate intermediary organizations before reaching anything traceable. Research focus listed as materials science and advanced metallurgical analysis. Officially dissolved following a funding review in 2009. Unofficially, based on the financial architecture she was uncovering in tax records and shell company registrations, and this specific pattern of money that didn't stop moving just because an institution stopped existing publicly, still operating. Wanda's lure pulsed slowly. The Institute for Advanced Materials Recovery had been founded 1 year before something significant happened in the Arizona desert. It had been officially dissolved 2 years after congressional attention to UAP programs began generating inconvenient questions. Unofficially, it had never stopped doing what it was doing, and what it was doing based on the recovered materials documentation on the contractor's drive, cross-referenced with the facility coordinates in Brian's photographs, cross-referenced with the symbol that appeared in all 3 locations, was managing recovered UAP technology that had been accumulating since before the Arizona incident, since before most of the publicly known incidents, since considerably before. She transmitted to the channel. I have a partial identification on the airport caller. 73% confidence, which I want to stress is not certainty, points to an individual affiliated with an organization called the Institute for Advanced Materials Recovery. Officially dissolved 2009, actually still operating. Major Sports voice came through from headquarters, deliberate and weighted. How long have they been operating? Since at least 1994, Wanda said. Possibly longer. The financial architecture goes deeper than I can trace quickly. There are layers underneath layers. Project Bluebird, Gray said. His voice was smooth, but there was something underneath it. The quality of a card counter who has just identified a pattern that changes the game. The Tulsa connection from Bedminster, the think tank conference, history realignment. Connected, Wanda confirmed. They've been running temporal research, Gray said. Not just materials recovery. They've been trying to understand why recovered UAP technology behaves the way it does in terms of time and perception. The cheese compound wasn't an accident. It was reverse engineered from something they recovered. Silence on the channel. Mizzy's warm voice broke it, carrying the specific gravity of Somione, who has just understood the shape of something they'd been feeling without being able to name. They've been trying to replicate alien technology through chemistry, she said. The mustard, the cheese, the temporal perception effects, they've been engineering their own version of something they found in recovered materials. And they've been testing it, Captain Talon said from his rooftop in Phoenix, where he'd remained as the rest of the team dispersed because the thermals were good and the vantage point was better. Bedminster wasn't a political operation, it was a field test. Using the former president as an unwitting subject, Sport said. Using the rally as cover, Gray added. The chaos, the security, the media attention, all of it created a controlled environment where an anomalous event could occur and be attributed to something else. Brian's voice cut through the channel unexpectedly. He'd never transmitted on the channel before. He didn't know he had access to the channel. His phone shouldn't have been able to reach the channel. Wanda's fins froze over her keyboards. "I can hear you," Brian said. His voice had the particular quality of someone who has just understood something significant and is choosing his words carefully. "I don't know how I can hear you, but I can, and I need to tell you something." Complete silence on the channel. Brian's voice continued. "The photographs, the facility coordinates, I've seen the facility before. Not in the photographs, in person. 3 years ago, I was hired to investigate a missing persons case in New Mexico. The trail led to a location in the desert that I was told was a decommissioned research station. I filed my report. The client withdrew the case before I could finish it. I was paid and told the matter was resolved." A pause. The background in the photographs, the floor pattern, the ceiling strut spacing, it's the same facility. Wanda's fins moved across keyboards with controlled urgency. "Brian, don't move, don't touch anything. Stay exactly where you are." "I'm sitting at my desk," Brian said. "Luna's on the desk. There's a cat on my desk. I'm starting to feel like that's been normal for longer than I realized." Luna's eyes caught the desk lamp again. She projected a single thought into Brian's mind calm Chertain. "You're a doing fina." Gray's voice came through, the smooth surface of it carrying something underneath that wasn't quite urgency, but was adjacent to it. 3 years ago, New Mexico, missing persons case. Brian, who was the client? Brian was quiet for a moment. The client was a law firm representing a family. The missing person was a researcher, mid-50s, materials scientist by training. She'd been working at what was described as a private research facility. "Her name?" Gray said. Another pause. "Dr. Elaine Marsh," Brian said. Wanda's lure pulsed once, twice, 3 times in rapid succession. "Brian," she said, and her voice had dropped the human mimicry enough that something of the anglerfish came through, something wet and deep and entirely serious. "The woman in the blue blazer at the Tesla Tech convention, the one who gave you the photographs and the red drive, I need you to look at the 3rd photograph in the folder. Not the symbol, the background, the far left edge of the frame." Brian opened the folder. 3rd photograph, bottom right corner had the B7 stamp he'd already found. He moved his attention to the far left edge. A figure, partially out of frame. The photograph had been taken quickly, at an angle, the way photographs get taken when you're trying to document something without appearing to document it. The figure was a woman, partially visible, enough to see the line of her jaw, the angle of her shoulder, the specific posture of someone who is simultaneously trying to appear casual and monitoring everything in the room with complete attention. Briank knew that posture. He'd spent 3 years looking at it in the photographs his former client had provided when filing the missing persons report. "That's Dr. Elaine Marsh," he said, quietly. "Yes," Wanda said. "She was the missing person." "Yes." "She gave me the photographs and the drive." "Yes." Brian set the photograph down carefully. "She's been missing for 3 years," he said. "She was the missing person I was hired to find. Someone withdrew the case before I found her, and she showed up at a Tesla Tech convention in Phoenix and handed me intelligence about a facility that matches the location I traced her disappearance to 3 years ago." "Yes," Wanda said. "She found me," Brian said. "She's been waiting. She needed me to have this information, and she waited until she could reach me safely." "That's our assessment," Mizzy said, her warm voice carrying the specific quality it carried when she was certain about something. "Which means she knows who I work for," Brian said, "even though I don't." Silence. Luna's eyes caught the light. She projected nothing. She just watched him with the patient attention of something that understood this was a moment that needed to breathe. Brian looked at the red drive on his desk, at the folder of photographs, at the tuxedo cat who could put thoughts in his head and apparently knew considerably more about his professional situation than he did. All right, he said. He picked up the red drive, turned it over in his fingers. The symbol caught the light, the same symbol from the mustard jar in Bedminster, from the contractor's drive, from the 1997 Recovered Materials Manifest. The radio frequency, he said, the card the Tuxedo Cat gave me in Phoenix. He reached into his jacket and found it. Plain white card, precise handwritten numbers. Wanda, he said, is that frequency safe to use? It roots through me, Wanda said. Everything roots through me eventually. Then I'm going to tune to it, Brian said, and I'm going to see what Dr. Elaine Marsh wants me to know. He opened his desk drawer and found the portable radio he kept there for reasons he'd never fully examined. He'd bought it 3 years ago, shortly after the New Mexico case had been withdrawn, shortly after the first anonymous call had arrived on his phone. As if some part of him, below conscious awareness, had known he'd need it. He set the frequency. His fingers knew the numbers from the card without him having to look twice. Static, then a tone, then a voice. Not Dr. Marsh. Something older, something recorded, something that had been waiting on that frequency for considerably longer than 3 years, keyed to activate only when the specific signal architecture that Wanda maintained passed through it. A man's voice, precise, measured, with the specific cadence of someone recording something they knew might not be heard for a very long time and wanted to be understood clearly when it finally was. If you're receiving this transmission, then the materials have reached the correct recipient and the network we built is still operational. My name is not important. What is important is that you understand what you're holding and what it means. Brian sat very still. The recovered materials designated in the B7 facility represent the clearest physical evidence yet obtained of non-human intelligence with capability for temporal manipulation, not time travel in the science fiction sense. Temporal layering, the ability to experience and potentially influence multiple points in a timeline simultaneously. The compounds your colleagues may have encountered, designated in our records as ternum lactis and its catalyst, are our best attempt at a human-accessible interface with that capability. We reverse engineered them from trace biological residues found in a recovered craft. They work imperfectly, they work dangerously, but they work. A pause in the recording, the sound of someone breathing, organizing thoughts. The organization that has been trying to recover this information is not interested in understanding what we found. They are interested in controlling it, in weaponizing temporal perception the way every previous generation has weaponized whatever it found that could be weaponized. We built a network to prevent that. The network uses unconventional assets that exist in spaces the organization doesn't think to monitor. Brian looked at Luna. Luna blinked once. If you're listening to this, the voice continued, you are part of that network whether you know it yet or not. The red drive you're holding contains coordinates for 3 facilities. 2 are compromised, 1 is not. The one that is not is where Dr. Marsh will be waiting. She will explain the rest. A final pause. The organization will try to use you to find us. They may already be trying. The beacon in the drive is their mechanism. We built a counter mechanism. The frequency you're using now will override the beacon and transmit false location data to their monitoring systems. As long as you keep this channel active, they will believe the drive is somewhere it isn't. Static. Then silence. Brian sat back in his chair, his desk, his ancient typewriter, his dying plant. Luna on the desk with her hypnotic eyes catching the light. The red drive in his hand, the photographs in the folder, the radio transmitting silence on a frequency that was apparently sending false location data to an organization that had been trying to find him since Bedminster. His phone vibrated. Anonymous number, you heard it. Now you know. Get some sleep. Tomorrow is going to be complicated. Brian set the radio down without turning it off, set the drive beside it, looked at the ceiling for a moment. Luna, he said. The Tuxedo Cat's eyes found his. How long have I been part of this network? Luna considered the question, then projected a single thought. Clear, simple, carrying the specific weight of something that was both answer and beginning. Since New Mexico. Brian nodded slowly. 3 years. He'd been part of something for 3 years without knowing what the something was. He'd been receiving anonymous calls and following anonymous instructions and filing classified reports that went somewhere he'd never been able to trace. He'd been finding pieces without knowing what picture they made. Now he had enough pieces to see the outline of the picture. He turned out the desk lamp. The office went dark except for the glow of the radio and Luna's eyes and the faint light of the Atlantic City midnight coming through the window. The mouse materialized from behind the filing cabinet. Nobody had known he was in the building. Possibly he hadn't been and was now. With the mouse, the distinction wasn't always meaningful. He looked at the red drive on the desk. His whiskers twitched. His dark eyes assessed it with the specific attention he gave things that had geopolitical implications and things that smelled of good cheese, and the expressions were nearly identical. Then he made a gesture. Both hands, slow and deliberate. The military signal for secured. Stand down. Mission phase complete. He looked at Brian once. Just once. The look of something that knows how to communicate and has made peace with that asymmetry. Then he moved toward the window. How he opened it from the inside without hands capable of turning, the latch was a question for another night. The window opened. He was gone. Brian sat in the dark Atlantic City office and thought about 3 years of anonymous calls and followed instructions and cases that led somewhere he couldn't see. About a woman who'd been missing for 3 years and had found him at a Tesla tech convention. About a recording on a radio frequency that had been waiting for him specifically. About cheese, about mustard, about a temporal loop in Bedminster that had changed the trajectory of a bullet and rewritten a moment in history. About the picture the pieces made when you finally had enough of them. He wasn't ready to name it yet. Detectives didn't name pictures until they were certain, but he was getting close. Tomorrow was going to be complicated. The morning arrived in Atlantic City the way mornings arrive in places that have been awake all night. Grudgingly, sideways, with the specific quality of light that suggests the sun has other places it would rather be illuminating. Brian had slept 4 hours in his office chair. Not because he couldn't get to his apartment 6 blocks away, but because leaving the office felt like leaving something unfinished, which it was, and his detective instincts didn't rest well with unfinished things. The radio was still on, still transmitting silence on the frequency from the card, still sending false location data to the Institute for Advanced Materials Recovery's monitoring systems, according to the recording that had played the night before. Luna was still on the desk. Either she hadn't moved or she'd left and returned. With Luna, the distinction was also not always meaningful. Brian made coffee on the small machine he kept on the credenza. It was better than the food truck coffee and worse than actual coffee. He'd made peace with this years ago. He sat at his desk with the coffee and the red drive and the folder of photographs and the radio, and Luna's eyes watching him from 6 inches away, and thought about what the recording had told him. 3 facilities. 2 compromised, one where Dr. Marsh would be waiting. The coordinates were on the red drive. The drive he hadn't connected to anything yet because Wanda had told him not to. His phone vibrated. Anonymous number. Good morning, when you're ready, connect the drive. We'll be watching what comes off it. Don't worry about the beacon, the frequency is handling it. Brian looked at the drive, at his laptop on the desk, at Luna. Luna projected a single thought. It's safe. He connected the drive. Wanda had been waiting for this moment since before Brian landed in Atlantic City. Her monitoring systems were configured to intercept the drive's data the instant it connected to any device running through any network she had access to, which was all networks. In the relevant geography, all networks ran through Wanda eventually. The drive's contents expanded across her screens in approximately 4 seconds. The beacon activated simultaneously, transmitting Brian's supposed location to the Institute's monitoring systems. But Wanda had the frequency card's counter mechanism layered over the beacon output, replacing the actual coordinates with coordinates for a location in the Nevada desert that was approximately 240 miles from Brian's actual position. She watched the Institute's monitoring feed. She'd been in their system since 3 hours after Wanda identified them. Register the beacon activation and log the false coordinates. A response transmission went out from their system within 90 seconds. She logged it and continued. The drive contained 4 folders. The first folder held the recovered materials documentation she'd already partially analysed from the contractor's drive. Serial numbers, facility designations, technology classifications. More complete than the contractor's version. Cross-referenced against materials recovered from 17 separate incidents spanning 1947 to 2019. The second folder held personnel files. Researchers, scientists, people who had worked at the B7 facility under various contractual arrangements that routed through the same shell company architecture she'd been tracing since the previous night. Some names she recognized from public records, some she'd never encountered. 3 were listed with status designations that used a code she didn't immediately recognize. She flagged the code and moved on. The third folder held the facility coordinates. 3 locations. The coordinates were embedded in what appeared to be standard GPS data, but were actually layered. The surface coordinates pointed to unremarkable locations: a commercial warehouse district in Nevada, a defunct agricultural research station in Montana, a marina facility in coastal Maine. The actual coordinates were encoded in the metadata of the GPS files. She extracted them. Nevada desert, 200 miles from anything public. Montana, a location. She cross-referenced against satellite imagery and found a structure that official mapping databases described as terrain. Maine, a coastal location that her maritime traffic databases showed, had received irregular vessel visits on a pattern that didn't match any commercial or recreational purpose she could identify. The second layer, coordinates for the Nevada location, matched the false coordinates she was transmitting to the Institute's monitoring system. That was not an accident. Someone had built the drive's coordinate system, knowing that the beacon would be intercepted and that whoever intercepted it would use the surface coordinates as the false location. The actual Nevada facility was the false location the drive was designed to transmit. The Institute would send resources to Nevada looking for whatever they thought Brian had led them to. The real location was Maine. She cross-referenced the Maine coordinates against everything she had. Maritime records, property records, environmental survey data, satellite imagery from 4 separate sources. The structure at the Maine coordinates had been built in 2003. Property records listed the owner as a conservation trust that she traced through 7 intermediary organizations before hitting a wall she couldn't penetrate in the time available. The structure had been modified twice. 2009, the year the Institute officially dissolved. 2019, the year of the last recovered materials incident in the drive's documentation. The 4th folder was locked, encrypted with an architecture she hadn't seen before. Not a standard encryption protocol, something custom built, something that would take time she didn't currently have. She transmitted to the channel. I have the drive contents, 3 things you need to know immediately. First, the real facility is in Maine, not Nevada. The Nevada coordinates are deliberately designed to mislead anyone who intercepts the beacon. Second, the Institute's monitoring system has logged the beacon activation and dispatched resources toward Nevada. We have a window before they realize they're chasing a false location. Third, there's a 4th folder on the drive that I can't access yet. Custom encryption is the most important thing on the drive, and it's the thing we can't read. Major Sport's voice came through, slow and weighted. How long on the encryption? Unknown. It's unlike anything I've encountered. I'm not saying I can't break it, I'm saying I don't know when. Estimate. Wanda's fins paused over her keyboards for a moment. She didn't like giving estimates on things she didn't understand. It went against the professional precision she'd maintained since the day she'd taken over New York's digital infrastructure. Days, possibly more. A pause on the channel. Grace spoke, his voice carrying that maverick quality of someone who has assessed the odds and decided they're acceptable. We don't have days. The Institute will figure out Nevada is wrong before that. Their resources aren't unlimited, but they're not slow. Agreed, Sports Aid. Maine is the play. Brian needs to go to Maine. Brian needs to know he's going to Maine, Mizzy said, warm but practical. And he needs to understand what he's walking into. Brian's been walking into things he doesn't fully understand for 3 years, some Sport said. He's gotten good at it. On the channel, something that wasn't quite a laugh came through from a direction that didn't correspond to any of the team members. A sound that was somewhere between a breath and an expression of opinion. Everyone recognized it. The mouse, somewhere, weighing in through the only communication he used. Agreed. Sport said again, to the breath that had expressed an opinion. Brian read what came off the drive on his laptop screen. The documents organized themselves in his detective's mind, the way evidence always organized itself, not in the order it arrived, but in the order that made structural sense. 17 incidents, materials recovered, a facility in Maine that the drive's surface coordinates were designed to obscure, a fourth folder he couldn't open, and a personal file that stopped him. Third file in the second folder, researcher, mid-50s at time of last documented contact, material scientist by training, status designation, active, external, Dr. Elaine Marsh. She wasn't missing. She'd never been missing. She'd been externally active, working outside the facility structure, maintaining the network from the field. The missing persons case 3 years ago had been her reaching out, not for rescue, for recruitment. She'd used the case as a mechanism to find Brian, to assess him, to determine whether he was the right person to carry the next phase of the information forward. The client who'd withdrawn the case had withdrawn it because Brian had passed the assessment. The case was never meant to be solved. It was meant to be started and stopped at the right moment, leaving Brian with enough information to be useful and enough mystery to keep him looking. He'd been recruited 3 years ago without knowing he was being recruited. He picked up his coffee, looked at Luna. "She hired me to find her," he said, knowing I wouldn't, knowing the case would be withdrawn before I got close. She just needed me to start looking so she could evaluate how I looked. Luna blinked once, and I passed. Another blink. And for 3 years I've been receiving anonymous calls and following instructions from people I've never met, who have been guiding me toward this moment. Luna's eyes held his. She projected nothing, just watched him with the patient certainty of something that understood this was a detective working a case that had himself as the subject. Brian nodded slowly. "Maine," he said. His phone vibrated. Anonymous number. "Maine. We'll have details by the time you reach the airport. Pack for 3 days. Bring the radio." Brian looked around his office. The ancient typewriter, the dying plant, the Atlantic City midnight light that had given way to Atlantic City morning light, which was only marginally more optimistic. He packed what he needed into a bag he kept under his desk for situations that required leaving quickly. He watered his plant with the cold coffee from the machine, which was probably not what the plant needed, but was the best he could offer. He looked at Luna. "Coming?" he asked. Luna stood, stretched with the full body commitment cats bring to stretching, jumped from the desk to the windowsill to a filing cabinet to the floor in 3 fluid movements that covered a physical distance that shouldn't have been achievable in that sequence. She was at the door before Brian had finished zipping his bag. Gray was already in Maine, not because he had information about Maine before the drive analysis, because Gray operated on the principle that the most important location in any operation was always somewhere nobody had identified yet, and he'd learned to position himself toward the unidentified location before it became identified. It was the card counter's instinct applied to geography. The next card was always the most important one. He'd taken a private charter from Phoenix to Portland the previous evening, in a name that traced back through 4 layers of corporate identity to a holding company in the EAT-U resource structure. The flight had cost $14,000. Gray had not worried about the cost. He was at the main coastal location before Wanda finished extracting the actual coordinates from the drive's GPS metadata. It was a compound rather than a single structure, set back from the coastal access road behind a tree line that had been cultivated to obscure sight lines from every direction, except the water. From the water, it was visible as a series of low buildings connected by covered walkways. Professional landscaping, the kind that was designed to look natural while eliminating every useful observation point a surveillance team might use. Gray found 3 useful observation points anyway. He chose the one that gave him the best angle on the main entrance and settled in with the specific patience of something that had waited out longer situations than this, and found waiting entirely acceptable as long as the outcome was worth waiting for. The compound was active, lights in 3 of the connected buildings. A vehicle parked near what appeared to be a service entrance, movement visible through uncurtained windows in the largest building, figures moving with the purposeful efficiency of... One of the figures stopped at a window and looked out toward the water. Gray recognized the posture, the specific way of standing that combined monitoring everything with appearing to monitor nothing. The posture from the 3rd photograph's far left edge. Dr. Elaine Marsh was at the window for approximately 15 seconds. Then she moved away from it and back into the interior of the building. Gray transmitted quietly. I'm at the main location. Compound is active. Dr. Marsh is confirmed on site. At least 4 other individuals visible. No external security I can identify, which means either there isn't any or it's very good. Assume very good, Sport said from headquarters. Assuming very good, Gray confirmed. Hold position. Brian's en route. ETA 4 hours by the time he clears Boston and covers the coastal road. Holding, Gray said. He adjusted his position in the observation point, a natural depression in the tree line that gave him coverage from 3 directions and a sight line to the compound's main approach road, and settled in to wait. The main morning was cold for the season, the kind of cold that comes off coastal water and doesn't apologize for itself. Gray's Russian blue coat handled it adequately. He was comfortable in conditions that would have been difficult for animals with less insulation or less operational experience. The mouse materialized in the depression beside him. Gray did not startle. He had learned over the years to register the mouse's appearances as additions to his awareness rather than interruptions of it. The mouse arrived when he arrived. You adapted. The mouse looked at the compound. His whiskers twitched. His ears rotated through several positions. He made a gesture, 2 fingers pointing at the compound, then a circular motion, then a closed fist. Gray interpreted, there is something circular about this location, a loop, something that returns to its origin. He looked at the compound with that interpretation layered over his observation, the covered walkways connecting the buildings. He'd registered them as practical. The main coast was wet and cold, and covered walkways made operational sense. But the configuration of them, seen now through the mouse's gesture, suggested something else. They didn't connect the buildings in the most efficient pattern. They connected them in a sequence that created a circuit. You could walk the entire compound without retracing a step and end up where you started. A loop, Gray transmitted carefully. The compound's internal layout forms a circuit. Everything connects back to the start. Wanda came through immediately. That matches something I'm seeing in the drive documentation. The B7 facility designation doesn't mean Building 7. B is for base layer. 7 is a temporal reference. It designates the 7th iteration of the facility. A pause while everyone processed that. They've built and rebuilt this facility 7 times, Mizzy said. Not a question. Understanding arriving warm and certain. Each time something happened that required them to start again, Wanda said. The circuit layout isn't architectural, it's conceptual. The facility is designated around the idea of iteration, of returning to the starting point with new information. A temporal loop, Captain Talon said from somewhere in the aerial approaches to the main coast where he'd been circling since dawn, his single leg adjusted for the cold coastal thermals, his eyes tracking every vehicle on the approach road. They built a facility about temporal research in the shape of a temporal concept. Or they built it the way they built it because the research required it, Gray said. Because something about what they were doing with the recovered materials created actual temporal effects that the facility design needed to account for. The mouse made another gesture, both hands this time, the signal for confirmed. Then he held up one finger and pointed at himself. Gray looked at him. The mouse tapped his chest twice, then pointed at the compound. I've been here before, Gray transmitted quietly. The mouse has been here before. Complete silence on the channel. Then Sport, with the deliberate weight of a commander absorbing significant information. When? The mouse considered the question. His dark eyes moved to the compound and back. He held up both hands, then made a gesture that moved forward and then backward simultaneously, a movement that had no clean human analog, the kind of gesture that described something language wasn't quite shaped to hold. He'd been here in a time that wasn't linear. He'd been here before it existed and after it existed and possibly during several of its 7 iterations simultaneously. Because the mouse had held alien technology. Because he'd been in the temporal field of recovered UAP materials since Area 51. Because whatever the cheese compound and the mustard catalyst did to human perception on a temporary and imperfect basis, the mouse had been navigating in a version of naturally. He wasn't psychic, he wasn't omniscient, but his relationship with linear time was different from everyone else's on the team. It was why he was always already there. It was why he arrived before being sent for. It was why his cheese hunts took him through operational locations with a regularity that couldn't be explained by coincidence. He moved in time the way he moved through space, with the specific ease of something that had learned the terrain. Gray absorbed all of this without transmitting it. Some things landed better when the team arrived at them rather than being told. He looked at the mouse. The mouse looked at the compound. His whiskers twitched once, decisively, and he made a final gesture. It's time. Brian's rental car came down the coastal approach road 4 hours and 20 minutes after he'd left Atlantic City Airport. He'd stopped twice, once for actual coffee at a gas station in New Hampshire that exceeded all expectations, and once because the radio on the passenger seat had crackled with something that wasn't static. A voice, old recording, different from the one the previous night. A woman's voice this time, briefly, 2 sentences. The fourth folder requires a key that isn't digital. The key is something you've been carrying since New Mexico. Then static again. Brian had driven the rest of the way thinking about what he'd been carrying since New Mexico. He'd been carrying the professional uncertainty of a withdrawn case. He'd been carrying a radio he'd bought for reasons his subconscious had understood better than his conscious mind. He'd been carrying 3 years of anonymous calls and followed instructions. He'd been carrying a memory, the specific memory of the decommissioned research station in the desert, the floor pattern, the ceiling strut spacing, now confirmed as the B7 facility. He'd been carrying a notebook, his actual paper notebook in which he'd recorded everything about the New Mexico case before it was withdrawn. He still had it. He kept everything. Detectives kept everything. The notebook was in his bag. He pulled it up to the kopong smajnek transaksaki and stuck up for a moment. The gate was open. Not like it had been left open, like it was open for him. He drove through. Dr. Elaine Marsh was standing outside the main building's entrance. She looked exactly like the partially visible figure in the third photograph's far left edge, and exactly like the photographs his former client had provided 3 years ago, and exactly like someone who had been waiting patiently for a specific thing to arrive, and was now watching it arrive. Brian got out of the car. They looked at each other across the main coastal morning. "Mr. Kaepernick," she said, "thank you for coming." "You hired me to find you 3 years ago," Brian said. It seemed rude not to eventually show up. Something moved in her expression, not quite a smile, the thing that lives adjacent to a smile in people who have been serious for a very long time. "Come inside," she said. "There's quite a lot to cover." Brian reached into his bag and found his notebook, the New Mexico notebook. He held it up. "The fourth folder," he said. "The key is in here." She looked at the notebook, then at him. The thing adjacent to a smile moved slightly closer to being a smile. "Yes," she said. "We weren't entirely sure you'd kept it." "I keep everything," Brian said. He followed her inside. Behind him, Gray materialized from the tree line, with the smooth, unhurried movement of someone who had been there the whole time. Captain Talons descended from the coastal thermals and landed on a fence post near the gate with considerably more grace than he managed on level surfaces, his single leg gripping the post with practiced certainty. The mouse was already inside, had been inside, was possibly inside in several different moments simultaneously, and in a storm drain somewhere beneath the main coastal infrastructure, Wanda had found a connection point. Her fins were already moving across keyboards, her 20 monitors displaying the compound's internal network architecture. The fourth folder was about to open. The inside of the compound was not what Brian had expected, though he'd learned enough about his own expectations to treat them with reasonable skepticism. He'd expected laboratory austerity, white walls, fluorescent lighting, the specific clinical emptiness of places where serious work happens. What he found instead was something that felt more like a library that had expanded beyond its original purpose and made peace with the expansion. Books, actual physical books, on actual physical shelves, covering walls in every room he could see from the entrance corridor. Not decorative, red, spines cracked, pages marked, some lying open on surfaces the way books lie open when someone put them down mid-thought and intended to return. Between the bookshelves, equipment, monitoring stations, screens displaying data in formats Brian didn't immediately recognize, workbenches with materials he couldn't identify by sight, and everywhere the specific organized clutter of people who were genuinely engaged with problems rather than performing engagement for an audience. 3 people looked up when Dr. Marsh brought him in, assessed him, returned to their work. The assessment took approximately 2 seconds per person, which Brian recognized as the assessment speed of people who had developed very efficient filters for what mattered and what didn't. He apparently didn't require extended evaluation. Dr. Marsh led him through the entrance corridor and left through a covered walkway into the second building. The walkway's windows looked out on the main coast, grey water under grey morning sky, the specific beauty of a landscape that wasn't trying to be beautiful. The second building was quieter, a central room with a table, chairs, a screen on one wall that was currently dark, and a window that looked out the same direction as the walkway. Dr. Marsh sat at the table. Brian sat across from her. She looked at the notebook in his hand. "May I?" she asked. Brian set it on the table between them. She didn't immediately take it. She looked at it the way people look at things they've been waiting for, with the particular stillness of someone managing the gap between anticipation and arrival. "You took notes throughout the New Mexico case," she said. "I take notes throughout everything," Brian said. "We know. We reviewed your methodology before the case was opened. The note-taking specifically. The fact that you use paper rather than digital records. That you retain physical notebooks rather than transcribing to files." "Old habit," Brian said. "It was a requirement," she said, "for what we needed you to carry." Brian looked at the notebook. A standard composition book, black and white cover, the kind sold in every office supply store in the country. He'd filled it during the New Mexico case, with the practiced shorthand of a working detective. Observations, locations, names that had led somewhere, names that had led nowhere, descriptions of the decommissioned research station that matched the B7 facility photographs he'd received at the Tesla Tech Convention. "What did I carry?" he asked. She opened the notebook carefully, not to the beginning, to a page approximately 2/3 through, where his notes on the facility description were densest. She turned it to face him. He looked at his own handwriting, the facility notes, dimensions he'd estimated by pacing, materials he'd identified by touch and observation, structural details that his trained eye had recorded with the automatic thoroughness of someone who'd learned to describe spaces for reports. And at the bottom of the page, in handwriting that wasn't his, 6 lines, small, precise, written in a hand he didn't recognize, in an ink color slightly different from the blue ballpoint he'd used for his own notes. He stared at them. "That's not my writing," he said. "No," Dr. Marsh said. "This is my notebook. I've had it since New Mexico. No one else has had access to it." "That's not entirely accurate," she said. "The notebook was in your bag throughout your time at the facility in New Mexico. Your bag was set down on several occasions, in proximity to materials we were conducting active research with at the time." Brian looked at the 6 lines. The handwriting was precise, almost architectural. Each letter formed with the specific deliberateness of someone accustomed to writing things that needed to be read correctly. "The materials wrote in my notebook," Brian said. He said it the way detectives say things that shouldn't be true but are, flatly, without interrogating the logic until the evidence was fully in front of him. "The temporal field generated by the recovered materials interacted with the paper and ink in your notebook," Dr. Marsh said. "Not randomly, purposefully. The field, and this is the part that takes time to accept, the field appears to have intent, or something that functions like intent. It left information in a medium it calculated would be preserved and transported to a point where it could be used." Brian looked at the 6 lines. "What does it say?" She turned the notebook back toward herself and read aloud. "The 4th key is the 7th iteration divided by the first contact minus the interval between what was found and what was lost. Apply to the sequence in reverse." Brian absorbed this. "That's a mathematical instruction," he said. "Yes." "For the encryption on the 4th folder?" "Yes." "The recovered materials wrote a decryption key in my notebook in New Mexico 3 years ago, because they calculated I would eventually receive a drive with a 4th folder that needed decrypting." He said this the same way he'd said the previous thing, flatly, processing evidence. "The temporal field doesn't experience time linearly," Dr. Marsh sighed. "It experiences something closer to the full range of a sequence simultaneously. What happened in New Mexico and what happens in this room aren't separated by 3 years from the field's perspective. They're part of the same configuration." Brian looked at the window and the grey main water beyond it. The cheese, he said. The mustard compound from Bedminster. That's what you reverse engineered from the field. From trace biological residues in the craft, she confirmed. We've spent 20 years trying to create a human-accessible version of what the field experiences naturally. The compounds we developed allow a human consciousness to briefly perceive temporal layering, multiple points in a sequence, simultaneously. The effect is imperfect, unstable, and varies significantly by individual physiology. It made a man believe he could speak saxophone, Brian said. She paused, looked at him carefully. You've read the original documentation. I've encountered references to it, Brian said. 1962. 3 culinary agents, 1 captured druid. Something moved across her expression that was more than adjacent to a smile this time. The druid classification is a field humor designation, she said. He was a linguist. The saxophone belief was a misfire in his specific neurological configuration. The compound interacted with his music memory centers rather than his temporal perception centers. Does it work correctly? Brian asked. On anyone? She was quiet for a moment. On some individuals, yes. The temporal perception effect functions as intended. Multiple points in a sequence become simultaneously accessible. The individual can observe events across a timeline without being fixed to a single present moment. Brian thought about the Bedminster incident, the capsule in the desert, the sensation of air folding, the moment when he'd been in the New Jersey parking lot hours before the rally and known what was coming. I didn't take the compound in Bedminster, he said. No, she said. You didn't need to. Brian looked at his hands. I'm one of the individuals it works correctly on, he said. Except I don't need the compound. Your exposure in New Mexico, she said carefully, extended proximity to the temporal field without protective protocols. We weren't expecting a private investigator to access the facility, or security assumptions were wrong. By the time we identified your presence in the building, you'd been in the primary research area for almost 2 hours. The case was withdrawn immediately after, Brian said. Yes, we needed to monitor you, assess the effects of the exposure, determine whether you represented a risk or a resource. And I represented a resource. You represented something we hadn't anticipated and had no framework for, she said. An individual with natural temporal sensitivity who operated in a professional capacity that placed him adjacent to significant events, who kept paper records, who followed evidence regardless of where it led, who was, for reasons we've never fully explained, consistently in the right location at the right moment without apparent cause. Brian thought about the Atlantic City laundromat. The letter on the gas bill starts in AC, ends where flags bleed. Someone sent me to Bedminster, he said. The letter, handwritten, my office toast her. She nodded slowly. We sent the letter. You knew Bedminster was going to happen. We knew a temporal event was being engineered at that location. We needed someone with natural temporal sensitivity in proximity to observe and potentially stabilize it. I tripped over a megaphone, Brian said. Yes, she said, and in doing so created the physical chain of events that resulted in the shooter's position being compromised at the critical moment. Brian absorbed this. I was a stabilizing element, he said. You're what we call a temporal anchor, she said. An individual whose natural sensitivity to the field creates a stabilizing effect on engineered temporal events. You don't manipulate time. You don't perceive it the way the field does. But your presence in proximity to an unstable temporal event tends to resolve the instability toward the least harmful outcome. Tends to, Brian said. We don't use absolute language in this facility, she said. The field doesn't support it. Brian looked at the notebook, at the 6 lines in handwriting that wasn't his, left by a temporal field in a New Mexico facility 3 years ago for a conversation happening now in a main compound. The 4th folder, he said. What's in it? She stood and walked to the dark screen on the wall, activated it. Wanda's channel came to life. Not the audio channel, but a visual interface Brian hadn't known existed. Screens within screens. The compound's network architecture visible from the outside. Wanda's voice came through, wet and precise and entirely professional. I have the mathematical instruction from the notebook. The seventh iteration divided by the first contact minus the interval. I need the specific values. Dr. Marsh moved to a workstation in the corner of the room and pulled up a file. She read out a series of numbers. Wanda's fins moved across keyboards in the drain, somewhere beneath the main coast. Brian watched the screen. The fourth folder's encryption architecture displayed itself in abstract visual form. Layers of code that Wanda's systems were working through, with the specific efficiency of something that had been given the right tool for the right lock. It took 4 minutes and 37 seconds. The folder opened. Wanda was quiet for a moment. Her lore pulsed slowly in the dim light of her underground nest as she read what the folder contained. Then she spoke. "Everyone needs to hear this," she said. On the Eat You channel, the full team assembled the way the team assembled in significant moments, not in a single location, not even in the same state, but present in the specific way that a network of operatives becomes present when the information requires it. Gray from his observation point in the main tree line, Captain Talons from a fence post near the compound gate, his single leg gripping with practiced certainty. Henrietta from wherever Henrietta was when she was between assignments, a location she never specified, and the team had learned not to ask about. Luna from the room where Brian and Dr. Marsh sat, her hypnotic eyes moving between the screen and Brian's face. Mizzy from a position she'd taken in the second building's adjacent room, her warm presence informing the emotional temperature of the information before it arrived. Thunder from somewhere that involved a significant amount of purring, which meant he was in contact with humans who found him delightful, and he was reciprocating genuinely. Major sport from headquarters, silent, listening. The mouse from wherever the mouse was, which was simultaneous with wherever he needed to be. Wanda read the fourth folder. The fourth folder contained the complete research record of the Institute for Advanced Materials recovery from 1994 to the present. Not the sanitized version, not the version that had been built to withstand oversight or review or discovery. The actual record, 17 recovered craft. Not incidents, craft, with serial designations and recovery dates and condition assessments, and the specific dry professional language of people documenting things that should not exist, with the rigor of people who had accepted that they exist and were getting on with the work. Biological residues recovered from 9 of the 17. The residues were the source material for the temporal compound research. The compounds Brian had encountered as cheese and mustard were the 14th and 19th iteration of that research respectively. The earlier iterations had produced results ranging from the saxophone incident to effects that the record described with clinical precision as non-reversible perceptual displacement, which was the dry professional language for outcomes nobody had survived with their sense of linear time intact. The research had produced 12 functional temporal anchors over 30 years, individuals who, through a combination of natural sensitivity and controlled exposure, developed the stabilizing effect that Dr. Marsh had described to Brian. 11 of the 12 had been identified and recruited by the Institute. The 12th had been identified by the field itself, located in a New Mexico facility. Left a message in a paper notebook, withdrawn from active Institute contact and placed in a parallel network specifically designed to operate outside Institute oversight. The parallel network was Eat You. Wanda stopped reading. The channel was quiet. Brian looked at Dr. Marsh. "The field identified me," he said, "and instead of bringing me into the Institute, you built a separate organization around keeping me operational outside their control. The Institute has changed significantly since its founding," she said. "The original research purpose was documentation and understanding. The current Institute leadership has different priorities." "The man who called me at the airport," Brian said. "Institute. Current leadership," she confirmed. "The people in this compound are the original research team. We separated from Institute oversight in 2009 when it became clear the leadership transition was taking the organization in a direction incompatible with the original purpose." "Which was understanding," Brian said. "Which was understanding," she confirmed. "Not control, not weaponization, not the kind of engineered temporal events that were attempted at Bedminster. The Institute engineered Bedminster," Brian said. "The Institute's current leadership financed it," she said, "as a demonstration of what the compounds could do at scale, applied to a high-profile target in a controlled environment." "A demonstration for whom?" Brian asked. She was quiet for a moment. That's what's in the fourth folder that we haven't reached yet, she said. Wanda's voice came through. I'm reading it now. Another pause. Longer this time. The demonstration at Bedminster was commissioned, Wanda said, by an external party. The Institute doesn't name them directly in the record. They use a designation, 3 letters. She paused. TNE, she said. The channel was completely silent. Gray's voice came through first, smooth and controlled, but carrying something underneath it. Tene, he said. TNE, Tene. Mizzy's warm voice followed, and the warmth had shifted into something more complex. The Council, she said. Another silence. Longer. Captain Talon spoke from the fence post, his voice carrying the weight of a veteran who has just identified the scale of what he's looking at. The Council of Tenor commissioned the Bedminster demonstration. To evaluate what? Sport said, from headquarters, his deliberate voice carrying the command weight that meant he was already moving toward a decision. Wanda read further. To evaluate the 12th anchor, she said. Brian, they wanted to see how the 12th anchor responded to an engineered temporal event, whether the stabilizing effect would activate, whether it could be relied upon. Brian sat at the table in the main compound and looked at the grey coastal water through the window. The Council of Tenor, ancient, possibly immortal, operating above every other organization in the architecture of what he was beginning to understand, was a very large architecture indeed. They had commissioned an assassination attempt that was never intended to succeed. They had engineered a temporal event specifically to observe how he responded to it. He had been a test subject. He thought about the capsule in the desert, the sensation of air folding, the moment of standing in the New Jersey parking lot 3 hours before the rally, the letter in his toaster, the envelope that had disintegrated into ash. All of it engineered. All of it a controlled environment for evaluating his specific response. Did I pass? He asked. Nobody answered immediately. Then Wanda. The 4th folder ends with an assessment, she said, filed by the Council's observer at Bedminster. Single line. She paused. Anchor confirmed viable. Proceed to phase 2, she read. Brian nodded slowly. Phase 2, that was main. Phase 2 was the compound. Phase 2 was the 4th folder opening and the full architecture becoming visible, and Brian understanding what he was and what he was part of and what came next. He looked at Dr. Marsh. What's phase 2? He asked. She looked at him with the specific expression of someone who has been waiting for a long time to have a conversation and is now having it and finding that the preparation and the reality were different in ways that mattered. Phase 2, she said, is you understanding everything and then deciding what to do with it. Brian looked at the notebook on the table, at the 6 lines in handwriting that wasn't his, at the plain white card with the radio frequency, at the red drive, at the grey main water. There's a prosthetic being made, he said, red, white and blue, for Captain Talons. From the fence post, near the compound gate, Captain Talons made a sound that no eagle should have been capable of making in that frequency range. A sound that was adjacent to something private and significant. That's not phase 2, Brian said, but it matters. It matters first. He looked at Dr. Marsh. Get me the people who make the prosthetic, he said. Then we'll talk about phase 2. Outside, on the fence post, Captain Talon stood as straight as a one-legged eagle could stand on a fence post in a cold Maine morning, which was straighter than most things stood anywhere, and looked out at the water with the specific dignity of something that had been seen. The mouse appeared on the fence post beside him, sat, looked at the water in the same direction, made no gesture, just sat there, which was from the mouse, everything. The prosthetic took 3 days, not because the fabrication was complicated. The compound had manufacturing capability that Brian had stopped questioning after the first hour of understanding what the compound actually was, but because getting it right required time. The red, white and blue paint wasn't decorative application, it was precision work, each stripe laid with the specific care of something being made to last. The stars on the upper section were small and exact, the kind of exact that meant someone had taken the work seriously, as work rather than as symbol. Dr. Marsh's colleague handled the fabrication, a materials engineer named Reyes, who hadn't said more than 40 words to Brian in 3 days, but whose hands moved over the prosthetic with the attention of someone who understood that objects carry meaning beyond function, and that meaning required the same precision as function. Brian spent the 3 days reading. The fourth folder was extensive. Wanda had transferred the full contents to a secure tablet that Dr. Marsh provided, and Brian read the way he read evidence thoroughly, without skipping, returning to sections that didn't immediately resolve to let them sit alongside sections that did until the connections became clear. The 17 recovered craft, the biological residues, the 30 years of compound research, the 12 temporal anchors, the Institutes divergente from its original purpose, the Council of Tenez' long involvement in the architecture of what had been from the beginning a project of understanding that certain powerful interests had been trying to convert into a project of control. He read about the other 11 anchors, their locations, their operational histories, the ways they'd been used, some knowingly, some the way Brian had been used, adjacent to events that required stabilization without understanding their role in the stabilization. He read the observer's notes from Bedminster, dry, precise, the specific, effectless language of someone documenting what they saw without editorializing. The temporal event had been engineered using the 14th and 19th compound iterations, the cheese and mustard, delivered through the limousine cargo system. The intent had been to induce temporal layering in the high-profile target, the former president, to observe whether a non-anchor individual in a field of temporal influence would experience the layering effect, and if so, what would emerge from the layered perception. The test had not run as planned because the 12th anchor had been present. Brian's stabilizing effect had resolved the temporal field toward its least harmful outcome before the compound could be administered. The shooter's distraction, the bullet's trajectory, the confetti arch, all of it downstream of the field, resolving around Brian's presence. The observer's assessment had been clinical and complete. Anchor confirmed viable. Proceed to Phase 2. He read about Phase 2. Phase 2 was not an operation. It was not a mission with objectives and timelines and success metrics. Phase 2 was the thing that came after the evaluation, the anchor understanding their function, and making an informed decision about how to exercise it. Because Anshaw's, the fourth folder made clear, could not be directed, could not be deployed, could not be positioned and activated like equipment. The stabilizing effect was a function of genuine presence, genuine engagement with a situation, genuine response to what was actually happening rather than what someone else had determined should happen. An anchor who knew they were being used as an anchor and was complying with direction became something less than an anchor. The stabilizing effect diminished in proportion to the degree of directed behavior, which meant that everything ETU had been doing, guiding Brian, positioning him, feeding him anonymous instructions, had been operating in a space between what helped and what didn't. The anonymous calls had placed him in proximity to events that needed stabilization, but the directing of his specific behavior within those events had been, at best, unnecessary, and at worst, a slight diminishment of the effect he'd have had if left entirely to his own instincts. Brian read this section 3 times, then he sat with it for a while. Then he went to find Dr. Marsh. She was in the main building's largest room, which served as the compound's primary research space. She was reviewing something on a screen when Brian came in, and she turned with the expression of someone who had been expecting this conversation and was ready for it. The anonymous calls, Brian said, the instructions, the guidance. Yes, she said. ETU has been managing me, he said, and placing me and directing me. Guiding you toward proximity, she said carefully, not directing your response once you were there. The distinction matters to the effect, but not to the principle, Brian said. She was quiet for a moment. No, she agreed. It doesn't. Brian sat down in the nearest chair, looked at the screen she'd been reviewing, which showed compound research data he didn't have the background to interpret fully, but could see was dense with variables. I'm not angry, he said. I want to be clear about that. I've been doing work that mattered. The guidance placed me where the work was. I understand the logic. But, she said, but Phase 2 requires me to understand the full architecture, he said, and the full architecture includes the fact that the guidance was an imperfect solution to a genuine problem. Yes, she said. What's the genuine problem? She turned back to the screen, brought up a different view, a map, not geographic, something more abstract. Points of light connected by lines, some solid, some dotted, some pulsing at irregular intervals. Temporal events are increasing in frequency, she said. The field we've been studying for 30 years is becoming more active. The 17 recovery incidents are the ones we documented. We believe there have been significantly more that we weren't positioned to observe. The compound research, the Institute's weaponization attempts, the Bedminster demonstration, all of these have introduced human-generated temporal disturbances into an environment that was already experiencing natural increases in field activity. It's getting worse, Brian said. It's getting more complex, she said. Worse implies a value judgment the field doesn't support, but from a human perspective, from the perspective of people experiencing linear time in a field that is increasingly non-linear, yes, more complex resolves to worse. And anchors stabilize the complexity, Brian said. 12 anchors distributed across locations where the field activity is highest, operating with full understanding of their function and full autonomy in how they exercise it, would provide significant stabilization, she said. More than 12 anchors being guided by well-intentioned organizations who don't fully understand that guidance diminishes the effect. Brian looked at the map, the points of light, the connecting lines. Where are the other 11? He asked. She looked at him carefully. Some are known to us, some are known to the Institute, some are known only to the Council. And the Council commissioned Bedminster to evaluate me, Brian said, which means the Council knows about all 12. We believe so, she said. What does the Council want? She was quiet for longer than she'd been quiet for anything else in 3 days of conversation. We don't know, she said finally. The Council's agenda is not legible to us. We know they've been monitoring the field for longer than any human institution. We know they have access to information about the field's behavior that we haven't been able to develop independently. We know they commissioned a demonstration to evaluate an anchor. We don't know why. We don't know what they intend to do with what they learned. Brian thought about the secret cat society, the tail twitch codes, the zoomies in neighborhoods that were passing intelligence along relay networks, the Council of 10 cats, possibly immortal, operating at a level of knowledge that made everything else look like the newspaper membership tier. He thought about Mizzy, who was warm and certain and had said that trust and alignment were different things. He thought about Gray, who had said that money was just a tool to get from point A to point B, and that as long as you knew where point B was and had the resources, there was nothing you couldn't accomplish. He thought about the mouse, who had been here before in a time that wasn't linear, who communicated through gesture and presence, who had sat on a fence post next to Captain Talons in the cold Maine morning and made no gesture at all, which was from the mouse everything. He thought about Thunder somewhere being petted by delighted strangers, his reckless genius already 3 moves ahead of a situation that hadn't fully resolved yet. About Wanda in her storm drain nest, 14 keyboards, 20 monitors, total information dominance over a geography that expanded every year. About Henrietta, balanced on her 4-pointed star, 2 souls in one body, power she couldn't fully control, waiting for the moment it would be needed. About Luna, who could project thoughts into minds, and had chosen very carefully which thoughts to project and when. About Captain Talons on the fence post, standing as straight as something can stand when it's doing it on one leg, and pride and decades of service. About Major Sport, behind his desk, looking out his window at other dogs, carrying full responsibility for everything, with the deliberate weight of someone who had accepted that weight and would continue accepting it. He thought about Brian Kaepernick, private detective, government contractor, temporal anchor, person who kept paper notebooks and watered plants with cold coffee, and had somehow ended up at the center of something that had been building for 30 years. I need to make some calls, he said. Dr. Marsh looked at him. Not the anonymous number, he said. Actual calls, to the people who've been managing me. I need to talk to them directly, not through channels, not through instructions on a phone screen. She was quiet. That may not be straightforward, she said carefully. I know, Brian said. That's why I need to make the calls instead of waiting for a message. He made the calls from the room with the grey water view, not calls in the telephone sense. The tablet Dr. Marsh had given him had a channel interface that he'd been aware of for 3 days, aware of since the night in his Atlantic City office, when he'd somehow heard the team's transmissions and understood, in the way that certain things become suddenly clear, that the channel had always been accessible to him and he'd simply never tried to access it directly. He opened the channel. "I know you can all hear this," he said. Silence. Then, one by one, presences that the channel registered without announcing. The specific quality of people listening who haven't decided yet whether to respond. "I've read the 4th folder," Brian said. "I understand the architecture. I understand what I am and what the guidance has been and what Phase 2 is supposed to look like." He paused. "I'm not ending the relationship," he said. "I want to be clear about that. What each of you has been doing has mattered. The work has mattered. The cheese situation at Bedminster aside, the operations have produced real outcomes for real problems, and I've been glad to be part of them even when I didn't know I was part of them." He looked at the grey water. "But I need the guidance to stop," he said. "Not the information, not the channel, not the relationship. Just the directing, the anonymous instructions, the positioned cases and managed trajectories. If I'm going to function as an actual anchor rather than a managed asset, I need to respond to what's actually in front of me rather than what I've been placed in front of." The channel was quiet for a long moment. Then Major Sport's voice, slow, deliberate, carrying full responsibility the way it always carried full responsibility. "Agreed," Sport said. "That's the right call." A beat. "It's what I should have said 2 years ago," Sport continued. "We got comfortable with the management, we saw it working well enough and we kept doing it. That's on me." Brian absorbed this. "It worked fine," he said. "I'm not saying it didn't work, I'm saying the 4th folder is clear that fine isn't the ceiling." "Understood," Sport said. Gray's voice came through next, smooth and carrying that maverick quality of someone who had already calculated this outcome and was comfortable with it. "The resources stay available," Gray said. "The supply chains, the infrastructure, whatever you need and whenever you need it. That's not management, that's support. The distinction matters." "It does," Brian agreed. Wanda's voice, wet and precise. "The channel stays open. Real-time intelligence is different from direction. You'll have everything I see, so I see ease. What you do with it is your call." "Thank you, Wanda." A pause. Then, surprisingly from Wanda, "You're good at this. Just so you know, the anchor thing, you're actually very good at it." Brian sat with that for a moment. Coming from Wanda, who didn't traffic in reassurance, it landed with the specific weight of things that are true and rarely said. Mizzy's warm voice came through, carrying the complexity it had been carrying since the Council of Tene appeared in the 4th folder. "The Council evaluated you and found you viable," she said, "which means they'll be watching what comes next. Whatever Phase 2 looks like, we do it knowing we have an audience we don't fully understand. We've always had an audience we don't fully understand," Brian said. "That's been the whole situation from the beginning." "Yes," Mizzy said, "but now you know about it." "Now I know about it," Brian agreed. Luna projected a thought into his mind from wherever she was in the compound. Not words, just the impression of something warm and certain, the emotional equivalent of, "You're doing the right thing." He felt it land and held it for a moment. Then Captain Talon's voice came through. "Careful, carrying something private." "The prosthetic," he said. "Is it ready?" Brian looked up at Reyes, who had appeared in the doorway of the room at some point during the conversation, and was standing there with the red, white and blue prosthetic in both hands, holding it with the specific care of someone who understands the weight of what they've made. "Yes," Brian said. "It's ready." They did it outside. Not ceremonially, not with speeches or formal arrangements. It was just the compound's small courtyard, open to the main coastal sky, grey and cold and entirely honest about itself. Dr. Marsh was there. Reyes was there. 2 of the other compound researchers, whose names Brian had learned over 3 days, came out and stood without being asked to. Captain Talon's landed in the courtyard from whatever thermal had carried him through the morning sky. His single leg touched down with practiced grace. His wings settled. He stood with the specific dignity of something that had learned to stand well under difficult conditions. Brian took the prosthetic from Reyes. He'd never done anything like this before. He didn't have training in prosthetic fitting. He had 3 days of watching Reyes work, and a tablet full of technical documentation he'd read at 2 in the morning when the 4th folder material had settled enough to let him read something else. He knelt down. Captain Talons looked at him with those sharp veteran's eyes. Clear, present, not performing anything. The fitting took time. Reyes guided the final adjustments with quiet professional instruction. Brian's hands did the work without hurrying. When it was done, Captain Talons stood on 2 legs for the first time since Iraq and Iran, and whatever specific moment in those specific wars had taken one of them. He stood very still. The red, white and blue caught the grey main light. Not bright, not theatrical, just present. A flagpole's colours on the leg of the thing that had always been the symbol of what those colours meant, now made literal and permanent. Captain Talons spread his wings. Not awkwardly, not with the ground-based, clumsy struggle that had characterised every wing spread on solid surfaces since the injury. He spread them with the full authority of what he was, balanced, now steady, both legs carrying the weight equally. He held the spread for a long moment, then folded his wings with precise dignity. He looked at Brian. "Thank you," he said. 2 words, quiet, carrying everything a long time in service and a cold Maine morning and red, white and blue paint on a prosthetic leg could carry. Brian stood up. "Thank you for your service," he said, which was not a phrase he used lightly or often, but was the right phrase for this moment, with this being in this courtyard. Captain Talons nodded once, then turned and looked at the grey coastal water with the expression of something that has just gotten something back it thought was gone, and is taking the moment to feel that fully before moving forward. The mouse was on the courtyard wall. Nobody had seen him arrive. He was watching Captain Talons with his dark eyes, carrying the specific attentiveness of something that understood what it was watching, even if it would never gesture about it. He made no gesture. He just watched. Which from the mouse was, as always, everything. Brian left the compound the following morning. He had the red drive in his bag, the folder of photographs, the notebook with 6 lines in handwriting that wasn't his, the plain white radio card, and his own notebook, a new one, which he'd started filling the morning after the 4th folder opened with the careful shorthand of a detective beginning a new case. The case didn't have a name yet. He'd title it when he understood it well enough to name it correctly. That was how he worked. Dr. Marsh walked him to his rental car. "Phase 2, Brian said. "What does it actually look like, day to day?" She considered this. "You do what you do," she said. "You investigate. You follow evidence. You stay in proximity to the events that draw your attention. The stabilizing effect doesn't require you to do anything other than be genuinely present in the situations you encounter. And when the field activity increases," he said, "the channel will carry information," she said. "Wanda will see things, the team will see things, you'll receive intelligence. What you do with it is yours to decide." "And the council," he said. "The council is watching," she said. "We believe they want the field stable. We believe their agenda and ours are aligned in that respect. We don't know what else their agenda contains." Brian nodded. "The other 11 anchors," he said. Eventually, she agreed. He got in the car, started the engine. The main coastal road stretched ahead of him, winding through the tree line, toward the highway that would take him to the airport, that would take him back to Atlantic City and his office and his dying plant, and the next case that would arrive through whatever mechanism the next case arrived through, now that the anonymous instructions were no longer part of the architecture. He rolled down the window. "Dr. Marsh," he said. She looked at him. "The field," he said. "In New Mexico. When it wrote in my notebook. The 6 lines." "Yes," she said. "Did it know it was writing in my notebook specifically," he said. "Or did it write in everything it could reach, and my notebook happened to be what I found?" She was quiet for a long moment. The kind of quiet that meant the question was more interesting than it initially appeared. "We've debated that internally for 3 years," she said. "The honest answer is we don't know. The field's interaction with physical materials is not fully understood. It may have written in many places. It may have written specifically in yours. The distinction may not be meaningful from the field's perspective. Brian nodded slowly. From the field's perspective, he said. Right. He rolled up the window and drove down the coastal road. In the rearview mirror, the compound disappeared behind the Kokiwaki trailer. Dr. Marshfield was visible for a moment at the gate, and then wasn't. The grey main sky sat low and honest over everything. His phone didn't vibrate. No anonymous message, no anonymous call. The channel was open, but quiet. The specific quiet of people who had agreed to a new arrangement, and were respecting the space the arrangement required. He drove for 20 minutes before anything happened. Then, thunder materialized in the back seat. Brian looked in the rearview mirror. The orange tabby was sitting on the back seat with the compact, muscled presence that made small spaces seem adequately sized. He was looking out the side window with the expression of a cat who found car travel acceptable and coastal scenery moderately interesting. Brian looked at the road, looked in the mirror again. "How did you get in the car?" he said. Thunder's tail flicked once. The expression that said the question didn't require an answer because the answer was self-evident to anyone paying attention. "Right," Brian said. They drove in silence for a few miles. The coastal road gave way to a larger route heading inland. Traffic appeared, the specific, unremarkable texture of regular driving on a regular day in a regular part of the world. "I know you understand me," Brian said to the mirror. "I know you've always understood me. I know you all have." Thunder's ears rotated forward. Present. Listening. "I don't need you to confirm it," Brian said. "I'm just stating it. For the record. Because I keep records." He looked at the road. "The record should reflect that I figured it out," he said. "Not when I was told. Before I was told. A detective figures things out. That's the job." Thunder made a sound. Not a meow, not quite a purr. The specific sound that cats make when they are acknowledging something without commenting on it, which is different from every other sound they make, and entirely recognizable once you know it. Brian drove. The grey main sky opened slightly as he moved inland, a seam of something lighter running along the western horizon. Not quite sun, the promise of sun, sometime later. His phone stayed quiet. The channel stayed quiet. The road stretched ahead. And in the back seat, Thunder settled into the comfortable arrangement of a cat who had somewhere to be and had found adequate transportation and was prepared to be patient about the journey. Brian looked in the mirror one more time. "Next case," he said, "whenever it comes." Thunder blinked once. Slowly. The specific blink that means obviously. What else would there be? Brian Kaepernick drove toward the airport with a red drive in his bag and a notebook full of evidence and 3 years of understanding that had just become something larger and more clearly shaped. The field was active, growing more complex. 11 other anchors were out there somewhere, some knowing what they were, some not yet. The Council of Tenor was watching. The Institute was reorganizing around a Nevada wild goose chase that would eventually resolve into confusion, and then eventually into suspicion, and eventually into the understanding that something they couldn't identify had outmaneuvered them in Maine. And somewhere in the Astern Digital infrastructure, a better fish with the teeth of an anglerfish and the instincts of a predator, and the professional discipline of something that had chosen its work deliberately, was monitoring 17 channels simultaneously, and would continue monitoring them, as she always had, as she always would, until the work was done. Which it wasn't, not yet. But the pieces were in place. The anchor understood his function. The network was intact and clarified. The fourth folder was open. The next headline would come. It always came. Real events in real time. Landing in the world the way real events always landed. Without warning, without context, without the underlying architecture visible to anyone who wasn't looking at the right level. You would be looking at the right level. Brian Kaepernick would be in proximity. And the field would do what the field did. Complex, non-linear, patient in the way that things are patient when time isn't a constraint, moving toward stability the way all fields move toward their natural state, given the right conditions and the right presence, and enough space to resolve without interference. The seam of light on the western horizon widened slightly. Brian drove toward it. 3 weeks later, the following headlines appeared within 48 hours of each other. Giant pandas Baoli and Qingbao made their official public debut at the Smithsonian's National Zoo in Washington, D.C. on January 24, 2025. Thousands of visitors lined up before opening. The Giant Panda Cam relaunched for virtual visitors. A spokesperson described the arrival as a milestone in international conservation cooperation. In Plano, Texas, authorities announced the dismantling of a sophisticated luxury vehicle theft ring following a multi-agency investigation. 6 high-end vehicles were recovered, including 2 Rolls-Royce models, a Maserati, and an Audi. 3 suspects were arrested on felony charges. The investigation had begun with the theft of a single vehicle from a restaurant valet stand. A family in coastal Maine, whose home was damaged in a fire of undetermined origin, received support from a community fundraising effort that exceeded its goal within 72 hours. Volunteers coordinated rebuilding efforts. A neighbor quoted in the local paper described the community response as remarkable. The cause of the fire was listed in the incident report as unknown, pending investigation. The investigation remained open. Nobody connected the 3 stories. Nobody saw the thread running through them, except the ones who were looking at the right level. And one private detective in Atlantic City who was watering his plant with cold coffee and reading the headlines with the careful attention of someone who keeps records and knows that the record should reflect everything, including the things that look unconnected until they aren't. He opened his new notebook. He wrote the date. He began. E8U, Environmental Anti-Terror Unit. The news is real, or is it? End of episode 2.
The burrito was cold. It had been cold for 40 minutes. Dev Reyes had not noticed because he had been staring at a screen that should not have been showing what it was showing, and somewhere in the back of his mind, he understood that the world had just changed, and he was the only person in the building awake enough to see it. The UN liaison office in Geneva did not look like the kind of place where history happened. It looked like a mid-range accounting firm that had run out of budget before reaching the break room. The coffee maker had been broken since March. The overhead light above Dev's desk flickered every 11 seconds with the reliability of a metronome and the charm of none. He was 31 years old, had a master's degree in xenolinguistics that he had never expected to use, and had taken this job because it paid better than teaching and required less eye contact. He pressed his palm flat against the desk. Solid, real, okay. The signal had arrived at 1:47 in the morning. It had not come through any channel that the liaison office monitored. It had not come through any channel that anyone on Earth monitored, technically speaking, because the channel it came through had not existed at 1:46 in the morning. It existed now. It had apparently decided to exist specifically to deliver a document. The document was 47 pages long. The translation software at the top of the page provided, with a politeness that felt almost insulting, by the senders themselves, identified the originating body as the Galactic Council of Recognized Civilizations. It identified the recipient as the nation-state collective inhabiting the 3rd orbital body of a mid-sequence yellow star, Sector 7 Gamma, locally designated Sol. It identified the document type as a formal notice of non-compliance and corrective intent. Dev read that line 3 times. Then he read the next line, which informed him that Earth had been assessed. He scrolled down. The assessment was thorough. It was, in the way that truly devastating things sometimes are, completely accurate. Every armed conflict in recorded human history was cataloged. Every environmental failure, every systemic inequality that had persisted across centuries, every moment humanity had looked at a problem it had created and chosen to create it again anyway. The Council had done their homework. They had done it with the detached efficiency of a doctor reading a chart to a patient who already knew the diagnosis. At the bottom of page 43, the document arrived at its conclusion. Humanity had been found categorically non-compliant with civilizational tier standards. Humanity posed a potential long-term stability risk to the surrounding galactic region. Humanity was hereby given 48 Earth hours to begin the process of voluntary submission to corrective oversight, after which the Council would proceed with a corrective action as defined under Galactic Charter, Article 9, Subsection 4. Dev sat with that for a moment. He pulled up the internal messaging system. He needed to wake someone up. He needed to wake several someones up. He needed to find the chain of command and climb it fast, because 48 hours was not a lot of time, and he was a mid-level liaison officer eating a cold burrito at 2 in the morning, and this was approximately 4,000% above his pay grade. He started typing a message to his direct supervisor, Neil Holt, who was asleep in London. The door behind him opened. Chloe Ward walked in carrying a paper cup of tea and wearing the expression of someone who had also not slept. She was 24, a junior attaché, and she had a habit of showing up at odd hours because, as she had once explained to Dev without any embarrassment whatsoever, the office was quieter than her apartment, and she thought better without her roommate's podcast bleeding through the wall. She looked at his screen. She stopped walking. "Is that?" she said. "Yes." "Are they?" "Yes." She set her tea down on the edge of his desk very carefully. She read the top 3 lines of the document. She read them again. "What do we do?" she said. "I'm writing to Neil. Neil's in London. I know where Neil is. Should we not also be calling someone else? Should we not be calling, I don't know, several hundred someone else's?" "Yes, I am going to do that. I am writing to Neil first because that is the protocol, and I am trying very hard to follow a protocol right now, because it is the only thing making me feel like a functioning human being." Chloe pulled a chair over and sat beside him. She read further down the document. Dev watched her face do the same thing his face had done, the careful stillness that meant the brain was absorbing something too large for a normal expression to cover. She scrolled to page 43. She read the conclusion. 48 hours, she said. "Yes. That's not very long." "No." She was quiet for a moment. Then she reached across him and opened the communications interface, the formal response portal that the council's own software had apparently installed on their system alongside the document, because of course it had, because the council had thought of everything and wanted to make the process of capitulation as frictionless as possible. "I'm going to draft an acknowledgement," she said. "Just an acknowledgement, nothing committal, just so they know we received it." "That's reasonable." She started typing. She was fast. Dev went back to his message to Neil. The office hummed. The light flickered. Somewhere down the hall, the vending machine made a sound like a small animal shifting in its sleep. Dev finished the message to Neil and moved on to the escalation list. He was typing the 3rd name when Chloe made a sound that was not quite a word. He looked up. She was staring at her screen with both hands pressed flat on the desk. The color had left her face in the specific way it leaves the face of someone who has just realized they made a mistake that cannot be unmade. "Chloe, I had a macro," she said. "I set up a macro last month for the automated response template, the one for routine document acknowledgements. It autofills and sends. I thought I was opening a new draft window." Dev looked at her screen. The communications portal showed a sent confirmation. Timestamp 0209 AM. Recipient Galactic Council of Recognized Civilizations. Status delivered. The message field showed 2 words. "Make us." Dev did not say anything for a long time. The light flickered once, twice, 11 seconds exactly. "That's," he started. "I know. That's what we sent. I know. To the Galactic Council. Dev, who threatened us with a corrective action. I know what I did." He leaned back in his chair. He looked at the ceiling. The ceiling had a water stain in the shape of something he had never been able to identify. He looked at it now with the full attention of a man whose brain had run out of larger things to process. Then he looked back at the screen. Somewhere in the document, somewhere in those 47 precise and accurate pages, The council had listed every way that humanity was dangerous to itself, every internal failure, every wound that humans had opened and reopened across centuries of recorded history. He had read it and felt the weight of it, the accuracy of it. But now, sitting in a flickering office at 2 in the morning with cold food and a broken coffee maker, and a sent message he could not retrieve, he realized something. They had listed what humans did to each other. The document was 47 pages long and detailed with apparent completeness. But there was not one line, not a paragraph, not a footnote, not a single entry in the appendix for what humans did when something from the outside came looking for a fight. Not one line. Chloe was still staring at her screen. "Should I send a correction?" she said. Dev picked up the burrito. It was still cold. He took a bite anyway. "No," he said. She turned to look at him. "Get me Neil's number," he said. "Then start calling the list, everyone on it. Tell them we have 48 hours and we already sent our opening position." "Our opening position," she repeated. "That's what I said." She looked at the sent message one more time. 2 words on a white screen. The most significant diplomatic communication in the history of the human species, produced by a wrong button press, cold light, and a macro set up by a junior attaché who just wanted to save time. Chloe Ward took a breath, then she picked up the phone. Dev's message to Neil went through at 2:14 in the morning. Neil Holt called back in 4 minutes, which meant Neil had not been sleeping either, which meant Neil had also seen something, a fragment, a signal bleed, some edge of it, and had been lying in the dark waiting for confirmation that it was real. The call lasted 7 minutes. By the end of it, Neil had 3 other calls running simultaneously, and Dev had a direct line to a woman at the Foreign Office named Patricia Voss, who had a voice like someone who had been waiting her entire career for a phone call like this one, and was not going to waste a single second of it. "Tell me everything," Patricia said. "Leave nothing out, including the 2 words." Dev told her everything. He left nothing out. He included the 2 words. There was a pause on the line. "Well," Patricia said. "Yes. That's either the worst thing anyone has ever done or the best. I've been going back and forth on that." "Stop going back and forth. Pick one and move forward." She was already typing. He could hear it. Fast, precise keystrokes like someone who had made peace with urgency a long time ago. "I'm pulling in the Security Council. I need you to forward the full document to this address in the next 3 minutes. Can you do that?" "Yes." "Good, and Dev?" "Yes." "Don't touch the communications portal again. Not until we decide what comes next." He looked at Chloe, who was on her own phone now, working through the escalation list with a calm that he recognized as the particular calm of someone who had decided there was no longer any point in being anything other than calm. "Understood," he said. He forwarded the document. The clock on his screen read 2:21. 47 hours and 39 minutes left on the council's deadline. He reached for his coffee, remembered it was broken, drank Chloe's tea instead. It was also cold. He didn't notice. Iraq received confirmation of the reply at what his internal biological clock registered as the equivalent of early afternoon. A quiet, productive time by his species measure, good for documentation and observation, and the sort of careful thinking that his 600 years had taught him to value over speed. He read the 2 words 4 times. He set the report down on his console. He picked it up again. He had processed 43 civilizational compliance cases in his career. He had seen bravado. He had seen defiance. He had seen the specific, sad performance of a species that knew it could not win, but needed to feel as though it had tried. This did not read like any of those things. He flagged it for deeper analysis and sent a preliminary note to the Council Observer team. Then he sat for a long moment in the quiet of his monitoring station, 600 years of experience arranged around a two-word message from a species that had been using radio signals for barely a century and felt something he had not felt in a very long time. He did not have a name for it. He filed the report. He labeled the unnamed feeling as a variable. Then he opened a second file, private, unlabeled, separate from the official record, and began to write. 47 hours. Not much time for a planet. A lot of time for a species that had spent most of its history doing the most with the least. The word spread fast. Not the classified channels, those were moving too, but the word moved faster through the places where words always move fastest. Between people who trust each other, in rooms where the lights are still on at 3 in the morning, across phone calls made between old friends who had not spoken in years, but knew exactly why the other one was calling. By dawn in Geneva, it had reached 12 heads of state. By noon, it had reached the ones who wouldn't officially admit they'd been told. By mid-afternoon, in a server room in Bangalore that smelled like solder and yesterday's takeaway, a group of engineers who had been working on a satellite contract quietly closed that file and opened a new one. Nobody told them to, nobody asked. They just looked at each other across a table covered in empty cups and half-finished calculations, and one of them, a woman named Priya, who was 27 and had the specific kind of focus that made other engineers both admire and slightly fear her, said, "So, different problem now." And they started working on the different problem. Dev Reyes sat in his chair and watched the clock. He thought about the assessment. He thought about the 47 pages. He thought about the one thing that was not in them. He thought about Chloe's wrong button, about a macro designed to save 30 seconds becoming the loudest 2 words Earth had ever said. He thought about all the things humans did when something came at them from the outside. He thought about how none of that was in the document. He thought the council might want to read a different 47 pages. He was starting to think they were going to get the chance. IREX Private Log, Entry 1. The 2 words were not defiance. I have studied defiance. Defiance is the performance of strength you do not have. These 2 words had no performance in them. They were practical. They were almost administrative. I do not have a word for this. I have looked through 412 languages in the council archive, and I do not have a word for a species that hears it is outmatched and responds by asking to see proof. I am adding a variable to my model. I do not yet know what to call it. I am going to keep watching. He closed the log. He looked at the 2 words one more time. Then he started writing a different kind of report. 46 hours and 51 minutes left on the clock. In a small office in Geneva, a junior attaché named Chloe Ward finished her call list, made herself a new cup of tea, and did not think about what she had done. She thought about what came next. It was, she decided, probably going to be interesting. She was right. The council's preliminary observation team met at the 72-hour mark, which was 24 hours after the deadline had passed with no sign of voluntary compliance from Earth, and during which Earth had done nothing that registered as surrender and a great many things that did not fit into any existing category in their observational database. Iraq sat at the end of the long curved table and listened to his colleague discuss the situation with the measured confidence of people who had done this 43 times and expected this time to follow the same shape. He had filed his preliminary note. He had flagged the 2 words as anomalous. Nobody had asked him to elaborate. He was beginning to think elaboration was overdue. The team lead, a tall Veraki named Osk, pulled up the compliance timeline. 39 civilizations had submitted within the first 6 hours. 3 had attempted resistance. 1 had tried negotiation and eventually submitted. None had replied with 2 words that translated roughly as a dare. "They are disorganized," said another observer. Their communications in the hours following the notice were chaotic. multiple conflicting signals, no unified response structure. This is consistent with a species in denial. Iraq looked at his private file. He thought about the engineers in Bangalore. He thought about the retired materials scientist in Vermont who had walked back into a lab the morning after the broadcast. He thought about the 12-year-old in Sao Paulo whose name he did not yet know, but whose work he had been tracking for 18 hours. Not denial, he said. The table turned toward him. Then what? Osk asked. Iraq thought about how to explain it. He thought about all 412 languages in the archive. He thought about the word he had not been able to find. They are preparing, he said. The table was quiet. They are a civilization that has never unified against an external threat, said another observer. Their own historical record shows no precedent for global coordination. Their historical record, Iraq said carefully, shows no precedent because there has been no external threat. There is a difference. Osk looked at him for a long moment. Your recommendation. Iraq looked at the two words on his screen. He looked at the clock. Caution, he said. More data, more time. We have a charter obligation. 48 hours have elapsed. I know. We proceed to corrective action. Iraq nodded slowly. He filed his recommendation for caution. He noted that it was overruled. He updated his private log. They are going to send the ships, he wrote. I think the ships are going to learn something. I think I have been studying the wrong data. I think their history of internal conflict is not a weakness in the way we measured it. I think it is practice. I think we are about to find out what they practiced for. He closed the log. He began preparing for what came next, and for the first time in 600 years, the preparation felt like something other than routine. It felt like standing at the edge of something he could not see the bottom of. He looked down anyway. In Geneva, at 7 in the morning, Dev Reyes was still at his desk. He had slept for 2 hours in his chair. His neck felt like a complaint letter from his spine. He had a new coffee, real coffee, brought by someone he had never met who had apparently walked into the building, located the liaison office, and deposited a full thermos on the front desk without explanation. He was not going to question it. He drank it and read through the latest compiled packet. 40 hours of work from hundreds of people across 14 time zones, most of them operating without formal instruction, without budget approval, without any of the organizational scaffolding that was supposed to make large things happen. They had just looked at the problem and started solving it because that was, apparently, the thing that humans did when the problem was large enough. He reached the last section of the packet, the Sao Paulo entry. A 12-year-old had taken the council's broadcast signal, the same signal that had delivered the 47-page document, and picked it apart. She had reverse-engineered partial architecture from the transmission encoding. She had posted her work on a public forum at 11 o'clock on a school night with the title, I think their signal works like this, am I wrong? And 73 engineers from 9 countries had responded within 4 hours. She was not wrong. Dev sat with that for a long time. Then he added her section to the front of the response packet, above everything else, without annotation, without explanation, without a single word of context. It did not need any. He forwarded the packet to Patricia Voss. He leaned back in his chair. He looked at the water stain on the ceiling. 47 pages, he thought. They wrote 47 pages about us. They missed a lot. Outside, the city was waking up. Somewhere down the hall, Chloe was making tea. The coffee maker was still broken and nobody had fixed it, and the light still flickered every 11 seconds, and the world was in the most extraordinary moment in its history, and the break room still smelled like old carpet. Some things, Dev thought, were consistent. He was still thinking about the 12-year-old in Sao Paulo when his phone rang. It was Patricia. The ships are moving, she said. He closed his eyes for exactly 1 second. How long, he said. 14 hours. He opened his eyes. Is everything in place? Everything that can be, she said. You know what this is, Dev. You know what we're walking into. I know. And he looked at the sent message on his screen. 2 words. Cold office. Wrong button. The most human possible beginning to the most significant moment in human history. And we sent our opening position 14 hours ago, he said. Seems rude to walk it back now. Patricia was quiet for a beat. Then, get some sleep, 2 hours, that's an order. She hung up. Dev looked at the ceiling one more time. He thought about the corrective action ships crossing the distance between there and here. He thought about 3 vessels that had ended 26 previous situations before they began. He thought about the Council's 47 pages and the one thing they had left out. He thought about 14 hours. He thought about all the things that humans had managed to do in less time than that, throughout the whole long, strange, embarrassing, brilliant history of being human. He closed his eyes. He was asleep in 4 minutes. In her apartment in Sao Paulo, a 12-year-old named Lucia sat at her desk and refreshed the forum thread for the 89th time. The comments were still coming. Engineers, researchers, people whose job titles she didn't fully understand yet, all of them working from the framework she had sketched out on a Tuesday night because she hadn't been able to sleep and the signal had been interesting. Her phone had 47 new notifications. She had stopped reading them after the first 10 because they were making her feel a feeling she did not have a word for yet. She opened a new document instead. She had another idea. She started writing. The 3 council vessels crossed into the inner solar system at 0600 Geneva time. They did not announce themselves. They did not need to. Their presence was its own announcement. 3 ships of a scale that had no equivalent in Earth's construction history, moving with the unhurried certainty of things that had never had reason to hurry. Iraq stood at the observation window of the lead vessel and watched the small blue planet grow larger. His colleagues were at their stations. The tactical team was running projections. The compliance protocol was loaded and ready. Everything was proceeding according to a procedure that had been used 43 times and had never required significant adaptation. Iraq was not thinking about the procedure. He was thinking about 112 signals. The first readings had come in 30 minutes ago. Not a fleet, not a unified defense formation, not anything that matched the tactical models they had prepared for. What the sensors were finding was an enormous distributed scatter of signals, transmissions, devices, and activity spread across an area far wider than any defending force would logically cover, as though humanity had looked at the concept of a defensive perimeter and decided to disagree with it on a fundamental level. Disorganized, said the tactical lead. No command structure, no coordination pattern. Iraq said nothing. He looked at the readings. He looked at the scatter. He thought about what 112 independent signals, each apparently doing something different, added up to when you stopped trying to read them as a military formation and started reading them as something else. As a conversation, maybe. A very loud, very human conversation, conducted simultaneously by people who had never met and would never need to, each of whom had looked at a problem and started working from whatever angle they could reach. The tactical lead began calling out approach vectors, standard procedure. The ships moved. The signals moved with them. Not defensively, not reactively. They shifted in a way that had no tactical logic Iraq could find in the archive, and he had been looking hard because whatever this was, he wanted to name it before it happened. He could not name it. Contact in 4 minutes, said the tactical lead. Iraq pressed his hand flat against the observation window. The planet was close enough now that he could see the shape of continents. He had reviewed the geography. He knew where the deserts were, where the oceans were, where the large population centers sat in their ancient arrangements. He thought about the break room in Geneva that still had a broken coffee maker. He thought about a 12-year-old and a public forum and 73 engineers responding in 4 hours. He thought about 2 words sent by accident that nobody had retracted. 3 minutes, said the tactical lead. The signals were doing something now. The scatter had not resolved into a formation. It had done something stranger than that. It had achieved a kind of coherence that was not organizational, not hierarchical, not designed in any way the models recognized. It was coherence the way weather is coherent, not because someone commanded it, but because 1,000 independent pressures had aligned. The tactical model flagged it as noise. Iraq flagged it as something else. 2 minutes. He opened his private log. He wrote fast. They are not defending. They are not surrendering. They are doing something I cannot categorize, and I have been trying for 30 minutes, and I want the record to show that I tried. I want the record to show that I flagged it. I want the record to show that when I said caution, I meant it. I think they have been preparing for this their entire history without knowing they were preparing for it. I think every internal conflict, every adaptation to scarcity, every improvised solution to an impossible problem was, in aggregate, practice. I think we are about to find out what a species looks like when it applies all of that to something from the outside. I think I should have pushed harder on the caution recommendation. I think we are going to be fine. I am not certain. He closed the log. 1 minute, said the tactical lead. The ships kept moving. The signals kept moving with them. And then, in the 60 seconds before contact, something happened that Iraq would spend the next 3 months trying to document accurately, because it happened too fast and too strangely for any single word in any of the 412 languages in the Council archive to fully contain it. The 112 signals, all of them different, all of them independent, all of them apparently having an argument with each other, converged. Not into a weapon, not into a shield, into a message. Addressed to the Council vessels, delivered simultaneously from every direction, encoded in the Council's own transmission architecture, the architecture that a 12-year-old had taken apart on a Tuesday night because she found it interesting and had not been able to sleep. Iraq read it before the tactical team did. 3 words this time. We were ready. He looked out the observation window at the small blue planet. He reached for his communication console. He sent one message back to the Council. 2 words, the most important thing he had written in 600 years of careful documentation. Stand down. Then he sat down in his chair, 600 years old and feeling every one of them, and began writing a new report. Not the official one, the private one. He wrote for a long time. He was still writing when the ships turned around. Dev was asleep when it happened. Chloe was not. She was at her desk with a fresh cup of tea, monitoring the feed, when the Council vessels changed course. When they stopped. When the signal from Iraq's ship reached the monitoring station and resolved into 2 words that she read 3 times because the first 2 times felt like something she had imagined. She sat very still. Then she picked up her phone and called Dev. He answered on the second ring, which meant he had not really been asleep, which she had suspected. It's over, he said. His voice was the voice of someone who had been lying in the dark running numbers. They turned around, she said. He didn't say anything for a moment. The signals worked. The signals worked. Another pause, she heard him breathe. Lucia's encoding, he said. He had found the girl's name sometime in the night, the same way he had found everything else, by reading everything, leaving nothing out. Yes, Chloe said. 12 years old, he said. Not a question, just the fact of it sitting in the air between them. 12 years old, she confirmed. He was quiet for a long time. She let him be quiet. Outside her window, Geneva was fully awake now, going about the business of an ordinary morning, most of it entirely unaware that the most extraordinary 48 hours in human history had just concluded in a monitoring station on a council ship somewhere between here and the outer belt, with 2 words sent by a 600-year-old alien who had apparently changed his mind about something. "What do we do now?" Chloe said. "We wait for the council's next move," Dev said. "They'll make one. This isn't finished. And in the meantime..." She heard him sit up. She heard the old chair protest. She heard him pick something up, the thermos, probably, the one left by the person no one had identified, and drink from it. "Write a report," he said. "Full documentation, everything. The signal, the packet, the Sao Paulo work, all of it. Every person who did something in the last 48 hours without being asked. Every engineer who closed one file and opened a different one. Every person who made a phone call they had not made in years." "That's a lot of people." "Yes. That's a long report." "Yes," he said. "Make it longer than 47 pages." She almost laughed. It was close enough to a laugh that it counted. She started a new document. 6 weeks later, the council's revised communication arrived. It was formal. It was careful. It used the word colleague 17 times. It proposed a meeting, a framework, a mutual recognition process that acknowledged Earth as the phrasing was specific, clearly labored over, an emerging civilizational entity of significant and unanticipated complexity. Dev read it twice. Then he printed it, walked down the hall, and put it on Chloe's desk. She read it. She looked up at him. "Significant and unanticipated complexity," she said. "That's us," he said. She looked at the document. She looked at the communication portal, which was still open, had been open for 6 weeks, the reply field empty and patient. She thought about the 47 pages. She thought about the 48 hours. She thought about 112 signals and a Tuesday night and a girl in Sao Paulo who had found an alien transmission interesting and had not been able to sleep. She typed 3 words. "We'd love that." She pressed send. On purpose this time. In his monitoring station, Iraq received the reply and read it. 3 words, warm, direct, no performance in them, just a door held open. He had spent 6 weeks on his private report. It was longer than anything he had written in 600 years of documentation. It had a title, finally. He had found the word, or at least the closest word available in the archive, which was not perfect but was close enough. He had titled the section that dealt with the 2 words, and the 48 hours, and the 112 signals, and the girl in Sao Paulo, and the engineers who closed one file and opened a different one, and the retired scientist who walked back into a lab, and the thermos of coffee left by a stranger in a Geneva office at 7 in the morning. He had titled it, Spite as Civilizational Infrastructure. Then he had added a footnote. The footnote said, "This word is insufficient. They will need to give us a better one. I suspect they will." He closed the report. He looked at the 3 words on his screen. He looked at the small blue planet, distant now, getting smaller as the ship moved further away, back toward council space, back toward the 600 years of careful documentation and measured distance that his life had been built from. He thought about the broken coffee maker. He thought about the wrong button. He thought about a 12-year-old who had looked at an alien signal and decided to take it apart because she found it interesting and had been right, and had not thought to be surprised by being right. He thought about a species that had been assessed in 47 pages and had spent 48 hours filling in the gaps. He thought about 3 words, warm, simple, a door held open. He wrote one final entry in the private log. "They are going to be very loud," he wrote. "They are going to be chaotic and contradictory, and they are going to do things that no model will predict. They are going to walk into rooms they were not invited into and ask questions that make the older civilizations uncomfortable. They are going to cause significant disruption to the established order of things. I am 600 years old. I have watched 43 civilizations receive this notice. I have never looked forward to anything. I am looking forward to this. I think it is going to be the most interesting thing I have ever documented. I think I am going to need more pages. He closed the log. Outside, the stars were very bright. He thought that was probably right. They had always been there. It just took the right kind of noise to make them feel close.
Commander Vex of the Zephyrian Empire adjusted his ceremonial battle crown and gazed upon the tactical display with the smug satisfaction of someone who'd just discovered fire. Well, more accurately, someone who thought they'd discovered fire but had actually just found a slightly warm rock. Behold, he announced to his bridge crew with all the dramatic flair of a community theater actor, the primitive world of Earth. Population, laughably backward. Technology level, stone tools and wishful thinking. Threat assessment, we could conquer them with a particularly stern letter. His tactical officer, Lieutenant Buzz, nodded enthusiastically while secretly wondering why their advanced computers couldn't manage to spell check their intelligence reports. Sir, our scans indicate the target zone contains nothing but agricultural settlements, minimal population density, maximum embarrassment potential for these so-called humans. Perfect, Vex declared, practically vibrating with excitement. We'll demonstrate the might of the Zephyrian Empire by obliterating their pathetic farming community. They'll surrender immediately once they witness our superior firepower. Down on Earth, in a modest farmhouse outside Topeka, Kansas, Jake Morrison was having what he'd later describe as a perfectly normal Tuesday morning until some idiots ruined my coffee. He'd been reviewing crop rotation schedules when the sky suddenly lit up like a discount fireworks show. Well, that's new, Jake muttered, stepping onto his porch and squinting at the alien craft hovering over his property. The ship looked like someone had crossed a flying saucer with a disco ball and then given it delusions of grandeur. Luna, you seeing this? Luna Park, the NASA technician who'd been crashing at Jake's place while conducting atmospheric readings, poked her head out the screen door. Yeah, I'm seeing it. Also recording it. Also wondering why they're aiming at your barn instead of, literally anything strategically important. The Zephyrian attack commenced with what they considered devastating precision. Energy beams lanced down from their craft, striking Jake's barn with enough force to knock over some hay bales and slightly singe the roof. Jake observed, watching his barn experience what could generously be called minor property damage. That's disappointing. I was expecting more exploding. Commander Vex, meanwhile, was celebrating like he'd just conquered Rome. Victory is ours. We have struck fear into the hearts of these primitive beings. Surely they cower before our might. Sir, Lieutenant Buzz reported hesitantly, our sensors indicate the structure is still mostly intact. Impossible. Our weapons are calibrated for maximum devastation. Well, sir, they were calibrated for maximum devastation against our test targets, which were cardboard. Back on Earth, Jake was on his phone with his insurance company. Yeah, hi, it's Jake Morrison. Policy number, look, this is going to sound weird, but I need to file a claim for alien attack damage. No, I'm not drunk. No, it's not April 1st. Yes, I can hold. Luna had her laptop out, furiously typing. Jake, I'm uploading this footage to every server I can access. The Joint Chiefs are going to want to see this. Also, I think your barn is on fire now. Just a little fire, Jake corrected, watching smoke curl lazily from what remained of his hay storage. Insurance should cover it. Probably have alien invasion coverage buried somewhere in the fine print. Within 3 hours, the situation had escalated from mildly inconvenient Tuesday to every military strategist's wildest power fantasy come true. General Rick Stone sat in the Pentagon Situation Room, surrounded by screens showing the alien craft still hovering over Kansas like a confused tourist. "Let me get this straight," General Stone said, his voice carrying the patient tone of someone explaining basic concepts to a particularly slow child. "These aliens traveled across interstellar space, bypassed our entire defense network, and used their supposedly superior technology to barely damage a barn?" "That's correct, sir," reported Colonel Martinez, trying very hard not to smile. "Initial damage assessment indicates they destroyed approximately $40 worth of hay and caused minor cosmetic damage to the roof structure." "And they're just sitting there?" "Yes, sir. Our communications team attempted first contact protocols, but the aliens responded with what our xenolinguists have translated as surrender now or face annihilation. Our reply was, quote, 'You first.'" General Stone leaned back in his chair, experiencing the military equivalent of Christmas morning. "Gentlemen, we have been handed the galaxy's most incompetent enemy on a silver platter. I want a response that's educational but not genocidal. These aliens clearly need to learn about proportional response, Earth-style." Within the hour, the Zephyrian ship found itself surrounded by every piece of experimental military hardware the Pentagon had been looking for an excuse to field test. The alien sensors detected incoming objects but couldn't classify them because, frankly, humans had a tendency to weaponize things that shouldn't logically be weapons. "Commander," Lieutenant Buzz reported with growing panic, "we're detecting multiple incoming projectiles. Configuration unknown. Energy signatures confusing." "Confusing how?" "Well, sir, one appears to be a modified farming vehicle. Another seems to be, is that a weaponized satellite dish?" Commander Vex squinted at his tactical display. "That's impossible. These primitives don't have space technology." "Sir, that's definitely a weaponized satellite dish. It's painted camouflage and everything." Meanwhile, Jerry Kowalski, a mechanic from nearby Lawrence, was having the time of his life. When the National Guard had shown up asking if anyone had unconventional engineering solutions, Jerry had volunteered his latest project, a tractor modified with electromagnetic pulse generators that he'd originally built to deal with his neighbor's obnoxiously loud stereo system. "You sure this'll work against alien shields?" asked the young lieutenant assigned to Jerry's irregular warfare unit. "Kid," Jerry replied, adjusting his baseball cap and revving the tractor's engine, "if it can shut down Dave's subwoofers from 3 blocks away, it can handle some fancy space hubcaps." The first wave of Earth's proportional response hit the Zephyrian shields with the subtlety of a freight train driven by someone with severe anger management issues. The aliens' supposedly impenetrable barriers flickered, sparked, and died with all the dignity of a wet firecracker. "Shields are failing," Lieutenant Buzz announced, his voice climbing toward frequencies that only dolphins could appreciate. "How is that possible? Our shields can withstand the output of a small star." "Sir, I don't think these humans understand the concept of appropriate force levels." Commander Vex watched in horror as a modified John Deere tractor somehow breached their hull plating using what appeared to be farming equipment crossed with military-grade spite. "This has to be some kind of mistake. Check the planetary classification again." "Sir, according to our records, Earth is listed under harmless agricultural worlds, subsection, really not worth bothering with." "Then explain to me why a farming vehicle just disabled our primary weapons array." Down on the surface, Jerry was whooping with joy as his tractor-mounted EMP cannon reduced the alien ship's offensive capabilities to something roughly equivalent to a strongly worded letter. "Take that, you barn-burning space jerks." Captain Nova had volunteered for the boarding party because she'd wanted to see primitive human technology up close. She was beginning to regret that decision as her squad encountered their first defensive measure, a modified coffee maker that somehow launched projectiles with the accuracy of a sniper rifle and the enthusiasm of a caffeinated college student during finals week. "Report," she barked into her communicator while dodging what appeared to be weaponized espresso shots. Ma-am, we've encountered 17 separate defensive systems, none of which appear in any known tactical manual, reported Sergeant Zapp, currently pinned down behind what used to be a decorative planter. The humans have weaponized their entire infrastructure. Explain. No. Well, Ma-am, the first obstacle was a robotic cleaning unit that's been modified with plasma cutters. It kept trying to clean our equipment by disintegrating it. Then we encountered a security system that appears to be sentient and has a very sarcastic attitude. Nova dodged another coffee projectile and noticed it left a small crater in the wall behind her. These humans have turned beverage preparation into a weapon system? That's not even the weird part, Ma-am. We found their armory. It's called Home Depot, and apparently any human can just walk in and purchase military-grade construction equipment. Back on the Zephyrian Bridge, Commander Vex was experiencing what psychologists would later classify as a complete existential crisis. His invasion force, the pride of the Zephyrian fleet, was being systematically dismantled by creatures who treated interstellar warfare like a home improvement project. Sir, Lieutenant Buzz reported with the tone of someone delivering news about a terminal diagnosis, Captain Nova's boarding party has been neutralized. Killed? Men? No, sir. Worse. They've been efficiently processed through what the humans call their customer service experience. They're currently filling out complaint forms. What? The humans have established a processing center for our personnel. They're being issued visitor badges and asked to rate their invasion experience on a scale of 1 to 10. Captain Nova reported that the humans offered her coffee and asked if she had any dietary restrictions. Commander Vex stared at his communications panel, where a message had appeared in perfect Zephyrian script. Welcome to Earth. Your invasion attempt is important to us. Please hold while we connect you to the next available representative. Your estimated wait time. Longer than your species' attention span. How did they translate our language so quickly? Sir, according to their response, they used something called Google Translate and an afternoon. They also mentioned that our language structure is surprisingly basic and less complex than Klingon. Down in the processing center that had been hastily established in Jake's now famous barn, Captain Nova found herself seated across from Miss Betty, a retired kindergarten teacher who'd volunteered to handle cultural integration services. Now, sweetie, Miss Betty said, offering Nova a plate of homemade cookies, I understand you're upset about the whole invasion thing not working out, but tantrums won't solve anything. Let's talk about better ways to express your feelings. Nova, a decorated military officer who'd conquered 17 star systems, but found herself accepting a chocolate chip cookie and nodding along as Miss Betty explained the importance of using your words and playing nice with others. The thing is, dear, we humans have been dealing with difficult visitors for centuries. We call them tourists. You aliens are actually much more polite than most of them. But we're supposed to be terrifying conquerors, Nova protested weakly. Oh, honey, you're adorable. Now, tell me about your home planet. Do you have proper nutrition there? You look a little thin. 3 solar systems away, the Zephyrian High Command was experiencing what could politely be called a bureaucratic meltdown and more accurately be described as complete institutional panic. Administrator Flux, whose job title was longer than most novels and whose competence was inversely proportional to his authority, stood before a wall of screens displaying Earth's updated classification. Someone, Flux announced with the barely controlled rage of a middle manager who just discovered the printer was out of toner, is going to explain to me how an entire species of apex predators was filed under harmless agricultural worlds. His assistant, Deputy Undersecretary Ping, shuffled through digital files with the desperate energy of someone whose career was about to become a cautionary tale. Sir, it appears there was a clerical error in the original survey. The team responsible for Earth's classification was the intern program. The intern program? Yes, sir. Specifically intern Bleep, who graduated last in his class from the Galactic Survey Academy and whose final thesis was titled Why detailed analysis is overrated. Signed Intern Bleep. Sir, he's currently working in waste management on Zeta Reticuli. Should I have him executed? Later. First, bring up Earth's actual capabilities assessment. The screens flickered and displayed information that made Administrator Flux's 3 hearts skip several beats. They've colonized their entire solar system? They have functioning faster than light communication? They've terraformed Mars? That's just the preliminary report, sir. The updated assessment indicates they've also established trade relationships with 6 neighboring star systems, developed artificial intelligence that's smarter than our central computer, and somehow managed to weaponize their entertainment industry. Weaponized entertainment? Sir, have you ever tried to stop watching something called Netflix? It's terrifyingly addictive. Also, they have something called social media that appears to be psychological warfare disguised as casual communication. Meanwhile, back on Earth, humans were demonstrating their characteristic approach to probe solving, overwhelming competence applied with casual indifference. Dr. Marcus Webb, a MIT graduate who'd been recruited by the Pentagon's Weird Science Division, was reverse engineering Zephyrian technology with the same focused intensity most people reserve for assembling furniture. This is fascinating, he announced to his team, holding up what appeared to be the aliens' primary processing unit. Their entire computational system runs on principles we figured out in the 1990s. It's like they took our basic programming concepts and made them unnecessarily complicated. How unnecessarily complicated? Asked his assistant, Dr. Rachel Torres. They need 17 separate processors to accomplish what we do with a standard smartphone. Also, their code is written in what appears to be a programming language designed by committee. A very large, very argumentative committee. Can we improve it? Rachel, I'm pretty sure I can run their entire fleet navigation system on my laptop. Give me until Thursday, and I'll have it optimized, debugged, and probably running faster than their original designers ever imagined possible. Back on the Zephyrian command ship, the implications of Earth's technological superiority were beginning to sink in. Lieutenant Buzz approached Commander Vex with the expression of someone delivering news about an impending apocalypse. Sir, we've received word from High Command. Earth's classification has been updated. To what? What? Species of interest, subsection, do not provoke under any circumstances, subsection, seriously, we mean it this time. Commander Vex slumped in his command chair. What's our new mission profile? Survival, sir. Just survival. Ambassador Quill of the Zephyrian Diplomatic Corps arrived at Earth with all the confidence of someone who'd successfully negotiated trade agreements with 17 different species and none of the wisdom to realize that humans weren't like other species. His diplomatic transport landed at what had been hastily designated as First Contact Site Alpha, but which everyone still called Jake's farm. Greetings, primitive beings, Ambassador Quill announced as he emerged from his ship, wearing his finest ceremonial robes and most intimidating diplomatic expression. I am here to discuss terms of your surrender. The human negotiation team was waiting for him. Monica Sharp, a corporate lawyer who specialized in hostile takeovers, stood beside Miss Betty, the kindergarten teacher who'd somehow become Earth's unofficial alien relations coordinator. Behind them, Jake Morrison leaned against his partially repaired barn, drinking coffee and looking mildly annoyed. Hi there, sweetie, Miss Betty said, stepping forward with a welcoming smile. You must be the diplomat we've been expecting. I'm Miss Betty, and this is Monica. We're here to help you work through this little misunderstanding. Ambassador Quill blinked all 3 of his eyes in confusion. Misunderstanding? You have been conquered by the mighty Zephyrian Empire. Monica Sharp stepped forward, adjusting her glasses with the predatory precision of someone who'd made insurance companies weep. Actually, about that. We've reviewed the legal precedents for interstellar conquest, and I'm afraid your claim is invalid. Invalid? First, you failed to properly declare war according to Galactic Convention 447b. Second, your invasion caused less damage than a typical hailstorm, which under Earth law makes this a civil matter rather than a military one. Third, and most importantly, you're now in violation of approximately 47 different interstellar treaties that we've been quietly signing with your neighbors over the past 6 months. Ambassador Quill felt the ground shifting beneath his feet, metaphorically speaking. What neighbors? Oh, the Centaurian Republic was very interested in establishing trade relations once we explained the situation, Miss Betty said cheerfully. Lovely people. They make excellent pastries. Also, the Andromedan Collective wanted to apologize for your behavior and offered to mediate any disputes. The Andromedans contacted you? Honey, everyone's been contacting us. Apparently, your little empire hasn't been making many friends lately. Something about aggressive expansion policies and generally being unpleasant dinner guests. Monica pulled out a tablet and scrolled through what appeared to be a very long legal document. Now, here's what we're prepared to offer. In exchange for dropping all charges related to the illegal invasion, property damage, and what my client characterizes as ruining a perfectly good Tuesday, the Zephyrian Empire will agree to the following terms. Ambassador Quill found himself listening to conditions that would have made a loan shark blush. Technology sharing agreements, cultural exchange programs, reparations that included not just money, but also what humans called community service. Most disturbing of all, mandatory enrollment in what Miss Betty called interpersonal communication workshops. These terms are outrageous, Ambassador Quill protested. We are a proud warrior race. Monica corrected. Past tense. As of this morning, you're a wholly owned subsidiary of Earth Enterprises, pending completion of the integration process. Integration process? Miss Betty patted his arm gently. Don't worry, dear. We'll help you learn how to be better neighbors. It's going to be a wonderful learning experience for everyone. Behind them, Jake Morrison finished his coffee and spoke for the first time since the negotiations began. Just so we're clear, I'm still expecting compensation for my barn. Cash, check, or alien technology that can help with the harvest. I'm not picky. Ambassador Quill realized, with the dawning horror of someone who'd just discovered they'd brought a knife to a gunfight and the knife was made of foam, that he was completely out of his depth. These humans negotiated like they approached everything else, with ruthless competence disguised as friendly helpfulness. Do we have a choice in these terms? He asked weakly. Monica and Miss Betty exchanged a look. Of course you do, sweetie, Miss Betty said. You can accept them, or you can explain to your people why Earth just became very close friends with all of your enemies. All of our enemies? Every single one, Monica confirmed. We're very thorough when it comes to customer service. 6 months later, the Zephyrian Empire existed primarily as a case study in what management consultants called aggressive restructuring and what everyone else called getting schooled by kindergarten teachers and lawyers. Former Commander Vex, now officially titled Customer Experience Coordinator for Interstellar Tourism Services, sat behind a desk that had been salvaged from his old command bridge and repurposed into what humans called a help desk. Thank you for calling Earth Enterprises, formerly the Zephyrian Empire, Vex said into his headset with the practiced enthusiasm of someone whose performance reviews depended on customer satisfaction ratings. My name is Vex, and I'll be assisting you with your travel needs today. How can I make your experience out of this world? He paused, listening to the caller, then sighed. No, I cannot authorize an invasion of the Proxima Centauri system. That would be a violation of our new corporate policies regarding aggressive expansion. However, I can offer you a discount on our cultural exchange package, which includes a complimentary diplomatic immunity waiver and a box lunch. Across the office, Lieutenant Buzz was learning to operate what humans called a computer, which somehow managed to perform the same functions as their old tactical computers while also playing something called music videos. and allowing access to an information network that apparently contained the sum total of human knowledge, plus an alarming number of pictures of cats. "Sir," Buzz called out, "I'm getting reports from the outer colonies. They want to know if they should continue with the traditional conquest protocols." "Absolutely not," Vex replied, covering his headset microphone. "New protocols are: arrive politely, ask permission to land, bring gifts, and under no circumstances should anyone mention the word conquest. Humans consider that rude." The transformation had been, by all objective measures, remarkably efficient. What had taken the Zephyrian Empire 3 centuries to build, humans had reorganized, optimized, and improved in less than 6 months. The old empire's bureaucratic nightmare had been replaced with something humans called streamlined processes, which somehow made everything work better while requiring less paperwork. Ambassador Quill, now Director of Intercultural Relations, walked past carrying a stack of what appeared to be graduation certificates. "Miss Betty's communication workshop has another successful class," he announced. 17 former combat officers have successfully completed Conflict Resolution 101. "How are they adapting?" Vex asked. "Well, Lieutenant Zapp asked if he could get extra credit for organizing a potluck dinner with the Andromedan delegation. Apparently he wants to specialize in what humans call food diplomacy." Back on Earth, Jake Morrison was giving tours of his barn to groups of alien visitors who wanted to see the historic site of First Contact. He'd installed a small plaque that read, "On this spot, the Zephyrian Empire discovered that humans don't appreciate property damage before coffee." "The burn marks are still visible on the ceiling," Jake explained to a group of tourists from 3 different star systems. "Insurance covered the repairs, but I left the scorch marks for historical accuracy. Also because my wife thought they looked interesting." Luna Park, now officially Earth's Director of Xenological Affairs, was finishing up a presentation to a joint session of Congress and the Galactic Council. In conclusion, she said, "The integration of the former Zephyrian Empire has exceeded all projections. Productivity is up 400%, customer satisfaction ratings are at an all-time high, and we've eliminated 17 different layers of unnecessary bureaucracy." "What about expansion plans?" asked Senator Williams. "Well, we've received applications from 14 other species requesting integration into the Earth Enterprises family. Apparently, word has gotten around that humans are very good at making things work efficiently." "And our response?" Luna smiled with the expression of someone who'd just been handed the keys to the galaxy. "We're scheduling interviews for next month. Miss Betty is designing the orientation program." In the audience, former Administrator Flux raised his hand. "What about the rest of the galaxy? Are there any plans for further expansion?" "Funny you should ask," Luna replied. "We've been looking at some interesting opportunities in the Andromeda sector. There's a whole cluster of civilizations that seem to be having trouble with basic infrastructure management. We think we might be able to help." The assembled representatives from various galactic civilizations exchanged nervous glances. They'd all received the same reports about what humans considered helping. Jake Morrison, watching the proceedings from the back of the room, leaned over to Miss Betty. "Think they're starting to understand what they're dealing with?" Miss Betty smiled with the gentle satisfaction of someone who'd successfully taught several alien species the importance of playing nicely with others. "Oh, I think they're learning, dear. Humans have always been very good teachers. We just sometimes have to use creative lesson plans." Outside, in Mia, the sun was setting over what had once been a simple farm in Kansas and was now the unofficial center of an expanding galactic civilization built on the radical principles of competent management and basic courtesy. It was, by any measure, a perfectly normal Tuesday afternoon for the species that had accidentally conquered the galaxy before dinner.
The massive doors of the Galactic Council Chamber opened with a deep hum that vibrated through the bones of every creature present. Kim Day stepped through the entrance, his black diplomatic robes flowing behind him as he walked toward the human delegation seats. Behind him, Yoon Hana followed quietly, her sharp eyes scanning the room as always. Around them, hundreds of beings from across the galaxy were taking their places. The chamber was enormous, with curved walls that stretched up into darkness above. Floating platforms held delegates from species that preferred different atmospheres, while the main floor accommodated those who breathed the standard mix. Kim, they had been coming to these meetings for 3 years now. He knew the routine well. Every species had to go through security checks before entering the sacred chamber. The Grexmore warriors had their deadly claws covered with special sheaths. The crystalline Velther had their natural spikes dulled to prevent them from being used as weapons. The gas-breathing Zephyrians had their toxic breath filtered. Even the peaceful Melody folk had their hypnotic voices dampened by special callers. But humans? They just walked through the scanners and took their seats. Today was different though. Kin Day noticed a new face among the Velther delegation. The being's crystal body sparkled with nervous energy, and his multifaceted eyes kept turning toward the human section. This was clearly his first council meeting. The session began like any other. Supreme Elder Zerikano, ancient beyond measure, called the gathering to order. His voice echoed through the chamber without need for amplification. We gather today to discuss the trade disputes between Sectors 7 and 12, he announced. The new Velther delegate wasn't paying attention to trade talks. Kim Dae could see him whispering urgently to his companions, pointing at the human section. The other Velther were trying to quiet him, but their new colleague was growing more agitated by the moment. Finally, the crystal being stood up. Voice rang out clear and sharp, cutting through the elder's speech. I object to these proceedings. The chamber fell silent. Even Elder Zeriganol paused, his ancient eyes focusing on the speaker. Breaking protocol during a session was serious. Business. State your objection. Delegate Velther, the elder said carefully. The crystal being's name was Velther, just like his species. Kim Dae made a mental note of that. I object to the clear violation of our most sacred security protocols, Velther declared. Every species in this chamber has been required to surrender their natural weapons or have them neutralized. Every species except one. All eyes in the chamber turned toward the human delegation. Kin Dae felt the weight of hundreds of gazes, but he remained calm. Yoon Hana shifted slightly beside him, ready for whatever might come next. The humans, Velther continued, his crystal body flickering with indignation, walk into this chamber, completely unchanged. They undergo no security modifications. They surrender no weapons. They are given special treatment that violates the very principles this council was founded on. Murmurs started throughout the chamber. Some delegates nodded in agreement, while others looked uncomfortable. Kim Dae noticed that the older delegates, those who had been here for decades, were exchanging worried glances. Elder Zerikanol raised one of his many hands for silence. Delegate Velther, you are new to our council. There are many protocols. You have yet to understand. Then explain them to me. Velther shot back. Explain why my spikes must be dulled while they keep their double quotes. He paused, looking at the humans more carefully. While they keep whatever weapons they have hidden. Kim Dae decided it was time to speak. He stood slowly, his movements careful and non-threatening. Elder Zeriganol, if I may address our colleagues' concerns? The ancient being nodded. You may speak, Ambassador Kim Dae. Kim Dae turned to face Velther directly. I understand your confusion, Delegate. When humans first joined the Council 50 years ago, we followed the same security protocols as everyone else. We surrendered our weapons and underwent the same checks. Then why don't you now? Velther demanded. Because, Kim Dae said quietly, the Council decided it was unnecessary. Unnecessary? Velther's crystal body flared brighter. How can security be unnecessary? What makes humans so special that they don't need to follow the rules. Yoon Hana stood up beside Kim Dae. Her voice was calm, but carried an edge that made several nearby delegates shift nervously. Perhaps the question isn't why we don't surrender our weapons, Delegate Velther. Perhaps the question is, what weapons? Do you think we have to surrender? The chamber grew even quieter. Velther looked confused. I don't understand. All species have natural weapons. Claws, teeth, poison, strength. What are yours? Kim Dae and Yoon Hana exchanged a look. Around the chamber, the older delegates were looking increasingly uncomfortable. Some were whispering to their assistants. Others were making notes on their datapads. That, said Kim Dae carefully, is a more complicated question than you might think. Elder Zerakanal's voice cut through the tension. This discussion is beyond the scope of today's session. We will return to the matter of trade disputes. But Velther wasn't finished. No, I demand an explanation. Why are humans treated differently? What are you all hiding from us? The Grexmore. Delegate next to Velther, an old warrior named Grexmore, put a clawed hand on the crystal being's arm. Even through the protective sheath, his grip looked firm. Friend, he said in his buzzing voice, some questions are better left unasked. Why? Velther turned to face him. Why should I not ask? We are all equals here. We all follow the same rules, don't we? Grexmore's compound eyes reflected sadness. We follow the rules that keep us safe, young one. All of us? Velther looked around the chamber, seeing the expressions on hundreds of faces. Fear, worry, and something else. Something that looked almost like pity. Safe from what? No one answered. Elder Zerakanal spoke again, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. The trade dispute between Sector 7 and 12 requires immediate attention. All other matters are tabled until the appropriate time. The session continued, but Velther barely listened. His multifaceted eyes kept returning to the human delegation. Kim Dae and Yoon Hana sat calmly in their seats, looking perfectly ordinary. They had no visible weapons, no obvious threats. They looked almost fragile compared to many of the other species in the chamber. So why did everyone seem afraid of them? As the meeting progressed, Velther began to notice other things. The way delegates would change their seating if they got too close to the humans. The way security forces kept a respectful distance from the human section. The way even the most aggressive species became polite and careful when addressing human delegates. When the session finally ended, Velther watched the humans leave. They walked out the same way they had come in, passing through the security. Scanners without any modifications, any checks, any surrendering of weapons. Elder Zerakanal approached him as the chamber emptied. Young Velther, a word of advice from one who has seen many cycles pass. Yes, Elder? Some protocols exist not because they are fair, but because they are necessary. Some questions should not be asked because the answers are too dangerous to. No. Velther's crystal body dimmed with confusion. But Elder, I still don't understand. What makes humans so different? What weapons could they possibly have that require such special treatment? Elder Zerakanal was quiet for a long moment. When he finally spoke, his ancient voice carried a weight that made Velther's crystal structure shiver. The most dangerous weapons, young one, are often the ones you cannot see. With that, the elder moved away, leaving Velther alone in the emptying chamber, more confused and curious than ever. 3 days after the council session, Velther stood outside the archive building, his crystal body reflecting the pale light of the station's artificial sun. The building was massive, housing thousands of years of galactic history and council. Records. If answers existed anywhere, they would be here. Inside, the archive was quiet, except for the soft humming of data storage units. Velther made his way to the main desk, where a human sat reading through holographic displays. The nameplate read, Park Ji-ho, senior archivist. Park Ji-ho looked up as Velther approached. He was middle-aged by human standards, with graying hair and kind eyes behind simple glasses. Good morning, Delegate Velther. How can I help you today? I need to access the Council security protocols, Velther said directly. Specifically, the records about weapon surrender requirements for different species. Park Ji-ho nodded and began typing on his console. That should be in the general access files. Let me pull those up for you. His fingers moved quickly across the holographic keyboard. After a moment, he frowned. That's odd? What's odd? The human-specific protocols appear to be classified. I've never seen that before. Park Ji-ho looked genuinely puzzled. I'm sorry, but I don't have the clearance to access those files. You'd need special permission from the Council Elders. Velther felt frustration building in his crystal core. Classified? Why would security protocols be classified? I don't know, Park Ji-ho admitted. In all my years here, I've never seen basic protocol information marked at that level. It's very unusual. Before Velther could respond, another voice spoke from behind him. Perhaps I can help with some context. Both beings turned to see Lee, Sora approaching. She was another human, younger than Park Ji-ho, with short black hair and intelligent eyes. Her badge identified her as a council psychologist, specializing in interspecies relations. Dr. Lei, Park Ji-ho said with a smile, this is Delegate Velther. He's trying to understand some of our security protocols. Lee Sora studied Velther carefully. You're the one who asked questions during the session 3 days ago. Yes, Velther replied. And no one will give me straight answers. What kind of answers are you looking for? I want to know why humans don't have to surrender their weapons like everyone else. I want to know why this information is classified. I want to know what everyone is so afraid of. Lee Sora was quiet for a moment, then gestured to a nearby seating area. Why don't we sit down? This might take a while. They moved to a corner of the archive, with comfortable chairs arranged around a low table. Lee Sora waited until they were all seated before speaking. I study how different species interact with each other, she began. It's my job to understand the psychological and social dynamics that keep the Council functioning peacefully. And what have you learned about humans? Velther asked. That's a complicated question, Lee Sora said carefully. But I can tell you what I've observed about how other species react to us. She activated a small holographic display on the table. Charts and graphs appeared, showing behavioral data from council sessions over the past 50 years. Look at this, she said, pointing to one chart. This shows stress hormone levels in various species during council sessions. Notice anything interesting? Velther studied the data. The levels spike whenever humans are speaking. Exactly. Not just when humans are being aggressive or threatening. Just when they're talking normally about routine matters. Park Ji-ho leaned forward, interested despite himself. I never knew that. There's more, Lee Sora continued, switching to another display. This shows seating patterns over time. Watch what happens when humans enter the chamber. The hologram showed a time-lapse view of delegates taking their seats. As the human section filled up, other species gradually moved their seats further away, creating an empty buffer zone around the human delegation. They don't even realize they're doing it, Lee Sora explained. It's completely unconscious behavior. Velther's crystal body flickered with confusion. But why? Humans don't look threatening. You're smaller than most species, weaker than many. Others. What causes this reaction? Lee Sora and Park Ji-ho exchanged a look. That, Lee Sora said slowly, is where things get complicated. I need to know, Velther insisted. Everyone keeps giving me hints and half answers. I want the truth. Park Ji-ho typed something into his console. There is someone who might be able to help. Kwai Nara is one of the oldest members of the council. She was here when humans first joined. The Eternal Speaker? Velthur had heard of Quinara, but never met her. Her species lived for thousands of years, and she had been on the council longer than almost anyone. She might be willing to talk to you, Lisora said. But I should warn you, there are some things that happened in the early days that people prefer not to discuss. What kind of things? Events that changed how the council operates. Events that led to new protocols being established. Velthur stood up, his crystal body resonating with determination. Where can I find her? An hour later, Velthur stood in the Garden of Memory, a peaceful area of the station where the oldest council members often came to think. Quinara was there, her ancient form resting beside a fountain that played soft, harmonious notes. Quinara as species looked somewhat like giant butterflies, but with multiple sets of wings and eyes they could see across several dimensions of space and time. When she spoke, her voice seemed to come from everywhere at once. "Young crystal child," she said without looking at him. "You seek dangerous knowledge. I seek truth, Elder Quinara. Sometimes they are the same thing." She turned several of her multi-dimensional eyes toward him. "You want to know about the human protocols?" "Yes. And you believe you have the right to this knowledge simply because you ask for it?" Velthur hesitated. "I believe all council members have the right to understand the rules that govern us." Quinara made a sound that might have been laughter. "Ah, the innocence of youth. Very well, young one. I will tell you what I can, though I fear you will not thank me for it." She gestured with one wing toward a nearby bench. Velthur sat down, his crystal body humming with nervous energy. 50 years ago, Quinara began, humans joined our council. They seemed pleasant enough, curious, adaptable, eager to learn. They followed all our protocols without complaint. They surrendered their primitive weapons and underwent the same security procedures as everyone else. What changed? An event we call the Soul Incident. Quinara's wings flickered with what looked like remembered fear. There was a terrorist attack during a council session. A group of extremists from the Void cults managed to infiltrate the chamber with weapons that our scanners couldn't detect. Velthur leaned forward. What happened? The attackers took hostages. They threatened to kill everyone in the chamber unless we agreed to their demands. Our security forces were helpless. The cultists had positioned themselves perfectly, using the chamber's own design against us. How were they stopped? Quinara was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was barely above a whisper. The humans stopped them. How? That, Quinara said, is where the classified information begins. She stood up, her multiple wings catching the artificial light. I will tell you this much, young Velthur, because you seem determined to pursue this path, regardless of the consequences. The humans neutralized the threat using nothing but items that were already in the chamber. Everyday objects. Things that had passed through our security scanners without triggering any alarms. Velthur felt a chill run through his crystal structure. What kind of objects? Ceremonial pens, decorative crystals, pieces of clothing, furniture components. Quinara's voice grew even quieter. They turned a diplomatic chamber into an arsenal in less than 10 minutes. But surely that was just luck. Improvisation under extreme circumstances. Quinara's laugh this time was not pleasant. That's what we thought too. Until we asked them to demonstrate how they did it. And they did it again. And again. And again. Each time using different objects, different methods. It became clear that what we had witnessed wasn't luck or desperation. It was simply how their minds work. Velthur stood up slowly, his crystal body dimming with the weight of understanding. They see weapons everywhere. Not just weapons, Quinara corrected. They see potential in everything. Every object, every situation, every relationship. They don't just adapt to their environment, they transform it into whatever they need it to be. So the Council decided they couldn't be disarmed. The Council decided, Quinara said carefully, that attempting to disarm a human was like trying to disarm their mind. And a species that can turn anything into a weapon is far too dangerous to make an enemy of. Velther felt his world shifting around him. So we trust them. We trust them, Quinara agreed, because we have no other choice. And because, despite their terrifying capabilities, they have consistently chosen to use them in our defense rather than against us. As Velther left the garden, his mind raced with new questions. But now he understood why the others had tried to warn him away from seeking answers. Some truths were indeed too dangerous to know. Velther couldn't sleep for 3 days after his conversation with Quinara. Every time he closed his optical sensors, he saw the same image. Humans walking calmly through the council chamber while unconsciously cataloging everything around them as potential weapons. On the 4th day, he made a decision that would change everything. He went to see Thrakvon, the council's security chief. Thrakvon was a massive being from a species known for their multiple arms and natural armor plating. His office was located deep within the station's security sector, surrounded by the most advanced defensive systems in the galaxy. Delegate Velther, Thrakvon said as he entered, I was wondering when you would come to see me. You were expecting... And me? After your questions in the council chamber, and your visits to the archive and the Garden of Memory, yes. Word travels fast in a closed environment like this. Thrakvon gestured to a chair with 2 of his 4 arms. Please, sit. I assume you want to know about the Sol incident. Velther settled into the chair, his crystal body reflecting the harsh lights of the security office. Quinara told me some of it, but I need to understand more. I need to see what actually happened. Thrakvon was quiet for a long moment, his multiple arms moving in patterns that suggested deep thought. The security footage from that day is classified at the highest levels. Showing it to you would require special authorization. Then get the authorization. You don't understand the implications of what you're asking for. Then help me understand. Thrakvon stood up and moved to a secure terminal on the far wall. His fingers worked across multiple keypads simultaneously. Very well. But before I show you anything, you need to meet the humans who were there that day. Within an hour, 3 humans sat in Thrakvon's office alongside Velther. The first was Cho Min, now in his 70s, but still sharp-eyed and alert. He had been a junior engineer 50 years ago, attending his first council session. The second was Han Sol, who had served as a cultural attaché and was known for his dark sense of humor. The third was a woman named Kang Wei, who had been working as a security liaison. So, Han Sol said with a slight smile, You want to know why we're considered too dangerous to disarm? I want to understand what happened during the Sol incident. Velther replied. Cho Min laughed, but there was no humor in it. The Sol incident. We've been living with that name for 50 years. Do you know why they called it that? No, because that's where I was born. Sol, on Earth. The media decided that since I was the one who built the first device, the whole event should be named after my hometown. Cho Min shook his head. My poor mother never got over the embarrassment. Kang Wei leaned forward. Before we show you anything, you need to understand something. What we did that day wasn't planned. We didn't wake up thinking we'd have to fight terrorists with office supplies. We just did what came naturally. What came naturally? Velther asked. Problem solving, Han Sol said simply. Humans are very good at problem solving. Thrakvon activated a holographic display in the center of the room. This is the council chamber on the day of the incident. The attackers entered during a routine session about mining rights. The display showed the chamber filled with delegates from hundreds of species. Everything looked normal until figures in dark clothing appeared from several entrances simultaneously. They moved with military precision, and Velthur could see weapons that looked unlike anything he'd ever seen before. Void cult technology, Thrakvon explained. Made from materials that don't exist in normal space. Our scanners couldn't detect them because they literally weren't there until the moment they were used. On the display, chaos erupted as the cultists took control of key positions around the chamber. Velthur watched in horror as they began selecting hostages from different species. Now watch the humans, Chomin said quietly. Velthur focused on the human delegation. While other species were panicking or trying to hide, the humans were doing something different. They were looking around, not frantically, but with purpose. Their eyes moved systematically across the chamber, cataloging, analyzing, planning. There, Kongwei pointed to her younger self on the display. That's when I realized we were on our own. Security couldn't get to us because of how the cultists had positioned themselves. So we had to improvise. Watch my hands, Chomin said. The display, the younger Chomin was calmly removing his ceremonial necktie. At the same time, he was reaching for items on the desk in front of him. A council pen, some decorative crystals that were part of the chamber's design, and what looked like a small piece of jewelry. What are you doing? Velthur asked. Making a directed electromagnetic pulse device, Chomin replied casually. The crystals were resonant frequency generators. The pen contained conductive materials, and my necktie had metallic threads woven into it for decoration. Put them together correctly, and you can overload the power systems in a localized area. Velthur stared at him. You built a weapon from a tie and some decorations? In about 3 minutes, Hansol added helpfully, while I was working on something else. The display showed Hansol dismantling a chair, his movements quick and efficient. What were you making? Projectile launcher. The chair's support struts made excellent barrel components, and the cushioning material could be compressed into high-density projectiles. Not lethal, but very effective for disorienting targets. Meanwhile, Kongwei was doing something with her datapad and what looked like pieces of her own clothing. Chemical irritant dispersal system, she explained, seeing Velthur's confused expression. My datapad's power cell, combined with certain synthetic materials in my clothing, could produce a gas that would affect the respiratory systems of most species. Harmless, but very unpleasant. You're telling me, Velthur said slowly, that in the space of a few minutes, while under attack, you built 3 different weapons from random objects? 4 weapons, Chomin corrected. You missed what Hansol did with the water fountain. Velthur looked back at the display. In one corner of the chamber, Hansol had somehow modified a decorative water feature. Sonic weapon, Hansol explained with pride. Changed the frequency and amplitude of the water circulation system. Could produce sounds that would be extremely painful to most alien hearing systems. But that's impossible, Velthur protested. You can't just improvise complex weapons from random materials. The 3 humans looked at each other and smiled. Show him the rest, Thrakvon said grimly. The display continued. Velthur watched in amazement as the humans implemented their improvised plan with military precision. Chomin's electromagnetic pulse disabled the cultists' exotic weapons. Sol's projectile launcher created confusion in their ranks. Kongwei's chemical dispersal system forced them to retreat to specific positions, where Sol's sonic weapon could affect them most effectively. The entire engagement lasted less than 10 minutes. When it was over, all the cultists were unconscious or incapacitated, and not a single hostage had been seriously harmed. The council's response was swift, Thrakvon said. They wanted to understand how humans had done what our professional security forces couldn't. So they asked us to demonstrate Cho-min said. They brought us back to the chamber a week later, gave us different random objects, and asked us to show them how we built our weapons. And we did it again, Han Sol said simply. Different objects, different weapons, same result. So they tried again with completely different materials. And again, Kang Wei added. And again. Eventually, they realized that the specific objects didn't matter. We could work with whatever was available. Velther felt his crystal structure vibrating with shock. But surely this was just because you're engineers or security specialists. The humans laughed. I was a cultural attach, Han Sol reminded him. My job was to help other species understand human art and literature. I was a junior engineer, Cho-min said. I maintained air circulation systems. And I was a security liaison, not a weapons expert, Kang Wei added. My job was to make sure human delegates didn't accidentally offend anyone. And how? Because, Cho-min said gently, this is just how human minds work. We see problems, and we automatically start thinking about solutions. We look at our environment, and we see potential, not just for weapons, but for tools, shelter, communication, transportation, anything we might need. Every human thinks this way? Every human, Kang Wei confirmed. It's not special training or unique talent. It's just human nature. Thrakvan deactivated the display. After the demonstrations, the council faced a difficult decision. They could try to limit human access to materials, essentially keeping them in empty rooms, or they could trust them not to abuse their capabilities. They chose trust, Velther said quietly. They chose survival, Han Sol corrected. Because a species that can turn anything into a weapon is not a species you want to make angry. As Velther left the security office, his mind reeled with the implications of what he'd learned. Humans weren't just allowed to keep their weapons because they were trusted allies. They were allowed to keep their weapons because everything around them was already a weapon, and they were the only ones who knew how to use it. The revelation about the Soul incident was just the beginning. Over the next week, Velther found himself seeing humans differently everywhere he went on the station. What had once seemed like normal behavior now appeared far more complex and potentially dangerous. He was having lunch in the station's main cafeteria when he noticed Bei Yuna, a human xenobiologist, giving what appeared to be a casual presentation to a group of new council interns from various species. Velther moved closer to listen. Now, the Grexmore have fascinating respiratory systems, Bei Yuna was saying in a cheerful voice. They breathe through specialized slits along their thorax. These slits are incredibly sensitive to pressure changes. Even a small disruption can cause temporary paralysis. She gestured to a holographic display showing Grexmore anatomy. The interesting thing is how their nervous system connects to their respiratory function. A sharp sound at exactly 847 hertz will cause their breathing slits to close involuntarily. It's a defensive reflex, but it leaves them helpless for about 30 seconds. One of the interns, a young Velther like himself, asked, "Is this information useful for medical treatment?" "Oh yes," Bei Yuna smiled. "Very useful for understanding how to help them in emergencies. For instance, if a Grexmore was in distress, you could calm them by playing soft sounds at 200 hertz, which relaxes their respiratory system." She moved on to the next species. The crystalline Velther have a completely different vulnerability. Characteristic. Your crystal matrix can be disrupted by specific electromagnetic frequencies. It's not harmful, but it can cause temporary disorientation and loss of motor control. Velther felt his crystal body growing cold as he listened. The frequency is 15.7 kilohertz, pulsed at 3-second intervals. Bei Yuna continued conversationally. Interestingly, this frequency can be generated by modifying most standard communication devices. Just a small adjustment to the transmission. Settings. Another intern asked, "What about humans? What are your vulnerabilities?" Bei Yuna laughed. "Humans are wonderfully fragile. We can be incapacitated by impacts, toxins, extreme temperatures, oxygen deprivation, and dozens of other methods. But the interesting thing about humans is that we're aware of our vulnerabilities, so we've developed ways to protect against most of them." She continued through the presentation, cheerfully describing the pressure points, chemical sensitivities, and biological weaknesses of every major species in the Council. To most observers, it would have seemed like an educational lecture about alien biology. To Velther, it sounded like a comprehensive guide to incapacitating every species in the galaxy. After the presentation ended, Velther approached Bei Yuna. "That was a very informative lecture." "Thank you," she said brightly. "I love sharing knowledge about our wonderful diversity. Each species has such unique and fascinating characteristics. You seem to know a lot about how to affect these characteristics." Bei Yuna's smile never wavered, but something shifted in her eyes. "I study xenobiology, Delegate Velther. Understanding how different species function is essential for proper medical care and emergency response." "Of course," Velther said carefully. "I was just wondering, do all humans have this kind of detailed knowledge about other species?" "Most of us pick up quite a bit over time. We're naturally curious about how things work." She paused. "Is there something specific you wanted to know?" "I've been learning about human capabilities lately. The Soul incident, for instance." Bei Yuna's expression became more serious. "Ah, you're the one who's been asking questions. People keep telling me that humans are dangerous because you can make weapons from anything. But listening to your presentation, I'm starting to think the problem is bigger than that." "In what way?" Velther looked around the busy cafeteria, filled with dozens of species going about their daily lives. "You don't just see objects as potential weapons. You see other beings as potential targets. You unconsciously catalog our weaknesses." "We catalog everything," Bei Yuna corrected gently. "Strengths, weaknesses, preferences, behaviors. It's how we understand the world around us. But you focus on the weaknesses. We focus on survival," she said. "It's a very human trait. We assess threats and advantages automatically, even when we don't intend to, even when we don't want to." That afternoon, Velther found himself in the archive again, this time requesting historical records about human integration into the Council. Park Ji-ho was helpful as always, pulling up files that weren't classified. "Here's something interesting," Park Ji-ho said, pointing to a document on his screen. "This is a report from the first year after humans joined the Council. It mentions several incidents where human delegates accidentally caused diplomatic problems." "What kind of problems?" "Well, there was Ambassador Li Min, who nearly caused an interstellar incident by correctly predicting which member of the Zephyrian delegation was planning to betray their government. Turns out she had just been making casual conversation, but she'd unconsciously analyzed their behavior patterns and body language." Park Ji-ho scrolled through more files. "And there was Dr. Song Ji, who caused panic at a medical conference by casually mentioning 17 different ways the station's life support systems could be sabotaged. He thought he was being helpful by pointing out security vulnerabilities. These were accidents? Completely unintentional. The humans involved had no idea they were causing problems. They were just being human." Park Ji-ho opened another file. "Here's a fascinating one. A human cultural expert named Yang He was asked to help improve interspecies communication. Her recommendations included detailed psychological profiles of each species, including their fears, motivations, and decision-making patterns." "That sounds helpful." It was. But the other species realized that the same information could be used to manipulate them. Yang He had essentially created a manual for psychological warfare, and she thought she was just improving cultural understanding. Velther left the archive with a growing sense of unease. That evening, he attended a council social gathering, watching human behavior with new eyes. He saw Kim Dai engaged in friendly conversation with delegates from 6 different species. But now Velther noticed how Kim Dai adjusted his tone, posture, and choice of words for each species. The Grexmoor got firm, direct statements. The Melody folk received flowing, harmonious speech patterns. The gas-breathing Zephyrians were addressed with careful consideration of their atmospheric requirements. God, it looked like skillful diplomacy. But Velther realized it was also precise psychological manipulation, even if Kim Dai didn't think of it that way. At another table, Yoon Hana was discussing station security with Thrakvon. Her suggestions for improving safety protocols were intelligent and well-reasoned. But Velther noticed that she somehow knew exactly where every security camera was located, which corridors had the best sightlines, and how long it would take security forces to respond to different areas of the station. The humans weren't trying to be threatening. They were just being themselves. But themselves included an unconscious tendency to analyze, categorize, and optimize everything around them, including other sentient beings. Late that night, Velther made his way to the observation deck where Quenara often came to think. He found her there, her multiple wings catching starlight from the windows. "You've learned more," she said without turning around. "I've learned that the Soul incident was just the beginning," Velther replied. "Humans don't just turn objects into weapons. They turn information into weapons. They turn relationships into weapons. They turn their own diplomatic status into weapons. Now you begin to understand. They're not even doing it on purpose." "No," Quinara agreed. "That's what makes them so terrifying and so valuable." "How do you mean?" Quinara finally turned to face him. "A species that weaponizes everything by instinct is incredibly dangerous. But a species that does so without malicious intent, and that consistently chooses not to use those weapons against their allies, is the most powerful defensive force imaginable." "You mean they protect us?" "They protect us from threats we don't even know exist yet. Because when danger comes, they'll find ways to fight it that the rest of us would never think of. Using resources we didn't know we had. Exploiting weaknesses in our enemies that we didn't know existed." Velther looked out at the stars. "So we keep them close." "We keep them close," Quinara confirmed. "Because a species that can turn anything into a weapon is either your greatest enemy or your greatest protector. And we chose very carefully which one we wanted them to be." As Velther made his way back to his quarters, he realized that his questions had led him to an uncomfortable truth. Humans weren't trusted despite being dangerous. They were trusted because they were dangerous. 2 weeks after his investigation began, Velther found himself back in the council chamber for an emergency session. Reports had come in of pirate attacks on the Outer Rim, and several species were demanding military action. As he took his seat, Velther noticed how different everything looked now that he understood what he was seeing. The human delegation sat in their usual section, looking calm and professional. But Velther could now see what he had missed before. Kim Dai wasn't just listening to the debates, he was analyzing them. His eyes moved constantly, reading body language, noting which delegates were nervous, which ones were lying, and which ones might be hiding something important. Yoon Hana appeared to be taking simple notes, but Velther realized she was probably mapping out the power dynamics in the room, identifying potential allies and threats, and planning responses to various scenarios that might develop. The other humans were doing the same thing, each in their own way. They couldn't help it. It was just how their minds worked. "The pirates are using new technology," announced Delegate Thorgrim from the warrior species known for their military prowess. Our traditional tactics are useless against them. We need to develop new weapons, new strategies. Several other delegates voiced agreement. The discussion quickly became heated as different species proposed different approaches. Some wanted to build bigger weapons. Others suggested defensive measures. A few recommended negotiation. Through it all, the humans remained quiet. Finally, Elder Zerikanal called for calm. Does anyone have practical suggestions for dealing with this threat? Kim Day stood up slowly. If I may, Elder, I'd like to ask a few questions about these pirates. Proceed. What kind of ships are they using? What are their attack patterns? How do they choose their targets? Kim Day's voice was calm and professional. Also, where do they go after their attacks? How do they dispose of stolen goods? What do we know about their supply chains? Delegate Thorgrim looked confused. I don't see how those details matter. We need weapons to fight them. Fighting them is certainly one option, Kim Day agreed. But before we decide on any particular approach, it would be helpful to understand exactly what we're dealing with. Over. The next hour, Kim Day asked dozens of questions. Not about weapons or military tactics, but about logistics, economics, and behavior patterns. The humans took careful notes as other delegates provided answers. Velthur watched in fascination. As a picture emerged, the pirates weren't just random raiders. They were operating with sophisticated coordination, using advanced technology, and following patterns that suggested someone was organizing them. Based on this information, Kim Day finally said, I don't think we're dealing with ordinary pirates. What do you mean? Elder Zerikanal asked. The attack patterns, the technology, the logistics. This looks more like a military operation, disguised as piracy. Someone is using these raids to test our defenses and gather intelligence. The chamber erupted. In alarmed discussion. Several delegates demanded to know who would do such a thing. Yoon, Hannah stood up. If Ambassador Kim Day is correct, then the question isn't how to fight pirates. The question is how to stop a covert military operation without starting a full-scale war. Do you have suggestions? Elder Zerikanal asked. Several, Kim Day replied. But first, we need to verify our suspicions. I recommend we set up a monitoring operation to track the pirates' movements and identify their base of operations. How? Do we do that without them knowing? Kim Day smiled slightly. We use their own tactics against them. We make them think they're winning while we gather the information we need. Over the next several hours, the humans laid out a detailed plan. It was complex, multi-layered, and unlike anything the Council had ever attempted. Instead of direct, military confrontation, they proposed a strategy involving economics, psychology, and misdirection. They would allow the pirates to capture specific targets that had been prepared with hidden tracking devices. They would manipulate trade routes to force the pirates into predictable patterns. They would use the pirates' own communication systems against them by feeding false information through carefully chosen channels. This is incredibly elaborate, commented Delegate Thorgrim. Wouldn't it be simpler to just hunt them down and destroy them? Possibly, Kim Day admitted. But our approach has several advantages. First, it will give us definitive proof of who's behind the attacks. Second, it will allow us to capture the pirates alive for questioning. Third, it will demonstrate to whoever is organizing this that covert operations against the Council are futile. And if your plan fails, then we'll know more about our enemies than we did before, and we can adjust our strategy accordingly. Yoon Hana added, the beauty of this approach is that even if the pirates figure out what we're doing, the information we gather in the process will still be valuable. Velthur realized he was witnessing something remarkable. The humans weren't just solving the immediate problem of pirate attacks. They were turning the entire situation into an intelligence-gathering operation that would make the Council stronger regardless of the outcome. After the session ended, Velther approached Kim Day in the corridor outside the chamber. "That was impressive," he said. "Thank you," Kim Day replied. "Though I should point out that the plan will only work if the other species are willing to trust us with the implementation." "They'll trust you," Velther said with certainty. "They have to." Kim Day gave him a curious look. "You sound different than you did 2 weeks ago." "I've learned some things about humans since then." "Such as?" Velther was quiet for a moment, choosing his words carefully. "I've learned that you can't help being what you are. You see everything as a potential tool, every situation as a puzzle to be solved, every problem as an opportunity to gather more information. And that bothers you?" "It terrified me at first," Velther admitted. "The idea that every human is essentially a walking weapons laboratory, constantly analyzing threats and opportunities without even realizing it. But not anymore? Now I understand why the Council made the choice they did 50 years ago." Velther's crystal body flickered with what might have been amusement. "You're not allowed to keep your weapons because you're trusted. You're allowed to keep your weapons because trying to take them away would be pointless." Kim Day nodded slowly. "We are what we are, and what you are," Velther continued, "is a species that automatically turns every challenge into an advantage, every threat into an opportunity, and every enemy's strength into their weakness. The Council realized that having you as allies was infinitely preferable to having you as enemies. Some might see that as a threat. Some might," Velther agreed. "But I've seen how you use your capabilities. You had dozens of opportunities over the past 50 years to exploit your advantages for purely human benefit. Instead, you've consistently used them to protect the Council as a whole." Kim Day was quiet for a moment. "We chose to be part of something larger than ourselves. And that choice," Velther said, "is why everyone else can sleep peacefully at night." Later that evening, Velther found himself once again in the Garden of Memory with Kinara. The ancient being was resting beside the musical fountain, her multiple wings reflecting the soft light. "Your investigation is complete," she observed. "Yes. And what have you concluded?" Velther settled beside her, his crystal body resonating softly with the fountain's harmonies. "I've concluded that the Council's most important decision wasn't about weapons or security protocols. It was about trust." "Explain." "Every species in the galaxy has natural weapons or advantages. But most of us are limited by our biology, our technology, or our thinking patterns. Humans are limited only by their imagination and their moral choices." Quinara made a sound that might have been agreement. "And what does that mean for the Council?" "It means we have the most powerful defensive force in the galaxy, as long as we deserve their protection." Velther paused. "And it means that our continued survival depends not on their inability to harm us, but on their decision not to. Are you comfortable with that arrangement?" Velther considered the question carefully. "I'm comfortable with it, because I've seen the choices they make. Every day, humans choose cooperation over domination, protection over exploitation, and the good of the Council over their own immediate advantages. And if they ever chose differently, then we'd be in serious trouble," Velther admitted. "But I don't think they will. Not because they can't, but because choosing differently would make them something they don't want to be." As he prepared to leave the garden, Quinara spoke one final time. "You asked why humans are the only species allowed to be weaponless in council chambers," she said. "Have you found your answer?" Velther stopped at the garden's entrance and looked back at the ancient being. "Yes," he said. "They're allowed to be weaponless because they're never actually weaponless. Every human carries the most dangerous weapon in the galaxy, an unrestricted imagination combined with the wisdom to use it responsibly. And that," Quinara said softly, "is why we sleep peacefully at night." As Velther made his way back to his quarters, he reflected on everything he had learned. The Council's security protocols weren't really about preventing violence. They were about managing relationships and maintaining trust between species with vastly different capabilities.
The arena had gone silent in a way that made the silence itself feel dangerous. 900 cadets stood frozen in the observation rings of the Cothax combat dome, and not one of them was breathing normally. Below them, past 3 meters of reinforced plasglass, something enormous shifted in the dark. Chains the width of tree trunks hung loose and broken on the arena floor, snapped clean, still smoking faintly at the fractures. The creature that had broken them was called a Voranthax, and in 400 years of Galactic Military Academy history, it had never once lost a combat trial. It had also never once let its opponent walk out alive. "The examination is cancelled," announced Provost Delcorin Vey, his 4 eyes scanning the crowd with something close to relief. "No cadet is required to face the Voranthax. Combat evaluation will proceed through simulation only." A ripple of exhale went through the alien cadets. The Thesserine delegation, tall and crystalline, lowered their weapons without shame. The Bruthaki war clan, whose ancestors had conquered 11 star systems through sheer aggression, stepped back as one unit. Even Kryvanos, the Academy's top-ranked combat cadet and heir to a warrior bloodline 4,000 years deep, did not move forward. Fear, in this room, was not weakness. It was wisdom. Everyone understood that. Everyone except the girl in the back row, who was already unbuttoning her jacket. Ellen Serro had said perhaps 40 words total during her 6 months at the Academy. She ranked in the bottom third of every combat simulation, scored average on strength tests, and was, by most accounts, exactly the kind of unremarkable human the other species expected. Soft-spoken, slight of frame, easily overlooked in a hallway of towering Bruthaki, and glimmering Thesserine nobility. Nobody had ever seen her raise her voice, let alone her fists, so when she walked down the observation steps toward the arena entrance, jacket folded neatly over one arm, a confused murmur spread through 900 throats at once. Cadet Serro. Provost Vey's 4 eyes widened. "The trial has been cancelled. You are not required." "I know," Ellen said. Her voice was quiet, but it carried. "I'd still like to go in." Laughter broke out first from the Bruthaki section, sharp and disbelieving. Kryvanos did not laugh. He watched her with the still, calculating focus of a predator noticing something it hadn't bothered to notice before. "She's going to die," someone whispered, not quietly enough. "Let her," came the reply. "The humans have always been slow to understand their limits." Ellen heard every word. She said nothing. She simply handed her jacket to a stunned attendant, revealing forearms marked with old, pale scars that none of her classmates had ever seen before, and walked through the ceiling doors into the dark. The doors closed behind her with a heavy final sound. Inside the combat dome, the air was thick with an acrid metallic scent, old blood, animal musk, ozone from the creature's bioelectric hide. Ellen stood in the center of the arena floor, barefoot on cold ceramic, and let her eyes adjust to the shadows. The Voranthax emerged from the dark slowly, almost lazily, as though it had all the time in the galaxy. It was the size of a transport vehicle, built low and broad, its 6 limbs ending in claws that had torn through military-grade armor plating in past trials. Bioluminescent veins pulsed beneath gray, armored skin, and its jaw, when it finally opened to release a low, rattling growl, revealed 3 rows of teeth built for a purpose no living thing survived. In the observation ring above, the crowd had gone utterly silent again. "She hasn't drawn a weapon," Kryvanos murmured to the cadet beside him. "She doesn't have one." Ellen's eyes tracked the creature's movement, not its claws, not its jaw, but its weight distribution, the rhythm of its breathing, the half-second hitch before it shifted its front legs. She had seen predators move like this before, not on any simulation. On Earth, in the mountain wilderness where she had grown up, where her family's homestead sat 300 kilometers from the nearest settlement, and the local wildlife did not care that she was 11 years old the first time something with teeth decided she looked like dinner. The Voranthax lunged. Elin didn't run. She dropped. A controlled fall, shoulder first, rolling beneath the arc of the claws by a margin so narrow that half the observation ring gasped audibly. She came up already moving, putting distance between herself and the beast's blind rear quarter, breathing steady, eyes locked on its shoulders instead of its jaws. "She's reading its tells," Kryvan said slowly, leaning forward. "Where did a human learn to read a Voranthax tells?" Nobody answered him. Nobody knew. The creature turned, faster than something its size should have been able to, and this time Ellen was ready. She feinted left, drawing its weight in that direction, then pivoted right and drove her palm. Not a punch, an open palm strike, precise and economical, into a cluster of exposed nerve tissue behind its jaw hinge. The Voranthax roared, a sound that cracked one of the observation dome's outer panels, and reared back. It was the first time in 400 years that a Voranthax had made a sound of pain during a combat trial. Provost Vey rose halfway out of his seat. Someone pull the containment override. Don't, said a new voice. Every head turned. General Threx Kaldorian, retired war hero of the Bruthaki Empire and now a guest instructor at the Academy, had been sitting in the back of the observation ring the entire time, unnoticed and unremarked upon, exactly the way Ellen herself usually went unnoticed. He was on his feet now, massive frame leaning against the rail, eyes narrowed with an intensity that hadn't been there in years. Let her finish, he said. I want to see this. Below, Ellen had not stopped moving. The Voranthax, wounded and enraged, was no longer fighting with the lazy confidence of an undefeated predator. It was fighting like something that had, for the first time, felt fear, and fear made it faster, wilder, more dangerous, throwing off the careful rhythm Ellen had spent the last 90 seconds learning to read. She adapted instantly. Where the beast had been predictable, now it was chaos, and Ellen's strategy shifted with it, not toward aggression, but toward exhaustion. She kept moving, kept circling, forcing the enormous creature to expend energy chasing an opponent a fraction of its size, absorbing glancing blows on her forearms rather than her body, taking damage in controlled doses instead of catastrophic ones. A claw caught her shoulder. She staggered, blood welling dark through her shirt, and the crowd above erupted into shouts, some of horror, a few, disturbingly, of excitement. That's enough, Creven Oss said, standing now, his hand slamming the rail. Someone stop the trial. She's still standing. General Kaldorian said quietly. Watch her eyes. She's not panicking. She's calculating. He was right. Even wounded, even bleeding, Ellen's expression hadn't changed. There was no fear in it. There was something else entirely. A grim, focused patience that the general recognized because he had seen it exactly once before, decades ago, in the eyes of a human soldier during humanity's first contested border conflict with the Bruthaki Empire. A human who had been outnumbered 9-1 and had still, somehow, won. The Voranthax lunged again, off balance now, exhausted, its movements finally slowing. Ellen saw the opening a full second before it arrived, the same half-second hitch from the very first attack, now exaggerated by fatigue, and she moved. She didn't attack the jaw. She didn't attack the claws. She drove beneath the creature's off-balance lunge, inside its guard, and struck the same nerve cluster behind its jaw hinge a second time, this time with her full weight behind the blow, redirecting the Voranthax's own momentum into the strike. The creature's legs buckled. It crashed to the arena floor in a heap of armored muscle, stunned, breathing hard, defeated, but alive. Elin had not killed it. She stood over it, chest heaving, blood running down her arm, and made no move to finish it. The combat dome was utterly silent. Then General Kaldorian began to clap. Slow, deliberate, thunderous claps that echoed through the stunned silence like gunfire. And one by one, the cadets in the observation ring began to do the same, until 900 students were on their feet, and the sound of applause shook the dome's outer panels harder than the Voranthax roar ever had. Ellen didn't smile. She simply turned and walked toward the exit, leaving the beast alive behind her. And it was that detail, the mercy, offered without hesitation by the one person in the room who had every right to withhold it, that would be remembered longest. The provost met her at the arena doors, medical team already rushing past him toward her injured shoulder. Cadet Saro, he said, his four eyes wide with something between shock and reverence. In 400 years, no cadet has ever defeated a Voranthax in combat trial. I didn't defeat it, Ilin said quietly, letting the medics work on her shoulder without flinching. I survived it. There's a difference. Explain. She was quiet for a moment, looking past him at the crowd still gathered above, still watching her with expressions that had shifted in the span of 4 minutes from mockery to something like awe. Where I grew up, she said finally, surviving wasn't about being the strongest thing in the room. It never was. It was about outlasting whatever was trying to kill you, one moment longer than it could outlast you. You learn to read what's hunting you. You learn its patterns before it learns yours. And you learn that fear is useful information, not a weakness to overcome. It tells you exactly where the danger is. General Kaldorian had come down from the observation ring, moving through the parting crowd with the weight of someone whose opinion mattered enormously in rooms like this one. He stopped in front of Ellen, studying her with open curiosity. "Your world," he said. "The one that taught you this. It has creatures like the Vorantax?" "Worse," Ellen said simply. "We just don't have arenas. We have forests, and oceans, and mountains, and every single one of them wants you dead in a slightly different way, and none of them care how strong you think you are." A murmur went through the crowd. This was not, most of the cadets realized in that moment, an exaggeration for effect. It was, unsettlingly, a simple statement of fact about the world humanity had come from, a fact the galaxy had somehow never fully understood, dismissing humans as physically unremarkable without asking what kind of unremarkable creature could survive an unremarkable world like Earth. Crumb de Falk pushed through the crowd, stopping in front of Ellen, with an expression that had lost all trace of its earlier disdain. 6 months, he said slowly. "You've been here 6 months, ranked in the bottom third of every simulation, and you never once mentioned any of this. You never asked," Ellen said. "And it wasn't a simulation. If I told you, you'd have wanted a demonstration. I didn't want to demonstrate this in a hallway." It was the closest thing to a joke she'd made in 6 months. And despite everything, despite the blood still drying on her shoulder, several cadets actually laughed. A real laugh, startled and relieved. But the story wasn't finished. Not yet. 3 days later, the Academy received an emergency transmission from the outer colony perimeter, where a research outpost had gone silent. A creature, biosignature unknown, aggression profile off every existing chart, had broken containment near a Thesserine mining colony, and the nearest rapid response team, 3 full companies of elite Bruthaki soldiers, had been unable to bring it down. Casualties were climbing. The Academy was being asked to send its best combat-rated cadets as reinforcement, under General Kaldorian's command. Ellen was not on that list. Her combat ranking, despite the Voranthax trial, technically remained in the bottom third. A bureaucratic oversight nobody had gotten around to correcting. She went anyway. She stowed away on the transport vessel, hidden in a supply compartment, and was discovered only when the ship was 2 hours from the mining colony, and turning back was no longer an option. General Kaldorian found her crouched among ration crates, and for a long moment, he simply stared at her. "You do understand," he said finally, "that this could end your career before it starts. I understand that whatever's down there is killing people faster than 3 companies of trained soldiers can stop it," Ilin said. "And I understand that I might know something about it that nobody else does, which is, I won't know until I see it." The general studied her for a long moment, then turned toward the cockpit without another word, which Ellen had learned was as close as he came to approval. What waited on the mining colony was worse than anyone expected. The creature, later classified as a devour worm, a species previously thought extinct for 3,000 years, was not simply strong. It was intelligent, adaptive, learning from every attack thrown against it, adjusting its defenses in real time in a way no bioweapon should have been capable of. It had already killed 41 soldiers and reduced 2 combat vehicles to slag, and when Ellen finally saw it, crouched in the ruins of the outpost's main dome, she understood immediately why the soldiers' tactics had failed. They were fighting it like a monster. It wasn't a monster. It was reacting exactly the way any cornered, terrified, badly wounded animal would react, lashing out at everything because everything around it had spent the last 6 hours trying to kill it. "It's not attacking," Ilin said, grabbing General Kaldorian's arm before he could give the order to fire. "It's defending. Look at the wound pattern on its flank. Someone hurt it first. It's been running on pure survival instinct for hours. If you keep attacking it, it will keep killing everyone you send, because it thinks that's the only way it survives the night. And if we don't attack it, then someone has to convince it the fight is over. The way you convince any cornered animal, not with more force, with space and patience and the willingness to get close enough to be wrong. It was, by any military logic, an insane suggestion. General Kaldorian gave the order to stand down anyway, because in 3 days, this quiet human girl had proven right about exactly the kind of thing everyone else in this galaxy had been wrong about for centuries. Elin walked toward the Devour Worm alone, unarmed, hands open, moving with the same slow, deliberate patience she'd used in the arena 3 days earlier. Soldiers held their breath along the perimeter. The creature reared, screeching, claws raised, and Elin didn't run, didn't flinch, simply stopped, lowered herself to one knee, and waited. For 11 long seconds, the galaxy's deadliest cornered predator stared down a girl who refused to be afraid of it. Then, impossibly, it lowered its claws. The final revelation came 2 weeks later, buried in a research report that quietly reshaped the Academy's entire combat curriculum. The Devour Worm hadn't broken containment on its own. It had been deliberately released, sabotage, orchestrated by a Thesserine mining conglomerate seeking to destabilize the colony's ownership dispute and claim insurance losses on land they'd already secretly sold. 41 soldiers had died not because of an uncontrollable monster, but because of a boardroom decision made in comfort, thousands of kilometers away, by people who never once considered what would happen to the creature, or the colony, they were using as a weapon. Elian's testimony, calm and precise, was what ultimately unraveled the conspiracy. She had noticed, during those 11 seconds facing the Devour Worm, something none of the soldiers had thought to check. Restraint marks on the creature's limbs, old enough to predate the accidental containment breach by days. It hadn't escaped. It had been let out. By the time the full story broke across a dozen star systems, Ellen Cerro was no longer the quiet, unremarkable human cadet ranked in the bottom third of her class. She was the cadet who had faced an undefeated war beast and shown it mercy. The soldier who had walked unarmed toward a cornered predator and convinced an entire military company to lower their weapons instead of firing. The investigator whose patience had uncovered a corporate conspiracy that 3 companies of soldiers, in the heat of battle, had never had time to notice. On the day of the Academy's next combat evaluation, the observation ring was full again. But this time, when Ellen Cerro walked toward the arena floor, nobody laughed. Krivenos, standing at the front of the crowd, was the first to speak. For what it's worth, he said, I don't think anyone here still believes humans are the weakest species in this galaxy. Ellen paused at the arena doors, glancing back at him with the faint, quiet, almost smile that had become, in 3 short weeks, the most talked about expression on the entire Academy campus. We were never the weakest, she said. We were just the ones nobody bothered to understand. There's a difference. Then she walked through the doors, into whatever waited next, unafraid. Not because she didn't feel fear, but because she had spent her entire life learning exactly what to do with it.
Outside of the galaxy locally referred to as Milky Way. Scouts log. Entry 9,211,104. I have concluded after many stellar cycles of scouting, observing, and the like, that this galaxy, the one called Milky Way by its preeminent species, may appear ideal for conquest. Recommended course of action, however, is to not engage. Neff the highest starts before he lets out a long, low sigh, something he inadvertently picked up from the humans he had been observing for some time now. It was odd, he knew, but these humans who didn't know he existed somehow still impacted him. In their words, they were rubbing off on him. Being a Trefalian, the thought of touching another being seemed disgusting and was understandably forbidden. But the human term didn't actually refer to touching one another. Neff stands from his seat and surveys the cockpit around himself for a few beats. It is brimming with technologies, ones that the humans would kill to have. He knew because he had studied their behaviors, and he knew they would want everything that his masters had created. The humans wanted it because they knew as well as he did that everything here could be used for weapons. Everything is weapons with these humans, Neff thinks, somewhat surprised by the thought. Everything is a weapon in the eyes of the humans. Everything can be bested. And yet they do not conquer as thoroughly as my masters, the ones that the humans refer to as the war makers. I'm shocked they even know of the existence of my masters. However, shocked or not, this changes nothing. Walking over to his nourishment station, Neff retrieves a sad imitation of the juice from his homeworld and childhood from the food fabricator. He longed for the comfort and familiarity of home, but he knew that he'd never see his home star again. He wasn't the master of his own life, not anymore. Returning to his seat, Neff prepares to continue his final report on the so-called Milky Way. He hated what he knew he'd be saying. His words could kill millions or billions of the humans that he had grown to admire. Despite their short lives and odd habits, Neff saw the humans as a sort of equal to himself. He admired them as well. Wetting his tongue with the mucus gland directly over his oral passage, Neff resumes his report. I advise against engaging the humans for the sole reason that they seem to be preparing for something. Despite my sincerest efforts and the combined power of every computation machine available to me, I was unable to ascertain what these humans perceived as such a threat, and this concerns me. No other race that I have encountered in my many, many stellar cycles of life have ever prepared for military engagement as the humans have. Their fleets are 964 times larger than even the most militaristic races that I have observed and that were later conquered. These massive human fleets only pertain to their active military vessels and not the ones that have been decommissioned. The humans refer to this as mothballing, and these mothballed ships are kept in a state that allows them to readily re-enter service. The humans possess industrial capacity to replace their entire fleets within a short period of time as well, should they lose them in the opening days of conflict. Aside from their ships, the humans also have standing military forces that are many times greater than even the most warlike people I have observed. Even the greatest militaries in all of the records you have made available to me are dwarfed by the human military might. The only force I am aware of that is greater than that of humanity is the Kaldret Nexadraxi, your servants. The humans also have military outposts on the fringes of their galaxy that serve as listening stations, and they are watching for any and all activities from beyond their known galaxy. There is a cluster of such stations on the most likely invasion point that the Kaldret Nexadraxi would take, should you choose to heed the previous plans for invasion. This amassing of such overwhelming forces can only mean that the humans are aware of an outside threat. I suspect this threat that they know of could be us, but other gathered forces elsewhere in the human-held galaxy seem to suggest that they know of other threats beyond the segments of space that I have observed them visiting and gathering information on. This is quite concerning. Neff takes a few steadying breaths in order to regain his composure. His gills and lungs had been damaged in the war against the Kaldret Nexadraxi long ago, and they were scarred to the point that he was unable to speak for extended periods. With one final deep breath, Neft says, "End report." Sighing once more, Neft rises and returns to his study. Scattered all around the study are data pads, data crystals, and even some scrawled notes on the walls, his desk, and on many sheets of paper. Looking down at one of the papers, Neft can't help but feel a sense of amusement. Every sentient race of the universe that he had encountered had developed paper or something that served a similar purpose. Even those without sight made use of paper-like substances. It was one of the many technologies that tied sentients together, despite the great distance between them all. Lowering himself to a squatting position near his desk, Neft pores over his notes yet one more time. He needed answers. He had to know why the humans would prepare for a threat from beyond their galaxy when, according to everything he knew, there was absolutely no reason that the humans could possibly know about the threats beyond. No other race had ever gone to such great lengths to secure their borders from invasion from without, and yet the humans seemed to know much more than they disclosed. It was as if the humans had the ability to see the future itself, which was an absolute impossibility. No race had ever exhibited such a skill, even though many pretended. Neff stares at his notes, at the many references of humans warring with themselves, with races within their own galaxy, and with imaginary enemies and things the humans called war games. The closest thing he had to a reason for their building up of forces on their borders was their war games, but no race that ever had similar activities thought to prepare for threats they had never encountered like this. The Kaldret Nexadraxi, should they be sent to attack humanity, would suffer immense losses, unforgivable ones. Losses so high that Neff knew he would be held to account for said losses, and he would pay with his life. There was a distinct chance that the undefeated Kaldret Nexadraxi would even lose a war with the humans. According to every computation model, the chance of failure stood at 30%. No other race in the history of Neff's masters had ever had even a 1% chance of success in a war. That's what made Neff so nervous. The reason why the humans only stood a 30% chance of repelling an attack was because they were presently divided. There was something they called a ceasefire between the unified coalition and a disorderly amalgamation of human-controlled planets and systems opposite that organized coalition. The disorderly planets had once been unified under the name Alexandrians, but that had been a lifetime ago for the humans. Yet even divided, those disorganized worlds would not bend the knee to their apparent betters. None of this made sense. Looking to another set of notes, Neft wheezes and then injects himself with another Nothcoria treatment to remain awake and lucid enough to continue his work. His hearts race as the medicine reaches them and his mental fog lifts somewhat. Scanning the notes, he dwells on how the humans seemed to be on a war footing, even when there was no war to be had. It was as if the humans were worshippers of war, yet Neft knew they were not. Not in the same manner as the conquered before them. Humans were different. And different was an impossibility. None of the conquered had ever been different. There was never a race doing a new thing. The humans even have a sentence they use from a historical text. They call it a praise, and it states that there is nothing new under the sun. And yet the humans defy even this logic and appear to be something new. New was a threat. New was the very reason why Neft knew the humans had to be subjugated as his own race had been. These humans were special enough that his masters needed them. Studying his notes further, Neft reflects on the treatment of the conquered races of humanity. The many alien races that they had warred with, and then, once the war was over, the humans integrated the defeated aliens into their own society. For the most part, this incorporation was done without threat or bondage, which was also a new thing that Neft failed to comprehend. The humans had old documents, ones written many generations beforehand, that spoke of all men being created equal, and the humans seemed to think, for the most part, that this applied to the other races in their galaxy as well. Even the lowest sentient species were treated well, the very species that Neft's masters would have totally and completely eradicated. None of what the humans did made sense. Neft finds himself mumbling as he reads, considering the threat that the humans pose. I would be a fool to advise an attack, and yet I feel obliged to do so. There is a beep, and then the ship's AI, Neft calls it Beeper, says, Scout Neft the Highest, I must advise you to rest. You have not given your mind or body a chance to recover in 20 cycles. I cannot, Neft snaps as he studies his notes with greater attention in an act of defiance. He did not appreciate the AI or its constant nagging. The AI did not understand just what kind of mystery these humans were. No self-respecting Trefalian could leave such a mystery unsolved, even if their health and even their very lives were at risk. You must, Beeper urges. Were you a human, this would be your 20th year without sleep. Even your own people rested in their first days of discovery. Neft holds up a cool, damp arm. They were not discovering the humans. Now silence. Very well, Beeper gives in, followed by a quiet beep. Neft knew that he was exhausted. He knew that this could end up being his final mission because his very body was giving out. However, answers had to come. His life was a small price to pay for these answers. Should another Trefalian come to finish what he started, he wanted them to know as much as was possible. The human enigma needed to be addressed. The human enigma had to be conquered. Shaking in awe and anxiety, Neft cries out, we must make them subjects of my masters. They must bow before them as my people have. The humans cannot continue like this, it is lunacy. No other race would consider actions as these. Slamming his arms against his desk, Neft smashes it to pieces and sends all the research that had been carefully laid out into the air. In a rage, he shouts, Beeper, resume my report now. Very well, Beeper sounds, I am recording now. Staring out into the void beyond his window, Neft looks toward the Milky Way, toward the home of the humans. Shaking still, now in a rage, he says, Amendment to Scout's log. Entry 9,211,104. It is highly advisable that the humans be brought under the complete and total control of my masters. We must learn what secrets they hold and learn of who they are preparing to war against. Conquest is preferred, but extinction will be required if that is not achievable. It is advisable that the Caldrit Nexidraxi be sent in immediately. It is advisable that their complete force should be concentrated on a small region of human-controlled space to ensure their success. The usual broad conquest cannot succeed, and my computer models support this. It is advisable that the old machinations and any other remaining forces within the human-controlled galaxy be activated in order to preoccupy the humans and allow for a successful invasion. It is recommended that no effort should be spared, lest the humans retaliate. This is imperative for the continuation of the order of the universe, of which my masters control. Scout Neft the Highest, signing out. End report. A few silent moments pass before Beeper asks, did you not advise against this mere moments ago? Neft waves the AI off uselessly. He did not understand the humans, and that was a threat. It was a threat to himself, to his masters, and to the universe itself. Everything had its place. Everything has its order. Every race has its master, save Neft's masters alone. The humans defied all of this. And like the wayward children they were, they had to be brought back into order. No rebellion could be allowed, especially not on a scale like this. Seething, Neft feels hot mucus slipping over his mouth and chin in a manner no Trefalian had felt in hundreds of human centuries. It was something that only happened to the greatest of warriors before battle. It was a warning to any and all who stood against them that they would die. The rebellious humans would either join the fold under Neft's masters, or they would fall. Nothing else could be allowed because the enigmatic humans could not be understood. Surrendering to his body's needs, Neft collapses. Moments later, he breathes his last breath as his heart fails. Neft's final thoughts did not dwell on his home, nor on his slain family. Instead, he thought of the next Trefalian who would finish what he started. Who would understand the humans that Neft failed to? Thank you for listening to this story. If you liked it, be sure to check out some of the author Caleb Fast's published stories on Amazon. I've linked to his best-selling story in the description and comments section. Also, please be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. I will see you in the next one.
The listening post on Kestvareth's outer moon had monitored dead frequencies for 11 standard years without incident. Technician Ilo Bren was 3 hours from the end of her shift when the anomaly crossed her console. A signal so old its encryption protocols weren't even in the archive anymore. She had to reach back to a historical database to find a match. Terran Union Naval Identification, friend or foe. Registry, TUS Kentaurus. Status, active. Active, not wreckage. Not an echo bouncing off a dead hull for 3 centuries. Active. Ilo's hands were shaking as she flagged the signal for priority review, because everyone in the quadrant had grown up on the same bedtime story warning. The Terran Union was gone. Humanity was gone. Erased in the final years of the human wars, when their homeworld's coordinates were wiped from every star chart by treaty, by fear, by the unspoken agreement of a galaxy that had watched one species nearly burn everything down rather than lose. Within 6 hours, the Sovereign Assembly had convened an emergency session. Within 12, a decision was made, not to attack, not yet, but to look. A single diplomatic cruiser, the Aurelian Accord, crewed by a mixed Threnvashti delegation known for careful, unprovocative first contacts, was dispatched to the coordinates. Captain de Saint-Vale of the Accord did not believe the sensor readings until she saw the ship herself, hanging silent at the edge of a debris field that hadn't been catalogued in 300 years. The Kentaurus was scarred, hull plating scorched black in long streaks, one engine nacelle patched with metal that didn't match the original alloy, sensor arrays, crusted with micrometeorite damage nobody had bothered to repair. It looked like a ghost that had forgotten to stop moving. But its weapons were hot. Every scan came back the same, full power to shields, targeting arrays cycling in slow, deliberate sweeps. Whatever was aboard that ship wasn't derelict. It was awake, and it was watching them the way a soldier watches a tree line for movement. Send the hail, Vale ordered, though her XO. A Thren officer named As Kadiri hesitated. Captain, if that vessel still considers itself at war, then we'll be the first to find out what that means. Vale's voice didn't waver, but her claws tapped an anxious rhythm against her armrest. 300 years, As. Either there's nobody left alive on that ship, or there's someone who has been alone out here for longer than our entire diplomatic service has existed. Both possibilities terrify me. Send the hail. The silence stretched 4 minutes, long enough that half the bridge crew had quietly begun composing what they'd tell the assembly if the Kentaurus opened fire without warning. Then, static. A voice, distorted by a translation matrix decoding a language it had never been trained on, forced to guess at grammar structures 3 centuries out of date. Unidentified vessel. You are inside a restricted defense perimeter. Identify yourself or be fired upon. Human, unmistakably, impossibly human. The cadence of command. The clipped military discipline. The exhaustion buried just beneath the surface of a voice that had clearly given this exact warning 1,000 times before, and expected, this time, to have to follow through. Vale exhaled slowly. On her monitor, the ship's registry data continued scrolling. Crew complement, last logged action, commanding officer. Commanding officer, Fleet Commander Iana Reyes, Terran Union 3rd Rearguard Fleet. Final orders received, hold the line, await recall. 300 years, and someone was still holding the line. This is Captain de Saint-Vale of the diplomatic vessel Aurelian Accord, representing the Sovereign Assembly, she said carefully, choosing every word like she was diffusing something. We mean no hostile intent. We request permission to open communications. Another pause, shorter this time. Sovereign Assembly, the voice repeated, and there was something underneath the words now, confusion, maybe, or suspicion. Unfamiliar designation. State your relationship to the Kalen Directorate. Vale glanced at Kadiri. Neither of them recognized the name. Whoever, whatever the Kalen Directorate had been, it wasn't in any history the Assembly still taught. "I don't know that name," Vale admitted. "Commander Reyes, I think you should know how long you've been out here." The silence that followed was the longest yet, and somewhere in it, Vale understood that she was not just making first contact with a lost ship. She was about to tell someone that everyone they had ever known was dead. Iana Reyes had not slept in 11 hours, which was nothing unusual. Command rotations on the Kentaurus ran brutal during contact scenarios, and this was the strangest contact scenario of her career. An alien vessel, unlike anything in the Directorate's known order of battle, hailing her with a designation she'd never heard and a diplomatic tone that felt almost rehearsed, like they expected her to be dangerous. Good, she thought grimly, they should. She stood at the center of the Kentrus's cramped bridge, the low hum of overtaxed systems vibrating up through the deck plating, and studied the tactical display. The alien ship, the Aurelian Accord, wasn't powering weapons, wasn't maneuvering for advantage. It was simply sitting there, broadcasting on an open channel, waiting. That wasn't Directorate doctrine. The Kalen never waited for anything. "Helm, keep us angled for a full broadside if they twitch wrong," Reyes said quietly. Lieutenant Osai reopened the channel. The image that resolved on her screen made her breath catch, though she kept her face iron, still out of decades of habit. The being on the other end was nothing like the Kalen, tall, silver-scaled, calm-eyed in a way that read as diplomatic rather than predatory. Behind her, more of the same species and another she didn't recognize at all, moving through a ship interior gleaming with technology that looked decades, maybe centuries, beyond anything Reyes had access to. "Captain Vale," Reyes said, matching the alien's careful tone with one of her own. "You said you'd tell me how long I've been out here. I'm listening." Vale's expression, if Reyes was reading an alien face correctly at all, softened into something like pity, and Reyes hated it immediately. "Commander Reyes, the conflict you remember, the human wars, we call it in our histories, ended approximately 311 years ago, by our best calculation of your calendar." The bridge went silent. Somewhere behind Reyes, she heard Ensign Tor's sharp intake of breath, the soft scrape of a boot shifting weight. 311 years, that was not possible. Her last clear memory before the final cryo rotation was the retreat from Camus Station, the order from Fleet Command to hold position at the edge of Directorate space and await further instruction. Reyes had woken from that rotation 4 times since. Each time, the same silence on all channels. The same absence of a recall order. She'd assumed each time that the war was simply still going badly. That command was occupied. That someone somewhere still needed the Kentaurus to hold this line. "That's not possible," she said aloud, and hated how thin her own voice sounded. "The Terran Union no longer exists as far as our records show," Vale said gently. "Commander, I understand this is. You don't understand anything." The words came out sharper than Reyes intended, old training snapping back into place like a shield raised on reflex. "You're telling me my chain of command is gone. My homeworld, do you have anything on Earth? Anything at all?" A pause, and this time it was Vale's XO who answered more clinically. "Coordinates for the system historically identified as Sol were sealed by treaty at the war's end. No survey or contact has been authorized in 3 centuries. We have no current data." Sealed, not destroyed, sealed. Reyes turned that word over like a stone with something sharp underneath. It meant something, that particular choice. It meant someone somewhere had decided Earth was dangerous enough or important enough to lock away rather than erase. She looked around her bridge at Tor's, barely 26 years old by the ship's chronometer, who had never known a version of the universe where the war was already over. At Osai, whose grandmother had died in cryo 2 rotations ago, still believing she'd wake up to a victory parade. At every soul aboard the Kentaurus who had spent their entire lives, some of them their entire lives, full stop, inside 300 years of a war that had ended before they were even born. "Commander," Vale said carefully, "I don't know what to offer you except the truth and time to process it. But I need to ask, are your weapons still hostile toward anyone who approaches?" Reyes looked at the tactical display. At the alien ship that had not fired, had not fled, had simply told her the truth, even though the truth clearly cost them something to deliver. "Stand down targeting," she said quietly, and felt the words land in her own chest like a door closing on a room she'd lived in for 300 years. "Stand down, all of it." The bridge crew hesitated, a heartbeat, no more before obeying. For the first time in 3 centuries, the Centaurus was no longer at war. Reyes just didn't know yet what that meant she was supposed to be instead. They gave her 3 days before the questions became formal, and Reyes spent every hour of them in the ship's archive room, rebuilding the shape of what her crew had actually survived. The Centaurus ran on a rotation system devised in the war's final desperate years, a compromise between necessity and cruelty. With no relief fleet coming and no safe harbor to return to, Fleet Command had authorized an unprecedented order: staggered cryogenic rotation, indefinite duration, crew cycling through active duty and stasis in overlapping shifts, so the ship was never fully unmanned and never fully awake. A skeleton crew of 40, drawn from an original complement of 300, keeping the lights on, the engines idling, the weapons charged, generation after generation, waiting for a recall signal that Reyes now understood would never come. She pulled up personnel files and watched her crew's whole hidden history unfold. Osai's grandmother, Chief Petty Officer Amara Osai, had entered cryo 60 years into the patrol and never come out. Her rotation slot lost to a stasis pod malfunction nobody discovered until the pod was opened for a routine seal check. Tor's parents had both served aboard, had married in the ship's cramped chapel during a joint waking cycle, had raised her in the 18 months allotted between rotations before returning to cryo themselves, entrusting her to whichever crew happened to be awake. An entire childhood spent being raised, in shifts, by whoever the ship's schedule put on duty. This was not a crew, this was a lineage, a closed ecosystem of duty and sacrifice that had calcified into something almost religious. The long watch, they called it in the ship's logs, capitalized like a proper noun, like a doctrine. We hold the line until relieved. We hold the line until command says otherwise. We are the last word of the Terran Union, and the last word does not go silent. Reyes had inherited command 14 years into her own rotation cycle, promoted after Commander Ewan's stasis pod failed during the ship's 41st waking. She remembered vividly, painfully, standing in the observation deck the night she took the chair, staring out at unfamiliar stars and making herself a promise. She would not be the commander who broke faith with the order. She would not be the one who decided unilaterally that 3 centuries of sacrifice had been for nothing. Now an alien captain with kind eyes was telling her that faith had already been broken, a long time ago, by people who never told them. "You're angry," said Vale, who had come aboard the Centaurus alone and unarmed on the 2nd day. A gesture Reyes suspected was either extraordinary courage or extraordinary confidence in her own ship's ability to retaliate if things went wrong. "I'm doing the math," Reyes said, not looking up from the archive terminal. 40 active crew, 11 rotations of cryo casualties, 206 souls who never woke up again, who died in stasis holding a line that stopped existing before their pods even sealed. She finally looked at Vale. "I need you to understand something about my people, Captain. We don't do this because we're stubborn. We do this because it's the only structure any of us have ever known. Take away the long watch and you're not liberating my crew. You're leaving them with nothing to stand on." Vale was quiet for a long moment, choosing her next words with visible care. "Then perhaps," she said, "the answer isn't to take the structure away. Perhaps it's to give it something worth standing for again." Reyes almost laughed, a short, bitter sound, such as, "I don't know yet," Vale admitted. "But Commander, your crew held a line for 300 years without orders, without relief, without even knowing if anyone remembered you existed. The Assembly is currently arguing about whether that makes you a threat or a miracle. I'd like to help make sure they land on the right answer." Reyes turned back to the archive, to the long, silent list of names who had never woken up, and made a second promise, quieter than the first, but just as absolute. Whatever came next, it would mean something. She would not let it be for nothing. The Sovereign Assembly Chamber on Thren Prime had not hosted an emergency full session in over 40 years, and the last one had been about a resource dispute, not the reappearance of a species most delegates had genuinely believed extinct. Delegate Coram Vashti of the Outer Systems bloc rose first, and his opening words set the tone for everything that followed. "The historical record is not ambiguous," he said, his translated voice carrying an edge of practiced alarm. "The human wars killed an estimated 400 million sapient beings across 19 star systems before the species turned that same ferocity on itself. We did not lose track of humanity, honored delegates. We sealed them away by unanimous treaty because every serious military analysis of the era concluded the same thing. humanity was not simply dangerous. It was unpredictable dangerous. A species that adapted faster than any doctrine could account for, that treated total war as an engineering problem to be solved rather than a horror to be avoided. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the chamber. Captain Vale, seated in the observer's gallery with authorization to testify but not to vote, felt the weight of 3 centuries of institutional fear pressing down on the room like gravity. "With respect," she said when recognized, "the ship we encountered has fired on no one. Its commander stood down weapons the moment she understood the war she believed she was fighting had ended. That is not the behavior of an unpredictable threat, delegate. That is the behavior of a soldier who has been alone for 300 years and still chose restraint the instant it was offered to her." "A single data point," Vashti countered. "One commander, one moment of restraint against a documented history of..." "A documented history that ended before that commander was born," Vale cut in, sharper than diplomatic protocol technically allowed. "Delegate, I've reviewed the Kentress's personnel records. Every soul aboard that ship was born after the war it supposedly represents. They are not the architects of the human wars. They are its last orphans." The chamber's mood didn't shift so much as fracture. Some delegates visibly moved by the argument, others visibly unmoved. A handful whispering urgently to aides about defense contingencies should the vote go the wrong direction. Delegate Hasfarin of the Vashti Science Coalition raised the point that carried the most weight in the end. The Kentress's technology, though scarred and centuries obsolete by galactic standards, represented weapons doctrine and engineering philosophy the Assembly's own military had no modern equivalent for. Humanity had, according to every surviving analysis, fought a war of total resource mobilization and rapid tactical adaptation that made even the era's advanced powers look sluggish by comparison. "That is precisely my concern," Vashti said. "A single obsolete warship is not the threat. What that warship represents, a species capable of that kind of adaptability, returning to a galaxy that has grown comfortable, cautious, and technologically stagnant by comparison. That is the threat worth debating." Vale saw where the room was heading before the final vote was called, and it turned her stomach. Not open hostility, the Assembly wasn't willing to authorize an attack on a ship that had done nothing but ask for information. But something colder, quarantine, restricted contact. The Kentaurus would be permitted to exist, monitored indefinitely, denied full diplomatic status, its crew treated less as returning citizens of a lost nation and more as a contained variable in an ongoing risk assessment. "You're going to lock them in a different kind of cage," Vale said quietly, to no one and everyone, as the vote tally lit the chamber's display in the pale amber of qualified restriction. "After 300 years of holding a line for a country that forgot them, you're going to hand them a leash instead of a homecoming." She thought of Reyes standing in that archive room, promising herself that the long watch would mean something. Vale had no idea yet just how soon the galaxy would need exactly what humanity had spent 3 centuries becoming. But she suspected, watching Vashti's faction claim their cautious victory, that fear this deep rarely stayed satisfied with caution for long. Somewhere out past the Assembly's borders, in the dark between the stars the Council no longer bothered to patrol, something was already moving that would make their quarantine irrelevant within the season. The restrictions, when they arrived, stung worse than Reyes expected. Limited contact zones, a designated escort whenever the Kentaurus moved beyond a bounded patrol radius. Formal denial of Terran Union sovereign status pending further evaluation. A phrase that, translated out of diplomatic softness, meant we don't trust you yet and may never. She read the full ruling twice, alone in her quarters, then folded the datapad shut and went to find her crew, because someone needed to explain it to them in language that didn't sound like a sentence. What she found, instead, over the following weeks, surprised her more than the ruling itself. Ensign Torres, 26 years old, raised across 18 scattered months by whichever adults happened to be out of stasis, had taken to spending her off hours in the Accord's shared data terminals, absorbing 3 centuries of galactic history with an appetite that bordered on hunger. She came to Reyes one evening practically vibrating with the discovery that music still existed, that entire civilizations had risen and evolved and argued about art and philosophy, while the Kentaurus sat frozen in its long, silent vigil. "Commander, they have symphonies with 7 tonal registers we can't even hear without augmentation," Torres said, eyes bright in a way Reyes hadn't seen since before the last rotation. And Captain Vale says the Thren have this entire art form built around bioluminescent projection. Ensign, Reyes said not unkindly, we're technically under restricted movement status right now. I know, I don't care. Commander, we've been alone for 300 years. I don't want to be quarantined. I want to know things. Reyes let her go and found, watching her walk away, that some small lockdown part of herself envied the ensign's ability to feel wonder before she felt grief. The clash wasn't only cultural, it was doctrinal, and it surfaced hardest in the joint training exercises Vale arranged over considerable assembly objection as a goodwill gesture. Assembly military doctrine, Reyes learned quickly, was built on centuries of stable peace, rigid command hierarchies, extensively pre-planned engagement protocols, and almost superstitious deference to established procedure. Her own officers, trained in a doctrine forged by desperation and total war, improvised constantly, reworked tactics mid-engagement, cannibalized damaged systems to reinforce critical ones, treated every plan as a starting point rather than a script. During a joint simulation exercise meant to test coordinated defense scenarios, Lieutenant Os, third-generation Long Watch crew, raised entirely aboard ship, took one look at the assembly fleet's carefully symmetrical formation, and rerouted half the Kentrus's simulated squadron into an asymmetric flanking pattern that violated 4 separate points of standard assembly engagement protocol. It also won the exercise in under 6 minutes, a result that generated exactly as much alarm among the observing officers as admiration. You cannot simply abandon the formation, the assembly's tactical liaison, a methodical Vashti officer named Rael Das, said afterward, genuinely rattled. The formation exists for a reason: coordination, predictability, safety. With respect, sir, Osai said, still riding the adrenaline of the win, the formation exists because nobody's fired on you in 300 years. Predictability's a luxury. We never had it. Reyes watched the exchange from the observation deck beside Vale, and something in her chest eased slightly for the first time since the Accord had found them. Your people are frightened of us, she said quietly, because we never learned to be comfortable. And I think, she added, watching Osa explain the flanking maneuver with the animated confidence of someone who'd never once considered failure an option worth planning around, comfort is the thing this galaxy is about to discover it can't afford. Vale didn't answer immediately. Later, she'd remember that conversation as the first moment she truly understood what the Assembly's caution might cost them. Because 3 systems away, in the dark beyond the mapped patrol lanes, sensor buoys that had gone silent weeks earlier were about to be explained. The first attack came at Havern Outpost, a mining colony on the Assembly's furthest frontier, and it came with a signature nobody in the current Assembly military had ever cataloged, because nobody currently serving had been alive the last time it appeared. Reyes recognized it before the analysts finished their report. She'd seen those weapon discharge patterns burned into her ship's own hull, plating 300 years ago. That's Kalen Ordnance, she said flatly, staring at the tactical feed relayed to the Kentrus's bridge. Directorate Energy signature, confirmed match 94% confidence. Vale, patched in from the Assembly's emergency command channel, went very still. The Kalen Directorate was recorded as collapsed. Internal conflict, roughly 200 years ago. There's no current intelligence indicating. There wasn't current intelligence indicating my ship still existed either, Captain, Reyes said. Empires that go quiet don't always go extinct. Sometimes they just stop being anyone's problem for a while. The Assembly fleet response, when it finally scrambled, revealed exactly the gap in capability Reyes had quietly clocked during weeks of joint exercises. 3 centuries of uncontested peace had produced a military that was elegant, disciplined, and utterly unprepared for an enemy that didn't observe engagement conventions. The Kalen ships, larger and more numerous than anything Reyes remembered from the war's final years, clearly rebuilt and modernized during their long silence, tore through the Assembly's first response wave with brutal efficiency, exploiting the very predictability DOS had defended so confidently in simulation. Havern Outpost's distress signal cut out 14 minutes after first contact. The emergency session that followed had none of the careful deliberation of the earlier Assembly vote. Delegate Vashti, ashen, stood before a chamber that had watched real-time casualty estimates climb past the thousands, and for the first time voiced the question everyone was suddenly desperate to hear answered. "Commander Reyes," he said, and it did not escape Vale that this was the first time he'd used her rank rather than a designation. "You fought this enemy. You held a line against it for years before your final retreat. What does the Assembly need to know?" Reyes stood in the gallery where Vale had once argued for her people's restraint, and felt something shift in the room's attention. Fear reorganizing itself. In real time, from humanity is the danger into humanity might be the only ones who remember how to survive this. "You need to know the Directorate doesn't negotiate, doesn't retreat when losing, and doesn't consider civilian casualties a cost worth avoiding," she said. "You need to know your current doctrine, the formations, the pre-planned engagement protocols, all of it is built for an enemy that plays by rules. The Kaelin don't have rules, they have objectives." She let that land before continuing. "And you need to know that my crew has spent 300 years training for exactly this fight, whether we wanted to or not." The silence in the chamber this time wasn't fear of humanity. It was the dawning, uncomfortable recognition of what fear had nearly cost them. "Commander," Vashti said slowly, "what would you need from this assembly if we asked the Kentaurus to help lead our response?" Reyes looked at Vale, who gave the smallest possible nod, and felt 300 years of the long watch finally point towards something worth the weight of it. "Trust," she said, "and every ship you can put in the air, because delegate, I've fought this war before. I don't intend to lose it a second time." The next 11 days became, in the retelling that historians would spend decades refining, the moment the galaxy relearned a lesson it had spent 3 centuries forgetting. That desperation, properly channeled, was a technology all its own. Reyes didn't wait for the Assembly's cumbersome approval processes to catch up with the crisis. She requisitioned, with Vale running diplomatic interference at a speed that would earn her a formal reprimand, and eventually, a promotion, direct access to Assembly shipyards, and set her crew to work doing what the Long Watch had trained 300 years of Terran officers to do better than anyone alive, making broken things dangerous again. The Kentaurus' own outdated systems, it turned out, held secrets the Assembly's engineers found genuinely startling. Weapon capacitor designs that traded elegance for raw output. Shield modulation patterns built to absorb sustained bombardment rather than deflect single precise strikes. Because the war Reyes' ship had been built for was a war of attrition, not duels. Osai and a team of Assembly engineers spent 4 sleepless days retrofitting a squadron of Assembly frigates with jury-rigged versions of Terran capacitor arrays, and the resulting power output made the ship's own designers visibly uncomfortable. "This isn't how the system is meant to be used," one horrified engineer told Osai, watching a modified capacitor bank redline well past its rated safety threshold and hold steady anyway. "No," Osai agreed cheerfully, "it's how it's meant to work when the alternative is dying." Training the Assembly's pilots proved harder than retrofitting their hardware. 3 centuries of doctrine didn't unlearn in a week. But Reyes found the fastest teacher was simply putting officers through simulated Kaelin engagements and letting the formation-based losses speak for themselves. By the 4th day, Das himself, the tactical liaison who'd been so alarmed by Osai's flanking maneuver, was running his own squadron through deliberately asymmetric drills, chastened into a fast, hungry kind of learning that reminded Reyes uncomfortably of her own cadets, decades and a war ago. The counteroffensive at Havern's neighboring system, when it came, was not the clean, textbook engagement the Assembly had trained for. It was messy, adaptive, and built on decisions made in real time by officers who'd finally been given permission to abandon the formation. The Kentaurus led from the front, not because Reyes believed in glory, but because her ship, scarred and outdated as it was, could absorb punishment the newer Assembly vessels couldn't, and she'd rather bleed first than watch anyone else's crew do it in her place. The Kaelin flagship's commander, whoever it was, clearly hadn't accounted for an enemy that refused to retreat when the tactical models said retreat was optimal. Reyes watched the Kentaurus take a hit that would have crippled any vessel in the Assembly fleet, watched her damage control teams reroute power with the calm, practiced efficiency of people who'd done this exact drill 1,000 times in 300 years of preparing for a fight they'd been told was already over, and held the line anyway, buying the retrofitted frigates the window they needed to flank. When the Kalan fleet broke and withdrew 6 hours later, it was not because the assembly had outgunned them. It was because, for the first time in 3 centuries, someone had reminded the galaxy that being unpredictable was not the same thing as being reckless, and that humanity, orphaned and quarantined and doubted right up until the moment it mattered, had never stopped being exactly the kind of dangerous a galaxy in crisis actually needed. The formal ceremony took place 3 months later, in the same assembly chamber where Vashti had once argued that humanity's return was a threat worth debating, and Reyes stood at its center in a dress uniform that had been mended so many times over 3 centuries, it was more patchwork than original fabric, and she'd refused every offer to replace it. The assembly's ruling was unanimous, this time, and unambiguous. Full sovereign recognition of the Terran Union's surviving representatives. Formal apology for 3 centuries of severed contact, though everyone in the room understood the apology couldn't undo the 206 names in the Kentress's archive who'd never woken from stasis to hear it. And an offer, extraordinary by any historical standard, of a survey mission to the sealed coordinates of Sol, with full assembly resources, to determine at last what had actually become of humanity's homeworld. Reyes had asked for that last part herself, the night before, sitting with Vale in the Kentress's cramped observation deck. "You don't have to go looking," Vale had said gently. "Whatever's there or isn't won't change what your crew already survived." "I know," Reyes said, "but Torres asked me last week if she'd ever get to see Earth, not the histories, not the archives, the actual sky." She'd looked out at the unfamiliar stars, the same view she'd been searching for meaning in since the day the Accord found them. 300 years we held a line for a home we never got to see. I'm done holding lines for ghosts, Captain. I want to know what we're actually standing on." Delegate Vashti, in his closing remarks to the assembly, offered something Reyes hadn't expected, not quite an apology, but an admission delivered with the particular humility of a man who'd nearly cost thousands of lives to his own fear. "We spent 3 centuries treating humanity's absence as a problem solved," he said. "We were wrong to believe silence meant safety. We are grateful and humbled that the last ship holding humanity's line chose restraint when we gave them every reason to expect otherwise." The Kentaurus did not stand down after the ceremony. Reyes made that choice deliberately, formally, with the full weight of her restored authority behind it, not because the war she'd been fighting had returned, but because she'd come to understand something in the months since the Accord first hailed her ship. A warship didn't have to be at war to matter. Sometimes it just had to still be watching. She stood on the bridge as the ship's beacon reconfigured for the first time in 300 years. Not a distress signal anymore, not a restricted IFF broadcasting into silence, but an open, formal declaration, transmitted on every frequency the Assembly's networks could carry. TUS Kentaurus, Terran Union 3rd Rearguard Fleet. Long watch concluded. Humanity has returned. Torres, standing at her station, allowed herself a smile Reyes hadn't seen since before any of this began. Not relief, exactly, but something steadier. Something that looked, for the first time in the ensign's entire life, like the simple, ordinary hope of getting to see what came next. Reyes watched the stars ahead, unfamiliar still, but no longer only a place to hold a line against. A place, maybe, to finally build something worth defending instead. The last human warship had come home. It just turned out home was wherever they decided to make it. And
the problem with being the only xenozoologist on Kepler 186f wasn't the isolation, the deadly predators, or even the perpetual twilight that made Earth's gloomy Seattle winters look positively cheerful. No, the real problem was having no one to appreciate my absolutely brilliant commentary on the absurdity of my situation. Recording day 847, I spoke into my datapad, watching as a 6-legged herbivore that I'd nicknamed George munched on the bioluminescent vegetation near my research station. Subject continues to demonstrate remarkable inability to notice when he's being stalked. Betting pool on George's survival remains open. Current odds, not great. I'm Elena Martinez, and somehow I'd convinced the Interstellar Research Council that sending me alone to study the wildlife on humanity's latest colonization prospect was a good idea. Their exact words were uniquely qualified, but I'm pretty sure what they meant was only person crazy enough to volunteer. The research station sat perched on a ridge overlooking the Valley of Perpetual Mistakes. My name for it, not official, though I was working on that. Every day, I watched the planet's various species make questionable life choices from the safety of my reinforced observation dome. The valley featured a lovely mix of dangerous flora, even more dangerous fauna, and the occasional cosmic ray that made Earth's UV index look like a nightlight. But the real stars of my impromptu wildlife documentary were the night stalkers. Picture a cross between a panther, a wolf, and your worst nightmare. Then add 2 extra sets of eyes and the kind of intelligence that makes you seriously question your place on the food chain. They were the apex predators of this world, and they knew it. Night stalker pair approaching from the northeast, I narrated, zooming in with my cameras. Female displaying typical hunting behavior, male following with all the subtlety of a drunk elephant. Reminder to self, update species description, to note that despite evolutionary advantages, some individuals still manage to be absolutely terrible at their jobs. The pair moved like liquid shadows through the phosphorescent undergrowth, their scales shifting colors to match their surroundings. Well, the females did. The male kept cycling through patterns like a malfunctioning Christmas display. I'd spent nearly 3 Earth years studying these magnificent creatures, cataloguing their behaviors, and occasionally hiding in my panic room when they got a little too curious about the strange biped in their territory. We'd developed what I like to call a professional understanding. They pretended not to notice me, and I pretended not to notice when they deliberately posed for my cameras. Additional note, I added, suppressing a yawn as I checked the time. Day 847 marks the 3rd consecutive week of night shift observations, because someone, not naming names but it rhymes with Eleanor, forgot that predators are most active during the darkest hours. Future researchers, please remember, coffee does not ship well across interstellar distances. Plan accordingly. Little did I know, my carefully maintained routine of observation and sarcastic commentary was about to be completely upended. The universe, it seemed, had decided that my life wasn't interesting enough. It was about to throw me a curveball that would either make my career or end it, possibly along with my life. But first, I needed more coffee. I'd like to say the universe waited until I'd at least finished my coffee before throwing chaos my way. It didn't. The distress call, if you could call it that, came in the form of peculiar yowling sounds from just beyond my station's perimeter. Now, on a planet where everything either wants to eat you or poison you, often both, investigating strange noises ranks somewhere between juggling plasma cores and licking unknown fungi on the scale of bad ideas. For the record, I muttered into my datapad, if this is how I die, I want my epitaph to read. She died doing what she loved, making questionable decisions in the name of science. The sound came again, weaker this time. My sensors showed no adult night stalkers in the immediate vicinity, which was either really good news or really bad news. In my experience, there's rarely any in-between on Kepler 186f. I grabbed my field kit, sealed my envirosuit and stepped out into the perpetual twilight. The bioluminescent flora cast enough light to navigate by, painting everything in shades of blue and purple. The yowling led me to a dense thicket of what I called sparkleweed, on account of its tendency to shed glowing spores when disturbed. "Oh no," I breathed, spotting the source of the sounds. "Oh no, no, no." There, tangled in the sparkleweed's sticky fronds, were 2 night stalker cubs. Their scales hadn't yet developed the full color-changing abilities of adults, leaving them stuck in a patchy pattern of greys and blues. One was completely trapped, while its sibling made pitiful attempts to free it. Recording emergency addendum, I spoke quietly. Day 847, approximately 0300 hours, have discovered 2 juvenile night stalkers, estimated age 3 to 4 months. One severely entangled in Luminara adhesiva sparkleweed. No sign of parent. Cubs show signs of dehydration and distress. The free cub hissed at me, trying to look threatening. It might have succeeded if it hadn't also been hiccuping glowing spores. "Listen here, tiny terror," I said, slowly crouching down. "I know you're trying your best to be scary, but right now you look about as threatening as a grumpy kitten at a disco party." I pulled out my bioscanner, confirming what I'd suspected. They'd been alone for at least 12 hours. In the wild, Night Stalker cubs never left their mother's side for more than an hour until they reached maturity. Something had happened to their parent, and these two wouldn't survive another day without help. Right then, I started unpacking my field kit. Let's add potential death by angry returning parent to my list of workplace hazards. Still better than the faculty meetings back on Earth. The free cub watched with all 6 eyes as I prepared a solution to dissolve the sparkleweed's adhesive. Its sibling had stopped struggling, which worried me more than the prospect of Mama Night Stalker returning to find a human manhandling her babies. You know, I told the standing cub as I worked, most xenozoologists get to make their breakthrough discoveries from nice, safe observation blinds. But no, Elena Martinez has to get up close and personal with the offspring of the planet's apex predator. My doctoral advisor would be having an aneurysm right now. The dissolving agent worked quickly, and soon I had one very sticky, very frightened cub free from the sparkleweed. Both cubs were severely dehydrated and covered in glowing spores. They needed medical attention, and I was the only option available on this twilight death world. "All right, children of the night," I said, taking off my outer jacket to make a carrying sling. "Time to trust the weird bipedal alien. I promise the next few hours will be less traumatic than your sparkleweed disco adventure." To my absolute shock, they didn't resist when I gathered them up. The weaker cub actually snuggled into my envirosuit, while its sibling maintained a grumpy but accepting demeanor. "Recording additional note," I whispered as I hurried back to the station. "Either I'm about to make xenozoological history, or I'm about to become the galaxy's shortest-lived amateur veterinarian. Also, someone please tell Dr. Chen back at the academy that yes, sometimes you do have to interfere with nature. His non-intervention policy can kiss my soon-to-be-eaten backside." The real challenge would come when their mother returned. But for now, I had 2 very important patients to attend to, and a rapidly dwindling supply of coffee to keep me alert for what promised to be a very long night. It turns out treating Night Stalker cubs is a lot like trying to give medicine to earth cats, if earth cats were the size of small wolves and had enough teeth to make a shark feel inadequate. The good news was that they responded well to basic rehydration and care. The bad news arrived around dawn. "Recording day 848, I whispered into my datapad. "The cubs are stable, but my security system just picked up an adult Night Stalker approaching at high speed. Based on size and movement patterns, it's almost certainly Mama. Current survival probability. Let's not think about that right now." I'd prepared for this moment as best I could. The cubs were in my medical bay, which had a reinforced observation window. I stood in plain view, making no sudden movements. Everything I'd learned about Night Stalkers told me the mother would be able to smell her cubs through the station walls, and hiding them would only make things worse. The mother Night Stalker emerged from the twilight like a nightmare given form. Her scales rippled with patterns of rage and fear, emotions I'd catalogued many times, but never hoped to see this close. All 6 eyes locked onto me, and I swear I could feel my ancestors' primitive instincts screaming to run. "Recording possible final note," I murmured. "To whoever finds this, the cubs are in the medical bay, second door on the left. Also, I was right about Night Stalkers being empathically sensitive to color patterns. Currently, this one is displaying what I'm going to call Code Murder Rainbow." The mother stalked closer, her movements precise and deadly. I kept my breathing steady and spoke in the calmest voice I could manage. "Your cubs are safe," I said, knowing she couldn't understand the words but hoping my tone would help. "They got tangled in sparkleweed, you know, that annoying glowy stuff that sticks to everything. Yeah, I hate it too, but they're okay now. Would you like to see them?" She paused, head tilting slightly. I moved very slowly toward the medical bay window, keeping my movements telegraphed and smooth. The cubs, who had been dozing, perked up at the sight of their mother. They began making excited chirping sounds that I'd previously only heard from a distance. "See? They're fine. Just needed a little help from their friendly neighborhood human." I carefully pressed the button to raise the window's blast shield. "Though I have to say your parenting style of leaving them alone for 12 hours seems a bit questionable. Not judging, just saying maybe we should talk about proper childcare practices. The mother Night Stalker's color patterns shifted rapidly, cycling through what I recognized as confusion, relief, and something I'd never seen before. She approached the window, pressing one massive paw against it. The cubs rushed to the other side, leaving glowing paw prints from their still spore-covered feet. "Recording amendment," I said softly, witnessing unprecedented behavior. Subject is displaying non-aggressive investigation of human structure while cubs are present. Also, note to self, clean glowing paw prints off everything later. What happened next nearly stopped my heart. The mother looked directly at me and deliberately sat down. Not the hunting crouch I'd seen them use before an attack, but a calm, almost regal sitting position. Her scales settled into a gentle swirling pattern I'd only seen Night Stalkers use with their own young. "Well," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady, "either I'm about to make scientific history, or this is an elaborately planned pre-dinner show. Since I'm feeling optimistic, let's try something really stupid." Moving with the same deliberate slowness, I opened the medical bay door. The cubs immediately bounded out, covering me in more glowing paw prints before rushing to their mother. I stood perfectly still as 300 pounds of apex predator approached me with two excited cubs bouncing around her feet. She stopped less than a meter away, lowered her massive head to my eye level, and did something that changed everything I thought I knew about alien intelligence. She blinked, slowly and deliberately, with all 6 eyes. "Recording critical observation," I whispered, as tears began rolling down my cheeks. Day 848 marks the first recorded instance of a Night Stalker displaying the universal signal of trust toward a human. Also marking the first time a xenozoologist cried in front of her research subject. Maintaining professional dignity is no longer a priority. If someone had told me at the start of my mission that I'd end up running an alien predator daycare, I would have questioned their sanity, their sobriety, or both. Yet here I was, 3 weeks after the Sparkleweed incident, watching my security monitors light up with another Night Stalker approach. Recording day 869, I sighed into my datapad. That makes the 4th set of visitors this week. Apparently word of mouth works even when said mouth contains enough teeth to make a tyrannosaur jealous. The approaching Night Stalker moved with an unusual gait, and it didn't take long to see why. Trotting alongside her was a cub with an obviously injured leg. They headed straight for my station's main entrance, which by now had more Night Stalker scent marks around it than a feline social media convention. "Welcome to Dr. Martinez's house of slightly concerning life choices," I announced as I suited up. "Today's special is basic first aid with a side of professional reputation suicide." The mother... I'd started calling her Limpy's mum in my notes, for obvious reasons. Waited patiently as I examined her cub. The little one had managed to get its leg caught in what I suspected was a carnivorous vine trap. These creatures really needed to work on their situational awareness. "You know," I told the mother as I cleaned the wound, "back on Earth, we have this saying about it taking a village to raise a child. I don't think they meant for that village to consist of one slightly unhinged human scientist, but here we are." The original mother and her cubs still visited regularly, usually bringing me samples of their kills, because apparently I now qualified for their version of a gift basket. The cubs had taken to leaving glowing paw prints on my windows, which I'd given up trying to clean. My research station looked like it had been decorated by a rave-loving Jackson Pollock. "Recording supplemental observation," I narrated while applying a biodegradable bandage to the cub's leg. "Subject population continues to demonstrate remarkable ability to communicate complex information between family groups. Current theory: they've either developed an extensive gossip network about the helpful bipedal idiot, or they're all laughing at me in a language I can't understand. Both scenarios seem equally plausible. Word spread faster than a rumor in a small-town coffee shop. By the end of the month, I had regular visits from no fewer than 6 different family groups. They brought me their injured, their sick, and occasionally their just plain clumsy offspring. One particularly memorable afternoon, a male Night Stalker, distinguishable by his complete inability to maintain camouflage patterns, showed up with 3 cubs who had gotten into something similar to Earth's poison ivy. I don't suppose any of you would be willing to fill out a patient satisfaction survey? I asked the assembled group of predators lounging around my station's perimeter. No? How about a Yelp review? 5 stars. Great service. Minimal screaming. Excellent with cubs. The adults had taken to hunting in shifts near my station, leaving their cubs in what they apparently considered safe territory while they secured food. This led to some interesting moments when supply ships arrived. No, Captain Rogers, your eyes are not deceiving you, I explained over the comlink to a very confused delivery pilot. Those are indeed night stalkers napping around my landing pad. Yes, they're supposed to be there. No, they won't eat you. Probably. Just land slowly and try not to look delicious. My daily reports to the Research Council became increasingly entertaining to write. 0600, treated minor laceration on juvenile night stalker. 0800, removed parasitic organism from cub's ear canal. 1000, discovered cubs have learned to activate my door's motion sensors for fun. 1200, attempted to explain to adult night stalker why cubs cannot live in my station permanently. 1400, failed to explain above point convincingly. 1600, resigned self to role as alien predator kindergarten teacher. The truly fascinating part was watching how the species adapted their behavior around the station. They began marking safe paths for their cubs to follow, creating what amounted to a primitive highway system leading right to my door. The adults would take turns standing guard, their color patterns shifting in what I began to recognize as a complex communication system. Recording behavioral note, I whispered one evening, watching a young mother being instructed by an older one on the proper way to present an injured cub to me. Witnessing unprecedented cross-generational knowledge transfer. Also witnessing what appears to be the galaxy's first alien predator masterclass in how to train your human. My research station, once a solitary outpost of scientific observation, had become something between a wildlife clinic and an interspecies community center. The original mother, now dubbed First Mum in my entirely professional scientific notes, had taken to leaving fresh kills by my door. I tried not to take it personally when they were still slightly alive. I appreciate the thought, I told her after one such delivery, but I do have food synthesizers. Also, my definition of fresh meat and yours seem to differ significantly on the subject of movement. Perhaps the most surprising development was how the cubs began treating the station as a safe space during their learning hunts. More than once, I'd watched through my cameras as a young night stalker, embarrassed by a failed hunting attempt, would slink to my station for what I could only describe as a pep talk. Yes, I saw you miss that 6-legged rabbit thing, I consoled one such visitor. But you know what? When I first landed here, I walked face first into a sparkleweed patch. We all have our off days. The problem with making groundbreaking scientific discoveries is having to convince other scientists you haven't completely lost your mind, especially when your evidence includes video feeds of apex predators using your research station as a daycare center. Let me get this straight, Dr. Martinez, Dr. Thompson said during our monthly video conference, his bushy eyebrows trying to escape his forehead. You're claiming that Kepler 186f's most dangerous predatory species is bringing you their injured young for medical care. No, I corrected him, keeping my face perfectly serious. I'm claiming they're bringing me their injured young for medical care and leaving me thank you gifts in the form of partially dead prey animals. There's a difference. Right on cue, a night stalker cub chose that moment to press its face against my window, leaving yet another set of glowing paw prints. All 6 of its eyes blinked at the video feed, and I swear it was grinning. As you can see, I gestured to the window, I'm running what amounts to the galaxy's first alien predator preschool, complete with finger painting, though they prefer to use bioluminescent spores. The Scientific Council's collective expression suggested they were considering whether isolation had finally broken my sanity. Dr. Chen, my old advisor, looked like he was having that aneurysm I'd predicted. This goes against everything we know about predatory species behavior, he sputtered. It violates basic survival instincts. It's happening right outside my window, I finished for him. Would you like me to pan the camera around to show you the 6 adult night stalkers currently having what appears to be a parents' association meeting near my landing pad? I did just that. revealing the group of massive predators lounging in the perpetual twilight. One of them, First Mum herself, looked directly at the camera and slowly blinked all 6 eyes. "That one's saying hello," I explained. "She's also probably wondering why I'm talking to a screen instead of attending to her cub's latest attempts to redecorate my station with glowing paw prints." "Dr. Martinez," Dr. Thompson tried again, "while your observations are interesting, we need more concrete data, reproducible results, scientific verification." "Oh, absolutely," I agreed cheerfully. "I've attached 6 weeks of continuous video footage, detailed behavioral analyses, medical records for 27 different cubs from 12 family groups, and a rather impressive collection of glowing paw print patterns that I'm thinking of submitting to an art gallery. Also, 3 different supply ship pilots have submitted sworn statements that yes, those are actually Night Stalkers napping around my landing pad." The council fell into a stunned silence as they reviewed the data on their screens. I used the moment to wave at another cub who had joined the window art exhibition. "I'm also noting," I continued, "that this behavior appears to be spreading through the species via social learning. In the past month alone, I've documented 14 new family groups approaching the station, all displaying the same learned behaviors as the original group. I'd demonstrate their greeting ritual, but I'm afraid I can't blink my eyes independently, much less do it 6 times in sequence." Dr. Chen looked like he was about to launch into another lecture about non-intervention in natural behaviors, but I cut him off. "Before you say it, yes, I know this defies conventional wisdom about predator species. Yes, I'm aware this will rewrite several chapters in xenobiology textbooks. And yes, I'm absolutely going to name this phenomenon the Martinez effect. If only because I've earned the right to make future students memorize something I discovered while running an alien predator nursery." The council members exchanged glances. Finally, Dr. Thompson cleared his throat. "We'll need to send a verification team," he said weakly. "Wonderful," I beamed at them. "I'll inform the Parents Association. Fair warning though, they may expect the verification team to participate in our weekly hunt-and-seek games. Don't worry, we've only had 3 minor maulings, and those were really more like enthusiastic love taps." As if to punctuate my point, a chorus of Night Stalker cubs began their evening singing practice outside. The sound, somewhere between a wolf's howl and a cat's midnight yowling, caused several council members to jump in their seats. "That's just the evening choir," I explained. "They're still working on their harmony. Now, if you'll excuse me, I believe it's story time. The cubs are particularly fond of my dramatic reenactments of Earth wildlife documentaries. The last thing the council saw before I ended the call was a parade of glowing paw prints making their way across my window, accompanied by my voice beginning, 'Today on planet Earth.' Of course, the universe waited until the verification team was in orbit to throw me its biggest challenge yet, because timing, as they say, is everything. "Recording emergency log," I gasped into my datapad while running to the station's perimeter. "Day 912. Multiple Night Stalkers approaching station. Something's wrong. Very wrong." The pre-dawn darkness was alive with movement. Every Night Stalker family I'd ever treated was converging on my station, their scales flickering with patterns I'd never seen before. At their center they carried someone, and even in the dim light I could see the blood. It was First Mum, and she wasn't moving. "Oh no," I breathed, rushing to meet them. "No, no, no, you cannot do this to me, not with a team of skeptical scientists about to land." The other Night Stalkers parted as I approached, forming a circle around their injured packmate. First Mum had a massive wound in her side, the kind that meant she'd tangled with something even bigger and nastier than herself. Her cubs, now almost fully grown, paced anxiously nearby. "Recording update," I muttered, pulling out my medical scanner, about to attempt emergency surgery on an adult Night Stalker. If anyone's listening, this is either going to be the greatest breakthrough in xenobiology, or my spectacularly stupid last act. The scanner showed massive internal damage. She needed immediate surgery, but my medical bay was designed for cubs, not 300-pound adults. Still, this was First Mum, the one who'd started it all, who'd first trusted me with her babies. Right then, I announced to the assembled predators. Family only in the operating room. The rest of you, try not to eat any scientists who might land while I'm busy. What followed was 6 hours of the most intense surgery I'd ever performed, assisted by medical robots and fueled by enough synthetic stimulants to keep a coffee shop in business. First, Mum's cubs never left the observation window, their glowing paw prints adding to the thousands already there. When the verification team's shuttle finally broke atmosphere, they were greeted by the sight of dozens of night stalkers arranged in concentric circles around my station, all facing outward in defensive positions. In the medical bay, First Mum was breathing steadily, her scales finally showing normal patterns again. Recording final note, I said, slumping against the wall as the shuttle landed. Day 912, patient stable, successfully completed first ever major surgery on an adult night stalker, also successfully turned my research station into the galaxy's most heavily defended veterinary clinic. I looked out at the assembled predators, then at the approaching verification team, and couldn't help but laugh. Welcome to Kepler 186F, I called over the comlink. Don't mind the welcoming committee, they're just here for their regular checkup. The verification team stayed for 3 months. They left with enough data to fill a dozen dissertations, several minor injuries from over-enthusiastic cubs, and a completely revised understanding of alien intelligence. I stayed, of course. Someone had to run the clinic. Recording day 1001, I spoke into my datapad, watching First Mum lead her newest litter of cubs toward my station. The Interstellar Research Council has officially designated Kepler 186F as a protected research site, with special emphasis on preserving the unique human-night stalker relationship. In related news, they've also approved my request for a bigger medical bay. Apparently, having the galaxy's deadliest predators as character references does wonders for grant applications. First Mum's newest cubs had already mastered the art of leaving glowing paw prints on my windows. The original ones still visited regularly, now bringing their own cubs for checkups. My station's walls had become a living history of generations of Night Stalker families, each set of prints telling its own story. Final observation for today, I said, opening the door to greet my patients. Humans have always had this thing about making friends with predators. From the first wolves that wandered into our camps to the apex predators of an alien world, we just can't help ourselves. But maybe that's our species' greatest strength, the ability to earn trust, to offer help, to build bridges across the greatest of divides. I paused, watching the cubs tumble toward me. That, and our unmatched talent for running interplanetary veterinary clinics with absolutely no proper qualifications whatsoever.
The old ship floated silently in space, its gray hull reflecting the distant starlight. Most people called the U.S. Steadfast a piece of junk, but Captain James Walker saw something different when he looked at his command. The ship might be 30 years old, but there was beauty in its unusual design. The way its hull curved unlike modern vessels, how its old-style engine glowed with a soft blue light instead of the sharp white of newer ships. Walker stood on the bridge, watching his crew work at their stations. They weren't the best in the fleet. No one assigned their top people to an outdated training vessel, but they were his crew, and they worked hard. Some were old veterans like him, ones who couldn't get better posts. Others were fresh faces, young officers using this posting as their first step towards something bigger. Captain, engineering reports the weekly power core tests are complete, said Tom Miller, his first officer. Miller was young, but he had a good head on his shoulders. Unlike most junior officers, he didn't look down on the Steadfast. Walker nodded, checking the readings on his screen. How did the numbers look this time? Better than expected, sir. Engineer Roberts says the core is running at 95% efficiency. That's impossible for a ship this old, but she swears the readings are correct. This made Walker smile. The Steadfast power core was special, part of an experimental program that the military had abandoned years ago. Modern ships used cores that were smaller, lighter, and supposedly more efficient. But Walker had studied the old designs. They weren't inefficient. They were just built for a different purpose. Tell Roberts to keep monitoring those readings. I want to know if anything changes. Walker turned his attention to the main viewport, watching as a modern patrol ship passed by. The newer vessel was sleek and powerful, with weapons that could hit targets at twice the range of the Steadfast's old guns. But Walker knew something that most people had forgotten. Sometimes the old ways had advantages that weren't obvious at first glance. The bridge crew worked quietly, running through their normal training exercises. They were practicing basic maneuvers today, the kind of things that would bore crews on more advanced ships. But Walker had added his own twists to the exercises, making his crew think about problems differently. "Sir," called out Lucy Green from the sensor station, "I'm picking up some unusual readings from the shield harmonics during our turns." Walker walked over to her station, looking at the data. Most captains would ignore such small variations. Modern shields were meant to be stable and consistent. But the Steadfast's old shield system worked differently. It could change and adapt in ways that newer designs couldn't match. "Record those readings," he told Green. "I want to study them later." He had been collecting data like this for months, building a picture of what his ship could really do. The military thought ships like the Steadfast were too power-hungry, their systems too demanding to be useful. But Walker saw patterns in the data that told a different story. The day continued with more exercises. Walker watched as his crew practiced emergency procedures, power management, and basic combat drills. They weren't as fast as crews on modern ships, but they were thorough. They understood their ship's systems instead of relying on automatic controls to do everything. During the lunch break, Walker sat in his office, studying old technical manuals. The Steadfast was part of the Guardian-class experimental program, ships built to test new ideas about space combat. The program had been canceled when newer, supposedly better designs came along. But Walker had spent years piecing together why these ships had been built this way. The power core's massive size wasn't just inefficiency. It was built to handle energy in ways that modern cores couldn't match. The shield system's high power demand came from its ability to change frequency and strength in ways that newer shields had abandoned as unnecessary. Even the hull's unusual shape had a purpose, though Walker was still working to understand exactly what it was. A knock at his door interrupted his studies. "Enter," he called out, and Chief Engineer Roberts walked in. She was an older woman who had served on Guardian-class ships when they were new. "Captain, I've been looking at those power readings you asked about," she said, putting a datapad on his desk. "There's something strange happening when we run the shield harmonics at full power. The core isn't just handling it. It's becoming more efficient. That shouldn't be possible." Walker picked up the pad, looking at the numbers. "The old designers knew what they were doing, Mary. They built these ships to handle things that modern ships can't do. We just need to figure out what those things are." Roberts nodded slowly. "Most of the fleet thinks we're just a floating museum piece. But you got ideas about this ship, don't you, sir?" "I do," Walker admitted. "The Guardian program was canceled before they finished testing everything these ships could do. I think they gave up too soon. There's something special about the Steadfast. We just need to prove it." The afternoon shift brought more routine tasks. Walker had his crew practice power management drills, teaching them how to handle the core's massive energy output. Modern ships had automated systems for this, but the Steadfast required manual control. It was harder work, but it meant his crew truly understood how their ship worked. As the day shift ended, Walker stood at the viewport again, watching the stars. Tomorrow they would patrol the quiet sectors of space where nothing ever happened. The fleet kept the Steadfast away from any real action, thinking it was too old and weak to be useful. But Walker knew better. His ship wasn't weak, it was different. And sometimes, being different was exactly what you needed. He thought about all the data he had collected, all the patterns he had noticed. The way the shield harmonics changed during turns, how the power core became more efficient under high loads. The unusual ways the hull dispersed energy. Alone, each thing seemed like a quirk or a flaw. But together, They painted a picture of a ship that could do things its designers might never have imagined. Someday, he whispered to himself, everyone will understand what you can really do. He patted the wall of his ship gently, feeling the slight vibration of its systems through his hand. The Steadfast might be old, but age didn't always mean weakness. Sometimes, it meant having secrets that the young had forgotten. The night shift crew began arriving, taking their stations. Walker gave them their orders for the night. More exercises, more data collection, more learning about their ship's true capabilities. As he headed to his quarters, he thought about all the modern ships out there, with their crews who relied on computers to do their thinking for them. They might be faster and more powerful, but they had forgotten something important. The best weapons weren't always the newest ones. Sometimes, the best weapons were the ones that everyone else had forgotten about. In his quarters, Walker added the day's data to his private files. Another piece of the puzzle. Another step toward understanding what the Steadfast could really do. Someday, they would need ships that could do more than just follow standard tactics. When that day came, Walker would be ready. His outdated, underestimated ship would show everyone that sometimes the old ways were the best ways. He just hoped they would figure it out before it was too late. The emergency alert woke Walker in the middle of the night. Red lights flashed through his quarters as he quickly put on his uniform. When he reached the bridge, his crew was already at their stations, faces tight with worry. "Report," Walker ordered, taking his seat. Tom Miller turned from his console, his face pale. "Sir, we're receiving emergency broadcasts from Fleet Command. Long-range sensors have detected a massive force entering human space. It's the Meridian Compact." Walker felt his stomach tighten. Everyone knew about the Meridian Compact, an alliance of alien species known for their advanced technology and aggressive expansion. Until now, they had stayed away from human territory, but there had always been rumors that they saw humanity as a threat. "Show me," Walker said. The main screen lit up with sensor data. Even from a distance, the numbers were frightening. Hundreds of ships, all of them more advanced than anything in Earth's fleet. Their energy readings were off the charts. "Orders from command, sir," Lucy Green called from communications. "All ships are to fall back to defensive positions. The Steadfast is ordered to begin evacuating civilian outposts in Sector 7. Walker nodded slowly. Of course they wouldn't want his old ship in the fight. The Steadfast was considered too weak, too outdated to face modern warships. But something about the sensor readings caught his eye. "Ms. Green, zoom in on the enemy fleet's energy signatures." Walker studied the patterns carefully. There was something familiar about them, something that reminded him of his research into the Steadfast's systems. The next few days were a blur of activity. The Steadfast moved from outpost to outpost, loading civilians onto emergency transports. Walker's crew worked tirelessly, helping families pack what they could carry and comforting children who didn't understand why they had to leave their homes. Between evacuations, Walker spent every spare moment studying the data they collected about the Compact's fleet. Their ships used energy in ways that seemed impossible. Weapons that could tear through modern shields, engines that moved faster than anything humans had built. But the more he looked, the more he saw patterns that connected to his research about the Steadfast's old systems. "Captain," Engineer Roberts called him to engineering one evening. "I've been looking at the Compact's shield frequencies. They're using modulation patterns that are similar to what our old system can do, just more advanced." Walker leaned over the engineering console, excitement building in his chest. "Show me the comparisons." Roberts pulled up two displays, one showing the Steadfast's shield harmonics, the other showing the Compact's patterns. They weren't identical, but the basic principles were the same. The Guardian program had been developing something similar 30 years ago, before it was canceled. "Their technology works on the same principles we were exploring," Walker said quietly, "but they took it further than we did. They perfected it while we abandoned it for simpler designs." As they continued their evacuation mission, more reports came in about the Compact's advance. Earth's modern ships were failing against the alien technology. Their weapons couldn't penetrate the compact shields. Their own shields collapsed under the alien weapons. Everything that made Earth's fleet modern and efficient was proving useless against the invaders. During one evacuation, Walker found something interesting. The outpost they were clearing had an old research station, and in its databases, he discovered files from the Guardian program that he had never seen before. The station's computers were so old that they had been forgotten during system updates, leaving these files untouched for decades. Look at this, he showed Miller and Roberts in his office. The Guardian ships weren't just experiments. They were built based on theories about advanced alien technology. The designers thought that simple, brute force systems might work better against highly advanced enemies than our modern, refined technology. Miller looked confused. But why would older technology work better? Because it's not about being old or new, Walker explained. It's about using power differently. Modern ships try to be efficient, using just enough power for each task. But the steadfast systems are built to handle massive energy loads. They're not efficient, but they're incredibly adaptable. The evidence was in the Compact's own ships. Their advanced technology used principles similar to what the Guardian program had been exploring. But where the Compact had refined and perfected these systems, the Steadfast's crude, powerful approach might actually be more flexible. More bad news arrived with each passing day. The Compact was pushing deeper into human space, and Earth's fleet was taking heavy losses. Modern ships fought bravely, but couldn't stand against the alien technology. The Steadfast continued its evacuation duties, moving further from the front lines as the situation grew worse. Walker kept gathering data, testing his theories in small ways during their flights between outposts. He pushed the power core harder than usual, tested shield configurations that no modern ship would try. The results supported his ideas. The Steadfast systems could do things that shouldn't be possible according to modern military doctrine. "Sir," Miller caught him after a late shift. "The crew's been talking. They know you're working on something. They've seen how you're testing the ship's systems, studying the Compact's technology. They want to help." Walker looked at his first officer for a long moment. Everything he had learned told him that the Steadfast might be able to fight the Compact effectively, but attempting it would mean risking his crew, his ship, and his career. The safe choice was to follow orders and stay away from the fighting. But then another message came through. The Compact had reached New Haven, humanity's largest colony world. Earth's fleet was gathering for one last stand, but everyone knew it would probably fail. Modern ships just couldn't compete with the alien technology. Walker stood on his bridge, watching the stars through the viewport. His crew waited quietly, knowing that their captain was making a difficult decision. They had evacuated their last outpost. New orders would come soon, probably telling them to retreat even further from the fighting. But Walker had made up his mind. The Steadfast might be old, but it wasn't weak. Its outdated systems, which everyone thought were too crude and power-hungry to be useful, might be exactly what humanity needed. The ship no one feared might be the only one that could stand against the Compact's advanced technology. "Plot a course for New Haven," he ordered. "It's time to show everyone what this old ship can really do." His crew straightened in their seats, ready to face whatever came next. They had spent months learning their ship's true capabilities. Now they would put that knowledge to the test, proving that sometimes the old ways were the best ways. The Steadfast's engines glowed brighter than usual as they turned toward New Haven. Whatever happened next, they would face it together. The ship that everyone thought was too old and weak to fight was about to show the galaxy that being underestimated could be the greatest advantage of all. The Steadfast raced through space toward New Haven, its old engines pushing harder than they had in years. In engineering, Mary Roberts worked with her team to implement Walker's ideas. They weren't just breaking the rules of modern ship design, they were rewriting them. "Divert power from the secondary systems," Roberts ordered, her hands moving across the control panel. "Route everything through the main core." Modern ships would never do this. It would was too dangerous, too wasteful. But the Steadfast's massive power core could handle loads that would burn out newer designs. On the bridge, Walker and Miller studied the latest data about the Compact's fleet. They had been collecting information during each encounter, watching how the alien ships fought. Their advanced technology had patterns that matched theories from the old Guardian program files. "Look here," Walker pointed to a sensor reading. "Their shields change frequency to match incoming fire. That's why our modern weapons can't hurt them. But the Steadfast's old shield system was built to do something similar." Miller leaned closer. "Our shields can change frequency too. They can do more than that." Walker pulled up his research files. The Guardian program was developing shields that could absorb energy and redirect it. Modern ships abandoned the idea because it used too much power. But we have power to spare. Through the ship's intercom, Robert's voice came from engineering. "Captain, we've finished the shield modifications, ready to test when you are." Walker looked at his crew. They were all watching, waiting. They had followed him this far, trusting that their captain knew what he was doing. Now it was time to prove that trust wasn't misplaced. "Take us to the asteroid field," Walker ordered. They had passed a dense cluster of space rocks on their way to New Haven. It would be perfect for testing their ideas. The Steadfast moved carefully through the asteroid field. Walker had his weapons officer, Jack Thompson, target a medium-sized rock. "Fire one torpedo, low yield." The torpedo shot out, hitting the asteroid. As expected, chunks of rock flew everywhere. But instead of bouncing off the Steadfast's shields, something different happened. The shields glowed brighter than usual, and the energy reading spiked. "Engineering to bridge," Roberts called. "Captain, the shields didn't just block the debris. They absorbed the kinetic energy. The power core is processing it, adding it to our reserves, just like you thought it could." Walker smiled. This was what the Guardian program had been working toward. Shields that didn't just protect, but turned enemy attacks into power. Modern ships couldn't do this because their power cores weren't strong enough. But the Steadfast's inefficient core was perfect for it. They spent the next few hours testing different configurations. Each test showed them something new about their ship's capabilities. The old power core could handle enormous energy loads. The shield system could be tuned to frequencies that modern sensors barely detected. Even the unusual hull design played a part, helping to channel and redirect energy in ways that newer ships couldn't match. "It's like putting together a puzzle," Miller said, watching another successful test. All these old systems that everyone thought were obsolete, they were actually built to work together in ways we're just now understanding. Walker nodded. The Guardian program engineers were ahead of their time. They saw that highly advanced technology might not always be the answer. Sometimes you need systems that are simple but powerful, adaptable instead of efficient. As they worked, more reports came in about the battle at New Haven. Earth's fleet was fighting bravely, but they were losing. The Compact ships were too advanced, their weapons too powerful. Modern shields couldn't stop them, and modern weapons couldn't harm them. But Walker saw something in the reports that others had missed. The Compact ships were advanced, yes, but they were also predictable. They relied on their technology working in specific ways. They never expected to face something like the Steadfast, something that could turn their own power against them. "Ms. Green," Walker called to his sensor officer, "show me the energy patterns from that last test." The display lit up with data. The Steadfast shields hadn't just absorbed the energy from their tests, they had amplified it. The power core was able to take that energy and make it stronger. "Chief Roberts," Walker called engineering, "could we modify the shields to release stored energy in a controlled burst?" There was a pause before Roberts answered, "Yes, sir. The core can handle it. But the release would be massive, probably enough to overload any normal shield system in range." That was exactly what Walker wanted to hear. Modern shields were carefully tuned, precisely balanced. But the Compact used more advanced versions of the same technology. If the Steadfast could overload their shields the same way. One more test, Walker ordered. They set up a series of sensor buoys to simulate enemy ships. The Steadfast's modified shields absorbed energy from small weapons fire, held it, amplified it through the power core, and then released it in a massive burst. The test results were better than Walker had hoped. "Sir," Miller said quietly, "this could actually work. We could hurt them." Walker looked at his crew. They had all seen the test results. They knew what their ship could do now. But using these abilities in real combat would be dangerous. The power levels they were dealing with could tear the Steadfast apart if anything went wrong. "I won't order anyone to stay," Walker told his crew. "What we're planning to do goes against every modern naval doctrine. If it fails, we'll lose the ship and probably our lives. Anyone who wants to transfer off before we reach New Haven can do so." The bridge was quiet for a moment. Then Thompson spoke from his weapons station. "Sir, we've all seen what this ship can do. Modern ships are dying out there because they can't adapt. But the Steadfast, she's different. She's special." One by one, other crew members nodded. They had spent months learning their ship's true capabilities. They had seen the test results. They believed in their captain and in their ship. "Very well," Walker said. "Let's finish the modifications. When we reach New Haven, we'll show everyone why they should have paid more attention to this old ship." The Steadfast continued toward New Haven, its systems humming with more power than they had in years. The ship that everyone thought was too old and weak to fight had become something else, something that could stand against the most advanced fleet in known space. Walker stood at his viewport, watching the stars streak by. Soon, they would face the Compact's fleet. Soon, they would show the galaxy that sometimes the old ways, the forgotten ways, were exactly what you needed to win an impossible fight. The Steadfast dropped out of faster-than-light travel at the edge of the New Haven system. The view on the main screen made everyone on the bridge fall silent. Hundreds of ships filled space around the colony world. The sleek, purple-hulled vessels of the Meridian Compact facing off against Earth's white and gray fleet. "Status report," Walker ordered, his voice steady despite the scene before them. "Earth fleet is heavily damaged," Lucy Green reported from her sensor station. "They've lost 30% of their ships. The Compact's fleet is barely scratched. Their shields are holding against everything we throw at them." Walker watched the battle unfold. Earth's modern ships fought bravely, but their weapons splashed harmlessly against the Compact's advanced shields. When the alien ships fired back, their energy weapons cut through human shields like they weren't even there. "Engineering reports all systems ready," Miller said. "The power core is running at maximum capacity. Shields are configured according to your specifications." Walker nodded. They had spent the entire journey here preparing for this moment. The Steadfast systems were running in ways that would make any modern engineer scream in horror. Power readings that should have blown out their circuits were instead being channeled and controlled by the old ship's overbuilt systems. "Sir," Thompson called from weapons. "Fleet Command is ordering us to stay back. They're saying we're not equipped for this fight." Of course they would say that. Looking at the Steadfast's official specifications, no one would think this old training ship could make a difference. But Walker knew better. His crew knew better. "Send no reply," Walker ordered. "Cut our transmitters. From here on, we work alone." He studied the battle pattern, looking for the right moment to make their move. The Compact ships flew in perfect formation, their movements precise and coordinated. That precision would be their weakness. "Take us in," Walker ordered. "Full power to the engines. Plot a course straight through their line." The bridge crew looked at him in surprise, but they obeyed. The Steadfast's engines roared to life, pushing the old ship faster than it had moved in years. On the screen, they could see other human ships trying to warn them off, probably thinking the Steadfast's crew had lost their minds. The first alien ships noticed them coming. Their purple hulls gleamed as they turned to face this new threat. Walker could almost imagine their crews laughing at the sight of an outdated human vessel charging straight at them. Enemy ships powering weapons, Green reported. They're targeting us. Hold course, Walker said calmly. Wait for my signal. The compact ships opened fire. Their energy weapons, so deadly to modern human vessels, lashed out at the Steadfast. But instead of cutting through their shields, something different happened. The old ship's shields glowed bright blue, absorbing the energy of the attacks. Power core holding steady, Roberts reported from engineering. Shield energy levels rising. The absorption is working exactly like we planned. More alien ships joined the attack, probably confused by how this obsolete vessel was surviving their weapons. Each shot they fired just made the Steadfast's shields glow brighter. The power core hummed louder, taking in all that energy and storing it. Sir, Miller pointed at the tactical display. We've drawn their attention. 3 of their heavy cruisers are moving to cut us off. Perfect. The compact ships were reacting exactly as Walker had hoped. They were so confident in their advanced technology that they never considered it might be used against them. All hands, brace for maneuver, Walker ordered. The Steadfast's engines screamed as Walker ordered a turn that should have been impossible for a ship this size. But the old engines handled it, their excessive power pushing them through. Now they were surrounded. Compact ships on all sides, their weapons still firing. Earth's fleet watched in confusion as this old training vessel drove deeper into the enemy formation, its shields glowing brighter with each hit it took. Power levels at maximum, Roberts called. The core can't absorb any more energy. We have to release it now. Walker looked at his tactical display. The Steadfast was right where he wanted it, in the middle of the tightest concentration of enemy ships. Their precise formation, usually a strength, now worked against them. On my mark, Walker said, his hand hovering over his control panel. He waited 2 more seconds, letting 3 more shots hit their shields. Now, release all power through the shield grid. The Steadfast shields flared like a newborn star. All the energy they had absorbed, amplified by the massive power core, burst outward in a wave of blue-white fire. The blast caught the nearby compact ships completely by surprise. Their advanced shields, so perfectly tuned and efficient, couldn't handle this crude but overwhelming surge of power. Ship after ship went dark as the energy wave overloaded their systems. The most advanced fleet in known space was being beaten by technology they had considered primitive. Direct hit on enemy vessels, Thompson reported, his voice filled with amazement. Their shields are failing. I'm reading multiple hull breaches across their fleet. The Steadfast wasn't finished. Its power core was already building up another charge, drawing energy from the chaos around them. Walker had his ship turned tightly, presenting fresh shield sections to enemy fire, absorbing more energy for their next attack. Earth fleet is responding, Green called out. They're targeting the ships we've damaged. Walker allowed himself a small smile. Finally, the modern ships had targets they could hurt. While the Steadfast absorbed and redirected the compact's energy weapons, Earth's fleet could attack the weakened enemy vessels. The battle was far from over. The compact still had many ships, and they were already trying to adjust their tactics. But Walker had shown them something they never expected, that their advanced technology could be beaten by a ship they had thought too weak to matter. Keep us moving, Walker ordered. Don't let them predict our pattern. Every time they hit us, we get stronger. Show them why they should have feared this old ship from the start. The Steadfast moved through space like a dancer, its outdated engines pushing it through maneuvers that looked impossible. Each time the compact ships fired, the old vessel's shields absorbed their attacks. Each time the shields released their stored energy, more enemy ships went dark. The battle for New Haven had turned. The ship no one had believed in was proving that sometimes the old ways were the best ways. And Walker's crew, who had trusted in their captain and their ship, were showing the galaxy that being underestimated was the greatest advantage of all. The space around New Haven had become a battlefield unlike anything in human history. The Steadfast moved through the chaos like a ghost, its glowing shields absorbing every shot the compact ships fired. But the old ship was starting to show signs of strain. Hull stress increasing, Roberts reported from engineering. The power core is handling the load, but our structural integrity is at 80% and falling. Walker gripped his chair as another blast rocked the ship. The Compact's fleet had finally realized the true threat the Steadfast posed. Instead of dismissing it as an outdated relic, they now focused their attacks on the one ship that could hurt them. "Bring us around for another pass," Walker ordered. "Target their command ships this time." The Steadfast turned, its old engines groaning under the strain. The enemy had adapted their tactics, spreading their ships out to minimize the damage when the Steadfast released its stored energy. But Walker had expected this. He had spent years studying warfare, learning how to use his ship's unique abilities in ways no one had imagined. "Sir," Green called from her station. "New contacts arriving. The Compact is bringing in reinforcements." The tactical display showed more purple dots appearing at the edge of the system. Fresh enemy ships. Their crews probably warned about the strange human vessel that could turn their own weapons against them. The Steadfast had bloodied the Compact's nose, but now they were angry. "Message from Fleet Command," Miller reported. "They're ordering all ships to fall back. They say we can't win against these numbers." Walker studied the battlefield. The Steadfast had given Earth's fleet a fighting chance, but the enemy still outnumbered them. A wise captain would retreat now, save his ship and crew to fight another day. But Walker saw something in the enemy's movements that gave him an idea. "Look at their formation," he told Miller, pointing at the display. "They're trying to trap us, force us into a position where we can only absorb attacks from one direction. But that means they have to bunch up their ships again." Miller's eyes widened as he understood. They think they've learned how to beat us, but they're actually giving us exactly what we need. Walker nodded. "Tell engineering to divert all remaining power to the core. We're going to show them something new." The Steadfast's engines fired, pushing the old ship straight toward the trap the Compact had laid. Enemy ships moved to surround them, their weapons charging. They thought they had figured out the limits of this strange human vessel. "Sir," Roberts called from engineering, "if we take hits from all sides at once, the power levels will be higher than anything we've tested. The core might not be able to handle it." "It'll hold," Walker said firmly. "This ship was built for moments like this. They just didn't know it yet." The Compact ships opened fire. Energy beams struck the Steadfast from every direction. The shields glowed brighter than ever, absorbing power faster than they had thought possible. The whole ship vibrated as the power core worked to contain the massive energy surge. "Hull stress critical," Roberts shouted. "Power levels exceeding maximum tested capacity." Walker watched his displays carefully. The Steadfast's systems were handling more power than should have been possible, but the old ship's overbuilt design was proving its worth. Where modern ships would have failed, the Steadfast endured. "All hands," Walker called over the ship-wide comm. "Prepare for emergency maneuver. Braced for impact." In the next moment, Walker triggered something no one had ever tried before. Instead of releasing the stored energy in a single direction, he ordered the shields to pulse in a rotating pattern. The result was spectacular. The Steadfast became the center of an expanding spiral of energy. The blast caught the enemy ships in waves, each pulse timed to hit them as their shields tried to recover from the previous hit. Ships that could have survived one blast fell to repeated hits that came too fast for their systems to handle. Enemy ships losing power across all sectors. Thompson reported. Their formations are breaking up. The Compact's careful trap had become their worst nightmare. Ships collided as they tried to escape the energy storm centered on the Steadfast. Others lost power completely, their advanced systems overwhelmed by the crude, but overwhelming force being thrown at them. "Earth fleet is advancing," Green called out. "They're moving to support us." Finally understanding what the Steadfast could do, Earth's modern ships pressed the attack. They targeted enemy vessels whose shields had been overloaded, their weapons now effective against the previously invulnerable targets. But the Steadfast wasn't finished yet. even as warning lights flashed across every console and the hull groaned under impossible stresses. Walker had one more card to play. Plot a course for their flagship, he ordered. Everything we have left. One final push. The old ship's engines burned bright as they drove toward the heart of the enemy fleet. The Compact's flagship, a massive vessel that dwarfed the Steadfast, tried to retreat. But Walker had studied their tactics too well. He knew exactly where they would try to go. Release remaining power on my mark, Walker ordered. Engineering, give us everything the core has left. Don't hold anything back. The Steadfast closed the distance, taking more hits as it went. Its shields were wavering now, the power core straining to contain the energy being forced into it. But Walker had timed it perfectly. Just as the enemy flagship began its escape maneuver, Walker gave the order. Now, the Steadfast released every bit of stored power in a single focused blast. The enemy flagship's shields, already stressed from the previous attacks, couldn't handle the concentrated energy. The massive ship's power grid overloaded, cascading failures spreading across its hull. Enemy flagship is breaking up, Thompson reported, his voice filled with awe. The rest of their fleet, they're retreating. The Compact's remaining ships, seeing their flagship destroyed by a vessel they had dismissed as obsolete, began jumping away from New Haven. The most advanced fleet in known space had been defeated by technology they had considered primitive. Walker looked around his bridge. Warning lights flashed everywhere. Smoke rose from overloaded circuits. The Steadfast had pushed itself far beyond its designed limits, but it had survived. It had won. Stand down from battle stations, Walker ordered. Begin damage control procedures. He opened a channel to engineering. Chief Roberts, how's our old girl doing? She's hurt, sir, Roberts replied, pride mixing with concern in her voice. But nothing we can't fix. The core is stable, just needs time to cool down. This old ship saved all our lives today. As the adrenaline of battle faded, messages began pouring in from Earth's fleet. Ships that had once looked down on the Steadfast now sent congratulations and praise. The old training vessel had become a legend in a single battle. Walker stood at his viewport, watching Earth's ships move to secure the system. The Steadfast's victory would change everything. Military doctrine would be rewritten. The value of old technology would be re-examined. And somewhere, the designers of the Guardian program would know their ideas had finally been proven right. Not bad for an obsolete ship, Miller said, standing beside his captain. Walker smiled, patting the wall of his bridge gently. She was never obsolete. She was just waiting for the right moment to show what she could do. Sometimes, the old ways are the best ways. We just have to remember how to use them. The Steadfast floated quietly in space, its battle-scarred hull reflecting the light of New Haven's sun. The ship no one had feared had saved humanity's largest colony and destroyed an alien armada, not by being the newest or the most advanced, but by being exactly what it was. A well-built ship with a crew who believed in it, ready to prove that being underestimated was sometimes the greatest advantage of all.
The day the skies darkened over Earth began like any other. Blue skies turned to black as massive ships appeared in orbit, their hulls gleaming like polished obsidian against the void of space. Earth's military forces went on high alert, but their weapons seemed tiny compared to the giants that now loomed overhead. Captain James Walker stared at the main screen of Earth's United Defense Command Center. His weathered face showed no fear, only intense focus. Beside him, Commander Lisa Reed analyzed incoming data, her sharp eyes catching details others missed. "Sir, we're receiving a transmission from the lead vessel," said the communications officer, his voice steady despite the tension filling the room. Walker nodded. "Put it through." The screen flickered, revealing a humanoid figure with pale blue skin and 3 pairs of eyes arranged vertically. When it spoke, its voice was deep and melodic, yet carried an unmistakable tone of superiority. "People of Earth, I am Admiral Vorks of the Galactic Council. Your world has been monitored for some time, and it has been determined that you have reached sufficient technological advancement to be formally acknowledged.
The Council requires your world to join as a protected species under our guidance. Walker stepped forward. This is Captain James Walker of Earth's United Defense Command. We welcome peaceful contact with other civilizations, but we are a sovereign planet. What exactly does protected species mean? The alien's upper eyes narrowed slightly. It means you will benefit from our wisdom and technology while following Council directives. Your primitive development requires supervision. Commander Reed whispered to Walker. That sounds more like colonization than an alliance. Walker nodded slightly before addressing the alien again. We would need to discuss any such arrangement with our world leaders. How many species make up this council? 27 advanced civilizations form the council, maintaining order across 12,000 light-years of space. Your species would be the 28th, though initially as a protectorate only. And if we decline? Walker asked, maintaining a diplomatic tone despite the implicit threat in the alien's words. All 6 of Admiral Vork's eyes blinked simultaneously. That would be unwise. Unaligned worlds present risks to galactic stability. The Council does not permit such anomalies. After the communication ended, Earth's leaders gathered in an emergency session. Representatives from every nation crowded into the United Nations Hall in New York, faces grim as they reviewed the encounter. They're giving us an ultimatum, said General Martinez, head of the Global Defense Initiative. Join or face what they politely called cleansing measures. Walker stood before the assembly, his uniform crisp despite having been awake for 36 hours straight. The technology gap is significant. Their ships utilize energy systems we've only theorized about, but there's something odd about their approach. What do you mean? Asked the Secretary General. They're overconfident. They've shown us their fleet, their weapons, even explained their council structure. It's as if they don't consider us a threat at all. Commander Reed stepped forward, bringing up holographic displays of the alien vessels. Their technology is advanced, but predictable. Everything about their ships, the design, positioning, even their communication protocols, follow strict, linear patterns. The room fell silent as Reed continued. We've analyzed their ship movements. Every maneuver, every formation change follows perfect geometric progressions. No randomness, no adaptation to circumstances. It's like they've never needed to improvise. General Martinez stood up. Are you suggesting we have a chance against them? Walker exchanged a look with Reed before answering. I'm suggesting that Project Thunderbolt might be our only hope. Murmurs spread through the assembly. Project Thunderbolt had been Earth's best-kept secret for 15 years, a revolutionary starship built using principles that defied conventional physics. The Chimera isn't ready, said the science director. We've only run 3 test flights in deep space. The chaos drive is still unpredictable. Unpredictable might be exactly what we need, Walker replied. The debate raged for hours, but in the end, the decision was made. Earth would appear to negotiate while secretly preparing its one wild card. 3 days later, Walker and Reed found themselves aboard the Council's command ship, escorted by tall, silent guards with skin like polished marble. The corridors were perfectly straight, every junction forming precise right angles. Even the decorative elements followed strict geometric patterns. They were led to a vast chamber where representatives of the Council species sat in a perfect circle. Admiral Vorks stood at the center. Captain Walker, Commander Reed. The Council has agreed to show you a small demonstration of what awaits those who resist Council authority. Perhaps then you will convey to your leaders the futility of delaying acceptance of our generous offer. A large screen activated, showing a barren moon in a distant system. A Council vessel moved into position, and then without warning, fired a beam of intense blue energy. The beam traveled in a perfectly straight line, striking the moon with surgical precision. 1/4 of the moon simply vanished, leaving a perfectly flat surface where the energy had struck. The linear cannon, Admiral Vorks announced with pride. The pinnacle of Council military technology. It fires in a perfect straight line, cutting through any material with absolute precision. No deflection, no scatter, no waste. This is how advanced species wage war, with elegance and certainty. Walker kept his face neutral, but his mind was racing. The weapon was devastating, yet its very perfection revealed a fundamental weakness. In council thinking, "Impressive," he said carefully. "Earth has nothing comparable." "Of course not," Vorks replied. "Your species still relies on explosive propellants and crude ballistics. You have barely mastered basic orbital travel. How long do we have to consider your offer?" Reed asked. "The Council grants Earth 72 hours to submit formal acceptance. After that, we will be forced to begin cleansing procedures on outlying, human settlements." As they were escorted back to their shuttle, Walker whispered to Reed, "Did you notice? Not one of their systems shows any capacity for dealing with unpredictable variables." Reed nodded slightly. "Their entire civilization values order above all. They fire straight. Then it's time for humans to show them the value of chaos," Walker said as they boarded their shuttle to return to Earth. "Send the authorization code to activate final phase of Project Thunderbolt." As they descended toward Earth, neither spoke. Again, both watching the massive council ships arranged in perfect, predictable formations above their home. In less than 3 days, humanity would either become slaves to the council's perfect order, or show the galaxy that sometimes, the most powerful weapon is unpredictability. Behind the moon, hidden from council sensors, engineers made final preparations on the USS Chimera, a ship designed not to fire straight but to break every rule the Council lived by. The Grand Chamber of the Galactic Council glittered with advanced technology. Captain Walker and Commander Reed stood at the center of the circular room, surrounded by representatives of 27 alien species. Some floated in special tanks, others sat on elevated platforms, but all watched the humans with mixed curiosity and dismissal. Admiral Vorks gestured with his four-fingered hand, and a three-dimensional map of the solar system appeared in the air. "Today, we will show you the true might of the Council," he announced. "Your primitive species must understand what you face should you choose unwisely." Walker maintained a neutral expression despite the insult. "We appreciate your candor, Admiral." A tall, insect-like alien with crystalline eyes stepped forward. "I am General Krill of the Strategic Fleet. For 10,000 cycles, the Council has maintained order through superior technology and discipline." His mandibles clicked as he spoke. "The demonstration will begin shortly." Reed studied the alien representatives carefully. Despite their different biologies, they all shared something, an almost religious reverence for order and symmetry. Even their seating arrangement formed perfect geometric patterns. Outside the massive Council mothership, smaller vessels moved into formation. The humans and Council representatives watched through a view screen that showed a section of empty space near Jupiter. "We have positioned a target drone at a distance of 1 astronomical unit," General Krill explained. "Observe true power, wielded with perfect precision." 3 Council ships aligned themselves in a triangle formation. Energy began to build between them, forming a web of light that pulsed with increasing intensity. "The linear cannon requires 3 ships for maximum effectiveness," Admiral Vorks explained. "Each vessel provides one component of the firing solution. Absolute coordination is required, something only truly advanced species can achieve." The energy reached a critical point and then shot forth as a perfect beam of blinding blue light. It traveled in an absolutely straight line, unnaturally so, as if the very concept of deviation had been erased from physics. When it struck the target drone, the small ship didn't explode. It simply ceased to exist, leaving a perfectly cylindrical void in space. "The linear cannon doesn't merely destroy," Vorks continued, pride evident in his voice. "It removes matter from existence by severing the quantum bonds between particles. No debris, no radiation, no aftermath, only perfect deletion." Walker exchanged a quick glance with Reed. This was valuable intelligence. "Most impressive," Walker said. "May I ask how the targeting works?" General Krill seemed pleased by the question. "The linear cannon can only fire in a perfect straight line. Once the 3 ships establish the firing solution, it cannot be altered. This is why precise positioning and mathematical perfection are the foundation of Council military doctrine. And if the target moves? Reed asked innocently. Several Council members made sounds that might have been laughter. A common question from species new to galactic conflict, Vork said condescendingly. In space warfare, true technological superiority removes the need for unpredictability. Our targeting computers can calculate an object's movement with perfect accuracy, allowing us to position our forces where the target will be, not where it is. Fascinating, Walker said, mentally cataloging the tactical weakness this revealed. Your approach to warfare is certainly different from Earth's military history. Admiral Vorks tilted his head. Different? No, Captain. Superior. Your species still relies on chaotic tactics and wasteful explosives because you lack the ability to achieve perfection. The demonstration continued as the Council ships performed increasingly complex maneuvers, always in perfect geometric patterns. They destroyed asteroid fragments with surgical precision, carving them into perfect cubes and spheres with their energy weapons. During a short break, Walker and Reed were escorted to an observation deck. Reed whispered, "They're showing off." Walker nodded slightly. "And telling us exactly how they fight. Notice how every ship moves in predictable patterns? How their formations never adapt to changing circumstances? They've never faced an enemy that survived long enough to require adaptation," Reed replied. "Their weakness is their rigidity." A soft chime indicated the demonstration was resuming. This time, Admiral Vorks himself guided them to a different section of the mothership. "You will now witness our fleet's coordination capabilities," he announced as they entered a vast chamber lined with viewing ports. Outside, hundreds of Council ships moved in perfect unison, forming complex three-dimensional patterns that shifted and realigned with mathematical precision. It was beautiful, but eerily mechanical. Each vessel knows its exact position relative to every other ship, Vorks explained. There is no confusion, no chaos in our operations. This is why the Council has remained undefeated for millennia. Walker studied the formations carefully. "Do all your ships carry the linear cannon?" "Only our capital ships possess that technology," General Krill replied, "but every Council vessel follows the same principles of linear warfare." As the demonstration concluded, the Council ships returned to their perfect hexagonal docking pattern around the mothership. Walker and Reed were escorted back to the chamber where the Council representatives waited. "You have now seen a fraction of our capabilities," Admiral Vorks announced. "Your species has 72 hours remaining to accept Protectorate status. I trust this demonstration has made the correct choice obvious." Back on their shuttle returning to Earth, Walker and Reed finally spoke freely. "Their entire strategy revolves around predictability," Walker said, excitement in his voice despite the grave situation. "They expect enemies to follow patterns they can calculate." Reed nodded, already typing notes into her secure tablet. "Their ships are powerful, but they move like pieces on a chessboard, following strict rules and patterns. And their prized weapon can only fire in a straight line," Walker added. "It's devastating, but limited by its own perfection." "Project Thunderbolt was designed for exactly this scenario," Reed said. "The Chimera doesn't move in straight lines, or predictable patterns." Walker smiled for the first time since the aliens arrived. "I think it's time we showed the Council what humanity brings to the galaxy." When they landed at the United Defense Command Center, they were immediately escorted to the underground war room. Earth's military and political leaders waited anxiously for their report. General Martinez stood as they entered. "How bad is it?" Walker surprised everyone with a confident smile. "Their technology is advanced, but their tactics are rigid to the point of vulnerability. They've shown us exactly how they fight, in straight lines and perfect formations." "And?" the Secretary General asked. "And humanity has never fought that way," Walker replied. "Our strength has always been adaptation, unpredictability, chaos when necessary." Reed activated a holographic display showing the Council's linear cannon. "They expect submission because they believe their way is the only way, but they've never encountered humans before." General Martinez leaned forward. Project Thunderbolt? Walker nodded. The Chimera is our answer to their linear cannon. They fire straight. We'll show them what happens when humans decide to get creative. Behind them on the main screen, the countdown timer showed 68 hours until the Council's deadline expired. Beneath the Defense Command Center, in a secure hangar carved deep into the earth, engineers and scientists worked frantically to prepare humanity's secret weapon, a ship designed to break every rule the Galactic Council lived by. Deep beneath the Rocky Mountains, in a facility that officially didn't exist, the final preparations for Project Thunderbolt reached their climax. The massive underground hangar buzzed with activity as hundreds of engineers and scientists worked around the clock. Captain Walker and Commander Reed stood on an observation platform overlooking the centerpiece of humanity's secret defense project, the USS Chimera. Unlike the sleek, geometric perfection of Council ships, the Chimera looked almost unfinished. Its hull was a patchwork of different materials, with curves and angles that seemed to follow no logical pattern. Parts of it appeared to shift and change, even as they watched. "She doesn't look like much," General Martinez said as he joined them on the platform. Walker smiled. "That's the point. The Council would look at her and see a primitive, cobbled-together mess. They wouldn't understand what they're seeing." Chief Engineer Mike Thompson approached, his jumpsuit stained with hydraulic fluid, and his eyes red from lack of sleep. Despite his exhaustion, excitement radiated from him. "She's ready," Thompson announced. Final tests on the Chaos Drive exceeded expectations. The Chimera can move in ways that should be physically impossible. Reed turned to him. "Explain it to the General. He needs to understand what makes the Chimera different." Thompson gestured toward the strange vessel. "The Council's ships, and their weapons, operate on principles of perfect linearity. Their technology is advanced, but predictable. The Chimera is the opposite." He activated a holographic display showing the ship's internal systems. The Chaos Drive doesn't push the ship in a single direction like conventional engines. Instead, it creates localized quantum fluctuations that temporarily alter the fabric of space-time around the vessel. "In simple terms?" the General asked. "She doesn't move through space, space moves around her," Thompson said. "The Chimera can appear to change direction instantly because she's not actually turning. The universe is bending around her." Walker added, "And that makes her movement impossible to predict using standard physics models, like the ones the Council relies on." The General studied the strange ship. "And the weapons?" Thompson's face lit up with pride. "Just as unconventional. The Council uses weapons that fire in straight lines. Ours are designed to be unpredictable." He pointed to what looked like bulbous protrusions along the ship's hull. "These are scatter cannons. They don't fire a single beam, but thousands of energy particles that ricochet off each other, creating unpredictable attack patterns. And these," he continued, indicating strange, dish-like structures, "are quantum mirror arrays. They can capture energy, like from the Council's linear cannon, and redirect it in random patterns." "Random?" the General frowned. "How do we aim?" "We don't exactly," Thompson admitted. "The targeting system uses probability algorithms instead of direct calculations. The weapons officer selects a target zone rather than a precise point." Walker stepped in. "It's like the difference between a sniper rifle and a shotgun, General. The Council are perfect snipers, but they've never faced someone who changes the rules of the game." The General nodded slowly. 24 hours until the Council's deadline. When can you launch?" "We're ready now," Walker said confidently. Hours later, a small group gathered in the United Defense Command Center. On the main screen, Admiral Vorx's face displayed growing impatience. "Your time grows short, humans," the alien said. "The Council requires your answer." The Secretary General stepped forward. "Admiral, we wish to present our response in person. We request permission to approach your vessel with a small diplomatic ship." Vorx's 6 eyes blinked in sequence. "Permission granted, but be warned, any sign of hostile intent will be met with immediate destruction." When the transmission ended, Walker turned to his assembled crew. "This is it. Everything we've planned for. The Council expects a diplomatic vessel carrying Earth's surrender. Instead, they'll get their first look at the Chimera. The 20 crew members of the Chimera represented Earth's finest. Pilots, engineers, scientists, and soldiers, chosen not just for their skills, but for their ability to think creatively. They won't recognize what they're seeing, Reed told the crew during the final briefing. The Chimera doesn't match any known ship design. They'll scan us, but their sensors are designed to detect specific energy signatures and regular patterns. The Chaos Drive emits neither. Walker took his place in the command chair. Our mission isn't to attack first. We'll approach openly, let them scan us, and wait for their reaction. Remember, the Council has never faced a species that didn't either surrender or fight conventionally. Thompson spoke from his engineering station. The Chaos Drive is operating at 87% efficiency. We could push it higher, but the stability curves become unpredictable above 90%. 87% is enough, Walker assured him. Weapons status? Scatter cannons charged, reported the weapons officer. Quantum mirrors aligned and ready. Defensive systems active. Walker took a deep breath. Launch sequence initiated. Open the mountain. Above them, the massive doors built into the mountainside slid open, revealing the night sky. The Chimera rose silently, its strange drive emitting no visible exhaust or energy signature. As they climbed through the atmosphere, Council ships detected their movement and adjusted their positions, moving into their standard hexagonal defense formation. They're tracking us, Reed reported, but they're confused. Their communications indicate they can't identify our propulsion system. Walker smiled. Good, let's keep them guessing. The Chimera approached the Council mothership at a measured pace. On the Council's command deck, Admiral Vorks and General Krill watched the approaching vessel with growing concern. What manner of ship is that? Krill demanded of his sensor operators. It matches no known configuration. Its hull composition is changing, one operator reported, and we cannot detect its propulsion system. Vorks's eyes narrowed. A primitive attempt at stealth technology. Scan it again. On the Chimera, Walker received a transmission request from the mothership. On screen, he ordered. Admiral Vorks appeared, his expression a mixture of confusion and disdain. Captain Walker, this is not a diplomatic vessel. It is today. Walker replied calmly. Admiral, I present the USS Chimera, Earth's first true starship. Vork studied the strange vessel on his scanners. This contraption is what you present to the Council? It appears barely capable of spaceflight. Appearances can be deceiving, Walker said. We request permission to demonstrate the Chimera's capabilities before we continue diplomatic discussions. General, Krill moved into view beside Vorks. This is some kind of deception. Their species cannot have developed advanced spaceflight technology. Not advanced by your standards, perhaps, Walker replied, but effective nonetheless. Allow us to show you. Vorks and Krill conferred briefly before the Admiral turned back to the screen. Very well. You may demonstrate your vessel's capabilities in the designated testing zone. But be warned, any approach toward Council ships will be considered hostile action. Walker nodded. Understood. Chimera out. As the transmission ended, Walker turned to his crew with a grim smile. They're underestimating us exactly as we hoped. Now let's show the Galactic Council what happens when humans decide to fight back. The Chimera moved toward the testing zone, its strange hull seeming to shift and blur as it traveled. Behind it, Council ships maintained their perfect formation, ready to fire their linear cannons at the first sign of threat. What they didn't realize was that the strange human ship was designed specifically to survive such an attack, and to respond in ways no Council species had ever imagined possible. The designated testing zone was a clear area of space between Earth's moon and the massive Council fleet. Admiral Vorks and the other Council representatives watched from their command ship as the strange human vessel took position. Begin your demonstration, Vorks commanded, his tone making it clear he expected little of interest. Inside the Chimera, Captain Walker looked at his crew. Let's start with something simple. Navigation, execute pattern alpha. The helmsman tapped her controls, and the Chimera began to move. Unlike the straight lines and perfect arcs of council ships, the Chimera's path seemed random, almost erratic. It accelerated suddenly, then stopped in ways that defied normal physics. It appeared to zigzag through space, changing direction without turning. On the Council mothership, the sensor operators were growing increasingly confused. "Admiral, we cannot predict its movement pattern," one reported. "Our targeting systems cannot establish a firing solution." General Krill stepped forward, mandibles clicking in agitation. "Impossible. All objects follow predictable paths through space." "Not this one," the sensor operator insisted. "It's changing vectors without using conventional thrust. There's no consistent pattern to analyze." Vork's expression darkened. "A simple trick. Deploy the observer drones to gather more data." Small spherical drones launched from the council ships, surrounding the Chimera in a perfect grid pattern. Each drone emitted scanning beams that would allow the council's computers to build a complete model of the human ship. Inside the Chimera, Reed monitored the drones. "They're scanning us with standard spectrum analyzers. They're trying to map our movement patterns." Walker nodded. "Time to show them why that won't work. Thompson, bring the chaos drive to 75% and execute pattern beta." "Aye, Captain," Thompson replied from engineering. "Chaos drive to 75%. The Chimera suddenly blurred, seeming to be in multiple places at once. The council drone's scanning beams passed through empty space as the ship appeared to phase in and out of position. "They're confused," Reed reported with a smile. "Their scanning drones are recalibrating, trying to get a lock on us." In the council command ship, alarms began to sound. "Admiral, we've lost tracking," an operator reported. "The human vessel is flickering." "Flickering?" Vork's demanded. "Explain." "It appears to exist in multiple positions simultaneously," the operator said, confusion evident in his voice. "Our scanners cannot determine its true location." General Krill slammed a clawed hand on the console. "This defies physics. It must be a sensor malfunction." Vork studied the display carefully. "No, this is something else. Some kind of primitive stealth technology. Deploy the linear cannon array. We will end this demonstration with a display of true power." 3 council battleships moved into triangle formation, their energy systems beginning to charge for a devastating linear cannon shot. On the Chimera, alarms sounded. "Captain, they're deploying their linear cannon, the tactical," officer reported. Walker remained calm. "Just as we expected." "Reed, are the quantum mirrors ready?" "Yes, Captain. All arrays online and tracking the energy buildup." Walker opened a channel to the council ship. "Admiral Vorks, we detect your weapons charging. Is this part of the demonstration?" "As well." Vorks' face appeared on screen, his 6 eyes narrowed. "Your vessel's unusual movement patterns are concerning, Captain. The Council must verify that this is not a prelude to hostile action." "By firing on us?" Walker asked, raising an eyebrow. "The linear cannon will pass near your vessel," Vorks stated, "to demonstrate our precision, unless, of course, you wish to end this charade and accept the Council's authority." Walker smiled calmly. "We're happy to continue the demonstration, Admiral. Please proceed." As the transmission ended, Walker turned to his crew. "Battle stations. Thompson, push the chaos. Drive to 85%. Tactical, prepare the quantum mirrors." The crew worked with practiced efficiency as the 3 council ships completed their firing alignment. Energy built between them, forming the now familiar web of light. "They're targeting a point where they predict we'll be," Reed reported. "Based on a standard movement algorithm." Walker nodded. "Which is why we won't be there. Helm, execute pattern gamma on my mark." The linear cannon reached full charge, and the beam of pure energy shot forth. A perfect blue line cutting through space exactly where the Chimera would have been if it followed normal physics. But at Walker's command, the Chimera had shifted in a way the Council's targeting computers couldn't predict. The ship seemed to fold space around itself, reappearing instantly at a different location. The linear cannon's beam passed through empty space. On the Council mothership, stunned silence fell. It evaded, a tactical officer finally reported. Without changing course or accelerating, General Krill's voice rose in anger. Impossible, recalibrate the cannons, fire again. The Council ships began to reposition for another shot, but they moved with the same predictable precision as before. Walker watched them on the Chimera's displays. Their greatest strength is their greatest weakness, he observed. They can't adapt their tactics. Helm, take us on approach vector Delta. Let's give them a real challenge. The Chimera accelerated toward the Council formation, its path a series of impossible turns and sudden shifts. The Council ships tried to track it, but their targeting systems weren't designed for such unpredictable movement. They're firing again, Reed warned as the linear cannon charged once more. This time, Walker didn't evade. Activate quantum mirrors, he ordered. As the blue beam shot toward the Chimera, the strange dishes on the ship's hull glowed to life. When the linear cannon's energy struck, instead of vaporizing the ship, the energy was caught in the quantum mirrors. For a moment, the Chimera glowed bright blue, seeming to absorb the devastating attack. Then, the quantum mirrors redirected the energy, not in a straight line, but in dozens of random ricocheting beams that scattered in all directions. Several beams struck Council ships not with enough force to destroy them, but enough to damage their perfect hulls. Alarms blared throughout the Council fleet as the impossible happened, their own weapon used against them in a way they had never conceived possible. Direct hit on our port side, a Council officer reported, panic in his voice. The human vessel redirected the linear cannon's energy. Admiral Vork stood rigid with shock. All ships defensive formation. Prepare for... But he couldn't finish the order because he didn't know what to prepare for. In 10,000 years of Council dominance, no species had ever survived a linear cannon shot, let alone reflected it back. On the Chimera, the strain of the maneuver was evident. Systems sparked and alarms sounded. Quantum mirrors at 30% capacity, the tactical officer reported. They can't take another direct hit. Thompson's voice came over the comm. The chaos drive is overheating. We need to reduce power or risk a cascade failure. Walker nodded grimly. We've made our point. Take us to safe distance. Standard drive only. As the Chimera backed away, the Council ships fell into disarray. Their perfect formations broke as commanders tried to process what they had witnessed. Walker opened a channel to Admiral Vork's. The alien's face showed a new emotion. Uncertainty. This demonstration is concluded, Admiral, Walker said calmly. Earth awaits your response. For the first time, Vork's had no ready answer. The Council's perfect weapons had failed against human unpredictability, and the galaxy would never be the same. Silence hung over the Council's grand chamber. The 27 representatives sat in their usual perfect circle, but the atmosphere was anything but orderly. Admiral Vork's stood at the center, facing Captain Walker and Commander Reed. In 10,000 years, Vork said, his voice uncharacteristically quiet. No species has ever survived a direct encounter with the linear cannon, yet your vessel not only survived but redirected our own energy against us. Walker stood tall, showing neither pride nor fear. The Chimera was designed specifically to counter your tactics, Admiral. We studied the few records we had of Council, encounters with other species, and identified your greatest strength and weakness. Which is? Asked General Krill, his crystalline eyes glinting. Predictability, Reed answered simply. Your civilization values order above all else. Your ships move in perfect formations. Your weapons fire in straight lines. Your tactics haven't changed in millennia because they've never needed to. Murmurs spread among the Council representatives. A floating spherical being pulsed with blue, light as it spoke. You claim to have anticipated our arrival? Impossible. Your species has only recently achieved basic spaceflight. Walker smiled slightly. Not exactly. Humanity has known about the Galactic Council for nearly 50 years. The chamber erupted in surprised exclamations and clicking sounds. Admiral Vork's raised his hands for silence. Explain. In 1977, one of our space probes encountered a damaged Council scout ship at the edge of our solar system. Walker explained. The crew was dead, but the ship's data core was intact. We reverse engineered what we could and learned about the Council. Impossible, General Krill insisted. Our technology is far beyond your capability to understand. True, Walker admitted. We couldn't replicate your technology, but we could study your tactics, your patterns, your philosophy, and we began preparing. Reed activated a small device that projected images of Earth's hidden facilities. Project Thunderbolt wasn't about matching your technology, it was about countering it. We knew that if we ever encountered the Council, conventional weapons would be useless. So instead, Walker continued, we developed technology that embraced chaos rather than order. The Chimera doesn't move, fight, or think like Council ships, because it was designed specifically not to. Admiral Vork studied the humans with new interest. You knew we would come, and you prepared a single vessel as your defense? One was enough to prove our point, Walker said confidently. We have the designs for 30 more. This was a bluff. The Chimera had nearly depleted Earth's rare resources, but Vorks had no way to know that. A tall, willowy alien with pale skin spoke next. Your species presents a unique situation. The Council has never encountered a civilization that specifically developed countermeasures to our tactics. Walker nodded. Because most species try to imitate you, to develop along the same technological path, we chose a different approach. Chaos, Vork said, almost with distaste. Adaptability, Walker corrected. Humanity's greatest strength has always been our ability to adapt, to find unexpected solutions, to think differently when faced with challenges. The Council representatives conferred among themselves in hushed tones. Finally, Admiral Vorks turned back to the humans. The Council must reconsider Earth's status, he announced formally. Your demonstration has raised questions about our standard protocols. For the first time, Walker allowed himself to relax slightly. Earth is prepared to join the Galactic Council, but as equals, not as a protectorate. Unprecedented, muttered General Krill. So was surviving the linear canon, Reed pointed out. The debate continued for hours. Council species argued among themselves, some insisting that humans be contained, others arguing for a more careful study of Earth's unusual approach to technology. Finally, the willowy alien, who Walker learned was named Diplomat Ilara, representing one of the oldest Council species, offered a compromise. The Council requires stability and order, she said. But perhaps there is value in controlled chaos. If humans can develop technology that counters our greatest weapons, what might others develop? Perhaps we have become too predictable. Admiral Vork seemed reluctant but nodded. A valid concern. Our dominance has led to complacency. We propose an arrangement, Diplomat Ilara continued. Earth will join the Council not as a protectorate but as a provisional member. In exchange, human engineers will work with Council scientists to develop new defensive systems less vulnerable to unconventional attacks. Walker exchanged a glance with Reed before replying. And Earth maintains its sovereignty, our right to develop our own path? Within Council guidelines, Vork stipulated. But yes, with greater autonomy than standard protectorates. Walker considered the offer carefully. We accept your terms, with one addition. Complete access to Council star charts and data on all known species. If Earth is to be part of this galactic community, we need to understand it fully. More debate followed, but eventually agreement was reached. The Chimera's demonstration had forced the Council to recognize that their perfect order had created perfect predictability, a dangerous weakness if ever exploited by a truly hostile force. 3 months later, Captain Walker stood on the observation deck of a new facility orbiting Earth. Below him, Council ships moved in formation alongside human vessels, conducting joint exercises. The USS Chimera floated nearby, now joined by 2 smaller vessels incorporating both human and Council technology. Commander Reed joined him, holding a data tablet. The Council is keeping their end of the bargain. Their engineers are actually learning from us, incorporating randomized defensive patterns into their ship designs. Walker nodded. And their data on the galaxy has opened up possibilities we never imagined. Hundreds of worlds, thousands of species. Some not as friendly as the Council, Reed pointed out. Their records show increasing activity from beyond the galactic rim, ships that don't follow any known patterns. The real reason they're adapting, Walker said thoughtfully. The Council senses a threat coming, something even their perfect order can't handle. Admiral Vorks entered the observation deck, moving with the fluid grace of his species. Over the past months, the Admiral had developed a grudging respect for the humans. Captain Walker, Commander Reed, he greeted them. The Joint Fleet exercises are proceeding well, though I must admit watching Council ships perform your chaotic maneuvers is unsettling. Walker smiled. Change usually is. Indeed. Vorks turned to look out at the stars. Our tacticians have analyzed the data from beyond the rim. The patterns, or rather the lack of patterns, is concerning. Whatever approaches uses methods even more unpredictable than your own. Then it's good we're working together, Walker said. The Council brings 10,000 years of stability and technology. Humanity brings adaptability and unconventional thinking. A formidable combination, Vorks admitted. Perhaps the ancient prophecy was correct. Reed raised an eyebrow. Prophecy. There is an old saying among the founding species, Vorks explained. When order reaches perfection, chaos will rise to balance the scales. We always interpreted it as a warning against disorder. Now I wonder if it meant something else entirely. Together, the three figures watched as human and alien ships practiced new formations, not in perfect geometric patterns, but in seemingly random arrangements that would confuse enemy targeting systems. The Council had learned that firing in straight lines was no longer enough, and humanity had found its place among the stars. Not as servants or subjects, but as the unpredictable element that might save the galaxy from an even greater chaos that loomed beyond the rim. When that threat finally arrived, it would face not just the perfect order of the Council, but the creative chaos of humanity, a combination unlike anything the galaxy had ever seen.
One of them just called our formation, and I quote, "aesthetically pleasing but lacking in originality." A new notification flashed across the screen. Someone had created a social media filter that let humans take pictures appearing to wear Imperial armor. It had gone viral in less than an hour. Deploy the fear inductors, Kruntel ordered desperately. All frequencies, maximum power. The fleet's most advanced psychological warfare technology activated, broadcasting subsonic frequencies designed to trigger panic in lesser species. The human's response was not what anyone expected. "Sir, they're using our fear inductor frequencies as baselines for dance music," Plex reported, his tentacles trembling in disbelief. Several human musicians are already releasing remixes. One of them has reached something called the top charts. Supreme Commander Zara Kesh's hologram flickered with barely contained rage. "Admiral, explain why our invasion has its own entertainment category on their streaming platforms." Before Kruntel could respond, Lieutenant Plex's console erupted with new alerts. "Admiral, humans are now organizing something called a Fleet Watch competition. They're awarding prizes for the most creative ways to view our ships. The current leader is a group who rented a floating restaurant to have something called a space invasion-themed dinner." The main screen showed humans in various locations, all treating the invasion like an elaborate show. Families spread blankets in parks, young humans balanced devices called phones on selfie sticks, and something called food trucks lined up at every viewing location. "They've started rating our individual ships," Sir Plex continued. "The Eternal Glory is trending because someone said its design looks like, and I quote, a space Gothic cathedral had a baby with a disco ball." Kruntel slumped further in his chair. "How many military vessels are in Earth's orbit?" "None, sir. Their Space Force hasn't deployed, though they are using their orbital cameras to create something called a live stream documentary about our fleet's architectural influences." No military response at all. While Plex hesitated, "They have launched several small devices toward our ships, but they appear to be camera drones?" They're capturing close-up footage for something called an Imperial Fleet Instagram reel. A notification chimed, and Plex's tentacles curled in surprise. Sir, we're being invited to participate in multiple talk shows. They want to interview you about, and I'm reading this directly, your inspiration for the invasion aesthetic and whether you'd consider doing a collaboration with their entertainment industry. Supreme Commander Zara Kesh's hologram loomed over the bridge. Admiral Kruntel, in all my centuries of conquest, I have never seen such a complete failure of intimidation tactics. These humans, they're making us look. Trendy Plex supplied helpfully. According to their social media metrics, Imperial fashion is now, as they say, all the rage. Several human clothing designers have already released collections inspired by our armor. Enough, Supreme Commander Zara Kesh roared. Admiral Kruntel, you will commence military operations immediately. I want this planet under Imperial control before they turn our entire invasion into an entertainment franchise. Kruntel straightened in his chair. Yes, Supreme Commander. All ships, battle formations. Launch the Seekers. Thousands of automated combat drones poured from the Imperial ships, their quantum weapons primed. They descended toward Earth's major cities in perfect attack formation, ready to demonstrate the Empire's overwhelming military superiority. Sir Plex reported, they're deploying something against our Seekers. Finally, show me their primitive defensive weapons. The main screen displayed the humans' response. Kruntel's jaw dropped. Thousands of small aerial devices rose to meet the Seekers, each one trailing a banner. Some carried messages like "Welcome to Earth," "Try our tacos." Others displayed corporate logos and something called promotional codes. Those are advertising drones, Plex explained. They're using them to sell products to our invasion force. The Seekers, programmed to engage hostile military targets, found themselves surrounded by decidedly non-military devices. Their combat algorithms struggled to process the situation. Sir, our Seekers are becoming entangled in something called sponsored content. 3 squadrons have already received promotional offers for local restaurants. Kruntel slammed all 4 hands on his command console. Launch the ground forces. Deploy the Devastator mechs. Massive war machines descended from the fleet, each one capable of leveling a city. They landed in strategic locations, ready to begin their unstoppable advance. But again, the humans had other ideas. Admiral Plex's voice quivered with disbelief. Humans are approaching our Devastator mechs with food trucks. The screen showed the massive war machines surrounded by vehicles selling various Earth cuisines. Crowds gathered around them, treating the invasion force like some sort of festival attraction. They're calling it Meals with Mechs, Plex continued. It's becoming a social media sensation. Several of our ground commanders are reporting that humans keep trying to take pictures with their troops. One of the Devastator mech pilots appeared on the command channel. Sir, they're offering us something called street tacos. Our xenobiologists have confirmed they're safe to eat, but is this allowed under Imperial protocol? Before Kruntel could respond, another crisis emerged. Admiral, our electronic warfare systems are being overwhelmed by something called Wi-Fi requests. Humans are trying to connect to our battlenet to post reviews of the invasion. The situation deteriorated further as reports flooded in from around the planet. Imperial shock troops found themselves being invited to neighborhood barbecues. Strategic command centers were being tagged on something called Google Maps as tourist attractions. A group of human children had started a game of hide and seek with a squad of elite Imperial assassins. Sir Plex announced, humans have started a betting pool. They're wagering on which of our weapons will turn out to be, quote, totally awesome but completely impractical. A Devastator mech commander's distressed voice came through command, requesting guidance. Humans are organizing a block party around my unit. They're using my leg stabilizers as a backdrop for something called a DJ booth. Our psychological warfare specialists are reporting total system failure, another officer added. Humans are describing our fear-inducing battle cries as, and I quote, perfect podcast intro material. Supreme Commander Zara Kesh's hologram appeared again, radiating fury. Admiral, your invasion force is being turned into an entertainment venue. There are humans selling tickets to watch our troops march. We're trying, Supreme Commander Kruntel protested. but their weapons are hospitality and marketing. Sir Plex interrupted. You need to see this. Humans have started a social media challenge called Invader Makeover. They're offering fashion advice to our troops. Several platoons have already received complimentary skincare samples. The bridge crew watched in horror as their fearsome invasion force was systematically transformed into what humans called content creators. Elite Imperial warriors found themselves being coached on proper lighting for selfies. Battle droids were being used as backdrops for amateur music videos. And now Plex reported with a note of resignation, someone has created an app that lets humans rate their invasion experience. We're getting marked down for not providing enough vegetarian options at our landing zones. Admiral Kruntel paced the bridge, all four hands clasped behind his back, his scales shifting through various shades of frustration. The holoscreen before him displayed what the humans called trending topics. Every single one was about the invasion, but not in any way the Empire had intended. Tell me the status of Operation Eternal Terror, he demanded. Plex's tentacles drooped. Our elite terror squadrons have gone viral, sir. The squad leader, Commander Brix, has gained something called a following after humans noticed his, quote, adorably grumpy expression. The screen showed Commander Brix, one of their most decorated warriors, looking confused as humans crowded around him for something called group selfies. His signature terrifying snarl had been turned into what humans called an emoji. Our soldiers are becoming social media influencers, Plex continued. 3 different squadrons have received sponsorship offers from human companies. The 7th Nebula Corps is now sponsored by something called an energy drink. A new alert flashed across the screens. Supreme Commander Zara Kesh's voice boomed through the bridge. Admiral, explain why I'm seeing our troops participating in something called TikTok challenges. The main display showed Imperial soldiers, still in full battle armor, attempting to recreate human dance moves. Their combat training, designed for maximum battlefield efficiency, had apparently translated well into something humans called choreography. It gets worse, Sir Plex added. The planetary Devastator crews are competing for something called likes. They're using their thermal cannons to toast marshmallows for humans. The footage showed one of their most powerful weapons, capable of melting mountains, being used to create something called s'mores while humans cheered and recorded the event. Launch the Mind Shredders, Kruntel commanded, his voice cracking with desperation. Show them the true horror of Imperial psychic warfare. The Empire's most advanced psychic warriors deployed, ready to fill human minds with unspeakable terrors. Within hours, Plex had more disturbing news. Sir, the Mind Shredders are there becoming meditation guides. Humans are praising their ability to, quote, really help you disconnect from your daily stress. They're booking sessions. A Mind Shredder appeared on the command channel, looking thoroughly confused. Admiral, humans are asking us for something called mindfulness workshops. They say our psychic terror projections are perfect for achieving inner peace. What are we supposed to do? Our battle meditation chambers are being reviewed on wellness apps, Plex added. We're getting 5 stars for ambiance. The situation in orbit was no better. The Imperial fleet's most impressive formations, designed to instill despair in their enemies, had become backgrounds for human photography enthusiasts. Someone had organized a space photography contest called Shots Fired, featuring artistic images of their weapon systems. Sir, a junior officer reported, humans have started a betting pool on which Imperial ship has the best lighting for their social media content. The Eternal Glory is currently in the lead, but the Doombringer is gaining popularity due to its quote, retro sci-fi aesthetic. Kruntel watched in horror as his invasion force transformed into what humans called content creators. Elite shock troops were giving makeup tutorials using their battle paint techniques. Stealth operatives were being asked for tips on how to take better shadow selfies. The humans have started a reality show, Plex announced with a mix of awe and horror. It's called Invader Makeover, where they give style advice to our troops. The episode featuring the Plasma Quarks got 10 million views in an hour. A particularly distressing report came in from the ground forces. Command, the humans have discovered that our battle robots are excellent at something called synchronized dancing. They're organizing competitions. 3 units have already received talent agent offers. Sir Plex's voice trembled. The Eternal Glory has just been tagged as an, quote, Instagram-worthy location. We're trending in something called travel blogs. The final straw came when the Empire's most feared assassin, Shadow Walker Prime, appeared on the command channel. Admiral, the legendary warrior said, sounding unusually uncertain, humans are requesting my presence at something called a comic convention. They want me to judge a costume contest of people dressed as me. Supreme Commander Zara Kesh materialized on the bridge, her hologram practically vibrating with rage. Admiral Kruntel, your invasion force has become an entertainment franchise. Our troops are getting verified on social media. The Galactic Empire is being tagged in human fashion blogs. But Supreme Commander Kruntel protested weakly. We've tried everything. Terror tactics, psychological warfare, shows of force. They've turned it all into content, Zara Kesh roared. Our fearsome reputation is being marketed as a brand. There are humans making tutorial videos on how to recreate our battle armor using something called craft supplies. Kruntel was about to respond when something extraordinary caught his attention. The humans were broadcasting a unified message from their global network. Rather than a surrender or a plea for mercy, it was an invitation. Greetings, Imperial Fleet. We've noticed you guys seem a bit stressed. How about we talk this over at our newly organized Galactic Food Festival? We're featuring dishes from every Earth culture, plus an open mic night for any Imperial troops who want to share their invasion stories. We promise great food, better company, and absolutely no military conflict whatsoever. The bridge fell silent. Even Supreme Commander Zara Kesh's hologram seemed at a loss for words. Sir Plex said quietly, our cultural analysis team has just completed a revised report on human psychology. They believe we've fundamentally misunderstood Earth's defense strategy. Explain, Kruntel demanded. Humans don't resist through force, sir. They absorb. They take what threatens them and transform it into something they can enjoy. Our invasion isn't failing because our weapons are ineffective. It's failing because they've turned us into entertainment. A new transmission appeared, showing scenes from around the planet. Imperial troops were sitting in human cafes, apparently engaged in something called stand-up comedy about their invasion experiences. Battle robots were teaching dance classes. A mind shredder was leading a meditation session called Finding Peace Through Cosmic Terror. Furthermore, Plex continued, our troops report unprecedented levels of job satisfaction. The 7th Nebula Corps is requesting permanent assignment to Earth as cultural ambassadors. Their commander says they've never felt more appreciated. Supreme Commander Zara Kesh's hologram flickered thoughtfully. In 30,000 years of Imperial expansion, we've never encountered a species that conquered us by simply refusing to be conquered. They've even started a scholarship program, Plex added. Humans want to study Imperial culture, but only the parts they find entertaining. They're calling it the Galactic Cultural Exchange Initiative. Kruntel watched as more reports flooded in. Imperial soldiers were learning human jokes. Battle strategists were being consulted for entertainment production. The Eternal Glory's engine signature had been turned into a popular music track. Perhaps, he said slowly, we should consider a different approach. Computer, analyze historical data. Has any species ever successfully invaded Earth? Negative, the computer responded. However, Earth shows the highest rate of cultural integration in the known galaxy. They don't defeat their opponents, they befriend them. The bridge crew watched as humans continued their relentless hospitality offensive. Food trucks had now reached even the most remote Imperial positions. The Doombringer's crew was participating in something called a potluck dinner. Supreme Commander Zara Kesh's expression shifted from rage to contemplation. Admiral, it appears we have a choice. We can either continue this increasingly ridiculous invasion attempt, or Kruntel finished. We can accept their invitation and claim this was a cultural exchange mission all along. Precisely. After all, the Empire's reputation for adaptability is almost as legendary as its military might. Kruntel straightened his armor, which humans had dubbed totally retro chic, and made his decision. Lieutenant Plex, prepare a fleet-wide announcement. The Galactic Empire officially recognizes Earth as a premium entertainment partner Plex suggested helpfully. Their marketing team already prepared the press release. 6 months later, Admiral Krun-Tel sat in his favorite Earth cafe, sipping something called a caramel macchiato, while reading the latest galactic news headlines on his datapad. The top story featured the unprecedented success of the Human Imperial Cultural Exchange Program. More refreshments? Admiral asked Sarah, the cafe owner who had somehow become his unofficial Earth cultural advisor. The new batch of Imperial officers just arrived for their orientation, and they look a bit nervous. Through the window, he watched as newly arrived Imperial troops were being welcomed with what humans called welcome bags, complete with social media starter guides and restaurant recommendations. Who would have thought, he mused, that our greatest military failure would become our most significant diplomatic success? The Empire's fearsome reputation had transformed. Now their ships were famous for hosting the best parties in 5 galaxies. Imperial diplomatic functions, once dreaded for their rigid formality, were now highly sought after for their entertainment value. Even Supreme Commander Zara Kesh had embraced the change, recently winning something called a TikTok challenge with her surprisingly good dance moves. Sir. Plex approached, his tentacles now adorned with what humans called friendship bracelets. The latest statistics are in. Imperial recruitment has increased 300% since we started including Earth postings, apparently. The chance to become a social media influencer is quite appealing to young officers. The Eternal Glory, still in Earth orbit, had become a popular tourist destination. Its war room was now a trendy restaurant called the Strategic Dining Initiative, where former battle planners created elaborate dinner presentations using their tactical holoprojectors. Krun-Tel smiled as he watched a group of Imperial cadets and human social media experts collaborating on something called a viral marketing campaign. The galaxy was changing, becoming less about conquest and more about connections, all because humans had refused to take an invasion seriously. You know, Plex, he said, finishing his coffee, I think we might be the first empire in history to accidentally conquer ourselves. As if to prove his point, a notification popped up on his datapad. His latest HoloTube video, reacting to Earth memes about my failed invasion, had just hit 10 million views. The galaxy, it seemed, had finally learned to laugh.
Adam Simpson stood in the center of the vast Imperial Hall, his posture rigid, his face a carefully maintained mask of defiance. Before him, seated atop an obsidian throne carved with the sigils of conquered worlds, was Emperor Karvek Zolith of the Zelzorid Empire. His golden eyes, slit like a serpent's, bore into the human diplomat with amused contempt. The air hummed with tension, the vast chamber filled with the silent weight of a dozen high-ranking officials and military commanders. Adam took a slow breath, choosing his words with precision. I am here as a courtesy, he said, his voice steady. Humanity has no interest in war. But if you do not turn your fleet back from our borders, you will regret it. Laughter rippled through the hall. The reaction was immediate and expected. The Zelzorth, the oldest and most powerful empire in the known galaxy, saw humanity as nothing more than a young, impudent race, barely worth acknowledging. Their fleets had crushed civilizations that had stood for millennia. Compared to them, Earth was an infant playing at war. High Commander Volek Syth leaned forward, the sharp ridges of his pale blue face catching the dim light. Regret it? His lips curled. Do you truly believe your kind can stand against the might of the Empire? That your pitiful fleets, your laughable technology, could do anything but be swept aside? Adam met his gaze unwavering. This isn't a warning, he said, each word deliberate. It's an opportunity. Turn back now. Because when the fighting starts, there won't be a second chance. The Emperor's voice, rich and deep, silenced the murmurs. I find your arrogance fascinating, human, Karvek Zolith said, fingers drumming idly against the arm of his throne. You believe yourselves dangerous, yet you have done nothing to prove it. Where are your war fleets? Where is this great power you claim to wield? Adam exhaled through his nose. They still didn't understand. You assume because you do not see our strength, we do not have it. His voice dropped, the weight of certainty behind it. That mistake will cost you everything. Volek chuckled, shaking his head. Enough of this. Emperor, with your permission, I will take the fleet and raise their homeworld. The humans are weak. Let's rid ourselves of their delusions. Karvek tilted his head, considering. Very well. You may proceed. Adam closed his eyes for half a second, disappointment flickering beneath his calm. He had done his duty. Humanity had given them a choice. They had chosen poorly. He turned sharply on his heel and strode from the chamber, his heart steady, his mind already preparing for what was to come. As Adam's shuttle lifted from the Imperial Palace, the Zelzor fleet prepared for war. The Imperial Armada, 500 warships strong, gathered in the vast reaches of space. Flagships the size of cities, bristling with weapons capable of reducing planets to rubble, stood ready. At their center was Volek SYTH's personal battleship, the Dominion's Wrath, an immense dreadnought that had crushed fleets many times larger than humanity's entire military force. Standing on the bridge, Volek watched as the final battle formations locked into place. Around him, officers moved with quiet efficiency, their confidence unshaken. Any sign of resistance from the humans? He asked. A communications officer checked the latest scans. None, sir. No fleet movements, no defensive structures deployed. Their borders are empty. Volek smirked. Cowards. They know they are beaten. Grand Admiral Drosk Vynen, a veteran strategist, observed the readouts with mild curiosity. It is strange, he admitted. Humans are unpredictable, yet they offer no resistance. He glanced at Volek. You do not find that odd. Volek exhaled, rolling his shoulders. Their arrogance has finally been crushed by reality. They see our power and understand they are doomed. He turned toward the main viewport, where the stars stretched in endless, quiet beauty. We will strike at their core. Earth will burn before they even muster a response. The fleet surged forward, slipping into FTL transit, streaking toward humanity's homeworld. The journey was smooth, effortless. 500 warships, an unstoppable force moving toward an inevitable victory. But as they neared Earth's system, something shifted. The first sign was subtle. On the bridge of the Dominion's Wrath, a technician frowned at his console. Sir, we're detecting fluctuations. Volek turned. Fluctuations? The technician hesitated. Unusual energy signatures. Spatial distortions. It's as if, he paused, adjusting his instruments. It's as if something is here, but not here. Volek scoffed. Phantom signals. Ignore them. Grand Admiral Vynen, less dismissive, studied the data more closely. The readings were erratic, strange. Are there any ships in the area? The sensor officer ran a deep scan. Negative, sir. No visible vessels. No stations. Just empty space. And yet, the anomaly remained. The fleet pressed forward, cutting deeper into human territory. Then, without warning, the lead warships vanished. One moment, they were there, powerful engines burning, their forms filling the void. Then they were gone. No explosion, no debris, just gone. Volek bolted upright. What the hell just happened? The bridge erupted into motion, officers scrambling for answers. Reports flooded in from across the fleet, ships disappearing without a trace. Panic laced the voices over the comms. We've lost the Ravager. The Hellfire is gone. No distress signal, nothing. Admiral Vynen clenched his jaw. This is not possible. Then, the communications came through. Not from their own forces, but from deep within the void itself. A single transmission, cutting through every Imperial channel, its voice smooth, unshaken. You should have listened. Adam Simpson. Volek's blood ran cold. The anomalies, the strange readings, the sudden disappearances. It wasn't a coincidence. It wasn't a malfunction. It was humanity. And they had been waiting. The silence that followed Adam's transmission was heavier than the vacuum of space itself. Every Zelzorth officer aboard the Dominion's raft stood frozen, eyes darting between their instruments and the blackness beyond. The bridge's hollow display flickered with the outlines of their vast fleet, but the red markers representing the missing warships were increasing at an impossible rate. They weren't being destroyed. They weren't being jammed. They were simply ceasing to exist. Valek Syth gritted his teeth, his grip tightening on the console before him. "Full stop," he barked. "Lock down all systems. I want a full analysis of what's happening." His voice remained steady, but deep inside, something gnawed at him, an unfamiliar sensation clawing at the edges of his mind. Uncertainty. Admiral Dros Voinen's fingers danced over the control panel as he manually accessed the ship's external feeds, bypassing automated processing. He needed raw data. The answer had to be there, hidden within the cold, sterile numbers. But what he saw sent an involuntary shudder through him. The space around us, Voinen hesitated. "It's not empty." Valek spun toward him. "Explain." Voinen magnified the last recorded frames of the missing warships. The image was distorted, but barely perceptible within the cosmic haze were faint, shifting patterns. Ripples in the void, like disturbances on the surface of a dark ocean. Shadows that weren't cast by any physical object. "There's something out there," Voinen murmured. "A presence, undetectable by conventional scans. Something that was waiting for us." Valek refused to believe it. "That's impossible. If they had weapons of the scale, we would have known." "They wanted you to think that," came a voice from the ship's main display. The transmission was clear, untraceable, as if the voice were speaking from the bridge itself. Adam Simpson, face materialized, his expression unreadable. His suit was no longer the pristine diplomatic attire he had worn before the Emperor, but a matte black tactical uniform with no insignia. His eyes, once full of careful diplomacy, now held something far colder. "You were so confident," Adam continued, his tone calm, almost pitying. "So certain that humanity was a species to be conquered. And yet, here you are, unable to even see the weapon that will end you." Valek's hands curled into fists. "What are you playing at, human?" Adam tilted his head slightly, as if considering how much to reveal. Then he simply said, "This." The lights on the bridge flickered. The Dominion's raft shuddered, not from an impact, but something far more insidious. Its system seizing, its power draining. The same reports echoed from every remaining ship in the fleet. The displays dimmed, and for the first time in Valek's long military career, he realized what true powerlessness felt like. A whisper of motion flickered outside the viewport. At first, it seemed like an illusion, the afterimage of distant starlight. Then, the shadows coalesced and impossibilities took shape. A fleet, not just a fleet. An armada that dwarfed the might of the Zelzorth. Their ships did not shine with the harsh metallic glow of Imperial warships. Instead, they moved like phantoms, their surfaces shifting between the visible and the unseen, their edges blurred as if reality itself struggled to define them. They had been there the entire time, hidden just beyond perception. The Phantom Fleet. Isaac Renner sat aboard the bridge of the UNS Valkyrie, the spearhead of humanity's unseen force. His expression was one of quiet satisfaction, the product of years of preparation finally culminating in a single, decisive moment. His crew remained silent, waiting on his command. Every officer on board had been trained for this, facing an enemy that thought itself untouchable. "They still don't get it," Renner mused as he watched the chaos unfold. "All this power, all this arrogance, and they still don't understand what just happened." His second-in-command, Lieutenant Calloway, allowed himself a tight smirk. "Shall we educate them, sir?" Renner leaned forward, voice smooth, unhurried. Fire. Across the Phantom Fleet, silent lances of light erupted into the void, weapons far beyond the comprehension of the Empire. No energy trails, no conventional missiles, just pinpoint devastation. Zelzoreth warships collapsing on themselves as their molecular bonds unraveled, their hulls simply ceasing to hold together. Explosions did not bloom in space. Instead, the affected vessels seemed to dissolve, their once impervious armor turning to dust before vanishing completely. On the Dominion's wrath, Volek watched in horror as ship after ship disappeared. This wasn't warfare. It was annihilation. This isn't possible, one of his officers shouted, panic breaking the rigid discipline of the bridge. They have no mass readings, no energy signatures, no... His voice cut off as the Dominion's wrath jolted violently. They've locked onto us, BYNN breathed. Adam's voice returned, impassive. You had your chance. Volek refused to accept it. He refused to let everything end like this. Full forward assault, he commanded. Focus fire on their largest vessel. Overload weapons if you have to. The Dominion's wrath and the few remaining ships of the Zelzoreth fleet fired in desperation, unleashing every ounce of destructive power they had. Their weapons passed through empty space. Renner smiled faintly as he observed. They're still trying, he noted. Admirable, in a way. The Phantom fleet moved with eerie grace, shifting in and out of perception untouchable. They were not bound by the conventional laws of engagement. Every Zelzoreth counterattack struck nothing but echoes of where the human ships had once been. Volek's hands trembled. His warriors, his empire's finest, were helpless. He had mocked the humans for their invisibility, their lack of presence, but now, as his fleet crumbled, he realized his mistake. They had not been absent. They had been watching. Adam's voice was the final nail in the coffin. The difference between us, Volek, is that you fight for conquest. We fight for survival. That means we don't just prepare for war. We prepare to end it before it begins. Renner raised a hand. Shut them down. The Phantom fleet sent out an invisible pulse, and every remaining Zelzoreth ship flickered. Their engines sputtered. Their weapon systems died, and their communications severed. Not through brute force, not through damage, but through control. The Phantom fleet had rewritten their existence. All that remained was silence. The great Zelzoreth armada, 500 ships strong, had been erased in minutes. Volek sat back in his chair, his mind racing, his breath coming shallow. There was no retaliation. There was no counterstrike. They had already lost before the first shot was fired. Adam's voice was soft now. I tried to warn you. Then the transmission cut. The last thing Volek saw before his ship systems collapsed completely was the shifting outline of the Phantom fleet, fading once more into nothingness. They were not invaders. They were not conquerors. They were shadows. And they had already won. The Zoreth Prime, the heart of the Zelzoreth Empire, had never known silence. It had always been a symphony of military power. Warships docking, fleets mobilizing, strategic transmissions crackling across the void. Now, that silence was absolute, a hollow, suffocating void. Volek Syth stood rigid on the bridge of the Dominion's wrath, his gaze locked on the swirling marble of the Zelzoreth homeworld below. His ship, once the pride of the Imperial Armada, drifted powerless, held in the unseen grip of humanity's Phantom fleet. The few remaining vessels of the once mighty Zelzoreth navy hung beside it, gutted, empty shells. Their weapons were disabled, their defenses overwritten, their fates sealed. Admiral Dross VYNN was slumped in his chair, his hands steepled against his forehead, his breathing slow and deliberate. The man who had once commanded conquest without equal had been reduced to a spectator of his own downfall. We underestimated them, he murmured at last, his voice hoarse, exhausted. All this time, we thought ourselves the apex. We thought them beneath us. Volek said nothing. The truth had been burned into his mind with each disappearing warship, each futile order, each impossible demonstration of power. Humanity had not risen to meet them in battle. Humanity had not fought a war. They had executed a sentence. The main view screen flickered to life, unbidden. The image of Emperor Karvek Zolot appeared, seated in his throne room. His usually impassive expression darkened with something Volek had never seen before. Fear. Volek. The Emperor's voice carried none of its usual weight. Report. Volek exhaled slowly, steadying himself. He wanted to frame it as a battle, a tactical miscalculation, something that could be salvaged. But there was nothing left to salvage. The fleet is gone, he said, forcing himself to meet the Emperor's gaze. Not destroyed, not in retreat. Gone. The silence stretched long and unbroken. Then, from the void, a voice cut through the Imperial channels. You were given a choice. Adam Simpson stood aboard the UNS Valkyrie, watching as the final remnants of the Empire trembled beneath their own arrogance. He had delivered the warning, and they had laughed. Now, there was no laughter, no mockery. There was only understanding, hollow and too late. The Phantom Fleet did not loom over Zorth Prime like an occupying force. It did not posture. It simply existed, waiting in the unseen spaces, as it always had. The Empire's eyes were blind to it, their weapons useless against it. The Emperor straightened, summoning whatever dignity he could muster. What are your demands? Adam tilted his head slightly, as if amused by the question. Demands? He glanced toward Commander Isaac Renner, who stood beside him, arms crossed, gaze impassive. Then he turned back to the transmission. You assume this is a negotiation. The Emperor's golden eyes flickered with something dangerous. You think because you have the power to destroy us, you can dictate the fate of my people. Adam leaned forward. You misunderstand. We aren't here to dictate anything. We're here to end an era. On the surface of Zorth Prime, sirens howled to the capital city of Zelvoris. Imperial officials ran to the corridors of their once impenetrable bastion, scrambling to secure what little authority they had left. Panic rippled through the streets. The citizens of the Empire, who had only ever known their rulers as untouchable, now saw them desperate, afraid. Humanity had not fired a single shot at the planet. They hadn't needed to. Across the Empire, outposts and colonies received the same transmission. The Zelzorth fleet had been erased. The capital world stood defenseless. There was no external enemy to fight, no battlefield on which to prove their superiority. The war had not ended in combat. It had ended in inevitability. Grand Admiral VYNN finally rose from his chair, shoulders squared despite the weight pressing upon him. What happens now? He asked, his voice measured. You have your victory. What will you do with it? Adam considered him for a moment before responding. That depends entirely on the Empire. A new voice crackled into the open channel. The Empire is finished. The transmission came from an unexpected source. One of the Emperor's own High Chancellors. A second voice followed, then a third, across Zorth Prime. The realization was spreading like wildfire. Without its military might, the Empire was a hollow structure propped up by fear alone. And fear had lost its teeth. The Emperor's expression darkened as he listened to the voices of his own people turning against him. He had ruled through power, through dominance. But power was only as strong as its ability to enforce. And there was no enforcement left. Volek turned to VYNN, jaw clenched. If we surrender, they could wipe us out entirely. VYNN shook his head. If they wanted us extinct, they wouldn't be speaking to us now. He looked toward the view screen. They are not us, Volek. And that is precisely why they won. The Emperor's hands curled into fists, his body trembling with restrained fury. I will not. The transmission cut out. The throne room's lights flickered and died. The people of Zorth Prime watched as their Emperor, their rulers, their entire chain of command vanished from their screens, their communications, their networks. Not by an explosion, not by a coup, by something far quieter, far more precise. The Phantom Fleet had severed the Empire's head from its body with the press of a button. Aboard the UNS Valkyrie, Renner exhaled, watching the data stream confirming the complete neutralization of the Empire's command structure. It's done, he said quietly. Adam nodded. The Empire is broken. The galaxy will decide what comes next. There would be no occupation, no vengeful slaughter. Humanity had done what it needed to do, not to conquer, but to ensure the Zelzorth never threatened them again. Adam turned to Renner. Initiate withdrawal. One by one, the Phantom Fleet faded once more into the void. Ships vanished from perception, slipping back into the unseen corners of space, leaving behind only the shattered remnants of an empire that had thought itself invincible. Zor Prime's skies were clear. There was no enemy in sight. Yet the Empire would never be the same again, and as the last of humanity's vessels disappeared, the final message was broadcast across every world that had once feared the Zelzorth's rule. This was not war. This was not conquest. This was a lesson. The Empire had learned it too late. The galaxy, however, had just begun to listen. The Phantom Fleet was gone. The last of humanity's vessels had faded into the unseen void, vanishing as effortlessly as they had appeared. Yet their presence remained, an indelible scar carved into the fabric of the galaxy. The Zelzorth Empire, once the most feared power among the stars, lay in ruin, not by fire, not by conquest, but by something far worse: irrelevance. The Emperor was gone. His high command had been severed, their authority collapsing like brittle glass. For the first time in thousands of years, the great empire had no ruler, no structure, no guiding hand to wield its once unstoppable might. The absence of warships in its skies spoke louder than any fleet ever could. And the people, those who had cowered beneath the weight of imperial rule, those who had lived their lives knowing nothing but subjugation and the certainty of the Empire's supremacy, had been forced to see the truth. Their gods had bled. Valek Syth stood in the ruined halls of the Imperial Palace, his boots echoing through corridors once crowded with dignitaries and strategists. The opulence of the throne room was meaningless now, its grandiose carvings and ancient banners remnants of a past that no longer held weight. There were no guards standing at attention, no commanders waiting for orders. The power they had all worshipped was dust in the wind. Dros Vynen stood beside him, his uniform disheveled, his face lined with exhaustion. "They left," he muttered, shaking his head as he glanced toward the sky. "They had every opportunity to crush us, to take our worlds as spoils. And they left." Valek didn't answer. He had asked himself the same question, over and over, since the moment the Phantom Fleet disappeared. If humanity had truly wanted revenge, they could have burned Zorth Prime to the ground. They could have wiped every Zelzorth colony from existence. They had the technology, the capability, the power to unmake everything the Empire had built over millennia. And yet, they had chosen restraint. That thought unsettled him more than their overwhelming might. A conqueror could be understood. A tyrant could be predicted. But an enemy that delivered absolute defeat and then walked away, that was something far more dangerous. "They don't need to rule us," Valek said finally, his voice quiet. "They already won." Vynen exhaled, staring out over the shattered remnants of the capital city. Then what happens now? It was a question without an answer, or rather, a question with too many answers. The Empire had ruled through dominance, but now there was nothing left to enforce it. The warlords who had once held systems in check were scrambling for power. Governors, once content in their absolute obedience, now whispered of independence. The outer colonies, long neglected in favor of military expansion, had begun severing their ties. The Empire was no longer an empire. It was a carcass waiting for scavengers. Across the galaxy, the repercussions of humanity's victory rippled outward in shockwaves. The other great powers, once fearful of provoking the Zelzorth, were now silent, hesitant, waiting. Humanity had never been considered a galactic superpower. It had been treated as an upstart species, an ambitious but ultimately inconsequential civilization with no right to claim a seat at the table of history. Now, the table had been overturned. On the bridge of the UNS Valkyrie, Adam Simpson observed the vastness of space, arms crossed, mind still sharp with the weight of what had transpired. The mission had been executed flawlessly. The Phantom Fleet had functioned exactly as it was meant to, an unseen hand, guiding the fall of an empire without the need for prolonged war. Every Zelzorth warship that had crossed the border had been erased. Every avenue of retaliation had been severed. And yet, there was no satisfaction in the victory. Commander Isaac Renner studied him for a moment before breaking the silence. "You're not celebrating." Adam didn't look away from the viewport. This wasn't a celebration. Renner nodded slowly, stepping beside him. "You knew this would happen," he said. The moment they ignored the warning, you knew. Adam exhaled. They thought strength was about what could be seen, about the size of their fleets, the weight of their presence. His gaze darkened. They never considered the things beyond sight. Renner watched the stars for a long moment before speaking again. "The rest of the galaxy will want answers. They'll get them," Adam said, his voice measured. "Humanity has never been one for posturing. But they'll understand what happened here. They'll understand what happens when we're threatened." A soft chime interrupted the conversation. A message sent across every galactic communication channel, appearing simultaneously in every government stronghold, every spacefaring civilization, every broadcast hub from one end of known space to the other. The statement was short, devoid of flourish, a simple declaration: humanity will not be threatened. We are not conquerors, but we will never be prey. The words burned into the galactic psyche, a reminder, a warning. The Zelzorth had been the strongest, the untouchable force that none had dared challenge. And they had fallen without a single planet being invaded, without a single conventional war being fought. The message was clear. There were no more illusions. Renner let out a slow breath, folding his arms. "And if someone else doesn't take the hint?" Adam finally turned away from the viewport, his expression unreadable. "Then they make the same mistake." In the remains of the Zelzorth Empire, a new order was beginning to take shape. Warlords rose and fell in a matter of days. Old alliances crumbled. New factions emerged. The species that had once ruled through absolute dominance now turned on itself, uncertain, divided. The very foundation of the empire had been shattered, not by weapons, not by brute force, but by an idea. The idea that they were no longer the most powerful force in the galaxy. That knowledge alone was enough to dismantle them. On Zorith Prime, Volok SYTH watched as entire systems declared independence, as once loyal generals vanished into the void, seeking refuge in unknown corners of space. He knew, without a doubt, that the Empire would never rise again. But one thought lingered, gnawing at him in the quiet moments. They had never truly seen the Phantom Fleet, not with their own eyes. They had only seen the destruction left in its wake. If this was the power humanity had chosen to reveal, what else remained in the shadows? The Zelzorth had learned their lesson too late. The rest of the galaxy would have only one chance to understand it. And if they didn't, they would never see their end coming.
Jake Murphy sat in the back row of advanced xenological problem solving, trying not to let his smirk show too obviously. 3 months into his exchange program at the Galactic University of Centauri Prime, and he was already getting tired of the condescending looks from his alien classmates. Sure, humans were the new kids on the cosmic block, but did everyone have to act like they'd just discovered fire last week? Professor Zeldin glided into the lecture hall with that insufferable air of superiority that all Zentorian academics seem to cultivate. Picture a cross between a praying mantis and a college dean who takes himself way too seriously, and you've got Zeldin. His forearms gestured dramatically as he began his usual spiel about the intellectual superiority of elder civilizations. "Today my primitive pupils," Zeldin announced, his translator giving his voice that nasally, know-it-all tone that made Jake want to throw something. "We shall examine a puzzle that has challenged the greatest minds across 17 star systems for over 2 millennia. Jake rolled his eyes. "Here we go again with the whole you baby species couldn't possibly understand routine. The professor activated a holographic display, revealing an intricate three-dimensional maze of symbols, geometric patterns, and what looked like mathematical equations having a nervous breakdown. Behold, the Millennium Maze, 1,000 steps of progressive complexity, each building upon the last. No species has ever completed it in under 50 years of dedicated study. A ripple of respectful murmurs went through the class. Jake just leaned back in his chair. 50 years, please. These aliens clearly hadn't met a species that grew up with video games and IKEA furniture assembly. The Zentorians managed 734 steps before admitting defeat, Zeldin continued proudly. The Vorthan Empire reached 812. Even the notoriously persistent Crystalline Collective abandoned their attempt at step 893. Jake raised his hand. What's the prize for finishing it? Zeldin's mandibles clicked in what Jake had learned was the Zentorian equivalent of amused condescension. Prize, young human. The privilege of intellectual advancement is its own reward. Though I suppose your species requires more tangible motivations. The alien students tittered. Jake felt his competitive streak flare up like a rocket engine. Right. So if I solve this thing, what happens? If you solve it. Zeldin's translator practically dripped sarcasm. My dear primitive mammal species with brain capacities 3 times your own have failed. But very well. Should you, against all probability and logic, complete the Millennium Maze, I shall personally recommend you for advancement to the doctoral program. Jake grinned. Deal. Jake strolled into the university's puzzle laboratory the next morning with all the confidence of someone who'd beaten Dark Souls without dying. How hard could it be, really? He'd grown up solving Rubik's Cubes, Sudoku puzzles, and escape rooms. This was just another brain teaser with fancy alien graphics. The first 50 steps were almost insulting in their simplicity. Pattern recognition, basic mathematical sequences, some geometric transformations that reminded him of high school calculus. Jake breezed through them in about 2 hours, occasionally pausing to crack his knuckles and wonder if this was some kind of joke. Wow, you're really going for it, came a cheerful voice behind him. Jake turned to see Pip, a blob-like Glorbonian, who'd been surprisingly friendly since Jake's arrival. Pip looked like someone had crossed a golden retriever with a sentient puddle and had about the same level of boundless enthusiasm. Yeah, well, someone's got to show these uptight academics what human ingenuity looks like, Jake said, gesturing at the holographic display. I'm already at step 53. At this rate, I'll be done by next week. Pip's eye stalks drooped slightly. Oh Jake. You might want to pace yourself. Professor Zeldin has a reputation for designing tests that start easy, and then, Pip made a sound that Jake's translator rendered as become absolutely soul-crushing. Come on Pip. Have a little faith in your study buddy here. By hour 4 Jake was starting to understand what Pip meant. Step 78 involved what appeared to be a 4-dimensional chess problem combined with quantum probability calculations. Step 85 required him to solve a riddle written in 3 different extinct languages, simultaneously. And step 92, well, step 92 made Jake question whether the universe had a personal vendetta against him. A small crowd of alien students had gathered to watch the human attempt the impossible. Jake could hear them placing bets in various alien currencies, and from the excited chittering, he was pretty sure the odds weren't in his favor. 10 credits says he gives up before step 100, whispered a crystalline student, her voice sounding like wind chimes in a hurricane. I'll take that bet, replied a Vorthan, his tentacles writhing with amusement. I say he breaks down crying at step 75. Jake gritted his teeth and dove back into the puzzle. Fine, let them watch. He'd show them what happens when you underestimate a species that invented both nuclear weapons and reality television. But as he struggled through step 98, watching the holographic symbols rearrange themselves into increasingly complex patterns, Jake began to suspect that maybe, just maybe, he'd bitten off more than he could chew. The patterns were starting to hurt his brain, like trying to solve calculus while someone played death metal directly into his skull. Step 100 loomed ahead of him like a mathematical mountain, and for the first time since accepting Zeldin's challenge, Jake Murphy felt the cold touch of doubt. What followed could only be described as Jake Murphy's descent into academic madness. He'd officially entered what Pip cheerfully called the grind zone, though Jake preferred to think of it as that special circle of hell reserved for people who thought they were smarter than ancient alien civilizations. Steps 100 through 200 took him 3 days. 3 entire days. Jake had covered every available surface in his dorm room, with notes, diagrams, and what appeared to be the mathematical equivalent of conspiracy theory string boards. His roommate, a sensible Aquarian named Blub, had requested a transfer after finding Jake at 3 in the morning, muttering about recursive geometric progressions while eating cereal with a fork. "Jake, buddy, you might want to take a break," Pip suggested on day 4, watching Jake attack step 215 with the desperate intensity of someone trying to defuse a bomb using only interpretive dance. "Can't stop now," Jake mumbled through a mouthful of energy bar. "I'm starting to see the pattern. It's all connected, Pip. The mathematical sequences from the first 100 steps are feeding into the geometric transformations, which are modifying the linguistic puzzles, which are." Jake gestured wildly at his wall of notes, looking like a madman explaining why cats are secretly controlling the economy. The alien student audience had grown considerably. Word had spread throughout the university that a human was actually attempting the Millennium Maze, and apparently this was the most entertainment the campus had seen since the Great Food Fight of Stardate 2387. They'd started bringing snacks. Day 6, and the human subject appears to be developing what we call puzzle psychosis, observed Dr. Crix, a Zentaurian psychology professor who'd begun documenting Jake's mental deterioration for academic purposes. "Note the wild hair, the constant muttering, and the disturbing relationship he's developed with that holographic display. Is he talking to it?" asked a student. "Oh yes, he's named it Gerald." Jake had indeed begun addressing the puzzle display as Gerald, mainly to complain about its unreasonable expectations and poor life choices. "Come on, Gerald, we've been through this. If the third-dimensional matrix shifts counterclockwise, the probability cascade should resolve to positive integers, not whatever that abomination is supposed to be." Step 300 was a breakthrough. Jake solved it in only 4 hours, then did a victory dance that involved what could generously be called interpretive movement, and what was more accurately described as a human having some kind of episode. Steps 301 through 400 were a blur of caffeine, determination, and increasingly creative profanity. Jake had developed his own notation system, created color-coded charts that would make NASA jealous, and started wearing the same lucky shirt for 6 days straight because he'd been wearing it when he cracked step 300. By step 500, Jake was a legend. Not necessarily a good legend, but definitely a memorable one. Alien students were skipping their own classes to watch the humans slow spiral into puzzle-induced madness. Some had started a support group called Beings Concerned about Jake's mental health, though their meetings mainly consisted of betting on whether he'd solve the next 10 steps or finally snap completely. "He's at step 600, Pip reported to the gathered crowd on day 12. "I think he's actually starting to figure it out." Jake, meanwhile, was having what he would later describe as a moment of pure mathematical enlightenment, and what the psychology professor was documenting as a complete break from reality. The patterns were making sense. The connections were becoming clear. He could see the underlying structure of the puzzle like a beautiful, complex, absolutely infuriating work of art. "I've got you now, Gerald," Jake whispered to the display, his eyes bloodshot but determined. "Just 400 more steps, and then we'll see who's laughing." The puzzle, for its part, continued to exist with the serene indifference of an inanimate object that had driven countless beings to the brink of insanity. Step 753 was supposed to be Jake's moment of triumph. He'd been riding high on a wave of mathematical euphoria for the past week, solving increasingly complex puzzles with the focused intensity of someone who'd found their calling in life. Or at least someone who'd found their calling in proving alien professors wrong. The pattern that emerged on his holographic display looked familiar, but not in a good way. It was the kind of familiar that made your stomach drop and your brain start screaming warnings that you've been ignoring for far too long. Jake stared at the sequence of symbols, his sleep-deprived mind trying to process what he was seeing. "No," he muttered, scrolling back through his meticulously organized notes. No, this can't be right." The mathematical sequence from step 753 was identical to step 3. Not similar. Not reminiscent. Absolutely, completely, impossibly identical. Jake's hands moved frantically across his digital notes, cross-referencing patterns and sequences with the desperate speed of someone who just realized they'd been building their house on quicksand. Step 754 matched step 4, 755 matched step 5. The geometric transformation at step 760 was a perfect mirror of the one from step 10. "Oh, you have got to be kidding me," Jake said, his voice rising to a pitch that made several nearby aliens cover their auditory receptors. "Gerald, you magnificent evil, absolutely diabolical piece of computational trickery." The truth hit him like a freight train carrying a cargo of cosmic irony. The Millennium Maze wasn't 1,000 unique steps. It was 250 steps, repeated 4 times in an endless soul-crushing loop. He'd been solving the same basic puzzles over and over again, with just enough variation in presentation to make them seem different. Jake stood up so fast his chair fell over, causing a small stampede among the alien spectators who'd gathered for their daily dose of watching the human lose his mind. He began pacing back and forth, gesturing at his wall of notes like a detective who'd just cracked the case of the century. 250 steps, he announced to his bewildered audience. That's it. That's the whole thing. Every civilization that's attempted this puzzle has been chasing their own tail for decades, solving the same problems again and again, thinking they're making progress towards some mythical step 1000. Pip's eye stalk swiveled nervously. Jake, maybe you should sit down. You're starting to make that face again. What face? The face you made right before you declared war on the campus food dispensers. But Jake was beyond listening to reason. The pieces were falling into place with beautiful, terrible clarity. This wasn't a test of intellectual capability. This was a test of something far more insidious, the ability to recognize when you were being had. Professor Zeldin, Jake bellowed, his voice echoing through the puzzle laboratory. Get your manipulative four-armed posterior down here right now. Within minutes, Professor Zeldin glided into the lab, his mandibles clicking with what Jake now recognized as barely contained smugness. Ah, Mr. Murphy, I trust you're ready to admit defeat. Most species reach this point of frustration around step 800. Oh, I'm frustrated all right, Jake said, his grin sharp enough to cut glass. But not for the reason you think. Professor Zeldin's mandibles clicked in that insufferably superior way that had been grating on Jake's nerves for weeks. So you finally realized the truth about the Millennium Maze. I must say, you lasted longer than most. The Crystalline Collective gave up at step 893, but only because they're notoriously stubborn. Most civilized species recognize the futility around step 600. Futility. Jake's laugh had an edge that made several alien spectators take a step back. Oh, Professor, you beautiful, arrogant fool, you think I'm here to quit. Zeldin's forearms spread in a gesture of condescending patience. The test, young human, is not about solving 1,000 steps. It's about recognizing when a problem has no solution. It's about intellectual humility, about knowing when to admit defeat and preserve one's sanity. Right. Jake nodded, pulling up his holographic display. See, here's where you made your mistake, Professor. You assumed that just because every other species gave up, that meant they were being smart. But what if they were just being, I don't know, not human? The crowd of alien students pressed closer, sensing something big was about to happen. Pip's eye stalks were practically vibrating with excitement and terror in equal measure. Jake gestured to his wall of notes, his color-coded charts, and his mathematical diagrams that looked like the fever dreams of a caffeinated mathematician. You see all this? This isn't the work of someone trying to solve 1,000 steps. This is the work of someone who figured out there are only 250 unique steps, repeating in an endless cycle. Professor Zeldin's mandibles stopped clicking. For the first time since Jake had met him, the alien professor looked genuinely surprised. But here's the beautiful part. Jake continued, warming to his theme like a prosecutor delivering a closing argument. You designed this test, thinking that recognizing the loop would make people quit, that they'd realize they were wasting their time and walk away. But you know what humans do when we realize we're stuck in a loop? What do you do? Zeldin asked. And Jake could swear he heard a note of actual curiosity in the translator. We break the damn loop. Jake activated his holographic display, but instead of showing the familiar maze interface, he'd reprogrammed it to display something entirely different. A three-dimensional map of the puzzle's structure, with each of the 250 steps color-coded and connected by flowing lines that showed how they fed into each other. Ladies, gentlemen, and assorted non-binary life forms, Jake announced to his audience, I present to you the true solution to the Millennium Maze. Not 1,000 steps leading to enlightenment, but a beautifully designed psychological trap that tests whether a species is smart enough to recognize patterns and stubborn enough to do something about it. The display rotated slowly, showing the elegant mathematical relationships between each step in the loop. Jake had mapped every connection, every recursive element, every point where the puzzle fed back into itself. It was, even he had to admit, absolutely gorgeous in its complexity. The answer isn't step 1000, Jake continued, his voice gaining confidence as he saw the expressions of amazement on the alien faces around him. Step 1000 doesn't exist. The answer is understanding that the puzzle is asking the wrong question. It's not can you solve 1,000 steps, it's can you recognize when someone is trying to waste your time, and are you clever enough to turn their trick back on them? Professor Zeldin stared at the display, his forearms moving in what Jake had learned was the Zentorian equivalent of nervous fidgeting. This is unprecedented. No species has ever mapped the complete structure before. Most simply recognize the repetition and abandon the exercise. Yeah, well, Jake said, crossing his arms with satisfaction. Most species probably didn't grow up with older siblings who thought putting their homework in an endless loop was the height of comedy. I've seen this trick before, Professor. The only difference is the scale. The alien audience erupted in excited chatter, their various translators creating a symphony of amazement, confusion, and what sounded like several different species placing new bets on outcomes they hadn't previously considered possible. Pip bounced excitedly. So what happens now? Did you solve it? Did you win? Jake looked at Professor Zeldin, who was still staring at the holographic display with the expression of someone whose entire worldview had just been gently but firmly relocated. Well, Professor, I've demonstrated complete understanding of your puzzle's structure, mapped its recursive elements, and proven that I can think outside the parameters you established. Does that count as solving the Millennium Maze? Zeldin's mandibles clicked slowly, thoughtfully. Mr. Murphy, in 3 centuries of academic life, I have never encountered a species that responded to intellectual entrapment by turning it into a teaching tool. Is that a yes? Professor Zeldin's forearms gestured in what Jake had learned to recognize as the Zentorian equivalent of throwing up your hands in defeat. The alien professor stared at Jake's holographic masterpiece for a full 30 seconds before his mandibles began clicking in a pattern Jake had never heard before. Mr. Murphy, Zeldin said slowly, his translator struggling with what sounded like genuine emotion. In the 347 years I have been administering this test, across 42 different species and countless individual attempts, you are the first being to not only recognize the loop, but to treat it as a problem to be solved rather than a frustration to be endured. The crowd of alien students had gone completely silent, which Jake was pretty sure was the galactic equivalent of holding your breath. Even Pip had stopped bouncing, his eye stalks focused intently on the exchange between human and professor. Jake couldn't resist the opportunity for a little dramatic flair. So what you're telling me, Professor, is that the answer to your Millennium Maze is that there is no step 1000. The puzzle is designed to test whether a species will recognize futility and quit, or keep grinding away forever in an endless loop of intellectual masturbation. Several aliens made choking sounds that their translators rendered as shocked gasps. Apparently, intellectual masturbation was considered quite vulgar in several galactic languages. Essentially, yes, Zeldin admitted, his voice carrying what Jake could swear was a note of grudging respect. The Millennium Maze was created by the ancient Vorlon civilization as what they called a wisdom filter. It was designed to separate species that could recognize meaningless complexity from those that would waste centuries chasing an impossible goal. Right, Jake said, warming up for his victory lap. So basically, you've been giving students homework that's specifically designed to waste their time, just to see if they're smart enough to realize you're wasting their time. That's some next-level academic trolling, Professor. I'm actually kind of impressed. The alien audience erupted in what Jake assumed was laughter, though it sounded more like a symphony of dying vacuum cleaners having an argument. Professor Zeldin's mandibles clicked rapidly, and Jake was pretty sure the professor was trying not to laugh himself. However, Zeldin continued, raising one of his 4 hands for silence. What makes your solution unique is not just that you recognize the pattern. The Crystalline Collective figured that out around step 800. The Vorthans suspected it by step 750. What makes your approach distinctly human is that instead of accepting the loop as a reason to quit, you treated it as a new puzzle to be solved. Jake shrugged with the casual confidence of someone who just pulled off the academic equivalent of a mic drop. Yeah, well, we're kind of stubborn that way. You tell a human that something can't be done, and we'll either prove you wrong or die trying. Sometimes both. And that, Zeldin said, his forearm spreading in what Jake recognized as a gesture of formal acknowledgement, is precisely why I am not only recommending you for advancement to the doctoral program, but also suggesting to the university administration that we retire the Millennium Maze as a standard assessment tool. The alien students exploded into chaos. Jake caught fragments of excited chatter through the various translators, something about unprecedented outcomes, paradigm shifts, and what sounded like several species asking if they could audit Jake's future classes. Pip bounced over, practically vibrating with excitement. Jake, you did it. You actually did it. You solved the unsolvable puzzle. Nah, Jake said, looking back at his holographic display with satisfaction. I just solved the puzzle that was actually there instead of the puzzle I thought was supposed to be there. Turns out the real Millennium Maze was the assumptions we made along the way. Professor Zeldin approached, extending one of his 4 hands, and what Jake had learned was the Zentorian gesture of respect between equals. Mr. Murphy, I believe I owe you an apology. When you first arrived, I assumed your species lacked the intellectual sophistication for advanced academic work. I was incorrect. Jake shook the offered hand, grinning. Apology accepted, Professor. Though for the record, you weren't entirely wrong. We're definitely not sophisticated. We're just too stupid to know when we're supposed to give up. And perhaps, Zeldin mused, his mandibles clicking thoughtfully, that particular form of stupidity is actually a very advanced form of intelligence. Jake looked around at the crowd of alien students, at his wall of obsessive notes, at the holographic display showing his complete analysis of the loop that had stumped civilizations for millennia, and at Pip bouncing excitedly beside him. You know what, Professor? Jake said, shutting down his display with a flourish. I think that might be the nicest thing anyone's ever said about humanity. We're too stupid to quit, too stubborn to accept impossible, and just clever enough to turn our biggest weaknesses into our greatest strengths. Indeed, Professor Zeldin agreed, and I suspect that combination is going to make the rest of your academic career very interesting. Jake Murphy, the human who'd solved the unsolvable by refusing to accept that it was unsolvable, just smiled and started packing up his notes. After all, he had a doctoral program to prepare for, and something told him the real challenges were just getting started. Outside the puzzle laboratory, word was already spreading throughout the Galactic University. The humans had arrived, and they played by completely different rules.
The metallic gray of the asteroid belt stretched endlessly, a graveyard of forgotten stones, caught between the pull of a dying star and the whispers of the void. Mason Cross sat in the cramped cockpit of the Vanguard, his scarred hands deftly adjusting the controls as the ship weaved through jagged debris. His brow furrowed, the faint hum of the engines his only companion. Logan Price lounged in the co-pilot's seat, boots propped up on the dashboard, his cocky grin contrasting the tight quarters. Another day, another paycheck, Logan drawled, his southern accent dragging out the words. Think this signal's worth anything, Mason? It's worth looking into, Mason replied curtly, his focus never wavering. You don't ignore a distress call, especially not this deep out. Ethan Hawke, the third member of the crew, stood behind them, arms crossed and eyes scanning the endless stars. A former military engineer, Ethan carried himself with a quiet intensity that contrasted sharply with Logan's laid-back demeanor. The signal had come unexpectedly, breaking through the white noise of the asteroid field. It was weak, almost desperate, but unmistakable, a call for help. The trio, accustomed to scavenging old ships and salvaging tech, hadn't expected much. Yet as the Vanguard drew closer to its source, an unnatural shadow loomed ahead. That's no ordinary ship, Ethan muttered, stepping closer to the viewport. The vessel came into view slowly, emerging from the darkness like a phantom. Its surface was pocked with jagged holes, its once sleek biomechanical hull now marred by pulsating growths. It was massive, dwarfing the Vanguard in both size and presence. Tendrils of faint bioluminescence flickered along its sides, giving the impression that the ship was alive and suffering. Sweet mercy, Logan whistled, his boots hitting the floor as he leaned forward. What in the hell is that thing? Mason tightened his grip on the controls. Something that doesn't belong out here, that's for sure. The distress signal grew stronger as they approached, its tone shifting to something almost melodic, like a song sung through static. Mason's fingers danced across the console, translating the alien language into something readable. The words that appeared on the screen were crude but chillingly clear. Help. Infested. Dying ***. Ethan's jaw tightened. It's sentient. Sentient or not, Logan said. We're not equipped to deal with whatever that is. We didn't come out here to turn our backs, Mason said firmly. His voice carried the weight of experience, a tone that left no room for argument. We dock, we assess, we help. That's the job. Logan muttered something under his breath, but began prepping the docking systems. The Vanguard approached the alien ship cautiously, its docking clamps latching onto a section of exposed hull. Mason led the team to the airlock, his tool belt jingling softly with each step. Inside, the air was thick and humid, carrying an acrid tang that clung to their senses. The walls of the ship pulsed faintly, veins of bioluminescence coursing through them like arteries. It was undeniably alive, though its breaths were labored, its very structure groaning under unseen weight. Stay sharp, Mason ordered. They moved cautiously through the ship's corridors, the flickering lights casting eerie shadows. Logan carried a plasma rifle, his cocky grin replaced by a wary scowl. Ethan held a portable scanner, his eyes fixed on the readings it displayed. "This isn't just a ship," Ethan said quietly. "It's some kind of hybrid, part machine, part organic. Whatever's in here, it's killing it from the inside out." A distant screech echoed through the halls, a sound that sent a chill down their spines. "I don't like this," Logan said, his grip tightening on the rifle. They rounded a corner and came face to face with the source of the sound. The parasites were grotesque, their bodies a sickly amalgamation of chitin and muscle. They clung to the walls, their limbs burrowing into the ship's flesh, feeding on its life force. One turned its eyeless head toward the humans, mandibles clicking in a sound that could only be described as hunger. "Logan, fire!" Mason shouted. The corridor erupted in light and heat as Logan opened fire, the plasma bolts tearing through the parasite's body. The creature screeched and writhed before collapsing, its acidic blood hissing against the floor. "Keep moving," Mason barked. "We need to find the ship's core." Deeper into the ship they went, encountering more parasites with each step. Logan's rifle grew hot from overuse, and Mason's tool belt lightened as he deployed makeshift traps and barriers to slow the creatures. Ethan worked furiously with his scanner, mapping a path to the core while dodging attacks. Finally, they reached it, a massive, glowing heart of energy pulsating weakly within a chamber overrun by parasites. The ship's voice returned, this time louder, more coherent. "Save me. Destroy them. We can't just kill these things," Ethan said. "They're too entrenched. We need to cut them off from the core entirely." Mason's mind raced. He studied the core, the parasites, the ship's design. Then, inspiration struck, a solution born of necessity and desperation. "Ethan, can you rewire the core to overload the bioelectric pathways around it?" Mason asked. "It's risky," Ethan replied. "The core could destabilize." "Do it anyway," Mason said. "If we don't, this thing's done for." Ethan hesitated only a moment before diving into the work, his hands moving with precision as he rewired the alien systems. Mason and Logan held the line, fending off parasites that grew more frenzied with each passing second. The core began to glow brighter, its pulses quickening. The parasites shrieked, their bodies convulsing as the bioelectric surge coursed through the ship. One by one they fell, their connection to the core severed. When the last parasite collapsed, the ship let out a deep, resonant sound, a sigh of relief. Its lights grew steady, its walls regaining a faint, healthy glow. Mason wiped the sweat from his brow, his chest heaving. "It's not over," he said. "We've stopped the bleeding, but this ship's far from fixed." The ship's voice returned, clearer than before. "Thank you. Help me fight, asterisk, asterisk." Ethan looked at Mason, his expression grim but resolute. "I think we just got ourselves a new mission." Mason nodded, his gaze lingering on the ship's glowing core. "Let's get to work." The Vanguard pulled away from the docking port, its crew battered but victorious. Behind them, the alien ship loomed, a wounded giant, but one with the potential to become something far greater. Mason crouched near the alien ship's core, sweat beading on his forehead despite the cool air circulating through the makeshift workstation they'd set up. The ship, now silent but alive, seemed to watch him. Its faint bioluminescent pulses reflected his own heart's rhythm. He'd never worked on anything like it, a biomechanical marvel far beyond human engineering. Every tool in his kit felt crude against its organic components, yet his hands moved with confidence born of necessity. Behind him, Ethan Hawke sat at a console scavenged from the Vanguard, surrounded by glowing data streams. His fingers danced across a keyboard as he parsed the ship's damaged systems. "The bioelectric pathways are stabilizing, but only just," Ethan said, his voice clipped. "We've bought time, not a solution. This ship's heart is failing." Mason tightened a cable and stepped back, wiping grease onto his coveralls. "We need to get it combat ready. Not perfect. If what it's saying is true, we'll have company soon enough." The ship had shared fragments of its past, a tale of war against a species called the KRYTH. whose parasitic offspring had nearly consumed it. Those same creatures had overrun the ship's systems, leaving it defenseless and adrift. Now, Mason and his team had to transform the alien behemoth into a weapon, knowing the KRYTH would return to finish what they'd started. Logan Price paced nearby, rifle slung across his shoulder. "I still don't trust it," he muttered. "A ship that talks and fights wars. Feels like we're strapping a saddle on a wolf and hoping it won't bite." "It doesn't have a choice," Mason said, not looking up. "And neither do we. Without this thing, we're sitting ducks out here." Logan snorted but didn't argue. His confidence, usually unshakable, seemed rattled in the ship's alien presence. Ethan leaned back from the console, exhaling sharply. "I've isolated the parasite's residual coding in the ship systems. If we can purge it, we might regain access to its full arsenal. Problem is, it's written in a language I barely understand." Mason nodded toward the ship's core. "Can you interface directly? Use its AI to guide you?" Ethan hesitated. "It's risky. The AI is intelligent, sure, but it's also damaged. If I connect, there's a chance it might override my input, or worse." "You think you can handle it?" Mason asked, his tone even but firm. Ethan met his gaze. "I don't see another option." While Ethan prepared to interface, Mason turned his attention to the ship's external weaponry. The once powerful systems were now dormant, their organic metal hybrid cannons encrusted with parasitic residue. Mason's task was to restore their functionality and retrofit them with human technology, a delicate balance of precision and brute force. Logan joined him at the weapon bay. "You think these things can punch through a KRYTH warship?" he asked, eyeing the alien cannon skeptically. "They have to," Mason replied. He examined the pulsing conduits feeding into the weapons. "This ship was designed to destroy fleets. If we can get even half its systems operational, it'll make Earth's best ships look like toy boats." Logan smirked. "Toy boats with teeth, though." "Focus, Logan," Mason said, but there was a hint of amusement in his voice. Meanwhile, Ethan connected to the ship's AI, his mind threading into its fragmented consciousness through a neural uplink. The interface was overwhelming, a torrent of alien data and emotions crashing over him like waves. He gritted his teeth, focusing on the task at hand. "Ship," Ethan said aloud, his voice steady despite the chaos in his head. "Can you guide me through the purge protocols?" The ship's response was immediate, its voice resonating both in the air and within Ethan's mind. "Yes. Sharing pathways. Warning. System instability detected ****. "I'll manage," Ethan muttered, sweat trickling down his temple. As Ethan worked, Mason and Logan encountered their own challenges. The alien ship's weapons were as temperamental as they were advanced, requiring intricate synchronization between its organic and mechanical components. Mason's human tools weren't enough. He had to improvise, crafting custom interfaces from scavenged parts. "Hand me the plasma torch," Mason said, his voice calm despite the pressure mounting around them. Logan passed it over, watching as Mason welded a makeshift coupling into place. "You're too calm for a guy who's basically Frankensteining an alien death ray," Logan said. "Worrying doesn't fix problems," Mason replied. He paused, checking the connections. "Besides, this ship's not the only one fighting for survival." Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden tremor that rippled through the ship. Mason steadied himself against the wall as lights flickered around them. "Ethan, what's going on?" Mason shouted into his comm. "The purge is working, but the KRYTH left failsafes in the system," Ethan replied, his voice strained. "It's fighting back. I need more time." "You don't have it," Mason said, returning his focus to the weapons. "Logan, get ready to test fire these cannons. If they fail, we'll need to move fast." Ethan's hands trembled as he navigated the ship's corrupted pathways. The AI, sensing his determination, amplified his efforts, stabilizing critical systems even as fragments of the KRYTH's code resisted. With one final surge of focus, Ethan executed the purge, severing the last remnants of the parasite's control. The ship shuddered violently, then stilled. Its bioluminescent veins glowed brighter, pulsing with renewed energy. Ethan slumped in his chair, breathing heavily but triumphant. Purge complete. Systems restored. We are ready, asterisk asterisk. Mason and Logan stood before the restored cannons, their surfaces now gleaming with integrated human technology. Mason keyed a command into his tablet, and the weapons hummed to life, their energy readings off the charts. Well, I'll be damned, Logan said, his grin returning. Mason allowed himself a small smile. Let's hope they work as well as they look. Ethan joined them, his face pale but determined. The ship's systems are back online, but the KRYTH will know we're here. We've got a window to prepare before they come for us. Mason looked at the glowing core, then at his team. They were battered but unbroken, each man carrying the weight of the mission in his own way. Then we use that window, Mason said. We're not just fixing a ship anymore. We're building a weapon that can win this fight. The ship's voice resonated through the chamber, its tone imbued with a newfound strength. Thank you. We will fight together. Mason placed a hand on the console, his resolve unshakable. You'd better, because if we lose, there won't be anyone left to fight for. The alien ship, now christened Leviathan by its human saviors, drifted silently at the edge of the asteroid belt. Its massive frame radiated a faint, steady light, its systems humming with restored life. Mason Cross stood on the command deck, the glow of the ship's displays reflecting off his rugged face. The repairs had been completed in record time, but he knew better than to let hope take root just yet. How long do we have? Mason asked, his voice steady but low. Ethan Hawke scanned the monitors, his fingers flicking across the controls. Not long. The KRYTH fleet is moving fast, 6 warships, each bristling with weapons. If they find us before we're ready, we'll be ready, Mason said firmly, cutting him off. He turned to Logan Price, who stood by the viewport, plasma rifle in hand. Logan's status on the weapons. Primed and nasty, Logan replied, flashing his trademark grin. Cannons are running hot, and the secondary defenses are good to go. If these KRYTH want to fight, we'll give them one they'll never forget. Mason nodded, his gaze hardening as he looked out at the endless void. The Leviathan was a marvel, but it was also untested. Every system they'd repaired, every weapon they'd modified was a gamble, and the stakes were as high as they could get. The ship's voice broke the silence, resonating through the chamber like a low, melodic hum. Enemy vessels approaching. 32 minutes until engagement, asterisk, asterisk. Ethan straightened. They're faster than expected. We'll need to draw them into the asteroid field to level the playing field. Logan snorted. You call 6-to-1 odds level. I like your optimism, Hawk. Enough, Mason said. Ethan, get the targeting systems synced with the ship's AI. Logan, prep the forward batteries and keep an eye on those asteroids. If they get too close, we don't want debris tearing us apart before the KRYTH do. The team moved with practiced efficiency, each man falling into his role. The air was thick with tension, but there was no room for hesitation. This wasn't just a battle, it was survival. The KRYTH ships appeared on the radar as crimson blips, their formation tight and predatory. The creatures were known for their cunning, and Mason could almost feel their cold, calculating malice through the screen. As the enemy fleet closed in, Leviathan let out a low, resonant hum, its core glowing brighter. Mason could feel the ship's resolve, its desire to fight alongside them. It wasn't just a machine, it was an ally. Here they come, Logan said, his voice a mixture of excitement and dread. The first shots came from the KRYTH, bright streaks of energy slicing through the darkness. Mason shouted orders, and the Leviathan responded with a grace that belied its massive size. The ship twisted and turned, its cannons firing in synchronized bursts that lit up the void. Direct hit. Logan whooped as one of the enemy ships faltered, its shields flickering under the assault. Don't celebrate yet, Ethan warned. They're adapting. The KRYTH shifted their formation, their ships darting through the asteroid field with unnerving precision. They returned fire, forcing the Leviathan to maneuver even more aggressively. Mason gritted his teeth, his hands gripping the command console as he barked out orders. "Ethan, deploy the EMP mines." "On it," Ethan replied, his fingers flying across the controls. Small, glowing orbs launched from the Leviathan, scattering through the asteroid field like fireflies. Moments later, they detonated, releasing waves of electromagnetic energy that disrupted the KRYTH's systems. 2 enemy ships veered off course, crashing into asteroids and erupting in fiery explosions. "That's 2 down," Logan said, his grin widening. 4 to go. The remaining KRYTH ships adjusted, their weapons focusing on the Leviathan's weak points. The ship shuddered under the assault, alarms blaring as sparks flew from overloaded consoles. "Shields are holding, but barely," Ethan reported. "We need to take out their leader. The others are following its commands." Mason nodded. "Logan, target the lead ship. Full power to the forward cannons." Logan's hands moved with practiced ease, his aim steady despite the chaos around him. The Leviathan's main cannons roared to life, twin beams of energy slicing through the void. The lead KRYTH ship tried to evade, but the Leviathan was faster. The beams struck true, tearing through the enemy vessel's hull. The explosion was blinding, and for a moment, everything was silent. Then the remaining KRYTH ships broke formation, their movements erratic and disorganized. "They're falling back," Ethan said, disbelief coloring his tone. "We've got them on the run." Mason didn't relax. "Finish the job. We can't leave any of them alive." The Leviathan surged forward, its weapons unleashing a relentless barrage. One by one, the KRYTH ships fell, their debris scattering like ash in the wind. When the last enemy vessel was destroyed, a heavy silence settled over the battlefield. Mason exhaled slowly, his shoulders relaxing for the first time in hours. He turned to his team, pride evident in his expression. "Good work, all of you." Logan let out a triumphant laugh, slapping Ethan on the back. "You see that? We just took on 6 KRYTH warships and came out on top." Ethan smiled faintly, though his exhaustion was evident. "We had help," he said, nodding toward the ship's core. The Leviathan's voice filled the chamber, its tone warm and grateful. "Victory is ours. Thank you, friends, ***. Mason stepped forward, placing a hand on the console. "Don't thank us yet. This was just one battle. The war's far from over." The ship pulsed in response, its lights growing brighter. Mason knew they'd accomplished something incredible, but he also knew the KRYTH wouldn't stop. This was only the beginning. "Ethan, start repairs," Mason said. "Logan, run a sweep for survivors. We're not taking any chances." As the crew set to work, Mason stared out at the void, his mind already turning to the challenges ahead. They had won the day, but the future was uncertain. All he knew was that humanity, and their unlikely ally, would be ready.
So here's the thing about the Galactic Survival Academy. When every spacefaring civilization in the known universe agrees that your training program is absolutely insane, you're either doing something very right or very wrong. The jury was still out on which one applied to the Crucible. The Crucible was the Academy's final test, held on Kragath 7, a planet that had somehow achieved the impressive distinction of being classified as actively malicious by the Galactic Survey Corps. Not dangerous, not hazardous, malicious. As in, the planet appeared to have personal beef with the concept of life itself. The statistics were not encouraging. 97% failure rate across all species. The galaxy's best warriors, survival experts, and elite soldiers sent their candidates here to prove they had what it took. Most of them tapped out within the first 6 hours, using their emergency beacons to summon evacuation shuttles while weeping softly and questioning their life choices. Commander Vrektar, a four-armed reptilian with scales like burnished copper and a perpetual expression that suggested he'd seen way too much, stood at the landing pad reviewing the latest batch of recruits. 37 candidates from 20 different species. He gave them a week, tops, before they were all back on their homeworlds, traumatized but alive. Then Marcus Webb walked off the transport shuttle, Rekthar blinked all three of his eyes in sequence, which was his species equivalent of a double take. He checked his data pad, then checked it again, then wondered if perhaps he'd been standing in Kragath 7's twin suns too long and was hallucinating. "You are human," Rekthar said, his translator rendering it as a statement that somehow also sounded like an accusation and a question. "Last time I checked, yeah," Marcus replied, adjusting his backpack with the casual air of someone arriving at summer camp, not a death world that had killed candidates from species that could breathe methane and bench press small vehicles. Marcus Webb was distressingly average-looking for someone about to attempt the impossible. Medium height, medium build, with brown hair that looked like he'd cut it himself without a mirror. He wore standard-issue survival gear, but had somehow made it look rumpled. The only remarkable thing about him was the complete absence of fear in his eyes, replaced instead by what Rekthar could only describe as unfortunate enthusiasm. "Humans are not cleared for crucible testing," Rekthar said, scrolling through his files with increasing concern. "Your species only achieved interstellar travel 40 cycles ago. You are classified as pre-combat developmental stage." "Weird, because I definitely registered, paid the fee, and flew here on purpose," Marcus said, pulling out his datapad and showing the confirmation code. "That's my registration. See? Marcus Webb, Earth, human, all official and stuff." Rekthar's upper left arm made an involuntary gesture that in his culture meant, "The universe is personally pranking me." The human's paperwork was legitimate. Someone in the administrative department was getting demoted. "Do you understand what the crucible entails?" Rekthar asked, making one last attempt at sanity. "This is not a training exercise. This is a 10-day survival ordeal on a Class 12 hostile world. Candidates have died here. Recently." "I read the brochure," Marcus said cheerfully. "Acidic precipitation, extreme temperature fluctuations, megafauna that view everything as food, plants that are also predators, and gravity that does weird stuff randomly. Sounds intense. And you still wish to participate? I mean, I flew all this way. Would be ashamed to waste the trip." Rekthar pulled up the human data file, something he should have done before this conversation. His eyes widened as he scrolled. "Origin planet classification, Death World 9. Native predators, numerous and varied. Atmospheric composition, highly reactive oxygen-nitrogen mix. Weather patterns, catastrophic. Tectonic stability, poor. Microbial life, aggressively hostile. Oh no." "Your planet is trying to kill you," Rekthar said slowly. "Yeah, Tuesdays are the worst," Marcus agreed, completely missing the point. "So where do I sign?" 20 minutes later, Marcus had signed more liability waivers than most species had words for doomed. He did so while humming and occasionally asking clarifying questions like, "Does dismemberment include fingers or just whole limbs? And are the predators venomous or just regular poisonous?" As if there was an acceptable answer that would make either option fine. The other candidates watched this exchange with expressions ranging from confusion to outright horror. A massive insectoid named Krell, who stood 3 meters tall and had armor plating that could deflect plasma rounds, leaned toward his neighbor. "Is that human broken?" Krell clicked in his native language. "I think they are all like that," replied Yara, a telepathic strategist whose species had conquered fear through generations of mental conditioning. "I scanned their homeworld data. They climb mountains for recreation, mountains that kill them sometimes. That is not rational." No, it is not." Marcus finished signing, gave Rekthar a thumbs up that the commander's translator couldn't quite parse, and joined the other candidates. He introduced himself with the casual friendliness of someone at a social mixer, not someone about to be dropped into hell with a survival knife and bad odds. Rekthar watched him go and made a note in his personal log. "Human candidate displays either extraordinary courage or extraordinary stupidity. Possibly both. Possibly neither. And I am simply too evolved to understand Death World logic. Recommend full monitoring. Expect rapid evacuation request." He had no idea how wrong that last part would be. The dropships deposited all 37 candidates at random locations across Kragath-7's northern continent. Standard protocol, designed to prevent cooperation and ensure individual survival skills, were tested. The ships vanished into orbit, leaving everyone alone with their supplies, their training, and their rapidly increasing sense that this had been a terrible mistake. Marcus landed in a valley between two ridges, where the ground had the consistency of angry pudding and smelled like a wet dog had been marinated in vinegar. The sky was the color of a bruise, and the twin suns provided light but very little comfort. In the distance, something roared. Something else answered. Neither sound suggested friendly wildlife. Huh, Marcus said, checking his compass. So that's north. Probably. His fellow candidates were having more structured reactions. Krell had immediately begun establishing a defensive perimeter, using his natural armor and considerable strength to overturn boulders and create a fortification. Yara was telepathically scanning the area for threats, her consciousness ranging across kilometers to identify danger zones and safe routes. Borin, a crystalline being whose species could survive in vacuum, had planted himself in bedrock and was cycling through his internal systems to adjust to the atmospheric composition. Marcus ate a protein bar and named a nearby rock Steve. The first challenge arrived within an hour. The sky opened up, but what came down wasn't water. It was rain with a pH that could etch glass, turning the landscape into a sizzling, steaming nightmare. Candidates deployed emergency shelters, used chemical neutralizers, or found cave systems to hide in. Marcus took off his jacket, wrapped it around his head like a very ineffective umbrella, and kept walking while muttering about how this was basically like Seattle but with commitment issues. Frekthar, monitoring the feeds from orbital surveillance, zoomed in on Marcus's location. "What is he doing?" the commander said flatly. "The human appears to be mobile during acid precipitation, sir," reported his assistant, a multi-tentacled analyst named Gorbin, who had seen 17 years of crucible tests and thought he'd seen everything. "I can see that he is mobile, Gorbin." The question was rhetorical horror. Marcus, unaware he was being watched, had discovered that the carnivorous plants that lined the valley floor were less interested in eating him during the rain. They'd retracted into bulbs, protecting themselves from the acid. He made a note of this, filed it under useful survival information, and continued his hike with the casual energy of someone who had gotten turned around on a nature trail, not someone being actively attacked by weather. By the time the rain stopped 3 hours later, 4 candidates had already tapped out. One had panicked when his shelter started dissolving. 2 had suffered chemical burns severe enough to require medical evacuation. The 4th had simply decided this was not worth the prestige, and had activated his beacon while screaming, "I changed my mind," in 5 different languages simultaneously. Marcus had found a cave, wrung out his jacket, and was attempting to start a fire using local vegetation. The vegetation was fighting back, which he found more amusing than alarming. "Come on, just burn," he told the writhing plant matter. "Work with me here." Day 1 continued its assault. The gravity began fluctuating, a quirk of Kragath-7's weird geology and magnetic field. One moment everything felt normal. The next, you weighed 3 times as much. Then you were nearly floating. Then you were heavy again. Most species found this disorienting at best and utterly debilitating at worst. Marcus treated it like a theme park ride and timed his movements to the shifts. When gravity went light, he'd jump and cover more ground. When it went heavy, he'd rest. He wasn't graceful about it, but he was effective in a way that suggested humans might have evolved on a planet that regularly insulted physics. Krell encountered him on day 2, and the massive insectoid stopped mid-step, his antennae twitching in confusion. "Human, you are still in the test," Krell observed. "Yep, you doing okay?" "You look a little stressed," Marcus said, offering a ration bar that Krell's biology couldn't even digest. "I am experiencing optimal performance within acceptable parameters," Krell replied, which was his species' way of saying he was hanging on by a thread and questioning every decision that had led to this moment. "Cool, cool. Hey, you see any water sources around here? Not the acid rain stuff, like actual water." Krell pointed toward a canyon with 3 of his arms. "There is a stream. It contains microorganisms that cause rapid cellular degeneration in most species. Most species? Yes. So you're saying there's a chance, Marcus said with a grin that Krell found deeply unsettling. That night, Marcus made camp near the toxic stream, boiled the water, and drank it while Krell watched from a safe distance. The human didn't die, didn't even get sick. He just complained that it tasted like pennies and made a face. By day 3, Marcus had befriended one of the local predators, a 6-legged reptilian thing with too many teeth, by sharing his ration bar. The creature, which Rekthar's database listed as approach with extreme caution, aggressive territorial behavior, followed Marcus around like a confused puppy. Marcus named it Trevor. "Sir, the human has domesticated a ravager," Gorban reported. Rekthar drank something from a flask that wasn't technically legal in 17 systems. Of course he has. When Yara tapped out on day 3, her telepathy overloaded by scanning a predator's mind and discovering something so fundamentally alien and hostile that it broke her conditioning, she passed Marcus on the way to the evacuation point. "How are you doing this?" she asked, her voice shaking. Marcus, currently scratching Trevor behind what might have been ears, looked up. "Doing what?" "Surviving. Enjoying this. You are not afraid." "Oh, I mean, it's definitely not safe or anything. But like, compared to Australian wildlife, this is kind of tame. Haven't even seen a spider yet." Yara stared at him, then activated her beacon with more force than necessary. The galaxy, she decided, was not ready for humans. Might never be. By day 4, the Crucible had claimed 28 of the original 37 candidates. This was actually above average. Most years, everyone was gone by day 5. The survivors were the elite of the elite, the ones with enough skill, luck, or sheer biological advantage to push through conditions that violated several conventions on ethical warfare. And then there was Marcus, who'd started rating the local predators on a scale of 1 to 10 and left reviews like this was a hiking trail. Trevor's a solid 7. Teeth situation is aggressive, but good temperament. That flying thing yesterday was maybe a 4. Too screechy, not enough follow-through on the attack. The plant that tried to eat my boot? Generous 5, points for effort. Rekthar had stopped questioning it. He'd entered a state of acceptance, the kind that monks achieved after years of meditation, but which he'd reached through watching one human treat a nightmare planet like a theme park with bad food. The temperature extremes of day 4 and 5 pushed things to a new level. Kragath 7's axial tilt and atmospheric composition meant that daytime temperatures could hit 60 degrees Celsius, while nights dropped to -40. Most species required thermal gear that weighed half their body weight. The survivors hunkered down, rationed their energy, and moved only when absolutely necessary. Marcus had figured out that if you buried yourself in the sand during the day and slept in the caves at night, you could mostly avoid the worst of it. He also discovered that the local fauna had similar strategies, which meant he kept accidentally sleeping next to things that could kill him. "Morning, Trevor," he'd say, waking up next to the Ravager. Trevor would make a sound like a garbage disposal choking on silverware, which Marcus had decided meant good morning back. Krell lasted until day 5. The massive insectoid had been holding strong, using every ounce of his training and natural resilience. Then he encountered a rockworm, a serpentine predator that could burrow through stone and sense vibrations from kilometers away. The fight was brutal. Krell lost an arm which would regenerate given time, but the psychological damage was immediate. Marcus found him sitting against a boulder, 3 remaining arms wrapped around himself, his emergency beacon blinking. "Hey man, you okay?" "I am defeated," Krell said, his translator carrying the weight of shame in his species culture. "I cannot continue. That thing took your arm. Pretty sure that's a valid reason to tap out." "You do not understand. I am Krell, 7th Ascendant. My hive sent me here to prove our worth. I have failed them." Marcus sat down next to him, uninvited and probably unwelcome. "Look, I don't know how your hive thing works, but you lasted 5 days on a planet that's basically trying to kill everything on it. That's not failure, that's pretty badass actually. You do not struggle as I struggle. Dude, I'm absolutely struggling. I've got blisters on my blisters. I'm pretty sure I sprained something. My jacket smells like death. This sucks. I'm just like too stubborn to quit, which isn't actually a virtue, it's more of a character flaw. Krell's antennae twitched, processing this. You are not enjoying this? I mean, parts of it are cool. Trevor's great. But mostly it's just really uncomfortable and occasionally terrifying. I'm just used to uncomfortable and terrifying, so my baseline is different. The evacuation shuttle arrived for Krell shortly after. As he boarded, he turned back to Marcus. Your species is going to confuse the galaxy greatly. Yeah, we get that a lot apparently. Boron cracked on day 6, literally. The crystalline being structure couldn't handle the stress fractures from the temperature swings and gravity fluctuations. He didn't tap out so much as partially shatter, requiring immediate evacuation and extensive reconstruction. By day 7, Marcus was alone, the last candidate standing. This had happened exactly 3 times in the Crucible's 200-year history, and those 3 candidates had gone on to become legends. War heroes, planetary governors. One had founded a private military company that now protected entire systems. Marcus was eating a questionable-looking root vegetable he'd found and trying to teach Trevor to play fetch. See, you bring it back, then I throw it again. That's the game, buddy. Trevor ate the stick and made his garbage disposal noise. Frekthar reviewed the human data files again, going deeper this time. He found documentation of human history, countless wars, survival through ice ages, adaptation to every climate and environment on their homeworld, persistence hunting, where humans just chased prey until it collapsed from exhaustion, endurance capabilities that bordered on the absurd. There was a note from a xenobiologist. Humans are possibly the galaxy's most efficient persistence predators. They cannot outrun or overpower most species, but they can outlast almost anything. Their psychology treats exhaustion as a temporary state, not a stopping point. Recommend caution in competitive scenarios. Gorban, Rekthar said slowly. Retrieve all data on human recreational activities. 20 minutes later, both of them sat in silence, reading about ultramarathons, free climbing, cave diving, and something called Iron Man competitions that sounded like a creative suicide method. They do this for fun, Gorban said. Yes. They pay money to suffer. Apparently. Sir, I believe we may have miscalculated the difficulty of this test from a human perspective. Frekthar watched Marcus on the monitor. The human was currently building a shelter that was objectively better than the one he'd started with, using materials he'd scavenged and techniques he'd apparently improvised. Trevor was helping by being in the way and occasionally knocking things over. I believe you are correct, Gorban. I believe we have created what humans would call a mild inconvenience. That night, Marcus slept in his improved shelter, warm and relatively comfortable. He'd even managed to catch some fish from the toxic stream, which he'd cooked over a fire and found only mildly horrible. Trevor curled up at the entrance, a 6-legged alarm system. In orbit, Rekthar made a note in his log. Day 7. Human candidate remains stable. Psychological evaluation shows no stress indicators. Physical assessment shows expected wear, but no critical decline. Subject continues to name local fauna and rate experiences. Beginning to suspect human perception of danger fundamentally differs from galactic norm. Question, reality of situation. Day 8 would bring the final challenge, and Rekthar found himself genuinely curious for the first time in years about what would happen next. He suspected it would be memorable. He suspected he might need more of that illegal flask liquor. He was right on both counts. The Apex Arena wasn't just the final challenge of the Crucible. It was a statement. A last test that separated the merely exceptional from the legendary. In the 200 years the Crucible had been running, only 16 candidates had even attempted it. 12 had failed, evacuated in critical condition. 4 had succeeded and walked out as living myths. The arena was a natural formation, a canyon with walls too smooth to climb and only one exit. Once you entered, you were committed. The test was simple and horrible. Survive 3 apex predators simultaneously for 1 standard hour. These weren't just any predators. These were the 3 most dangerous species on Kragath 7, each capable of taking down prey 5 times their size. Most years nobody made it to day 8. The arena sat empty, waiting. This year Marcus Webb stood at the entrance eating his last protein bar and looking at the canyon like someone checking out a new gym. Vrekthar's transport touched down 50 meters away. The commander had made the trip from Orbital Command personally, something he'd never done before. He had to see this with his own eyes. Marcus Webb, Vrekhthar called out, approaching with 2 of his arms raised in a gesture of peaceful intent. "Hey, Commander. Nice of you to visit. Trevor, be cool," Marcus added as the Ravager growled protectively. Trevor had apparently decided Marcus was part of his pack now, which was going to be a whole problem when this ended. "You have exceeded all expectations," Vrekhthar said formally. "You have survived 7 days on Kragath 7 without significant injury. You have demonstrated skills, adaptability, and resilience that honor your species. You have already passed the Crucible. You need not enter the Apex arena." Marcus tilted his head. "I thought the arena was part of the test." "It is the final challenge, yes, but it is not required. 3 candidates in our history have achieved what you have achieved by reaching this point. All of them chose to withdraw. It is not considered cowardice. It is considered wisdom." "What's the record?" Vrekhthar blinked. "I do not understand the question." "Like for completing it, what's the fastest time anyone's done it in?" The commander consulted his datapad. 1 hour, 12 minutes, 37 seconds, achieved by War Chief Threndak of the Korthan Dominion. She went on to unite 3 systems under her rule. "So like, anything under an hour would be a new record?" "That is not the point of this conversation," Vrekhthar said, experiencing an emotion his species didn't have a word for, but which humans would recognize as dealing with a teenager who thinks they are invincible. Right, but hypothetically. Marcus Webb, I strongly advise against this action. Can I ask you something? This is going to sound weird, but can I try for style points? Like, is there a bonus for creativity, or is it just about survival time? Vrekthar's translator made a sound like it was trying to process something that broke several linguistic rules. Style points. Yeah, like, if I'm going to do this anyway, might as well make it interesting, right? You are genuinely planning to enter the Apex arena and attempting to optimize for entertainment value. I mean, when you say it like that, it sounds bad. Vrekhthar made a decision that would haunt him for years. If you survive, I will personally ensure your creativity is noted in the official record. Sweet. Okay, I'm gonna do it. Trevor, you gotta stay here, buddy. This one's a solo run. Trevor made his garbage disposal noise, which sounded sad this time. Marcus checked his gear one last time. A survival knife, some rope, his mostly empty backpack, and a whole lot of unearned confidence. He stepped into the arena. The entrance sealed behind him with a grinding of ancient stone. 1 hour. 3 apex predators. No escape. The first predator announced itself with a scream that could shatter glass. It was a razor hawk, a flying nightmare with a 4-meter wingspan, talons that could punch through armor plating, and a beak designed for removing large chunks of prey. It dove from the canyon walls, moving at speeds that made it nearly invisible. Marcus rolled left, and the razor hawk's talons gouged lines in the stone where he'd been standing. It wheeled around for another pass. Okay, so we're starting with aerial combat. Classic, Marcus muttered, pulling out his rope. What happened next would be analyzed by military strategists for years. Marcus didn't try to fight the razor hawk directly. Instead, he used the possible second, then threw himself flat while whipping the rope up and over. The rope, weighted with a chunk of rock, caught in the razor hawk's wing. The predator screeched and crashed into the canyon wall. Not dead, not even seriously injured, but confused and angry. Marcus used those 3 seconds to sprint to a boulder field. 1 down, kinda. 2 to go, he panted. The second predator was a tunneler, a segmented worm thing the size of a bus that could sense vibrations and erupt from underground with a mouth that was mostly teeth. It announced its presence by making the ground beneath Marcus unstable. "Oh, come on, that's not even fair," Marcus complained, jumping from rock to rock to avoid the patches of ground that were about to become a tunneler's front door. The tunneler erupted anyway, jaws snapping closed on empty air where Marcus had been a heartbeat earlier. It was fast, but it was also predictable. Every attack had a tell, a slight tremor before it surfaced. Marcus noticed something else too. The Razorhawk, recovered from its crash, was circling again, and the two predators, despite being apex hunters, had a problem. They were territorial. They didn't cooperate. They competed. "Oh, that's interesting," Marcus said, an idea forming that was either brilliant or the last thought he'd ever have. He positioned himself between a rock formation and an area of loose soil. He waited for the tunneler's telltale vibration. Then he moved. The tunneler burst up, massive jaws open. The Razorhawk dove at the same moment, and Marcus, with timing that was 10% skill and 90% luck, dropped flat. Both predators collided with each other in a tangle of talons, teeth, and extremely aggressive confusion. They immediately began fighting, forgetting entirely about the weird little creature that had somehow tricked them into attacking each other. "Style points," Marcus wheezed, scrambling away while the two predators attempted to murder each other. The third predator had been watching all of this with what might have been the reptilian equivalent of disbelief. It was a siege bear, which wasn't actually a bear but was called that, because the galactic translator couldn't find a better term for armored quadruped with claws that can tear through titanium and an attitude problem that spans geological epochs. The siege bear waited until Marcus was catching his breath. The siege bear roared and spun. The siege bear roared and spun with surprising agility. But now it was bleeding, confused, and dealing with a creature that didn't behave like food should behave. Behind them, the Razorhawk and Tunneler were still fighting, their battle tearing up the arena floor. Marcus spent the next 43 minutes in what could only be described as aggressive evasion, using every trick he'd learned in 7 days on Kragath 7. He didn't try to kill the predators. He just kept them confused, angry at each other, and mostly focused on threats that weren't him. When the hour timer sounded, Marcus was sitting on a rock, covered in dust and blood, mostly not his, watching 3 apex predators eye each other warily in a standoff. The exit opened. Marcus stood, gave the predators a casual salute, and walked out. Prekthar was waiting along with Trevor, who tackled Marcus with enthusiastic garbage disposal noises. 57 minutes, 12 seconds, Prekthar said quietly. New record. Cool, Marcus said, sitting down heavily. That was actually pretty intense. Great workout. 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 Yeah. So that's the whole test, right? 10 days. Survived all the challenges, did the arena thing. Am I officially done? Prekthar stared at this human who'd just set a record that would stand for generations and was treating it like completing a difficult jog. Yes, Marcus Webb, you are done. Awesome. Marcus paused. Actually, can I ask you something? And Prekthar, who'd been through wars and crises and 2 centuries of the galaxy's toughest candidates, felt a chill run down his spine at those words. What is your question? Has anyone ever done the test twice? Like immediately after finishing it? The universe, Prekthar decided, was absolutely pranking him. The celebration was supposed to be dignified. The Galactic Survival Academy had a whole ceremony prepared for Crucible completers, complete with formal speeches, ancient rituals, and the presentation of the Sigil of Perseverance, a medal that was recognized across 1,000 systems as proof you'd achieved something genuinely remarkable. Marcus received his with appropriate solemnity, wearing cleaned clothes that still somehow looked rumpled. Trevor had been sedated and was currently in a wildlife relocation program that was very confused about why a human had paperwork claiming a Kragath 7 Ravager as a emotional support animal. The assembled commanders and officials from across the galaxy stood in attendance, representing their respective species and trying very hard not to stare at the human like he was a biological impossibility. Commander Prekthar gave the traditional speech, which he'd given 4 times before over his long career. To survive the Crucible is to join an elite brotherhood that transcends species and conflict. It is to prove that willpower, skill, and determination can overcome any challenge. Marcus Webb of Earth, you have earned your place among legends. Marcus accepted the medal with a smile and a thumbs up that several species found culturally confusing. The ceremony concluded. People mingled. Someone had brought refreshments that were safe for approximately 60% of the species present. Marcus found himself surrounded by commanders and officials who had questions ranging from how to why to please explain your planet. That's when Marcus made his mistake. Or maybe it was on purpose. With humans, Rekthar was learning. It was hard to tell. You know, Marcus said, accepting a beverage that was technically alcoholic for humans but acted more like a mild juice. I gotta say, that was fun. A Korthan admiral, a species that had evolved from persistence ambush predators and considered themselves the galaxy's premier warriors, fixed Marcus with a look. You found the Crucible enjoyable? Yeah, I mean, definitely challenging, don't get me wrong. But I kind of feel like I didn't even get to use my good ideas. Silence spread through the gathering like ice forming on water. Your good ideas, repeated a crystalline ambassador whose species communicated through resonance frequencies. Yeah, I had this whole plan for dealing with the acid rain using the carnivorous plant bulbs as shields, but the rain stopped too fast. And I wanted to try befriending a siege bear, but there wasn't really time in the arena. Just felt like I missed some opportunities, you know? Rekthar made a note to increase his illegal flask liquor supply. Marcus Webb, Rekthar said carefully. You exceeded all expectations. You set records. You achieved something only 3 others in 200 years have achieved. What more could you possibly want? Well, Marcus said, and Rekthar knew before the words came that they would haunt him. Has anyone ever run the Crucible twice? Twice. Yeah, go through, finish, and then immediately do it again. Has that ever happened? No, Rekthar said flatly. Because survivors require extensive psychological therapy, medical treatment, and years of recovery. Many never fully overcome the trauma. Huh. So I'd be the first? Marcus, no. That sounds like Marcus, yes. A Dreknor Commodore, a species that had conquered their death world through military precision and generational sacrifice, stepped forward. You cannot be serious. This is a joke from your species' humor traditions, yes? I mean, I'm being serious. I had a blast, well, not a blast, that makes it sound easy. It was hard, but good hard, you know? Like a really tough workout that makes you feel accomplished after. The Commodore's translator stuttered, trying to process, good hard. Let me clarify, said a Velkari ambassador whose species were renowned for their logic and diplomacy. You wish to immediately subject yourself to the exact same ordeal that claimed 36 other candidates, traumatized multiple species elite warriors, and nearly killed you several times. Well, when you say it okay, but counterpoint, Marcus said, warming to his argument in a way that made everyone instinctively step back. I know the terrain now. I know the predator's behavior patterns. I've got strategies I didn't get to test. And honestly, I feel like I could do better. Not competitively, just personally. Room for improvement and all that. Rekthar pulled the ambassador aside. We need to deny this request immediately. If we allow it and he dies, it will be a diplomatic incident with the humans. And if we deny it? The ambassador asked. They both looked at Marcus, who was explaining to a horrified Korthan admiral how humans had a thing called obstacle course racing, that they did voluntarily. If we deny it, he will likely return next year anyway, Rekthar admitted. And by then more humans will know about the Crucible. We could have dozens of them. The ambassador's crystalline structure flickered with distress. That is unacceptable. The galaxy is not prepared for multiple humans treating Death World survival as recreation. An idea formed in Rekthar's mind. It was not a good idea. But standing in a room full of the galaxy's leadership, watching them slowly realize that humanity might be their collective problem, he found himself without better options. What if we designed a custom course, Rekthar said slowly, more difficult than the standard Crucible, specifically calibrated to challenge a human's particular adaptation strategies? You want to make it harder, the ambassador said. I want to make it so hard that he fails, realizes he is not invincible and we never have to deal with this again. That seems vindictive. Yes, Rekthar agreed. Your point? Official channels moved quickly when motivated by collective horror. Within 2 hours, Marcus had official approval for a second attempt, pending custom course modifications for enhanced difficulty assessment. Marcus signed more waivers. He seemed excited about them. The galactic officials convened an emergency session to discuss the human problem. Representatives from 40 systems attended via holoconference, all asking variations of the same question. What do we do when a species considers our worst challenge to be acceptable difficulty? We make it worse, Rekthar told them. We design a course so brutal that even a human cannot treat it as recreation. We combine every lethal element of Kragath 7 into a concentrated gauntlet. We remove all margins for error. And if he dies? Asked a concerned Velkari senator. Then we have learned important limitations about human durability, Rekthar said, and we will have extensive documentation proving we warned him repeatedly. And if he succeeds? Silence fell over the conference. Nobody wanted to finish that thought. Then we acknowledge that humans might be the galaxy's apex persistent species, Rekthar said quietly, and we adjust our threat assessments accordingly. The vote passed unanimously, partly because they wanted to see the human fail, partly because they were genuinely curious, and partly because the alternative was telling their respective governments that they'd lost control of the situation to one enthusiastic death-worlder with poor self-preservation instincts. Marcus spent the 3 days before his second attempt hanging around the academy, befriending staff and asking increasingly specific questions about Kragath 7's ecosystem that made the xenobiology team both impressed and concerned. Can the tunnelers sense electromagnetic fields, or is it purely vibration-based? Marcus asked over lunch. Why do you need to know this? Asked Dr. Velkris, the head researcher. Just seems like useful information. If it's purely vibration, then moving during windstorms would mask my presence, right? Dr. Velkris made a note to request hazard pay. On the morning of the second attempt, a crowd gathered. News had spread. The human who'd conquered the Crucible was going to try again, on a harder course. Species from across the galaxy tuned in to watch, placing bets in currencies that ranged from credits to favors, to one species' traditional offering of elaborate interpretive dances. Rekthar had personally overseen the custom course design. It was beautiful in a horrible way. All of Kragath 7's worst elements compressed into a 5-day gauntlet with no rest periods, no safe zones, and environmental hazards that triggered on randomized timers. The Apex arena had been modified to include 5 predators instead of 3, with the addition of a pack-hunting species and something the researchers just called the Whole Nightmare, because its official name was unpronounceable and terrifying. This will break him, Rekthar said with confidence. Gorbin, who'd been reviewing Marcus's performance data, made a non-committal sound. You doubt this plan? Rekthar asked. Sir, I have analyzed the human's decision-making patterns. He does not process danger the way we do. Where we see lethal threat, he sees interesting problem. Our attempts to make this harder may simply make it more engaging for him. That is not possible. There is a limit to biological tolerance. Yes, sir. I hope we find it before we accidentally create something worse. Marcus entered the custom course with a wave to the observation drones and a cheerful, "See you on the other side," that multiple species found culturally ominous. The first 12 hours were designed to be impossible. Simultaneous acid rain and heat waves, gravity fluctuations timed to disorient, and packs of predators driven into a feeding frenzy by chemical attractants in the atmosphere. Marcus improvised a shelter using materials he'd noted from his first run, moved during gravity shifts, and accidentally discovered that the chemical attractants made him smell unappealing to one predator species, which then defended him from other predators thinking he was part of their territory. He has formed an alliance with the Goreclaws, Gorbin reported, his voice hollow. That is not possible. Goreclaws are solitary apex predators incapable of socialization. On screen, Marcus was sharing dried meat with a Goreclaw, while they both hid from acid rain in a cave. Rekthar drank from his flask. The course continued. Marcus adapted, improvised, and occasionally succeeded through sheer accident that looked like skill. When the thermal vents activated ahead of schedule, threatening to cook him alive, he used them to signal Trevor's pack, who'd somehow followed him and were causing havoc with the course's predator management. "The Ravagers are off script," reported a frantic course manager. "Recapture them," Rekthar ordered. "Sir, they are protecting the human. We cannot approach safely." "Why are they protecting the human?" "Unknown, sir. Possibly pack bonding behavior. Possibly they think he is a very strange Ravager. Possibly we no longer understand our own planet." By day 3, the galactic audience was divided into 3 camps. Those horrified by Marcus's continued survival, those taking notes for their own militaries, and those who'd started a betting pool on what he'd befriend next. Marcus completed the custom course in 4 days, 18 hours. He walked out covered in mud, accompanied by Trevor and 2 other Ravagers waving to the cameras. "That was great," Marcus said enthusiastically. "Way better than the first run. Really felt the difficulty increase. Can I get a copy of my performance metrics? I want to see where I can improve." Rekthar met him at the exit. The commander looked like he'd aged 10 years in 5 days. "No," Rekthar said. "No what?" "No, you cannot run it a 3rd time. No, we will not design a harder course. No, we will not accommodate any further requests. You have made your point. Humanity is terrifying." "We acknowledge this. Please stop." Marcus looked genuinely confused. "I wasn't trying to make a point, I just thought it was fun." "You thought a custom-designed course intended to break your will and test the absolute limits of human endurance was fun?" "Yeah, I mean, good kinda hard. Made me think creatively. Really got the blood pumping, you know?" Rekthar's translator made a sound like it was giving up. The official report took 3 weeks to compile. It included performance data, biological assessments, psychological evaluations, and a lengthy appendix from the xenobiology team titled Recommendations for Future Human Interaction, Threat Assessment and Management Strategies. The summary was brief and concerning. Humans appear to have evolved on a planet so hostile that they perceive extreme danger as normal operating conditions. Standard threat assessment models are insufficient. Recommend immediate reclassification of human capability estimates. Marcus's second performance had actually been better than his first, which violated several assumptions about exhaustion, learning curves, and common sense. The footage of him completing the modified Apex arena in 43 minutes while providing running commentary had gone viral across 6 systems. His casual friendship with multiple Apex predators had spawned 3 different research projects and 1 philosophical movement about reconsidering the nature of predation. The Galactic Council convened to discuss findings. The mood was tense. "The humans survived conditions that should have been lethal," reported the Velkari ambassador. "Not through superior technology or physical capability, but through adaptability and psychological resilience we did not anticipate. They do not perceive danger correctly," added the Korthan admiral. "Where any rational species sees mortal threat, humans see challenge. This is not confidence, this is fundamental psychological deviation." "Fun. We have reviewed their homeworld data more thoroughly," said a new voice, a Draknor xenobiologist who'd spent the 3 weeks studying Earth. "Their planet killed 99% of species that ever lived there. The humans are descendants of survivors who persisted through multiple mass extinction events. They evolved alongside diseases, predators, and environmental conditions that would be classified as warfare in any other context." "What are you saying?" asked the council moderator. "I am saying that humans did not conquer a death world. They are the death world's apex product. They are what happens when a planet spends billions of years asking, 'How hard can I make survival?' and one species answers, 'Harder.'" The council chamber fell silent. "So what do we do?" someone finally asked. "We adjust our models," Rekthar said, rising to address the assembly. "We accept that humans will continue to surprise us, and we make a decision about what role they play in the galactic community." "Explain." Rekthar pulled up Marcus's footage, freezing on an image of the human grinning while covered in mud and monster blood. "This is Marcus Webb. He is, by human standards, average, not military elite, not enhanced, not exceptional, just a standard human who wanted a challenge. Now imagine a galaxy where humans serve as survival trainers, emergency responders, and persistence specialists. Imagine what they could teach us about endurance, adaptation, and creative problem solving. Or imagine what they could do if they decided we were the challenge, the Korthan Admiral said darkly. We are not enemies, Rekthar countered. We are allies who did not understand our allies' capabilities. That is correctable. After extensive debate, the Council reached a decision. Humans would be welcomed into galactic society with appropriate acknowledgement of their unique capabilities. The Crucible would receive a human difficulty setting, which multiple species found insulting until they remembered Marcus's performance, and Marcus Webb would be offered a position at the Galactic Survival Academy as a consultant and instructor, pending his acceptance. Rekthar delivered the news personally, finding Marcus at the Academy's recreation facility, teaching Trevor and the other Ravagers to play an Earth game he called Fetch but with rules. Marcus Webb, the Galactic Council has extended an offer of employment. Marcus looked up, interested. Yeah? Doing what? Teaching survival techniques, course design, helping us understand human capabilities so we can better integrate your species into galactic operations. That sounds cool. Can I make some changes to the Crucible? Rekthar felt that familiar chill. What changes? Well, I had some ideas about making it more challenging. Not like dangerous challenging, just more problem solving, more variety. Maybe some team elements could be really educational. Marcus, the Crucible is already considered the galaxy's most difficult survival test. For non-humans, sure. But like, what if you want to really push people? Help them find their limits? I think we could do something special. Rekthar realized in that moment that he'd made a terrible mistake. By offering Marcus a position, they'd given him official sanction to make his improvements. The galaxy was about to discover what humans considered proper training. Let me be clear, Rekthar said carefully. Any modifications must be approved by multiple committees, tested extensively, and deemed non-lethal. Oh yeah, definitely. Safety first. I'm thinking we call it Webb's Wilderness, as a nice ring to it. 1 year later, the new course opened. It had been tested, approved, and rated as appropriate difficulty for advanced candidates seeking enhanced challenge. 30 candidates from 20 systems signed up for the inaugural run. 29 tapped out within the first week. The 30th, a Korthan warrior named Shrike, completed the course and immediately requested to never do anything like it again. She also submitted a formal report stating that humans were a valuable ally and a terrifying people who should be recruited, not fought. Marcus considered this a successful first year. Rekthar stood at the landing pad, welcoming the second year's candidates, reading from a datapad that Marcus had prepared. Welcome to Webb's Wilderness, the Galactic Survival Academy's advanced course for species seeking to test themselves against enhanced scenarios. This course was designed by a human. If at any point you question this decision, you may evacuate freely. We will not judge you. We are questioning this decision ourselves. In his private log, Rekthar made a final entry. Note to Galactic Council. Never ask humans if something is too dangerous. They consider that a challenge, not a warning. We have created a course that makes the Crucible look gentle. Marcus Webb thinks it is a good starting point. I have requested reassignment to a nice quiet logistics position. Request denied. Apparently, I understand humans better than most, and am perfectly suited to continue this role. I am updating my will. The universe had learned an important lesson. When a species evolves on a planet that actively tries to kill everything, they develop a very different perspective on what constitutes danger. And when you give them the opportunity to share that perspective, they will create training programs that redefine suffering. Marcus Webb had passed the Crucible twice, befriended apex predators, set records that would stand for generations, and fundamentally changed how the galaxy viewed both the test and his species. He considered it a fun vacation, and was already planning improvements. The galaxy would never be the same. Trevor was fine with this. He'd gotten really good at fetch. And somewhere in the Galactic Council chambers, a new protocol was being written. Human Interaction Guidelines, Addendum 7. When a human says something is not that hard, proceed with extreme caution. They are either lying, insane, or operating on a threat assessment scale we do not comprehend. Possibly all three. Marcus had already submitted designs for Advanced Death World Training Level 2. Rekthar drank from his flask and wondered if it was too late to fake his own death and retire to a peaceful agricultural planet. It was. He'd been promoted to Director of Human Integration Programs. The galaxy, he reflected, had a twisted sense of humor. But at least the Death Worlders were on their side.
Welcome, esteemed representatives of the Galactic Confederacy, to what might be the most important briefing of your careers. Possibly the last briefing some of you will ever need. Commander Vaslik clicked his mandibles together in what passed for a smile among the Vesperi. The faint blue bioluminescent patterns on his exoskeleton pulsing with barely contained amusement. The assembled diplomats, 32 species in total, shifted uncomfortably in their ergonomically designed seats within the gleaming amphitheater of the Confederacy Diplomatic Academy. My name is Commander Traz Vaslik, head of Xena Security for Nexus Station, and I've survived 17 direct encounters with humans. Which, as some of my colleagues would happily point out, makes me either extremely lucky or remarkably bad at dying. A nervous titter rippled through the audience. Vaslik's reputation preceded him. The scars on his carapace, most notably the missing section of his lower right arm, were not ceremonial. They were souvenirs from what the official report described as cultural misunderstandings. Today's mandatory session addresses what our bureaucrats call classification anomaly H3. The rest of us just call it the human problem. Vaslik tapped his remaining front limb against the podium control panel. Behind him, a holographic image materialized, a bipedal creature with minimal external protection, no visible natural weapons, and a bizarrely exposed sensory cluster atop its frame. Behold, Vaslik announced with practiced dramatic flair, the only known sentient species in our galaxy that is simultaneously classified as an unarmed civilian and a deadly apex predator. Yes, you heard that correctly. He paused, scanning the room with his compound eyes, savoring the confused expressions across multiple species' faces. Both categories. At once. The same creature that our Cultural Exchange Committee invites to diplomatic dinners is also the subject of 3 separate Confederation-wide combat threat assessments. The classification system that has served us for 12 millennia didn't just fail with humans, it had a complete nervous breakdown. Vaslik leaned forward, his voice dropping to a theatrical whisper that nonetheless carried throughout the room. And your job, distinguished representatives, is to interact with these creatures without becoming a statistic in my next briefing. So pay attention. Your continued existence rather depends on it. Vaslik flicked to the next hologram, displaying a complex chart with branching taxonomies. For those of you new to intergalactic diplomacy, the Confederacy's sentient species classification system has been the backbone of our peaceful coexistence for 12,000 years. Every species fits somewhere in this elegant framework. Well, every species except humans. The chart expanded, revealing dozens of categories and subcategories. We have herbivorous diplomats, carnivorous warriors, omnivorous traders, silicon-based philosophers, gas giant negotiators, hive mind strategists. We even have a classification for the sentient fungal networks of Tau Ceti. But humans? Vaslik laughed, a sound like crackling electricity. Humans broke Archive Administrator Pelzum's brain. The hologram shifted to security footage from 6 standard years earlier. A tall, willowy being with translucent skin and 4 arms frantically manipulated data screens while surrounded by arguing committee members. This is actual footage from what we now call the categorization crisis. Poor Pelzum, who had cataloged 317 species without incident, spent 9 consecutive days trying to force humans into our existing framework. The audience watched as the recorded Pelzum's movements became increasingly agitated, culminating in them throwing all 4 arms up and collapsing into their chair. Pelzam first tried classifying humans as non-threatening omnivorous traders, similar to the Mercantos of Rigel 7. Then a human delegate accidentally crushed a Mercanto's appendage during what they called a friendly handshake. Next classification attempt. The footage jumped forward. Pelzam then tried categorizing them as potential combatants, like the warrior Drakids. But unlike Drakids, humans possess no natural armor, no venomous secretions, no slashing appendages. They're essentially soft, squishy bags of mostly water. Next classification attempt. Vaslik clicked through several more failed categorization attempts. The committee observed humans exhibiting predatory pattern recognition, persistence hunting psychology, and pack bonding behaviors typical of apex hunters. Yet their diplomats fainted at the ceremonial blood feast of the Karzak delegation. Their warriors wept at poetry readings. Their scientists exhibited both precise calculation and wild intuitive leaps. Vaslik expanded a final document on the display. After the famous Pelzam meltdown. They're fine now. Just transferred to archive maintenance. The Confederacy created this. The first ever dual classification protocol. Humans are officially categorized as both Class 1 protected non-combat diplomatic entities and Class 5 potential biohazard predatory species. Every human interaction now comes with 17 warning protocols and a mandatory medical team on standby. He clicked his mandibles together in that unsettling smile again. In simple terms, treat them like they're made of explosive glass, while remembering they could probably tear your limbs off without their combat technologies. And they wonder why we're nervous around them. Let's discuss why these protocols exist in the first place, Vaslik continued, bringing up a new hologram displaying an ornate meeting chamber. This is footage from what our historians delicately call the first official interspecies diplomatic incident. I call it the day Ambassador Torvik learned physics the hard way. The footage showed a grand chamber with representatives from 7 different species arranged in a ceremonial circle. A small delegation of humans entered, dressed in formal attire that looked absurdly restrictive. Ambassador Kraz Torvik of the Luminari Collective, Vaslik narrated, highlighting a tall, slender being with luminous, almost transparent skin through which complex circulatory patterns were visible. Brilliant diplomat. Negotiated the Proxima Centauri peace accord. Absolutely terrible at following security briefings. The recording showed Torvik gliding forward, extending their delicate, multi-jointed appendage toward the lead human, a dark-skinned female with a warm expression. Human Ambassador Eliza Blackwood, Vaslik identified. Career diplomat, known for her exceptional work mediating territorial disputes on her home planet, about to become infamous throughout the galaxy. The audience watched in collective horror as Blackwood reached out, clasped Torvik's appendage, and gave it a firm shake. The crunching sound was audible, even in the recording. 3 of Torvik's 7 finger joints immediately collapsed. The Luminari's bioluminescence flared in pain patterns as they crumpled to the floor. Computer, freeze and enhance, Vaslik commanded. The image paused and zoomed in on Blackwood's face, showing an expression of absolute horror. Note the human's reaction. This wasn't malice, it was ignorance. Our medical and security analysis confirmed that Ambassador Blackwood used approximately 15% of her available grip strength. What for her species would be considered a gentle greeting transferred enough force to shatter Luminari. Calcium structures. Vaslik brought up biometric data alongside the image. The most disturbing part, Ambassador Blackwood's stress hormones skyrocketed after the incident. Her physiological readings showed genuine shock and distress. She truly had no idea she could cause such damage. The humans simply don't understand how dangerous they are by Confederacy standards. The recording resumed, showing the chaos that followed, medical teams rushing in, security protocols activating, and Blackwood standing in stunned silence, hands pressed against her mouth. Slow motion, Focus on Ambassador Blackwood, Vaslik instructed. The footage zoomed in and slowed down. Watch her eyes. Notice the tears forming. These aren't diplomatic tactics. This is genuine emotional distress. The humans call it empathy. Apparently, they feel discomfort when others are injured. The same species capable of shattering alien physiologies gets upset about it afterward. Vaslik changed the display to a formal document. This incident led to the creation of the Blackwood Protocols, a 43-page manual on physical interaction with humans. It covers everything from proper distance maintenance at least 1.5 galactic standard units to emergency procedures if a human attempts to perform what they call a hug, which our threat assessment team has classified as a potential crushing attack. The commander highlighted key sections of the document. The core principle is simple. Assume every human is completely unaware of their strength relative to your species. They evolved on a high-gravity death world where even their infants can exert enough force to damage most Confederacy species. But their gentle touch can fracture exoskeletons. Their idea of a light tap can rupture gas bladders. And the most dangerous part? They're constantly trying to initiate physical contact as a sign of friendship. Vaslik paused, allowing the implications to sink in. Ironically, Ambassador Blackwood became one of our most valuable consultants on human interaction safety. She insisted on helping develop protocols to prevent future incidents. The Blackwood Protocols have reduced physical interaction injuries by 87% in just 5 standard years. Not bad for a species that accidentally breaks people while trying to be friendly. For the next segment, I've invited an expert who can explain why humans are walking contradictions, Vaslik announced, gesturing toward the side entrance of the lecture hall. Please welcome Dr. Liran Nemari, head xenobiologist of the Human Studies Division. A stocky, amphibious being with iridescent scales and large, multifaceted eyes glided into the room. Dr. Nemari's webbed appendages carried several holographic data modules. "Thank you, Commander," Nemari said, voice resonating with a pleasant harmonic quality. "I've spent the last 7 standard years studying human physiology. I still wake up screaming sometimes." This elicited nervous laughter from the audience. "Let's start with basics," Nemari continued, activating a detailed anatomical model of a human. Humans appear fragile. No claws, minimal natural armor, dull teeth, limited sensory capabilities. Yet their evolutionary history reveals something terrifying. They're not specialized predators. They're generalized super survivors. The hologram shifted to comparison charts. Consider this paradox. Humans bruise easily, yet can survive injuries that would kill most sentient species. Their skin tears with minimal force, but they can survive massive blood loss. They have no redundant organs like taurians, no rapid regeneration like selenites, no backup neural systems like Vesperi. Instead, they have something far more disturbing: compensatory adaptation. Dr. Nemari brought up biological readings. This is where it gets alarming. Humans possess a chemical response system triggered by threats, injuries, or even perceived dangers. They call it adrenaline. We call it terrifying biochemical override. The display showed graphs of human performance metrics with and without adrenaline. Under adrenaline influence, humans can increase their strength output by up to 300%. Pain receptors are suppressed. Cardiovascular efficiency spikes. Sensory awareness heightens. Essentially, they become temporarily enhanced versions of themselves. A diplomatic representative from the gelatinous Morphians raised a pseudopod in question. "Yes, you heard correctly," Nemari confirmed before they could speak. "Humans can voluntarily ignore pain signals that would incapacitate most species. They call it pushing through. We call it nightmare physiology." The doctor displayed comparative species metrics. Their grip strength exceeds industrial pincers, their bite force, while not impressive by predator standards. can still crack the exoskeletons of 40% of Confederacy species. And their endurance. This is perhaps most disturbing of all. Humans don't need to outfight most predators. They simply outlast them. Namari displayed footage of humans running across vast distances. On their death world, humans evolved as persistence hunters. They pursue prey until it collapses from exhaustion. Many Confederacy species would die attempting to maintain the average human's baseline cardiovascular output. And yet, the doctor paused dramatically. These same beings can be killed by ingesting certain plants, consuming common minerals, or through allergic reactions to microscopic proteins. They're simultaneously incredibly durable and bewilderingly fragile. Commander Vaslik stepped forward. I can personally attest to human resilience. During the Nexus Station pressure failure 3 cycles ago, I witnessed human maintenance technician Jamal Morris survive 17 minutes in near vacuum conditions while repairing the emergency bulkheads. According to everything we know about carbon-based life, he should have died within 2 minutes. Instead, he finished the repairs, passed out, received medical treatment, and returned to duty 3 days later. Vaslik's bioluminescent patterns pulsed with what the audience recognized as sincere amazement. When I asked how he survived, Morris just shrugged and said, "You gotta do what you gotta do." This casual disregard for what should have been certain death is, unfortunately, typical human behavior. They don't even recognize how absurdly resilient they are by galactic standards. Dr. Namari nodded solemnly. This combination of durability, adaptability, and complete lack of self-preservation instinct makes humans uniquely dangerous. They don't know when to stop. Sometimes they don't even know when they're injured. And most concerningly, they consider this normal. Physical capabilities are only half the equation. Vaslik continued as Dr. Namari's display shifted to neural mapping models. What truly makes humans unique is their psychological framework. Or as my security team calls it, the predator mindset in diplomat packaging. The holographic display showed comparative brain scans from various species. Most apex predators in the Confederacy, like the Karzak or Drakids, have straightforward threat response patterns. Territory, resources, hierarchy. Predictable. Humans? They exhibit predatory cognitive patterns we've never seen combined in a single species. Vaslik highlighted specific neural pathways in the human brain model. The persistence hunting mentality I mentioned earlier isn't just physical, it's psychological. Humans don't give up. Most predators abort a hunt when energy expenditure exceeds potential caloric gain. Humans will continue pursuing goals long past the point of rational return. They call it determination. Our psychological analysts call it disturbing single-mindedness. The display shifted to problem-solving comparison metrics. Unlike specialized hunters, humans are generalized problem solvers. They don't rely on superior strength or speed. They use pattern recognition, tool adaptation, and environmental manipulation. When blocked from a goal, they simply find another approach, then another, then another. They have a saying that perfectly captures this mentality. If the front door is locked, try the windows. Nervous tittering rippled through the audience. Perhaps most unsettling is their tendency to personify everything. Vaslik brought up footage of humans interacting with machines, plants, and inanimate objects. They assign personalities and intentions to non-sentient entities,